From a moment of her birth, High Priestess Kylia of Dada Island has lived an extraordinarily tranquil life. A life characterized by peaceful meals, tranquil musings, serene scavenging, restful slumber, and languid indifference. Day by day, she found no fault in this existence, firmly believing it to be her ultimate happiness without exception. Until that fateful day, when a blazing airship descended from the heavens, shattering her serene existence. A wounded bird, with a broken wing, swept her into a frenzied adventure toward the pinnacle of the world. Chapter 1 Prologue. The High Priestess. The early morning on Dada Island was, as always, shrouded in gloom, with fog from the sea of despair enveloping the air, rendering the stone houses and streets indistinct. Every day is foggy. At this rate, even the coconut palms will perish. Who could argue? This life is unbearable. Forget the coconut palms, I can hardly breathe. A few passers-by murmured as they brushed past Kylia, waving their hands before their noses as if such gestures could dispel the omnipresent fog. However, this was a futile endeavor from Kylia's experience. She knew the mist would not dissipate until noon. In the past, mornings on Dada Island had been clear, but for the past fortnight, an inexplicable haze had lingered over the sea of despair. Kylia had occasionally overheard townsfolk discussing the fog, suggesting it bore a sulfurous scent unlike that of the open sea, perhaps a remnant of an underwater volcano's activity, a smell far from pleasant. If only Kylia could, like the others, perceive the air's aroma. Yet, she could neither detect the sulfurous odor nor the refreshing scent of the sea breeze, a fact that left her feeling quite regretful. She meandered through the mist to the trade street of Dada Island, where the thoroughfare was far from tidy refuse from the previous night, lay piled high at the corners, and several cloaked scavengers wielded large shovels, clattering as they battled the heaps of trash. As dawn was still breaking, many had come to the morning market. Fishermen, peddling peculiar fish freshly caught from the sea of despair, flailed their catch in the fog-laden air while calling out incessantly. $3 a pound. A bargain. Fresh peculiar fish. Just caught. Pure and unpolluted. Kylia had little interest in fish. She did not partake in their consumption. At the end of the trade street flowed the island's sole freshwater river, winding its way toward the distant sea of despair. By the riverside, a group of sea sprites lounged upon weathered seashells. Their skin was a pale blue, slick and glistening, their lower bodies adorned with tentacles, and 4 slimy arms protruded from their forms, one clutching a pipe, puffing out clouds of smoke, while the others rested on their knees, weighing several azure stones, gazing at the passers-by with a hint of disdain and arrogance. Blue crystal. Kylia gazed at the stones in the sprite's possession, swallowing reflexively. This was merely a subconscious act in truth. Her body could not produce saliva, yet the sight of the blue crystals ignited genuine desire within her. One of the sea sprites noticed Kylia and wrinkled its nose in disgust, shifting aside. The others, upon seeing her, exchanged mocking glances and chortled. Look who has arrived. Isn't this the High Priestess of the Church of Light? One sprite teased. High Priestess, are you here to purchase today or merely to scavenge? Another sprite taunted mercilessly. I'm just passing by, Kylia declared loudly. Ha 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 ha. The sprites exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. How fortuitous, they exclaimed. A bunch of nuisances, Kylia muttered, crossing her arms and tapping her foot in annoyance, yet feeling powerless against the ugly sea sprites. At that moment, someone beside her inquired, Are you here to buy some? Or, Kylia? Turning her head, Kylia recognized a middle-aged man wearing a headscarf who looked at her with concern. It was Cavins, the owner of the dye shop on Dada Island. The Cavins family had once been faithful followers of the Church of Light, and although Cavins no longer practiced, he remained kind towards the last descendant of the church. Yes, Kylia replied softly upon recognizing Cavins. Then you should buy something. These sea sprites are greedy, they won't refuse you. Cavins urged. I don't have enough money, Kylia admitted, looking down, feeling embarrassed. Seeing the once proud heir of the Church of Light reduced to such straits, Cavins felt pity. He pulled $2 from his pocket and handed them to Kylia. Take this, a small token. Please do not refuse. No. Kylia quickly waved her hands in rejection, stating, I never accept charity, please do not do this. By the light, are you truly all right? Of course. Kylia shot Cavins a glare, declaring proudly, how could the High Priestess of Light ever be destitute. However, Cavins was not swayed by her pride. He merely sighed, "Take it, Kylia, and consider it a debt. You can repay me later." At this, Kylia set aside her pride, shaking her head calmly. "I will not take it, you must give up. Moreover, you cannot truly help me, Cavins. You might assist me once, but not repeatedly. Please, go about your business. I shall wait until they leave to scavenge some scraps. It makes no difference to me, as I cannot taste anything anyway." Seeing her stubbornness, Cavins reluctantly pocketed the coins. After a moment, he sighed again, saying nothing more, and departed to procure supplies for his shop. Once Cavins had gone, Kylia leaned against the riverbank, idly passing the time as the fog gradually lifted and more people began to fill the trade street. In the sky, a small black dot slowly materialized. The sea sprites were busy with their business, ignoring Kylia. They wielded sharp chisels, breaking the blue crystals into various sizes. Blue crystal was one of the fundamental crystals of the old continent, primarily found in shallow seas or island regions. And like other types of crystals, it was extensively utilized as a source of energy for the areas it covered. The daily lives of the islanders were inextricably linked to crystals, and soon a long queue formed before the sea sprites, accompanied by the clattering of shards as fragments of blue crystal scattered across the ground. These shards were too small even for use in magical lamps. Kylia casually edged closer to the pile of discarded scraps, seizing the opportunity amidst the sprites' loud bargaining with customers. With swift dexterity, she snatched a slightly larger piece and tucked it in her mouth before quickly retreating to a corner, feigning nonchalance as she resumed her idle swaying. Crunch, crunch. The blue crystal fragment crumbled between her teeth. She squinted her eyes in delight. The black dot in the sky gradually enlarged, its edges glowing with a hint of red. "Hey, rock girl!" Someone called out, "Rock girl!" Kylia turned at the sound. A group of mischievous youths had slipped past the sea sprites, brandishing the cut-off scraps, and were winking and whistling at Kylia. "Want a taste, rock girl?" they asked. Viewing their childish antics, Kylia curled her lip in disdain. "Not interested," she replied coolly. "Then why are you standing there?" The boys persisted, teasing her relentlessly. "Why do you care?" Kylia replied, hands on her hips. "In merely patrolling my territory, it has nothing to do with you." The boys erupted into laughter, the air along the banks of the freshwater river filled with a jovial atmosphere. Kylia rolled her eyes, dismissing these tedious fellows. However, a dark spot began to grow larger in the sky, accompanied by a faint whistling sound that could no longer be ignored. Kylia sensed something amiss and looked up, her expression frozen in surprise. At some point, a pitch-black airship had appeared in the sky, growing larger as it descended, trailing a billowing tail of flames that crackled and burned as it plummeted toward Dada Island. Kylia's expression shifted, and she shouted to the passers-by, "Run!" Without needing further prompting, the residents and merchants on Trade Street noticed the falling airship, with the sea maidens fleeing the fastest. They discarded their oars and plunged into the freshwater river behind them. Other merchants and residents screamed in panic, rushing into the streets. The airship descended with alarming speed. After smashing through a clock tower in the town, it swept over Kylia's head. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the massive burning airship crashed to the ground, crushing the large shells along the riverbank, barreling through the waterway, and colliding with a hillside on the opposite bank. The fierce flames, instead of being extinguished by the river, blazed even more fiercely. Heat surged forward, thick black smoke billowed, and debris scattered everywhere. The crackling explosions echoed incessantly. After a considerable time, the violent series of detonations gradually subsided. On the riverbank, a group of people cautiously emerged from behind their houses, gazing in horror at the burning airship across the river. No one could fathom why such a contraption had suddenly fallen from the sky. "Kylia, don't go. It's dangerous," Cavin shouted upon seeing Kylia's movements. "That's a military airship from Aphedu." Kylia looked up amidst the billowing smoke. She discerned the silhouette of a man with curly golden hair on the tattered flag atop the airship hindeed, the insignia of the usurper of Aphedu. Yet, this revelation stirred no emotion within her. Extinguishing the fire on her territory had nothing to do with Aphedu. The location where the airship had crashed was not far from her soon. She arrived, clutching a large shell, at the site engulfed in fierce flames. Logically, This place should be exceedingly hot and perilous. Yet Kylia felt no sense of heat, nor did she perceive any danger. She splashed water from her shell onto the burning airship, but the flames showed no sign of abating. Moreover, the water doused several individuals engulfed in flames, who wailed as they emerged from the gaping hole at the bottom of the airship. But their desperate escape was short-lived. They collapsed in agony, their bodies charred and carbonized. Seeing these unfortunate souls, Kylia hastily set down her shell and squeezed through the opening into the airship. Inside, the scene was ablaze, with smoldering embers raining down, scorching her tattered bishop's robe with holes. Worried, she hurried through the Inferno, searching for any survivors. After a thorough inspection, she spotted a few figures. However, they were either sprawled or lying motionless, their bodies charred beyond recognition. Having found no survivors, Kylia quickly made her way back outside to fetch more water to douse the flames. At that moment, the wooden flooring buckled under the intense heat, and without warning, Kylia fell through, landing heavily with a thud. The ground was ablaze, swiftly reducing her black and white robe to mere rags. "Ah, how annoying. I only have a few pieces of clothing left," Kylia complained, brushing the smoldering embers off her shoulders. As she brushed, her hand froze mid-motion. In the midst of the flames, she beheld a peculiar sight. Before her, a tattered young boy slumped against a fiery wooden wall, his head bowed, an iron shackle, red-hot from the flames, binding his wrist to the wall. Despite the extreme heat surrounding him, he remained unscorched, unlike others in the airship. Even his black hair merely flickered gently in the flames, as he leaned against the wall, seemingly asleep and utterly motionless. Chapter 2. Blood boiling upon seeing the boy slumped amidst the Inferno, Kylia was momentarily taken aback, but soon rushed towards him. Supporting his shoulders, she vigorously shook his body. "Hey, are you all right?" she inquired. Gazing at his face, Kylia felt a fleeting sense of distraction. However, she quickly realized they were in a burning airship. Although she was uncertain why the boy remained unharmed amidst the flames, leaving him there was undoubtedly perilous. Observing the boy's wrist still firmly shackled to the wooden plank, she struck the board several times with force. Once sturdy, the wood had succumbed to the consuming flames, and soon enough, she shattered it. The boy's arm fell limply, weighed down by a searing iron chain. Without hesitation, she hoisted the still unconscious boy out of the flaming airship and laid him down beside the large shell along the freshwater riverbank. The boy leaned against the shell, utterly motionless. Kylia checked for his breath. It was weak, yet burning hot. He was alive. She exhaled in relief, her gaze swiftly shifting back to the blazing airship. She then took the shell, scooping river water to douse the flames. On the opposite bank, Cavens, witnessing Kylia's reckless bravery, removed his shirt and rallied several apprentices to follow her lead, using shells to fetch water for the burning airship. Before long, more individuals joined the firefighting efforts. With the collective determination of the townsfolk, they finally extinguished the raging inferno. The airship belonging to Aphidu was reduced to charred fragments, haphazardly strewn about, emitting wisps of smoke. Gathered around the remnants of the scorched airship, the crowd murmured in bewilderment. They could not fathom why an Aphidu airship had plummeted to the ground, nor could they grasp the implications of such an event. As the flames died down, Kylia paused, casting aside the shell with a sigh. At that moment, several pieces of blue crystal were handed to her, and turning to see Cavens, he expressed his gratitude. "Kylia, you've worked hard. Please accept this reward." The other islanders echoed, "Please accept it, Bishop." Compared to their banter, the title of Bishop carried a certain sincerity. The exertion had indeed taken a toll in this time. Kylia did not refuse. Naturally, she accepted the blue crystals from Cavens, munching on them as she walked toward the riverbank. After all, there was still the boy she had rescued. However, upon reaching the riverbank, she found it surrounded by a throng of people. A group of elegantly dressed men and women were gathered around the slumped boy, gesturing animatedly. Witnessing this scene, Kylia furrowed her brows. Honestly, these people, Cavens, drenched in sweat, complained, they act as if it were their own home that burned. It truly isn't their home, someone coldly murmured. Look, they're all the affluent merchants of our island, residing within. Cavens fell silent, discontentedly standing beside Kylia. As she approached the crowd, Kylia overheard their discussions. He is so handsome. Where is he from? A woman sighed. Is he from Aphidu? Someone else queried. Aphidu? Nonsense. Another retorted dismissively, Aphida people have light hair. Look at this dark hair and countenance. He is undoubtedly from the U Empire. The mention of the U Empire caused the crowd surrounding the boy to instinctively step back, their expressions uneasy. Only a stout merchant remained unfazed, boldly declaring, "What is there to fear? Have you forgotten the devastating defeat at Sanyang Bay? Look at this fellow's wrist, still shackled. He could very well be a captured soldier from Aphidu." The mention of the Sanyang Bay defeat drew Kylia's attention, because he truly was remarkably handsome. A captive? The crowd unconsciously glanced at the charred remains of the airship behind them, their expression shifting to realization, excitement glimmering in their eyes. One tall, lean man spoke up. "So, if we deliver him to Aphidu, we could receive a handsome reward." This man, clad in leather and reeking of fish, was Kunka, the head fisherman of Dada Island. The stout man was Wuduin, a well-known coconut merchant from Dada Island. Wuduin crouched down, pinching the unconscious boy's arm and thigh, exclaiming, "He is quite sturdy. I've heard that the soldiers of the U Empire are tireless fighting machines. A person like this would be invaluable for rice pounding." Before he could finish, a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman shrieked, "Wuduin, are you out of your mind? You want such a charming fellow to work in your rice shop? Do you have any idea how many customers such a face would attract to my hotel?" As she spoke, she unceremoniously grabbed one of the boy's arms and shouted to the onlookers, "None of you are allowed to snatch him from me today. This fellow is mine, Monica S. The Red Lantern Hotel is claiming him." Monica was the owner of the renowned Red Lantern Hotel on Dada Island, rumored to have many ambiguous ties with the island's lord. Her assertive claim instilled a sense of dread among the crowd. Both Kunka and Wuduin were displeased but remained silent, not only because Monica wielded the most power, but also because the boy was undeniably extraordinarily handsome. Perhaps his looks were indeed suitable for Monica's hotel. Yet, outside the crowd, Kylia pouted in discontent. Swallowing the blue crystals, she pushed through the onlookers, standing defiantly before Monica, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Why should he go to you? He promised me." "You intend to take him to that filthy place of yours?" she added, pointing at the audience, scolding, "And you lot, pointing fingers at him while he is still unconscious. Show some decency. Where were you all when the airship fell?" Kylia's words infuriated several prominent merchants, especially Monica. "What?" she gasped, astonished. "Did you just say my hotel is what?" "I said your hotel is a filthy place." "Is that wrong?" Kylia boldly retorted. "Humph. My hotel may engage in some unsavory business, but it's not like some people who lack even the means for basic survival." Monica sneered, waving her arm in sharp derision. "Hey, you worthless rock, can you even urinate? Do you expect this young man to go to your holy light cathedral? What use would you have for him, bishop?" Laughter erupted from Wuduin and Kunka, with Wuduin saying, "Give it up, Kylia. Just go back to your dilapidated house in the mountains and leave the matters of the living to us." Kunka added ominously, "You think we're still in the past? Mind your own business. Everything on this land belongs to the drowned god now." Insulted, Kylia bit her lip, then countered loudly, "I may be made of stone, but I have a heart, unlike you, who have lost yours. All that is left is a brain filled with refuse." "Say that again." Kunka and Wuduin fumed, advancing toward Kylia, their eyes fixed on her. However, Monica restrained them, coldly assessing Kylia with utter disdain. "Look who is talking. You can't even afford to feed yourself, digging in the dirt every day. Even if I were to hand this person over to you, could you even take care of him?" Kylia paused, clenching her fists, defiantly raising her chin. "I can farm. My cathedral has plenty of land." "Can you?" Monica mocked. "How long do you think you can keep that land?" Though reluctant, faced with such harsh reality, Kylia found herself at a loss for words, slowly lowering her head. In utter bewilderment, Monica proceeded to grasp the boy sprawled on the ground. At that moment, with her actions, the tattered remnants of the boy's clothing, already ravaged by flames, tore away and fell to the earth, stripped of his garment's concealment. The onlookers beheld a colossal X-shaped scar adorning the boy's back, a ghastly mark that extended from his spine to his ribs, as if inflicted by the vicious claws of some monstrous beast. More unsettling still, within the scar, a viscous, dark crimson fluid oozed forth, bubbling as though it were water brought to a boil. Upon witnessing the gaping wound and the writhing, seething blood within, Monica was momentarily paralyzed, then emitted a piercing scream. Releasing her grip as if electrocuted, she collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward in terror. "Ah!" she cried, vigorously rubbing her hands against the earth, her face ashen. Pointing at the boy who lay in a stupor, trembling and shrieking, "Boiling, boiling, blood, boiling blood." These seemingly innocuous words possessed an inexplicable, terrifying potency. The gathered crowd, upon fixing their gaze upon the pulsating, tumultuous liquid within the wound, felt the color drain from their faces in an instant. Indeed, it truly is boiling blood. By the gods above. Run, run away. A voice cried out, and in that moment, the throng erupted into frantic screams, scattering in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the riverbank, once teeming with people, was left desolate. Only Kylia and the unconscious boy remained. Kylia, bewildered, lifted her gaze to behold the merchants who had previously flocked to the scene, the curious townsfolk, and even the dyer Cavans, who had always lent her assistance, all vanished without a trace upon hearing the words boiling blood. Meanwhile, the boy, marked by the enormous scar, continued to sit motionless on the ground, his head tilted as though in a deep slumber, utterly indifferent to the chaos unfolding around him. Chapter 3. Chen 1000. A conflagration raged fiercely, with blazing flames and molten lava consuming the earth. The bubbling mouth of an obsidian mountain echoed with the frenzied cries of a golden crow. Amidst this chaos, a young boy slowly regained consciousness, his expression vacant and dazed. Before him stood a dilapidated structure, its pointed roof missing, allowing the pale moonlight to filter through the gap and cast bands of light upon the moss-covered ground. The atmosphere was cold and silent. Where was this place? He did not know. He wished to move, yet felt an oppressive weight on his arms. Glancing down at his wrists, he noticed heavy iron rings and chains, the latter ending in thick black spikes. Why was this? He could not fathom. Are you awake? A voice inquired, gently supporting his arm with curiosity. The boy looked at the arm in question. It was an odd shade of white-gray. Elegant in form yet devoid of warmth, softness, or color, it was as if it were entirely made of stone. He slowly turned his head to see a beautiful yet colorless face, equally pale and gray, adorned with the most exquisite features, flawless even to the most discerning artist. Yet, this visage bore the markings of stone, reflecting the cold moonlight, accompanied by the chilling hardness of the arm that held him. Clearly, the one questioning him was no ordinary being, but rather a statue. What is your name? The white-gray statue asked again. I don't know, the boy murmured. You don't know? Kylia was taken aback. Everyone has a name. This was one of the few truths imparted to her by Father Rainham, yet today seemed an exception. Who am I? The boy asked the statue girl, a question instinctive to any living being. I don't know either, Kylia replied. How am I to know who you are? Then an idea struck her. She picked up a small metal tag from the ground and handed it to the boy, saying, This must have fallen from you. The chain is burned away, but the tag remains. The boy accepted the cold piece of metal from the delicate gray fingers of the statue. The tag, of unknown material, was heavy and silver, bearing scratches and marks. He held it under the moonlight, examining it closely. On the back of the tag was an intricately crafted image of a tree. The boy turned the tag over, revealing a line of engraved text, Chen 1000. Chen 1000. The boy was utterly perplexed by the significance of these numbers. He merely stared at them, bewildered. Kylia lowered her gaze, tilting her head to glance at the tag, and remarked, This seems like the kind of name a soldier would have. When I pulled you from the airship, you were still wearing a soldier's uniform. They all said you were a soldier from the U-Empire. She hoped to jog the boy's memory. Soldier? U-Empire? He still harbored no recollection, and he sat there, dazed. Kylia took the tag from his fingers, scrutinizing it for a moment before asking, Chun, is that your name? I don't know, the boy mumbled. And what does 1000 mean? Kylia scratched her head, perplexed. He remained silent. He had no idea what 1000 signified. Then should I call you Chen? Kylia asked cautiously. I don't know whatever, he replied. Kylia's eyes brightened. Chen, do you, like me, have no surname? The boy slightly parted his lips, feeling a blankness in his mind. He could recall nothing, nor could he grasp any understanding. He could only listen as the statue named Kylia spoke incessantly. Chen 1000, shall we call you that? Kylia looked at the tag in her hand, shaking her head once more. How very peculiar. Who would be called that? The boy remained in a stupor. He stared blankly at the talking statue beside him. All right, Qianqian. What do you say? Kylia inquired. Whatever, Qianqian responded, as he accepted this name without question, feeling no concern over the matter. Huh, hooray. Kylia cheerfully thrust the tag into Qianqian's hand. She observed the dazed boy, who sat beneath the moonlight, his eyes a dull black, appearing dejected and lost, yet exuding a peculiar beauty. I wonder, Qianqian, do you remember why you were in the airship? Kylia squatted down, her curiosity piqued. Qianqian mechanically shook his head, indicating he had no answer. Do you remember how you got that scar? Kylia pointed to a large, gaping wound on Qianshan's side. At that moment, the blood within the scar was calming, still flowing but no longer boiling. Qianshan looked down at the sharp gash in his ribs, along with the dark red blood within. He felt neither pain nor concern, oblivious to how the scar had come about or what it signified. What is the only thing you can remember now? Kylia inquired again. As the moonlight rose, the fire in Qianshan's mind gradually faded, leaving him in a state of complete oblivion. All that remained was a profound vacancy upon his face. The only thing he recalled was the name the statue had just bestowed upon him, Qianshan. A loud gurgling sound suddenly reverberated through the empty church. The noise emanated from the boy's stomach, a clear signal. He was hungry. Instinctively, Qianshan opened his mouth and asked, "Is there food?" Kylia couldn't help but chuckle at his dazed expression, though she quickly masked her amusement. Standing up, she vanished into the moonlit expanse of the church. Alone in the corner, Qianshan felt an unbearable hunger gnawing at him. Though he remembered nothing, he yearned for sustenance. Kylia gracefully perched herself upon a fallen stone column, munching on something hard and unyielding. As Qianshan's stomach rumbled, he could no longer contain himself. Dragging the heavy chains, he slowly moved closer to the statue. Fixated on the plate before her, which contained the hard gray substance, swallowing repeatedly. Seeing his eager demeanor, Kylia smiled gently. "Would you like to eat?" She picked up a piece of the gray material and offered it to Qianshan. Unsure of what it was, he took it and bit down, nearly shattering his teeth in the process. He stared in shock at the food in his hands. "Ha ha ha. This isn't for you." She laughed. "This is my dinner. If you want something to eat, we need to find something else." Qianshan gazed in confusion at the laughing statue, unable to comprehend the humor in the situation or why the food was so hard. "I still have a few plots of land behind the church. The priest used to grow some coconuts and vegetables there, but after he left, it fell into disrepair. I don't eat that stuff, but if you're hungry, you could take care of that land," Kylia suggested to Qianshan. Slowly, Qianshan nodded. The statue's words seemed reasonable. "How do I plant?" he asked. Kylia once more burst into laughter, covering her mouth as her shoulders shook with mirth. Qianshan could not comprehend why the statue was perpetually smiling. It merely gazed at her silently. "How foolish you are," she mused. After finishing her laughter, Kylia remarked, "It will take at least a month for the crops to mature. And you would have starved long before that." Qianshan's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. "That makes sense," he replied, observing his dazed demeanor. Kylia decided to be serious. "It has been quite some time since any humans visited here, and I have not prepared any food for you. If you wish to eat, we must venture into town to purchase provisions, but I lack the funds. We will need to find work first." Initially, Qianshan sat there, absorbed in Kylia's words. But upon hearing the term work, it was as if a switch had been flipped within him. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, standing at attention, and saluted with his right hand across his forehead, exclaiming, "Yes." Kylia was momentarily taken aback by his sudden action. The heavy iron chains clinked on his arms. The sharp spikes jostled against his legs, yet he remained oblivious, standing rigid and motionless. "Yes," she echoed. Qianshan, still perplexed, raised his hand to look at her. "Let us go. We need to find work," Kylia commanded loudly. Instantly, Qianshan dropped his arms and confidently strode in a direction that led into the wilderness. "The town is the other way. Soldiers," Kylia admonished. He promptly turned, striding with purpose in another direction, entirely unbothered by his lack of clothing, save for a pair of shorts. Under the moonlight, Kylia was amused by his earnest yet foolish demeanor and quickened her pace to match his. Mimicking his stance as they walked side by side, heads held high. "Soldier, can you shout commands?" she called out. Qianshan gazed at the statue in confusion. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kylia lifted her leg, imitating the stentorian commands of the guards of Dada Island, marching and shouting, 2, 2, 3, 4. Qianshan watched the statue, unable to grasp her antics. "Come, shout with me," Kylia urged enthusiastically. Although he found her request peculiar, he felt obliged to follow the one who had named him. And thus he fell into step beside her, marching in unison. 3, 2, 3, 4. Kylia marched, her stone arms swinging. 3, 2, 3, 4. Qianshan calmly echoed. 4, 2, 3, 4. 4, 2, 3, 4. The moonlight bathed the hills of Dada Island, as the boy and the statue traversed the moss-covered path, crossing the open fields, marching and chanting commands. Their shadows stretched long, while the dilapidated church atop the hill stood silently. Chapter 4. hitting a wall as Kylia and Qianqian marched into the town. The clock had already struck midnight. Dada Island was hardly a bustling metropolis. It was merely a remote island on the desolate sea. The nightlife here was scarce, with only a few taverns and barbecue stalls still in operation. Despite this, Qianqian continued to march in a mechanical rhythm, chanting commands. However, Kylia quickly pulled him aside, saying, "Enough with the shouting. It's fine to play around in deserted areas, but in places where people are present, they will think we are fools." Qianqian halted, recognizing that it was her who initiated the chant, and thus it was also her who had the authority to stop it. He bore no objections. The tantalizing aroma wafting from a nearby barbecue stall captured Qianqian's attention, causing his mouth to water and his stomach to grumble. Unable to resist, he began to make his way toward the stall. Observing this, Kylia hurriedly restrained him. The memory of how people had fled in terror upon seeing the scars on his body lingered vividly in her mind. Though she was unfamiliar with the term boiling blood, the gruesome cross-shaped scar on his back was undeniably frightful. She feared that if he approached the stall, the owner might scream for the guards of Dada Island. Qianqian, feeling the pull, did not resist but merely murmured, "I'm hungry." "I know you're hungry," Kylia replied softly, "but your wounds are too alarming. And the chains on your hands too conspicuous. Let me first take you to change your clothes, and then we shall find a way to remove those chains. Just bear with it for now, all right?" After a moment of contemplation, Qianqian reluctantly agreed. "That makes sense. Follow me." "Come with me," Kylia instructed. They navigated around the crowded taverns, traversing the empty alleys of the town, heading toward the dye shop on Dada Island. Kylia intended to inquire with the shopkeeper, Cavans, about any available work, while also seeking a garment for Qianqian. Before long, they arrived at the dye shop. The apprentices were laboring diligently, soaking squid caught from the desolate sea in a pool, relentlessly beating them with sticks. Startled, the squids squirted ink, darkening the water. Meanwhile, other apprentices were grinding a blue flour in a mortar, directing the filtered juice into another vat. Some were busy dyeing rolls of linen in the dyeing vat. Kylia turned to Qianqian at the entrance of the dye shop and said, "Please wait for me here. I'll be back shortly." Qianqian nodded, remaining still. Inside, Cavans was engaged in a hushed discussion with the shop manager, both of them whispering in a corner. "This year's dye will surely lead to losses if we continue dealing with the sea monsters. The protection fees have increased again. These brutes are utterly insufferable." "Sho, lower your voice. Is there no other way?" "There is no other way, boss." Kylia entered the dye shop alone and approached Cavans. The two in conversation immediately ceased their whispers. Upon noticing Kylia, Cavans was about to greet her, but then his gaze fell upon Qianqian at the door, causing him to recoil in shock. He is awake." "Yes," Kylia replied, perplexed by their evident fear upon seeing Qianqian. "Have you lost your mind, Kylia? You're still saving him? Do you have any idea what boiling blood signifies?" "What does it mean?" Kylia inquired. Bewildered, "Father Rainham never mentioned it to me. There are many things the father didn't tell you." "Listen, Kylia. Boiling blood is the most dreadful curse in the empire of you. Those infected with it have never lived past the age of 25, and before they die, they transform into terrifying monsters, indiscriminately slaughtering everything in their sight." Cavans spoke in a trembling voice, casting furtive glances at Qianqian, as if fearing he might suddenly morph into a fearsome beast. Kylia's eyes widened. She had never fathomed that the boiling blood spoken of by others could be so perilous. No wonder the townsfolk had scattered in terror upon seeing the scars on the boy's body. Yet, could such claims be trusted? Doubt clouded Kylia's mind. "Listen, Kylia. The townspeople have already reported to the island lord. Tomorrow, he will likely send someone to your church to take him away. You must not associate with him in any way. Both the empire of you and boiling blood are exceedingly terrifying." Cavans warned her, anxiety etched on his face. In an instant, she made her decision. "No," she stated decisively. "What? Kylia?" Cavans exclaimed. "Aren't you the bishop of the Cathedral of Holy Light? After Father Rainham's passing, you are the bishop now. As such, should you not consider the safety of the island's residents?" "I do not know the truth behind the rumors." Kylia replied coolly, "Thus I wish to care for him first." Cavans opened his mouth, at a loss for words. "Kylia, if you have work available, please offer us a position, whether temporary or permanent, as long as we receive our wages on time." Kylia gazed at the fabric soaking in the dye vat, pleading. "Those fabrics are meant for the tailor's shop, right? I can help deliver them. I am quite strong." "Absolutely not." Cavans refused outright. Kylia was taken aback. "Cavans?" He continued with resignation, "I hold great respect for you and the Cathedral of Holy Light. However, I cannot entrust work to a soldier infected with boiling blood." It is far too dangerous. If something goes wrong, I cannot bear that responsibility. Seek assistance elsewhere. At that moment, the other apprentices in the dye shop also noticed Qianqian standing at the entrance. Fear rippled through the shop like waves as they pointed and whispered, retreating to huddle behind Cavans as if seeking solace in his presence. Kylia. Cavans looked at her imploringly. Oh, Qianqian said, not perceiving any issue. He followed Kylia out of the dye shop, where she continued to search for work with him throughout the town. Unfortunately, all those who had work were unwilling to hire either Kylia or Qianqian, citing the same reasons as Cavans, the danger of boiling blood, and the possibility of Qianqian transforming into a monstrous killer at any moment. Stomach grumbling, Qianqian remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Time passed, and as they searched for employment, it grew late, with midnight approaching. The forces that had lain dormant during the day on Dada Island began to awaken. Kylia crossed her arms, pacing restlessly, when suddenly she asked, Qianqian, do you know how to fish? Qianqian shook his head silently. He was unfamiliar with the concept of fishing. If no one is willing to offer us work, I suppose I will have to take you fishing in the desolate sea, Kylia said with a wry smile. I hope I can craft a fishing rod soon. In the distance, several dark figures began to emerge, slowly approaching Kylia and Qianqian. Qianqian felt a twitch in his eyelids and turned to gaze at the shadows in the night. A fishing rod is easy to make. I can just break a branch. The fishing line can be made from the thread used for sewing in the church, and I have 2 needles. I suppose I'll have to sacrifice one to create a hook. I hope there are some worms left in Rianham's field. Kylia continued to ramble. But the shadows were drawing nearer. Realizing the approaching figures, Kylia halted her musings and looked at the group of burly men beside her. The moon was obscured by clouds, and Qianqian stealthily concealed himself in the shadows of a tree. Bishop, it's quite easy to find you out here at this hour instead of staying in the church. What are you up to? The bald man gazed at Kylia, grinning as he inquired, Hymengleuos? Kylia, taken aback, responded, What brings you here? Oh, nothing much. Merely fulfilling a request, Hymengleuos replied languidly. I heard that during the day, you boasted to Monica at the Red Light Hotel about the numerous lands belonging to the Holy Light Cathedral, didn't you? Kylia furrowed her brow, crossing her arms as she scrutinized the notorious bully of Dada Island. Even when she first arrived on Dada Island with Father Rainham, Hymengleuos was already a well-known ruffian, engaging in brawls as if they were commonplace. Back then, she was still naive and often witnessed Hymengleuos parading in front of the cathedral, showing off his bravado. Father Rainham had frequently counseled this young man, hoping he would turn toward righteousness throughout his dealings in land. He had injured islanders multiple times and had often sought to acquire the cathedral's grounds. However, Kylia remained indifferent to him, her stone-like nature rendering her impervious to pain, leaving Hymengleuos at a loss. Yet, he persisted, returning time and again, embodying an unwavering determination. Memories of the past flickered through Kylia's mind, and she offered a cold smile and a nod. Well, what do you intend to do? Hymengleuos pointed to the Kindra tattoo on his forehead, remarking, I've long heard that the Holy Light treats all beings equally. Look, the goddess of wealth has been with us on Dada Island for many years. Yet there isn't even a single church. Don't you think, Archbishop, that seems rather unreasonable? Kylia scoffed, a hint of derision crossing her face. Hymengleuos, you still have the flood god tattoo on your chest and dare to call yourself a follower of the goddess of wealth? Aren't you afraid of drowning when you set sail? Hymengleuos chuckled dismissively, then lowered his gaze, his smile vanishing as he ominously stated, Stone girl, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. I've mentioned several times already, when do you intend to relinquish that piece of land? Kylia replied coolly. And I've told you repeatedly, Hymengleuos, to give up on this notion. Hymengleuos snorted, I don't know what you're thinking. Is it truly the nature of stone? The Holy Light has long since lost its followers, and now even the tiniest deity is more trustworthy than your Holy Light. Yet you still cling to that hill, which is quite displeasing to the islanders. It would be prudent for you to sign a contract with us, ensuring that you won't have to subsist on stones for the rest of your life, don't you think? He extended his hand, and one of his subordinates promptly produced a parchment, laying it before Kylia. Another lackey ignited a torch, holding it up to illuminate the text on the parchment. Kylia, with an impassive expression, took the parchment, her grayish fingers applying slight pressure, instantly tearing the contract representing the goddess of wealth in two. She held the torn parchment over the torch, allowing it to burn slowly. You have quite the audacity, Hymengleuos, Kylia said softly. Do you believe that aligning yourself with the goddess of wealth grants you free reign? Unless I cease to exist, that land will remain with the holy light cathedral. No one can alter that. Hymenglos watched the parchment gradually incinerate in the torchlight and chuckled lightly. Looking at Kylia, he remarked, "Stone girl, your reasoning is sound. Quite sound indeed. However, having visited Ifidu a few times, I am quite familiar with the peculiar tastes of its people. I believe that your talents are being wasted on this obscure little island. What do you think?" Kylia grimaced in disgust. "What are you insinuating, Hymenglos? Though you may be cold, unyielding, and devoid of warmth or tactile sensation, those lunatics across the sea might just relish collecting peculiar toys like you. Tell me, how much would you fetch if sold over there?" No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly pulled a sack from his waist and hurled it towards Kylia's head. Chapter 5. The soldier as a sack was hurled towards her. Kylia recoiled a step, but a burly man behind her advanced swiftly, ensnaring her neck with a rope. Although Kylia did not require air, the position was exceedingly uncomfortable for her. She struggled vigorously, driving her elbow, hardened like stone, into the back of the man. Clearly, given the preparations of these individuals, the signing was merely a ruse. Kidnapping was their true intention. Who was orchestrating this? Kylia demanded. "Why, it is Kindler, my dear Archbishop." Hymenrose replied with a chilling smile, pulling the sack over the immobilized Kylia's head. Yet, just as the sack was about to envelop Kylia's head, a hand adorned with chains emerged from the shadows, seizing Hymenrose's wrist. The slender fingers gripping Hymenrose's wrist felt deceptively delicate. Yet he found himself immobilized as if caught in an iron vice. Turning to see who had intervened, Hymenrose beheld a figure lurking in the shadows of a tree. The individual was cleverly concealed, with only an arm visible. So close was the proximity. Yet the silence was so profound that Hymenrose had failed to realize there was another person present. An unsettling feeling washed over him as he inquired, "Who goes there?" The figure remained motionless, silent, merely grasping Hymenrose's arm. Hymenrose struggled in vain to free himself, and in frustration, he stepped forward into the shadows to confront this audacious individual who dared to obstruct his path on Dada Island at night. To his astonishment, he discovered a remarkably handsome youth standing in the shadows, whose striking visage was marred by an expression of utter vacancy, mouth slightly agape, reminiscent of a simpleton. The sight instantly reminded Hymenrose of the foolish boys he had bullied in his youth. Instinctively, he delivered a punch to the boy's face, shouting, "What are you doing, you panty-wearing fool? Out at this hour." The punch caused the boy to tilt his head, yet he felt no pain or concern. Remaining in a daze while still gripping Hymenrose's arm, Hymenrose struggled again, but that slender hand remained unyielding, as if welded to him. With wide eyes, he shouted, "Quickly, someone come and pry this fool off me." Several burly men rushed to his side, attempting to wrench the hand from Hymenrose's wrist with all their might. However, no matter how forcefully they pulled, it was as if the hand were glued in place. Thus, the men promptly altered their strategy, raising their fists to rain blows upon the boy. Their strikes were swift and vicious, targeting his abdomen, neck, and face with ruthless intent. Seeing the boy being assaulted, Kylia cried out, straining against her bindings, "Hymenrose, how shameful to gang up on one person." "Heh, shameful? I am Hymenrose," he retorted, delivering another powerful blow to the boy's nose while bellowing, "Let go of me, you panty-wearing fool." Yet the boy remained unresponsive, enduring the beating while silently clutching Hymenrose's hand, his expression unchanged, as if he were not the one being struck. Witnessing this, Kylia grew frantic, stamping her foot and shouting, "Shintian, are you truly that simple? Fight back. How can you allow them to beat you without retaliation?" Shintian paused, gazing at Kylia with a look of confusion. "Fight back? Of course. If someone hits you, you must retaliate, or else they'll beat you to death," Kylia shouted, struggling desperately against her restraints. But the several adult men holding her back rendered her efforts futile. Shintian continued to look at Kylia, seemingly unable to comprehend such a straightforward concept. "What are you doing standing there if you won't fight back?" Kylia felt as if she were being silently tortured by Shintian's apathy, exclaiming in exasperation, "Why are you holding onto his hand if you won't retaliate?" "Because I am working," Shintian replied matter-of-factly. "Didn't you say you would help me find a job?" "Oh my holy light." Kylia was on the brink of madness at Shintian's bewildered expression, groaning, "How can you find a job if you don't fight back? If they beat you to a pulp, what job can you take?" Shintian paused, then a look of dawning comprehension crossed his face. "That makes sense," he said. "What sense does it make?" Hymenrose cursed, swinging his left hand as he and his companions continued to pummel Shintian. Suddenly, Hymenrose was met with a blinding flash. A fist, nearly invisible in its swiftness, accompanied by the faint sound of clinking chains, struck his face with casual indifference. In that instant, his nose was shattered. As Kylia watched in shock, blood arced beautifully from Hymenrose's head as it jerked back. The chains rattled ominously. Hymenrose was dragged backward, his eyes rolling as his nose was nearly crushed into his face, fragments of bone and flesh flying grotesquely. That blow nearly rendered Hymenrose unconscious. "Big brother!" The other men shouted in alarm, drawing various weapons and rushing towards Hymenrose. Bang! Just as the words left his mouth, Shintian raised a leg, accompanied by a fleeting shadow, sending the man who had called out flying backward. He soared a full 10 meters before crashing into a sturdy tree trunk, shaking the leaves from its branches. Kylia's mouth fell open in astonishment. She was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. However, the boy was already in motion. After kicking one burly man away, he deftly hooked Hymenrose's body with his leg, swiftly scaling onto Hymenrose's shoulder. With a forceful shove, he brought Hymenrose to his knees, leveraging the recoil to leap high into the air, raising his knee. In a flash, a burly man charging with an iron rod was struck under the chin by the boy's knee, instantly deforming and shattering his jaw, blood and teeth spraying from his mouth as he ascended to the sky. Before the figure had even landed, the boy seemed to possess a sixth sense, gently pressing down on Hymenrose's shoulder to launch himself into the air, sending the kneeling Hymenrose sprawling. He then executed a graceful flip, hanging upside down in the air. With the chains clinking lightly, Shintian extended his hands, simultaneously grasping the heads of two knife-wielding men, slamming them together. Thud! A muffled sound reverberated. Blood splattered across Kylia's astonished face. The two men collapsed silently to the ground, their foreheads pulverized, revealing bone beneath the crimson. Before the boy had fully descended, he twisted his body midair, adopting an astonishing posture as he executed a high kick, striking a man wielding a wooden stick. The man instinctively raised his weapon to block the aerial assault, but with a sharp crack, both the stick and his arm shattered, and his shoulder dislocated as he retreated in agony, his arm reduced to 3 broken segments, flailing helplessly. In mere moments, barely 2 seconds had passed, leaving only the few men who held Kylia captive. The remaining robust men, including Hymenrose, collapsed onto the ground, either shrieking, wailing, or lying unconscious, utterly devoid of movement. Qianshun landed, his hands naturally hanging at his sides, the iron chains clinking softly. He felt no sense of alarm, nor did he perceive anything amiss. Instead, he turned to Kylia, inquiring, "When shall we commence our work?" This time, it was Kylia who was left momentarily stunned, her mouth agape as she stared blankly at Qianshun. Standing at about 1.80 meters, he was hardly tall in the context of Dada Island's average height of 1.90 meters. Though he possessed some muscle, he appeared almost frail and slender compared to the brawny seaman. This seemingly fragile individual had effortlessly incapacitated 5 strong men in the blink of an eye, with a fluidity that left her barely able to comprehend the spectacle. Kylia was not alone in her astonishment. The burly men who had bound her were equally paralyzed with fear, their panic palpable. As the dark clouds gradually dissipated, moonlight bathed the youth, revealing the dark red scar across his ribs. After all, he was hungry and seeking employment, and this statue was meant to guide him. "Let us proceed," he urged Kylia, as if perplexed by her immobility. Finally regaining her composure, Kylia tore the ropes binding her. "Let's go, all right, let's go." Meanwhile, Hymenrose, nearly dazed from his fall, clumsily rose from the ground, still bewildered by the rapid turn of events, a wave of humiliation washing over him. "Dare to ambush me?" He clutched his shattered nose, dazedly drawing a bone knife from his waist. Stumbling forward, he charged at Qianshun, aiming to take down the insufferable man with a single strike. Kylia, sharp-eyed, spotted Hymenrose's impending attack and shouted, "Qianshun, be careful." Qianshun turned slightly, glancing at the man barreling toward him. As Hymenrose caught sight of Qianshun's somewhat vacant eyes, along with the immense X-shaped scar on his back and the fallen bodies of his subordinates, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. In his frantic dash, the knife slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Like an athlete celebrating a victory, he knelt on the mossy earth, sliding forward. In the process, he cradled a leather pouch, which he carefully positioned behind Qianshun. Tremors of pain and fear coursed through him, his body shaking uncontrollably, head bowed in silence. Qianshun observed the bald, tattooed man kneeling beside him, holding a leather pouch, his expression one of utter confusion, entirely unaware of the man's intentions. However, Kylia quickly grasped the situation, narrowing her eyes. Releasing her grip on the ropes, she pushed Qianxin aside and confronted Hyman Ross with her hands on her hips. Hyman Ross, who sent you to bind me? Cold sweat dripped down Hyman Ross's face as he trembled. Monica is quite displeased today. She was insulted and ordered me to. He faltered, unable to continue, his body shaking uncontrollably. Oh, so it's her. Kylia mused, stroking her chin. She certainly holds a grudge. Hyman Ross remained silent, merely lifting the leather pouch. Inside, something glimmered with a dull golden sheen, the light of kindler. Upon noticing the gleam, Kylia scoffed, her voice softening. What is this, Hyman Ross? A display of feigned humility? Do you truly believe I would be swayed by such antics? Please, do not kill me. Hyman Ross stammered. I am willing to serve the light. Regrettably, Hyman Ross, the light requires no servants. You may retain these kindler coins to honor your goddess of wealth. Kylia remarked with a hint of scorn, or perhaps to appease your drowning god. Should it accept your offerings? Hyman Ross was taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet the frosty countenance of the statue, as well as the vacant expression of the youth beside it. So, does this mean you are willing to spare me? He asked, incredulous. Kylia smiled lightly, resting her arm on the shoulder of the dazed youth. Fortune has always favored me, but you shall not have a second chance. Hyman Ross hastily rose to his feet. Just then, a loud rumble echoed from Qianxin's stomach. He turned to Kylia, stating simply, hungry. Wait, Hyman Ross, Kylia interjected immediately. Hyman Ross knelt once more. Your Grace, he uttered reverently. Kylia extended her pale, ash-colored fingers and extracted 3 kindler coins from the leather pouch. In principle, the church does not accept wealth beyond its work. These 3 kindler coins are borrowed, and I shall repay you once I have acquired funds. A grimace, resembling a smile more wretched than tears, spread across Hyman Ross's doughy face. Your Grace is jesting. How could I dare? Enough. Go and tend to your injured men, Kylia interrupted coldly. Yes. Hyman Ross retreated slowly, clutching the leather pouch. Once he had departed, Kylia scrutinized the 3 golden coins in her hand, each embossed with 13 stars, the emblem of the 13 city-states of Abitus. On the reverse side, an expressionless woman grasped a scepter. She sighed, her emotions a complex tapestry. Gulyalu, Qianxin urged. Let us find work swiftly. For now, let us set work aside. Kylia replied gently. I shall take you to eat. Chapter 6. The Cathedral. An hour later, Qianxin sat on a stone atop a small hill, one hand grasping 10 skewers of roasted meat, the other holding a charred, crimson fish, devouring them voraciously. Dada Island lies at the northwest tip of the Wuwang Sea, adjacent to the fragmented Fagal Islands, perpetually influenced by the monsoon, resulting in a humid climate. The islanders favor a palate inclined towards sour and spicy flavors, often overwhelming for the unaccustomed. However, Qianxin paid no heed to the spiciness. He was indifferent to fish bones and spines. As long as it was food, he chewed and swallowed it all. Beside him, an empty iron plate was stacked high like a small hill. As he gorged himself, he felt a sense of long-lost satisfaction. Yet, how long it had been since he last ate was a mystery even to him. While indulging, his gaze remained fixated on the barbecue stall below the hill. Fearing that his scars might frighten the stall owners, the statue had left him on the hillside while she went down to procure food for him. The charcoal flames flickered in the barbecue stall's fire pit, casting a faint orange glow on her ashen face. Kylia, if memory served him right. That was her name. Qianxin mused that others referred to her as the Archbishop, suggesting she held a position of great power and esteem. He found it perplexing that this Archbishop had previously insisted on working before dining, yet now permitted the reverse. This abrupt change unsettled him, though he could not articulate why. The stone maiden by the barbecue stall departed, carrying a wooden bowl and several iron plates toward the hill. Qianxin's gaze remained glued to her face, his mouth stuffed as he chewed incessantly. This is coconut rice, Kylia said, placing the wooden bowl beside him. A specialty of Dada Island. Do give it a try. Qianxin glanced at the bowl, which contained a milky broth with translucent, round pearls. He was unfamiliar with coconut rice, yet he promptly set aside the roasted fish and drank deeply from the wooden bowl. In the blink of an eye, he had consumed the entire contents, leaving not a drop behind. Was it delicious? Kylia inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. She had posed the same question to the former Father Reinhardt, who had only urged her to try it herself, leaving her without an answer. Lacking taste buds, she could not discern any flavor, yet she longed to know what coconut rice truly tasted like. Clearly, she had asked the wrong person. Are you full? She asked. Finish up, Don't waste any. With that, Qianqian swiftly grabbed the skewers and fish, stuffing them into his mouth with astonishing speed, his movements fluid and unremarkable, reminiscent of when he had bested the group led by Hyman Luasi. Seeing this, Qianqian stood and followed her. Why are you trailing behind me? Your scars might frighten others. Kylia admonished. Someone is watching you, Qianqian replied calmly, his mouth still full of meat and fish. Huh. Kylia turned her head. Who is watching me? Qianqian pointed casually towards the dark alley of the town. Kylia followed his gesture but saw nothing. Why can't I see anything? She asked, perplexed. They've hidden away, Qianqian mumbled. Chewing on the fish head. They've been following you. Kylia widened her eyes. When did this happen? After we left the church, Qianqian replied, swallowing his food with a gulp. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She exclaimed. You didn't ask, he stated matter-of-factly. I had no idea how to ask you. Kylia retorted, her voice rising in frustration. Qianqian paused. After her outburst, she nestled close to him and cautiously inquired, Who is following me? Kylia glanced at the dark alley, and perhaps it was her imagination, but the darkness seemed slightly less intense than before. She did not believe Qianqian would lie, but if someone were truly stalking her, who could it be? Perhaps it was Monica's people, or others akin to Hyman Luasi. She looked at Qianqian, who stood rooted in place, dazed after finishing his meal, the only difference being that his stomach was now silent. Recalling how effortlessly he had defeated Hyman Luasi and his crew, Kylia felt a measure of comfort. All right, Qianqian said. Returning to the barbecue stall, Kylia walked alongside him, casting a glance into the dim alleyway, where she spotted several large metal trash bins, a perfect hiding spot. Imaginary dialogues flitted through Kylia's mind, amusing her. Shaking her head, she returned the plates to the stall owner and departed the town with Qianqian, making their way towards the secluded cathedral. Qianqian examined the cathedral before him. It appeared to be an ancient structure, heavily worn and dilapidated. With much of the roof collapsed and the stained glass windows shattered, the stone steps were overrun with moss. Was this truly the abode of the formidable Archbishop? He looked at Kylia, who, after a long day, seemed utterly exhausted, stretching and yawning as they walked. Noticing Qianqian's gaze, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, Yes, this is it. Don't be fooled by its decrepitude. It's quite comfortable inside. Qianqian neither agreed nor disagreed. He followed Kylia into the church, passing through the ruinous hall where he had awakened. There, he found a small wooden door. Kylia touched her chest, retrieving a small brass key, which she inserted into the lock and turned. The door creaked open. Qianqian scrutinized the door, feeling skeptical. It seemed far too fragile. He believed he could easily pierce it with a mere finger. Come in. Do you wish to sleep outside? I shan't be responsible if it rains. Kylia called from behind the door. Qianqian entered with a stoic expression, observing as Kylia meticulously locked the inconsequential door. Behind it lay a small spiral staircase adorned with many shattered stained glass windows, their original designs long lost. Through the broken panes, the deep blue sky was visible. Qianqian frowned slightly, still unimpressed. There were far too many gaps. However, he kept his thoughts to himself and continued to follow Kylia up to the second floor. The second floor, once perhaps adorned with wooden flooring, now lay in decay, with signs of extensive termite damage. Qianqian pressed his fingers against the wall, assessing its solidity. I reside on the second floor. The exterior may be dilapidated, but the interior remains relatively intact, Kylia cheerfully explained. What do you think? Qianqian regarded the small hole he had created in the wall, skeptical of Kylia's claim, yet he chose to remain silent. Kylia pushed open each small room on the second floor, revealing 5 or 6 doors, most of which were rotten, with only a few remaining intact. Qianqian glanced inside, noting that most rooms were empty and decayed, reduced to mere stones and wooden fragments. The lone room that appeared somewhat intact contained only a bed and a wooden cabinet, nothing more. Once, the cathedral was bustling with people, perhaps several centuries ago. But those souls have long since turned to dust. Kylia scratched her head, noting the lack of inhabitants over the years. To take a look around and see if any room appeals to you. If you find one you fancy, you may settle in, and when I have the means, I'll procure some furnishings for you. Qianqian, unabashed, pointed toward a room furnished with an intact bed and wardrobe. This one will not suffice. Kylia interjected, placing herself in front of them, her finger raised with a playful smile. This is my room. With a resigned gesture, Qianqian lowered his finger, facing the remaining dilapidated rooms that bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, leaving him with no viable options. You may reside in the room across from mine, Kylia offered. opening the door to a rather shabby chamber. This was the room of the previous Archbishop Reinhardt. While it is still quite worn, it is marginally better than the others. Qianqian surveyed the room's cobwebs and dust, struggling to discern its superiority. Kylia entered her own room and retrieved a blanket from the wardrobe, spreading it on the floor. The simple act stirred up a cloud of dust, which settled upon the fabric, causing Qianqian's lips to twitch in mild disapproval. He remained unconvinced. Kylia glanced at the blanket on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. Sleep well. I am utterly exhausted. With that, she yawned and retreated into her room. Good night, Qianqian. She called from the doorway. The young man regarded her, his gaze imbued with a profound light, lost in contemplation. Kylia smiled softly and closed the rickety door behind her. Chapter 7. Workaholic, Part 1. The following noon, the sun hung high in the sky. Kylia stretched languidly, rising from her bed. The slumber had rejuvenated her spirit. After a brief stretch, she sprang from her bed. Glancing at the position of the sun, she realized she had slept until midday once again. Qianqian, stepping out of her room, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Sunlight streamed through the empty window, illuminating the church corridor, where she found herself treading upon cold stone tiles. If memory served her right, her home should have had a layer of flooring, but now, that flooring was conspicuously absent. Wait a moment, she observed the window. The remnants of stained glass were no longer present, leaving only the bare frame. Qianqian. She pushed open the dilapidated door to Qianqian's room. Inside, there was no sign of the boy, nor any remnants of clutter. The space was immaculately organized, devoid of all the rotting wood, stones, cobwebs, and even dust. Her own bed linens were missing as well. Realizing that was one of the last 2 sheets she had, Kylia's anxiety surged. Her back was quite rigid, often tearing through linens, and if this sheet was damaged, what would she sleep on with the other one gone? With that thought, she hurriedly flung open the doors to other rooms, only to find Qianqian absent from all of them. Not only that, but the dust and clutter that once filled those spaces had vanished as well, leaving an astonishing emptiness. Overwhelmed with confusion, she dashed down the stairs, only to discover that their small wooden door had been removed. My door! Kylia screamed. Qianqian, where's my door? Desperate, she raced outside the church. Upon reaching the entrance, she was taken aback. Neatly arranged at the threshold were sharpened wooden stakes, pointed outward like the barbs of a trench, forming a perfect circle around the modest church. Holy light! Kylia gazed at the circle of stakes, clutching her head in shock. She had no inkling of what had transpired. At that moment, a dull creak echoed from afar. A yellow wax tree, aged beyond measure, crashed to the ground, causing Kylia to tremble involuntarily. Then, she witnessed the fallen tree moving across the ground, not by itself, but being dragged by someone traversing the grass. Who could be dragging it? Kylia needed no guesswork. In the sunlight, Qianqian approached, dragging a tree 10 times his size, wielding an axe in one hand, the muscles of his body subtly defined in the light. If not for the wound on his ribcage, the scene could easily have been mistaken for a classical artist's oil painting. He effortlessly dragged the yellow wax wood, passing by the stunned Kylia without acknowledging her presence. He then reached the pile of stakes, using the axe to chop the branches with a resounding thud. Recovering from her stupor, Kylia turned and stared in astonishment at Qianqian, finally managing to utter a question. Where did you get that axe? What? Qianqian looked up in confusion. I'm asking you, where did you get that axe? Kylia inhaled deeply, pressing for an answer. Are you referring to this? He raised the axe in his hand. Of course. What else could it be? Kylia exclaimed, noting the axe's unmistakable form, made of stone. I made it. Using stone, Qianqian replied matter-of-factly. You crafted a stone axe. Then cut down trees to surround my church with. What? These stakes? I don't know, Qianqian muttered. He was unaware of what he had created, but instinctively felt the need to build something to encircle the church. Otherwise, it felt unsafe. You don't know? Kylia was incredulous. You have no idea how you managed to create these things? I don't know, Qianqian stated calmly. Kylia repeated in disbelief. You have no idea why you were able to erect a circle of stakes around my home without knowing how. After a lengthy silence, Qianqian finally sorted through his thoughts. Yes, the silent torment returned, and Kylia spun in place several times, exhaling a resigned sigh. I say, Qianqian, this is not a battlefield. Please, don't be so sensitive. Qianqian gazed at her, puzzled. He could not comprehend why she was so perturbed, especially since she had been attacked the previous night. And where did you dispose of my door? Kylia inquired. I threw it away, Qianchen replied candidly. Thrown away. Kylia thought of the little wooden door that had accompanied her for decades. To think that upon their first meeting, this fellow had discarded it filled her with fury. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, demanding, Where did you throw it? Qianchen gestured toward the corner of the yard. Kylia rushed over, discovering her little wooden door pitifully lying in a corner outside the church, accompanied by a pile of broken floorboards and remnants of the dismantled stained glass. As if silently lamenting the man's brutality towards them. It's too flimsy, Qianchen stated succinctly. Make a thicker one. As he spoke, he meticulously marked lines on the tree trunk with the axe, exhibiting the expertise of someone who had labored in carpentry for decades. How do you know it was useless? It hasn't broken in 20 years. Kylia retorted loudly. If it served a purpose, why would I have taken it down? Qianchen countered, astonished. Kylia faltered momentarily, unable to refute him. With a series of sharp thuds, Qianchen chopped at the tree trunk. The simple stone axe seemed to dance in his hands, effortlessly splitting the thick trunk in a matter of moments. And what about my bed linens? Kylia pressed, still ignored. Where did you put my bed linens? Qianchen pointed upward toward the church's height. Kylia looked up and gasped. At the very top of the church, a wooden pole held her gray bed sheet, now washed to a brilliant white, fluttering joyfully in the sunlight. You washed my bed linens, Kylia murmured. Qianchen nodded. It was dirty. Instantly, Kylia donned a mask of anguish. My bed linens are not dirty, she shouted. I'm not human. How could my bed linens be dirty? Gray, Qianchen remarked, slicing at the tree trunk, his words succinct. Kylia covered her face, feeling an unfamiliar shame wash over her for the first time, heating her cheeks despite lacking blood. She longed to find a crevice to hide within. What of gray? She stomped her foot, exclaiming, What of gray? Gray is dirty, Qianchen replied. Wow. Kylia covered her face and dashed into the church like a gust of wind, racing up the stairs into her room, slamming the door shut. She buried her head in her bed, her shoulders shaking as she emitted muffled sobs. Qianchen examined the wooden boards he had chopped. Due to the rudimentary tools, the boards were uneven and lacked aesthetic appeal, yet they were sturdier than the original door. He carried the board over to the dismantled door, quickly disassembling the pitiful remnants, removing the latch and lock from the wooden board. He then salvaged some nails from the decaying windows. Before long, a brand new wooden door emerged in Qianchen's hands as he felt its thickness and weight, nodding in approval. Although this door is still far from the sense of security he yearns for, it is significantly sturdier than the previous one. After moving the door into the church, he used an axe to smooth out the rough edges, and it fit perfectly into the doorframe, gliding effortlessly. After turning the door a few times, Qianchen nodded in satisfaction. Yet, in an instant, a wave of confusion washed over him. The place had been cleaned, the sheets washed, the door installed, and even a protective barrier set up outside. What was left to do? Should he build a bed? It seemed he only had wood, with no nails in sight. Perhaps he should add some protection to each window? Yet, it appeared that materials were still insufficient. After completing the bed and windows, what next? He persistently knocked again. The door is fixed, Qianchen announced from outside. Thank you so much. Kylia replied coldly from her bed. Would you like to see it? Qianchen inquired. No, Kylia responded. The confusion intensified, leaving Qianchen at a loss. He knocked once more. What now? Kylia stared at the ceiling, her expression bleak. This time, Qianchen remained silent, his bewilderment deepening as he continued to knock. Kylia, unable to tolerate it any longer, irritably climbed out of bed, flung open the door, and glared at the young man standing there. What exactly do you want? Qianchen's lips moved, but no words emerged. Kylia furrowed her brow. What? Are you hungry again? No, Qianchen replied. He had eaten quite a lot the night before and felt he could endure a bit longer. Then why are you just standing there? Kylia placed her hands on her hips, her eyes narrowing in annoyance. Qianchen opened his mouth, but remained silent. Speak, Kylia commanded. What is my job? Qianchen finally asked, voicing his most pressing concern. Job? Yes, job, Qianchen asserted. You asked me what to do, but I have no work for you. Kylia replied bluntly. What do you mean, no work? Qianchen asked, utterly perplexed. No work means no work, Kylia clarified. Do you not understand? I have no job myself. How could I give you one? I don't understand. Aren't you the Archbishop? That should be a very high. Qianchen gestured. But his limited vocabulary and blank mind failed to adequately describe what an Archbishop truly was. With a chuckle, she adjusted her robe, leaned against the door frame, crossed her arms, and tilted her head with a smile. You are correct, Qianchen. I am the one and only holy light Archbishop on this continent. Qianxin stood in solemn respect. Archbishop, what is my job? He asked reverently. Kylia suddenly stopped smiling and replied coolly, to do nothing. Qianxin's mouth fell open, as if he had heard a profound revelation, leaving him utterly bewildered. To do nothing? What does that mean? He murmured. Kylia struggled to suppress her laughter. Doing nothing means doing nothing. You really cannot comprehend simple words. Qianxin's lips twitched in confusion. What kind of expression is that? Did you bite into a bitter gourd? Kylia teased. I've heard that thing is quite unpleasant. What am I to do here without a job? Qianxin asked in despair. I don't know, Kylia shrugged, patting Qianxin on the shoulder. You could lie down and do absolutely nothing. Lying down is quite comfortable. I've been doing it for decades. So what do you say? Shall we do it together? Chapter 8. Workaholic, Part 2. Qianxin was rendered speechless. Kylia's words echoed in his mind like an incantation. Lie still. Lie still. Lie still. With each repetition, Qianxin's expression contorted in anguish. Although he could not pinpoint the source of his torment, an instinctive resistance welled up within him. He was fervently eager to take action, to do something, anything. That was him. I do not consent. Qianxin uttered in a barely audible whisper. What? Kylia inquired, intrigued. Say it again. Qianxin refrained from repeating himself, silently conveying his dissent. Speak, Kylia urged. His lips quivered as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, but the vocabulary in his mind was woefully limited. After a moment of intense effort, he managed to stammer, living. Working. Kylia could scarcely suppress a laugh at Qianxin's expression, which resembled that of someone on the verge of constipation. All right, work it is. Let me think. If you truly can't sit still, how about fishing? Planting some vegetables? She spread her hands, adding, after all, you can't eat stones, can you? Seeing his impatient demeanor, Kylia smirked and tilted her head. Step aside. Come in. Fish in here? Qianxin asked, perplexed. Don't be ridiculous. Kylia retorted, exasperated. Aren't you the one who can't sit still? Didn't you say I was dirty? First, help me wash these clothes and sheets. If you leave a speck of dust, the Archbishop will dismiss you. Yes, Qianxin exclaimed loudly. He dove into the room, swiftly gathering Kylia's sheets and garments. After collecting the linens, he even lifted the wardrobe, spilling its contents onto the floor. As Kylia observed Qianxin rummaging through her wardrobe, emptying its contents, she noted it consisted merely of 2 old robes and a few undergarments. What a fool, she mused, realizing he was utterly clueless, his mind nearly blank. It would be pointless to tell him not to wash. He would only ask why, leading to yet another tedious explanation. Silence seemed the better option. With his newfound job, Qianxin cheerfully carried a pile of clothes downstairs, making his way to the pool outside the church, where a mountain spring flowed, the same place he had washed the linens that morning. He tossed Kylia's duvet into the water, watching it float. Kylia stood behind him, gnawing on a stone, observing his swift movements as he scrubbed the garments against the stones by the stream. Gray particles dispersing in the water. Will it really come off? She murmured, touching her own cold, hard arm, her expression turning contemplative. Yet, for survival, one must have resources. Qianxin had a hearty appetite, and with 3 borrowed kinders, food would last only a few days. The townsfolk seemed apprehensive about Qianxin's boiling blood, reluctant to offer him work. Kylia had little experience herself. Since the moment she awoke, she had resided in the Cathedral of Holy Light, subsisting on dirt and stones, occasionally scavenging for discarded ores at the market. But Qianxin was human. He needed sustenance. Survival demanded a source of income. Lost in thought, she noticed figures approaching the Cathedral of Holy Light. A few riders atop unicorn camels, wielding gilded halberds, swayed as they approached. Kylia's eyes sharpened at the sight of the gleaming weapons in the sunlight. The unicorn camel was a rare beast indigenous to Dada Island, known for its long fur, long legs, single hump, and a distinctive horn on its head. Only the affluent and powerful could afford to ride such creatures. Soon, the unicorn camels neared the barriers of the cathedral. Upon reaching the barricades, the guards atop the camels hesitated, preparing to strike the spikes with their halberds. But someone shouted, "Don't act hastily." The leader, a short figure adorned with an ornate hood, dismounted from the camel. He stood at about 1.30 meters, plump yet remarkably agile. Leaping over the barricade, clutching a jeweled staff, he hurried to the stream where Qianxin was washing clothes. Qianxin, washing diligently, kept a watchful eye on the intruder. The figure stood before Kylia, removing his lavish hood to reveal a fluffy face adorned with pointed ears. To their astonishment, It was a rotund white cat-like creature with blue eyes, its right cheek marked by a dark swirl extending from its ear to its nose. Kylia, he. The creature grinned sheepishly at the stone girl, crossing her arms. It's been a while. Kylia recognized the creature. It was Chichami, the chief steward of the island lord's residence. Upon seeing him, she turned her head away in disdain, frowning. He, don't ignore me. The chubby cat chuckled. I brought you a little gift. With that, he spread his soft paws to reveal a round gemstone resting upon them. However, Kylia was even more repulsed. What a rare visitor, Chichami. What brings you here instead of enjoying your comforts at the lord's residence? Seeing Kylia's indifference, the white cat tucked away the gemstone and produced a delicate silk handkerchief to wipe his paws. Kylia, I heard someone mention that you found a soldier from the U Empire outside. Is that true? Kylia slightly turned, pointing at Qianqian, who was squatting by the river, scrubbing a small gray triangular undergarment. The sunlight illuminated the massive cross-shaped scar on his back, making it strikingly apparent. Gazing at the scar, Chichami began to sweat profusely, using his handkerchief to dab his face. Seriously, Kylia, you have a soldier from the U Empire washing your underwear. This may not be appropriate. He can't sit still and insists on finding something to do. But all I have is laundry, Kylia shrugged. What can I do? Chichami's forehead glistened with even more perspiration as he wiped his brow. Well, it's just as expected of a soldier from the U Empire. Speak plainly, Chichami, Kylia interrupted, her impatience evident. And by the way, if you intend to take him with you, you might as well abandon that thought. This church is my territory, and I decide who stays. No, Kylia, don't misunderstand. I am not like those fishmongers from the island, Chichami quickly clarified. On the contrary, I have a job offer, and I'm not sure if you would be willing to assist. Qianqian, who had been scrubbing the undergarment, perked up at the mention of a job. Kylia regarded Chichami with skepticism, retorting, You came here to offer me a job? Are you serious? Why wouldn't I be serious? The rotund cat leaped onto the stone steps, prompting Kylia to step back. Listen, Kylia, the Lord wishes to repair the iron bridge connecting Dada Island to the Fagar Islands. But that bridge has been overtaken by sea monsters, making it impassable for ordinary folk. If possible, could we borrow that U Empire soldier for just one occasion? What? You want him to fight the sea monsters? Kylia's displeasure was evident. The sea monsters are extremely dangerous. Oh dear, oh dear. The large feline swayed its paw, conjuring an illusion. Heyman Ross recounted to me how this fellow had knocked him down with a single punch. This must be the most elite soldier of the U Empire. With him in the fray, what could the sea monsters possibly amount to? Upon hearing Heyman Ross's name, Kylia narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms with a cold smirk. Tell me, Chichami, is this endeavor truly legitimate? Legitimate. How could it be otherwise? Chichami replied earnestly. It has been many years since the Fagar Islands engaged in trade with Dada Island. Abidis in the U Empire have flourished for years. Yet Dada Island remains in such a state of backwardness. It is simply unacceptable. But I recall that it was the island's master who destroyed the Iron Gate Bridge and maintained neutrality for good, Kylia remarked, gazing at her fingers, her tone indifferent. That was the former island master. Chichami reminded her with a grin. Are we now to restore passage? Kylia arched an eyebrow. We have no choice but to restore it. Chichami sighed. The island's resources were never abundant, and after so many years of closure, the population has grown. Without additional sources, fishing and farming alone cannot sustain the island's inhabitants. Moreover, as you have seen, the continuous fog for the past fortnight has hindered agriculture. If we do not act soon, the streets will soon be filled with unemployed vagrants. Kylia's gaze dimmed slightly. Do not mock me. I am hardly a high priest. Have you ever seen such a destitute high priest? The holy light has long ceased to be believed in. She chuckled wryly. Well, a thin camel is still larger than a horse. Isn't it? How about it, Kylia? If you are willing to assist me, I can offer you a handsome reward. The cat purred. Kylia observed Qianqian, who was nearly wearing his underwear to shreds. After a moment's hesitation, she called out, Qianqian. The ever-eavesdropping Qianqian immediately dropped his undergarments and swiftly stood beside Kylia. Hello. Chichami quickly extended a hand towards Qianqian, an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. This is Mr. Leonardo. A noble of the island, Kylia introduced, though it was unclear whether she did so earnestly or with sarcasm. Qianqian, however, paid no heed to the high priest's implications and had no intention of shaking hands. He merely gazed silently at the fluffy feline face before him, unperturbed. I have a task to entrust to you. Are you willing to take it? Kylia inquired of Qianqian. He stood at attention, clearly indicating his readiness. You truly are not picky, Kylia remarked with disdain. Splendid. Splendid. Truly befitting a soldier of the Yu Empire. Qianqian exclaimed, clapping his hands. Come with me. I have weapons and equipment to provide, along with a portion of the down payment. Of course, should you successfully complete the task, I shall reward you handsomely. Silence, Qianqian. I have not yet reached the point of believing every word you utter, Kylia interjected. Qianqian paused, then wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, revealing a cat's tooth, smiling awkwardly. Well, what shall we say? Kylia, you see, this soldier of the Yu Empire has already agreed, and moreover, what we are doing is indeed beneficial to the islanders' livelihoods. Just wait. If I decide to accept that task, I shall seek you out personally. Kylia coldly interrupted Qianqian. Having encountered a setback with Kylia, Qianqian bore no offense, merely stating, very well, when you have made up your mind. Come find me at the island master's residence. As the group's figures vanished over the hillside of the cathedral, Qianqian looked perplexedly at Kylia. She, biting into a stone, shot him a glare. What are you staring at? Are the clothes clean yet? Before long, the garments sparkled as if freshly sewn. Subsequently, Qianqian found a few branches and hung the clothes high atop the cathedral. He then leaped down from the roof, landing before Kylia, staring intently at her. Kylia, discomforted by his silent gaze, found it impossible to swallow the stone in her mouth and ultimately discarded it, saying, Feel free to ask whatever you wish, all right? Just don't stare at me in silence. Qianqian, finally speaking with a hint of displeasure, asked, Why did you not agree to him? Kylia lightly tapped his head, saying, Do you know him? Just agreeing to him like that. She muttered in discontent, Do not be deceived by Qianqian's cute facade. I must inform you, since my birth, Dada Island has had 3 different island masters, yet Qianqian has always maintained this same appearance. Moreover, during my early years, many strange occurrences transpired on the island. Humph. There are rumors that he was cursed by some foul sorcery to become as he is now. Chapter 9. Workaholic, Part 3. Qianqian listened in silence, finding nothing peculiar about a cat serving as a steward, just as he felt no oddity in a statue speaking. Now that he had finished washing his clothes, he pondered what his next task might be. He gazed eagerly at Kylia, hoping that the Archbishop of Holy Light would assign him a task. After some complaints about Qianqian, Kylia, seeing Qianqian's restless demeanor and realizing he might be staying with her for an indefinite time, sighed. All right, stop looking at me like that. I will go ask the residents on the island. If the situation is as Qianqian described, I will find you some work, all right? Understood, Qianqian exclaimed. The situation isn't looking good. The sea monsters have indeed raised their prices. However, it seems the islanders have no complaints, she said anxiously. Qianqian listened quietly, harboring no objections. How strange, are they truly so submissive? After a moment of contemplation, Kylia remarked, This won't do. I must inquire with those who conduct business. With that, she shifted direction, leading Qianqian onward. Following Kylia, he relished the sensation of being engaged in some task, despite his mind being nearly blank. The feeling of being in the midst of work brought him comfort. Before long, they arrived near the dye house on the island. Unlike their visit the previous night, the area beside the dye house was now piled high with timber, and several workers were busily shaving wood. Shavings were scattered across the grass. And the owner of the dye house, Cavins, was conversing with a few workers. Wait here for a moment, Kylia instructed Qianqian before approaching Cavins. Upon seeing Kylia return with Qianqian, Cavins sighed heavily. Kylia, why are you back again? I told you, I truly have no work for him. Enough, Cavins. Kylia replied impatiently. I won't cling to someone. If you refuse me now, I may not be inclined to assist you in the future, despite her unwelcoming demeanor. Cavins felt relieved. Then what brings you here? He asked. Kylia glanced around and inquired, Cavins, may I ask what the islanders' true attitude towards the sea monsters is? Cavins was taken aback, but quickly composed himself. Kylia, the sea monsters are descendants of the drowned god. It goes without saying that they are revered and respected. Spare me that. I heard you complaining about the exorbitant protection fees last night, Kylia whispered. Shoo, Cavins exclaimed, horrified, covering Kylia's mouth. Do you want me to starve? Offending the sea monsters could lead to my demise at sea. Kylia pried his hand away. I understand, but Cavins, today someone from the island lord's manor approached me, expressing a desire to restore passage over the Iron Gate Bridge, reconnecting Dada Island with the Fagar Isles. Are you aware of this? Cavins froze. And then joy surged across his face. only to vanish just as swiftly. What is the island lord thinking? The guardian of the Iron Gate Bridge is Baron Watton, a true noble of the drowned sea and a vanguard warrior among the sea monsters. Years ago, I heard of a great merchant from the Fagar Isles attempting to trade through the Iron Gate Bridge, only to lose over 100 people and their ships to the drowned sea, becoming drowned slaves. After such a catastrophe, Obidus remained silent, and now, for us on Dada Island to unilaterally restore passage over the Iron Gate Bridge is sheer folly. However, Kylia was unfazed by Cavan's complaints. She had keenly noted the flicker of joy that had disappeared from his face. So, Cavans, you desire the restoration of the Iron Gate Bridge? Cavans remained silent. Kylia, what are you doing? I am merely a dye shop owner. Please don't seek my opinion. Ask someone else, perhaps Udun or Kunker, or even Monica, Cavans lamented. Yet Kylia was undeterred in her pursuit. I heard you must provide a considerable amount of dye to the sea monsters annually for them to sell in the city-states of Obidus, correct? Cavans fell silent again, merely gazing forlornly at the grass. Kylia observed the workers shaving wood and pondered, then exclaimed in surprise, Cavans, am I mistaken? Or are you considering constructing a ship to bypass the sea monsters and conduct your own trade? Cavans covered his face in despair, sighing, Kylia, your cleverness will surely lead to trouble. I have no intention of traversing the seas. Eh? Cavans pointed at Qianqian, who was observing the wood shavings from a distance. Isn't that guy the one who fell from the airship? I was wondering, could we salvage parts from that wrecked airship and repair it? Kylia gasped softly. That would be a considerable sum. Can you afford it, Cavans? Cavans fell silent once more. Kylia's expression shifted to one of realization. I understand now. You plan to pool funds for the repairs, right? Many merchants on the island share this idea, don't they? That you profess to respect the sea monsters. You would rather repair the airship than continue relying on sea routes. Qianqian immediately stood up. Kylia patted Qianqian's shoulder. Come. We are heading to the Island Lord's Manor. Though Qianqian had no idea what the Island Lord's Manor was. Seeing Kylia's cheerful expression filled him with happiness as well, indicating that he might soon find work. Kylia led Qianqian across much of Dada Island, arriving near the Island Lord's Manor on the opposite side of the isle. The manor sat atop a cliff, offering a sweeping view of the distant drowned sea shrouded in mist, a vista far more expansive than other parts of Dada Island. They navigated through some wilted banana and coconut trees until they reached the luxurious stone structure, compared to the Holy Light Cathedral on the other side of the island. The Island Lord's Manor was breathtaking, with several courtyards adorned with guards wielding gilded halberds. However, Kylia regarded the imposing guards with disdain, nudging Qianqian with her elbow. How many of these do you think you could take on? Qianqian looked at Kylia in confusion, uncertain why she posed such a question. 10, perhaps? Kylia inquired, curious. Qianqian remained silent, offering no opinion. He cared little about the island's affairs or who the guards were protecting. He only sought employment, nothing more. As Kylia grumbled in dissatisfaction, they stood before the Island Lord's Manor. The guard at the door spotted the two in the shade and immediately called out to the courtyard. Lord Chichami, the people from the church have arrived. Oh, with an excited voice. A round ball leaped over the courtyard wall and landed before Qianqian. It was the plump white cat. Kylia, I knew you would come. The fat cat Chichami exclaimed joyfully. Hurry, open the door. The guard thunderously opened the gate to the courtyard, while Qiaoqimi placed its thick, pink paw on the chain binding Qianqian's wrist, dragging him toward the mansion. As they walked, it cheerfully exclaimed, I knew you would come, Kylia. The Cathedral of the Holy Light has always dedicated itself to serving humanity. And as the last heir of the Holy Light, you surely cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Stop flattering me, Kylia retorted coldly. You didn't seek me out before Qianqian arrived. Unfazed, Qiaoqimi exclaimed in surprise. Is this soldier named Qianqian? How rare indeed. Kylia tilted her head slightly, gazing at Qianqian. Lost in thought, the three entered the small courtyard of the mansion, where several guards sat at a table playing a game of chess. Upon seeing them, Qiaoqimi's demeanor shifted from the earlier smile and tolerance toward Kylia to one of severe authority as it bellowed. Still playing chess here? Open the warehouse door for me. You parasites, filthy swine, wretched creatures. The guards promptly cleared the chessboard, fumbling to retrieve the keys, and opened the door leading to the warehouse for Qiaoqimi. Bowing slightly to Qianqian, Qiaoqimi said, Please. Qianqian and Kylia entered the moderately sized warehouse, where various uniforms of the guards from Dada Island were displayed. The garments were a deep blue adorned with white dragon totems, exuding an ancient aura. In addition to these uniforms, there were numerous weapons utilized by the island's guards, including clubs, swords, shields, and the gilded long spear previously seen. Would you not wear a uniform? Xiao Qimi wiped the sweat from its brow and looked at Qianqian. After all, you'll be on a mission in the Sea Witch's territory. Just wearing a loincloth seems rather inappropriate. Qianqian remained expressionless, looking to Kylia for her opinion. However, Kylia, covering her face in exasperation, replied, Qianqian, can you not look at me while not wearing clothes? I'm not your mother. Qianqian, puzzled by the Archbishop's response, merely sought her guidance and did not anticipate such a lengthy discourse. It was a matter that could have been resolved with a single word. With lingering questions about the Archbishop, he moved to a rack, took down a guard's outer garment, and put it on. Soon, he transformed into a guard of Dada Island, complete with green-scaled leather boots, a white belt, and a chest adorned with the white dragon totem. The guards who had opened the warehouse chuckled upon seeing Qianqian, while Xiao Qimi awkwardly laughed, continuously wiping the sweat from its forehead. Kylia, feeling frustrated, approached Qianqian, sternly removing the white dragon outer garment from him, only to turn it around and drape it back over his shoulders, positioning the totem on his back so he appeared indistinguishable from the other guards. Looking at himself, Qianqian felt no significant change. After assisting him with the uniform, Kylia shook the heavy iron chain on Qianqian's arm and inquired of Xiao Qimi, I say, do you have a way to remove this chain? It looks rather bothersome. Xiao Qimi nodded, acknowledging, indeed, working while bound by chains must be quite inconvenient. Hey, you lot. Go and get that thing off him. Several guards approached Qianqian, tugging at the shackles on his arms with all their might. Yet, regardless of their effort or the tools they employed, the shackles clung stubbornly to Qianqian's wrist, refusing to budge. Qianqian stood motionless, allowing the guards to toil and pant, as if he had melded with the chains themselves. Useless, utterly useless. Xiao Qimi scolded in frustration, striding over to Qianqian, pushing aside several soldiers, and using its sharp claws to pry at the iron ring and the gap around his wrist, pulling forcefully. The strength of the large cat was astonishing, and as it pulled, it beckoned the other guards to assist. Together, they struggled with various tools for an extended period, ultimately collapsing in exhaustion on the ground. Xiao Qimi's paw drenched in sweat, leaving a wet mark on the floor. Despite their efforts, Qianqian remained unyielding, the chains around him swaying slightly, showing no sign of loosening. This must be the exceptional craftsmanship of the master forger of Odiris. Xiao Qimi gasped, wiping its brow, Dada Island. I fear no one can remove it. Cannot be removed. Kylia murmured, gazing at the chains binding Qianqian's hands. For a moment, she found herself devoid of any viable solutions. Hey, soldier, would you like to choose a weapon? Xiao Qimi pointed to the array of weapons hanging on the wall and asked Qianqian, the Sea Witch of Iron Bridge is notoriously formidable, remember. Baron Wotton was a renowned warrior of the hopeful sea before becoming a baron. Qianqian shifted his wrist, the chains feeling heavy, yet inexplicably providing him with a sense of reassurance. No need, he replied. Chapter 10, Workaholic, Part 4, having changed her attire. Kylia noticed that Qianqian showed no intention of gathering his equipment. Thus, she led him away from the island lord's mansion. Upon their departure, a guard brought forth a tall unicorn camel for their journey. Xiao Qimi leaped onto the camel's back, seized the reins, and handed them to Kylia. The iron gate bridge is quite a distance. You may ride the unicorn camel to get there, she informed Kylia. Instinctively, Kylia accepted the reins, when suddenly, Xiao Qimi lowered her head and whispered with a smile to Qianqian and Kylia, if possible, please bring me the head of Baron Wotan, and I shall reward you with 100 golden deliers. That despicable cat. I am not an assassin, Kylia exclaimed, gripping the reins, her displeasure evident as she glared at the spot where Xiao Qimi had vanished. Qianqian remained unperturbed. He found nothing peculiar about the cat's request and saw no wrongdoing in being an assassin. Kylia mounted the unicorn camel, which emitted a soft groan and wobbled as it rose to its feet. This sound irritated the sensitive Kylia, who, in a fit of embarrassment, pinched the camel's ear and scolded, What was that noise? Am I really that heavy? The unicorn camel seemed to comprehend her words, standing up straighter, snorting twice, and shaking its head, causing its long lips to flap audibly. At last, Kylia released her grip and, rubbing her waist, muttered, I told you, I am quite slender. How could I possibly be heavy? As she spoke, she noticed Qianqian standing silently nearby, prompting her to shift forward on the camel's back to reveal a space behind her. She then smiled at Qianqian and asked, Come up and join me. The unicorn camel is strong enough to carry two. However, upon seeing Qianqian and the two thick iron chains bound to his hands, the camel's legs quivered in fear. Rolling its eyes and frothing at the mouth, it trembled uncontrollably. Qianchen looked up at Kylia and shook his head, though he had no recollection of his past. He understood from others referring to this statue as the high priestess that her status was undoubtedly elevated. Therefore, he felt it inappropriate to sit alongside someone of higher standing. Not. Kylia exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time she had witnessed this usually compliant individual shake his head. She recalled that he hadn't shaken his head when she had tossed the bedding onto the ground. Why not? She asked, astonished. The unicorn camel trembled even more violently. Simply not, Qianchen replied calmly. He could not articulate why he was unwilling, nor did he care. He simply felt disinclined to be on equal footing with someone of higher status. Observing Qianchen's rare rejection and his handsome, gentle face, Kylia sighed with disappointment. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Who cares? She mumbled, squeezing her thighs against the camel's belly. Take me to the iron gate bridge. The unicorn camel took off at a hurried pace, seemingly eager to avoid Qianchen's change of heart. Qianchen followed leisurely, maintaining a distance of 10 steps behind. As he donned his garments, concealing the grotesque scar on his back, Kylia no longer felt the need for caution. She led Qianchen through the bustling marketplace in the afternoon, heading toward the southern end of Dada Island. By dusk, the unicorn camel brought them to the southern shore of Dada Island, where coconut palms and exotic fruits flourished. Fishermen gathered along the coast, unloading their catches from boats adorned with ancient flood god totems, featuring a bizarre creature with 9 heads and tentacles. The fog of the Woolous Sea concealed the setting sun, casting an ethereal glow. A large black-red bridge loomed at the water's edge, stretching into the misty sea, its far end obscured from view. The unicorn camel paused on the sandy shore, and Kylia beckoned to the boy trailing behind her. Qianchen, come here. He approached the unicorn camel, and she handed him the reins, instructing, just walk straight ahead until you reach the end of the road. Understood, Qianchen replied calmly. Leading the creature onto the black-red bridge. The bridge, showing signs of age, was covered with rust, and tattered tents stood upon its surface, adorned with flags bearing the 9-headed totem that fluttered in the wind. Ragged children emerged from the tents, playfully wielding swordfish bones. Upon seeing the young man clad in the island lord's white dragon attire, leading a unicorn camel, they instinctively halted their antics, gazing curiously at the newcomers. Several haggard women with yellowed hair emerged from the tents, and upon noticing the statue in the black and white robe atop the unicorn camel, they gasped in fear, quickly bending down to shield the children, pressing their heads down. Qianchen observed the children and women at the roadside, their tattered garments and tattooed bodies, with some markings even obscuring their faces and eyes, rendered their true appearances indistinguishable. The chains dangling from Qianchen's wrists clinked melodiously against the bridge surface. Kylia, expressionless atop the camel, passed over the bridge, neither glancing at the children nor at Qianchen, her gaze fixed upon the fog of the Woolous Sea. Only after traversing the dilapidated tent area did she softly remark to Qianchen, these people were once residents of Dada Island. They have now become devotees of the flood god. Over the years, the number of those serving the flood god has grown, and soon, his totem will adorn every corner of Dada Island. Qianchen acknowledged, though he remained oblivious to the significance of Kylia's words, feeling no connection to her discourse. It was an inescapable reality. Those who dwelled by the sea had no choice but to serve its master for survival. Yet the mercurial sea had never shown mercy to its devotees. Kylia mused aloud, while Qianchen merely responded with casual agreement. As night fell, tendrils began to creep silently up from the bridge's foundation, entwining along its sides, swaying gently in the sea breeze, revealing faint blue bioluminescent cores that resembled eyes. Watching the passing boy and statue with an eerie gaze. Have you ever seen this? Kylia inquired, pointing to the glowing vines. Qianchen shook his head. He had never encountered them, and even if he had likely forgotten. These are sea snake vines, growing in the sea and mating on land. Do not be deceived by their delicate appearance. They are quite venomous. If you happen to be scratched, you will itch for several days, she explained. Suddenly grasping a vine and snapping its tip, the severed vine squirmed in her grasp, its surface adorned with numerous curved barbs. Of course, they cannot harm me. Do you know why? No, Qianchen replied. Because I am a stone, Kylia exclaimed, laughing triumphantly as she waved the sea snake vine toward Qianchen's face. He turned away casually, evading her playful attack. Wow, your reflexes are quite sharp. Kylia discarded the sea snake vine, resting her entire form on the hunchbacked creature. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Qianchen, I am truly intrigued. How did the U Empire train you? Qianchen turned his head to regard Kylia, whispering softly, I remember nothing. Ah. Never mind. Consider my question unasked, Kylia sighed. She then pointed ahead, exclaiming, Look, sea berries. Qianchen followed the trajectory of Kylia's pale gray finger. Amidst the mist surrounding the grand bridge, towering trees thrived, their sturdy trunks curving gracefully as they emerged from the ocean. Their deep green leaves were broad and rustled against one another, creating a symphony of sound. Astonishingly, even though the Iron Gate Bridge loomed several meters above the ground, these trees reached a height that matched the bridge's surface. Sea berries were a specialty of the Wuwang Sea. They can flourish in brackish water. How marvelous is that? Kylia remarked. Qianchen gazed calmly at the trees, finding nothing extraordinary about their growth in saltwater. The fruits borne by the sea berry trees served as sustenance for the merfolk and had once been a staple for the island's inhabitants. I had heard a priest mention that these fruits were rich in nutrients, but excessive consumption would turn one's teeth red. Ah, when I first awakened, indeed. The islanders had red teeth. Perched atop the back of the beast, Kylia looked up at the fruit-laden trees, murmuring, However, they don't seem ripe yet. Let's proceed further. Perhaps we will find some that are. After wandering through the mist for several hours, as night enveloped them, the sea berry trees grew ever larger and sturdier. The unicorn beast came to a halt before a colossal sea berry tree. Kylia spotted azure fruits adorning the trunk and stood up on the back of the unicorn beast, reaching for the branches. The creature huffed and puffed, its burden evidently heavier than that of an average individual. Kylia leapt, grasping two fruits, and as gravity took hold, she settled back onto the unicorn's back, causing it to tremble and sway on the bridge's surface. Extending her hand towards Qianchen, she said, Here, taste the ripe sea berries. Qianchen paused, then took a fruit and bit into it. To his surprise, beneath the blue skin lay an exceptionally vivid red flesh, reminiscent of blood. Kylia offered the other fruit to the unicorn, which, in a dazed manner, opened its mouth and began to devour it, splattering juice everywhere. The crimson liquid smeared across its lips, giving it the appearance of a beast adorned with lipstick. While feeding her mount, Kylia turned to Qianchen and asked, I've heard people say these are delicious. Do you find them tasty? Qianchen chewed the fruit, swallowing quickly, yet the flavor eluded him entirely. Slow down. Who is competing with you? Kylia chided. I wish to savor the taste, but you must cherish your body. Qianchen nodded, somewhat understanding, and deliberately slowed his chewing. Indeed. He sensed a peculiar mingling of sweet and salty flavors from the fruit, evoking thoughts of blood. He paused, staring at the fruit in his hand. In a moment of disorientation, he seemed to envision a roaring flame, spewing molten lava, and a whispering man amidst the inferno. At that fleeting instant, a splash of red struck his lips, a flavor that was equally scorching and sweetly saline. Yet, this vision was ephemeral. Qianchen could not discern whether it was a memory of taste or a recollection of the mind. He merely felt as if his body were ablaze, an uncomfortable sensation enveloping him. Chapter 11. Workaholic, Part 5. Qianchen stood in place for a moment, gradually feeling the burning sensation dissipate. Kylia, perched atop her beast of burden, gazed at him with curiosity. Are you all right, Qianchen? She inquired. I'm fine, he replied calmly, casting a glance at the mist behind him. He swallowed the berries in his mouth and led the beast onward. Not long after, he halted once more. Even without consciously listening, he could hear the rustling from the treetops and the pungent scent of decay wafting through the air. Additionally, faint cries echoed around him. No. No. I too am a devotee of the drowned god. I will deliver the goods to the Baron. Qianchen exchanged a glance with Kylia, who appeared momentarily taken aback before swiftly guiding her beast to the edge of the bridge. They leaned over to peer beneath the bridge's surface. Illuminated by the night and the phosphorescent sea serpent vines, they discerned a small wooden boat nearly submerged, where individuals were desperately struggling in the water. Their muffled cries for help barely audible. Help, glub, help, glub. Surrounding the boat were translucent figures, akin to water ghosts, pressing down on it and submerging both the vessel and its occupants beneath the waves. They cackled mockingly. What are you saying? The drowned god. How could a devotee of the drowned god not be able to swim? Be grateful. Hee hee hee. With the translucent figures undulating in the water, the small boat and its crew soon vanished from sight. Kylia's expression grew grave. She rose from her mount and shouted from above, Hey, what are you doing? As the night thickened, the translucent figures beneath the surface raised their heads to glance at the two above before plunging into the depths with a splash. Seeing Kylia's troubled countenance, Qianchen asked, Archbishop, what is happening? No sooner had he spoken than several light sounds echoed, and the stench in the air intensified. Turning, he saw several slimy, pale blue figures plummeting from the treetops, their backs laden with baskets woven from vines, heavy with sea berries. Strikingly, they wore no clothing whatsoever, not a shred to shield their forms. Armed with harvest hooks, they crouched on the ground, whispering hoarsely, "Ah, the thieves of fruit." In a rasping voice, one of the figures declared, "Dare to steal Lord Woden's fruit, and you shall meet your end. He he he." As they spoke, a chilling liquid oozed from their facial features. Qianchen observed them. Their skin was a translucent, decayed mass, revealing the rigid blue veins beneath. Their eyes vacant and unfocused, resembling talking corpses. As he twitched his fingers, the slimy figures recoiled several paces, as sensitive as flies detecting a raised swatter. Yet, Qianchen made no move, merely brushing the fruit juice from his fingertips. The ghastly figures became inexplicably enraged, shrieking sharply as more of their kind fell from the trees. Unlike the figures seen in the water, these bore harpoons and crude tools, coalescing into clusters like a gathering of cold, writhing corpses, exuding an overpowering stench of decay. Kylia could not detect the foul odor, but she could hear the hushed conspiracies of the slimy figures. Indeed, we just caught a smuggler, and now another is intruding. They murmured. What might they be here for? Perhaps to join us willingly. Are they newcomers? Hey, newcomer, are you also a devotee of the drowned god? One of the slimy figures bellowed from within the throng. Qianchen remained unmoved. Qianchen, Kylia called softly. He immediately stepped beside her. These are the drowned slaves, she said, lowering her gaze. Drowned slaves, Qianchen echoed. They are slaves resurrected by sea demons through dark sorcery after drowning, or those who willingly became servants of the sea demons out of hatred for humanity. They toil tirelessly under the sea demons, or transform more souls into drowned slaves. These individuals are already dead. They should be freed. Freed? Qianchen questioned, perplexed. How do you free them? By destroying their physical forms, Kylia replied coolly. Nodding, Qianchen released the reins and strode purposefully toward the group of drowned slaves. His movements incited a wave of panic. The clanking chains dragged against the ground, causing the drowned slaves to tense, their gazes fixed on him as they huddled together. Raising their harpoons and shouting, "What do you intend to do? I warn you, this is the domain of the sea demon Baron Woden, a legendary warrior honored by the Sea King Nepliton II, who has vanquished numerous high-ranking wizards of the Abides during the roaring battle." The chains danced lightly, creating a melodious clatter as they arced gracefully. The incessant chatter of the drowned slave extolling Baron Woden's valor was abruptly silenced as the swirling chain struck his head. The bone within shattered like an eggshell, splintering under the chain's force. The iron chain, still carrying the remnants of the head, struck another drowned slave, which in turn collided with a third, and so forth, all in the span of a single heartbeat. The whirlwind of chains sent a dozen shattered heads flying, accompanied by a gust and tremendous force, as the severed head splat against a towering berry tree, oozing down like a mound of rotting cheese. The stench intensified in the air. On the ground, a dozen headless drowned slaves knelt, their tongues quivering in their necks yet unable to produce any sound, for their tongues were all that remained. After a brief moment of gasping, they collapsed, a translucent, cold, dark liquid seeping from their necks. "Ah, murderer!" The drowned slaves screamed. The previously clustered group scattered in disarray. In the mist, Qianchen leaped, twisting his body to carve an astounding arc through the air. He spread his arms wide as the chain sliced through the air with a whoosh, sweeping through the panicked drowned slaves. As they fled, their upper bodies were severed from their lower halves, their astonished and terrified gazes fixed upon their own divided forms, as well as the fallen blue sea berries, igniting their frantic screams. "Ah, I will kill you. I will drown you." Qianchen landed lightly, accompanied by a cascade of sea berries and a dozen bisected drowned slaves. "Woden will kill you. He will drown you." The surviving drowned slaves cursed vehemently from the bridge. Unmoved, Qianchen crushed the sea berries underfoot, advancing toward the stragglers with the chains in hand, neither hurried nor slow. Whenever he encountered a dying slave hurling curses, he would deliver a swift kick to their head. In an instant, the ground was painted with a chaotic mix of red berry juice and cold, bluish blood. Just then, a sharp cry pierced the mist. "Hey, what are you doing?" Qianchen feigned ignorance, stepping forward one by one. In the midst of the mist, a slender figure surged forth, brandishing a sharp fish spine as she lunged toward Qianchen. Kylia, perched upon the back of a large, humped creature, was momentarily taken aback. Before her stood a sea witch, a female sea witch, with long, writhing tentacle-like hair. Enormous, blind white eyes, deep blue skin adorned with serpentine black stripes. "Oh, the god of drowning. I emerged merely to feed, and you have slaughtered my kin. You even destroyed our fruits. Ah, I shall kill you," the sea witch screeched. In the brief moment of Kylia's astonishment, the female sea witch charged at Qianqian, raising her sharp spine with ruthless intent aimed at his neck. Qianqian slightly lifted his gaze, intercepting the thrust with the spine, casting a cold glance at the assailant. "I will kill." Just a glance. The sea witch, with her writhing tentacle hair, fell silent, staring blankly at Qianqian. After a moment of stillness, she began to tremble, the spine slipping feebly from her grasp as she whimpered, "Sister, sister, you, come and see." "What now? What is all this commotion?" A slick voice emerged from the mist. A more robust figure slowly materialized from the fog. It was another female sea witch. Possessing massive appendages, her form fuller compared to the previously slender witch, with fewer patterns upon her skin. Instead of hair, several large tentacles sprouted from her head, writhing in the air, while two small shells barely concealed her ample bosom. Upon seeing the figure emerge from the mist, the few surviving drowned slaves on the ground crawled towards the sea witch, their eyes glazed with obsession, murmuring, Miss Bona, please let me." One of the large appendages crushed the skull of a drowned slave without hesitation, as she slithered closer to Qianqian, who held the sea witch's wrist. "Sister, look." The smaller sea witch trembled, pointing at Qianqian's face. The larger sea witch, Bona, paused, her mouth agape, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, exclaiming, "Saki, you are truly a lucky star, a male human, a handsome male human. Just look at the color of his hair. And the color of his eyes, such a rarity." Qianqian recalled the task assigned to him by the cat, his expression impassive as he released the female sea witch's arm, shaking the chains on his wrist, ready to continue his work. However, Kylia called out to him, "Qianqian, enough. Isn't this work?" He inquired. "They are not drowned slaves. They are sea witches. If we resort to violence, even if we escape unscathed, it will be the island's followers who suffer. Let us attempt to resolve this through dialogue first. If I cannot, then it shall be your turn to act," Kylia stated. With that, he released the chains, ignoring the remaining two sea witches, and stood motionless beside Kylia. Observing Qianqian's indifferent and cold demeanor, the larger sea witch remained unfazed, while the smaller sea witch, Saki, nearly fainted. Leaning against the larger sea witch, she gasped, "Sister, we must take him to the sea." The larger sea witch, Bona, drew closer to Qianqian, cradling the smaller sea witch, but Kylia leapt down from the creature's back, positioning herself in front of the two sea witches, extending her pale, grayish arms to block Bona's path. Compared to the larger Bona, Kylia's figure was significantly more delicate, yet her action was remarkably resolute. At that moment, Bona noticed the grayish girl before her, irritably waving her arm in an attempt to shove Kylia aside, but the girl proved unexpectedly heavy. With a push, the sea witch sensed something amiss. What are you?" Bona exclaimed, astonished. "So heavy?" "I am not an object," Kylia retorted, vexed. "I am a messenger sent by the island lord of Dada Island to meet Baron Woden." "The statue can talk?" The young sea witch Saki gasped, covering her mouth with her tentacles and fingers. The larger sea witch, Bona, became more cautious, scrutinizing Kylia from head to toe, her expression shifting to one of realization. "I have heard tales of a talking statue on Dada Island. Could you be that statue?" Kylia, feeling irked, replied, "I am not a statue, I am stone. Inadvertently shaped into this form." "Then that is essentially a statue," the larger sea witch remarked. Kylia, annoyed, sought to avoid further debate over the nature of her form and directly inquired, "What is your relationship with the sea witch Woden?" Bona raised an eyebrow. "Are you seeking my father?" "Yes," Kylia confirmed. "Please take me to meet Baron Woden." Bona burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. The smaller sea witch, Saki, shook with laughter at her side. "Hey, statue, you've destroyed so many drowned slaves, and you still wish to see my father? Are you tired of living?" Bona cackled. Kylia spread her hands. "The sea claims thousands of lives each year. Dada Island alone contributes hundreds of corpses to you. Those followers willingly cast themselves into the sea after death, becoming your kin. Now, a mere 10 drowned slaves less, and you seek to slay the envoy of Dada Island? Is Baron Woden truly so narrow-minded?" Bona faltered, then retorted with indignation, "Such a loquacious statue. You dare to argue after destroying my property. Sister, sister." Saki squirmed in Bona's embrace, her eyes fixated on the standing Qianchen. Stop arguing with her. Hurry up. Chapter 12, Workaholic, Part 6. Under the urging of her younger sister, Bona glanced at Qianchen and said, "So, you wish to see father? Come along then." With that, she beckoned to Kylia, her stout appendages wriggling as she glided forward across the bridge. Kylia exchanged glances with Qianchen, who then took the unicorn beast reins and followed closely behind Kylia and the two sea nymphs. Before long, they reached the end of the Grand Bridge, where it abruptly fractured into two segments, the jagged edges marred by signs of violent tearing, as though some immense and irresistible force had forcibly cleaved it apart. Below, the inky black waters churned restlessly. Following the glimmers of blue light, Qianchen discerned that the other half of the bridge lay shrouded in mist, several hundred meters distant. That was the lair of the sea nymph Wotan. Kylia whispered to Qianchen, pointing towards the crimson trees in the water. He occupies this gap, preventing merchants from crossing, be it by land or sea. Only the sea nymphs can transport goods from across the waters to Dada Island, or vice versa. Qianchen nodded, indicating his comprehension. The breach in the bridge was laden with thick, formidable iron chains, intertwined and linking the nest in the sea to the iron bridge, covered with serpentine vines. Some drowned slaves leaped from the berry trees by the bridge, carrying clusters of sea berries to the chains, climbing down the vines. The vines retaliated with sharp thorns, slicing gashes into the slave's skin, yet they seemed oblivious, wriggling down the vines like worms. Bona and her companion sea nymph, Seki, watched Kylia and remarked, "If you wish to see father, then keep up." With that, they unfurled their appendages and strolled leisurely down the thick vines, their limbs slick with mucus and equipped with suckers, utterly ignoring the sharp spikes, moving as if on level ground. Kylia, gazing down at the perilously high bridge surface and the menacing spikes, wore a troubled expression. Qianchen, perplexed, observed her. She had previously claimed to be unperturbed by such hazards. Kylia, feeling his gaze, retorted with mild irritation, "What are you staring at? I'm not afraid of the spikes, but I fear heights. A fall from here would shatter me." As Kylia swayed, uncertain of Qianchen's intentions, he suddenly leaped off the edge towards the tumultuous sea below. "Ah, are you trying to die?" Kylia screamed, startled by his directness, clinging tightly to his neck and shutting her eyes. The wind howled around them, tousling Qianchen's hair as he remained expressionless. Just before they landed, he flicked his wrist, and a cascade of chains latched onto the thick vines. With a powerful swing, he propelled Kylia upward, landing solidly on the broad roots of the crimson trees. Kylia opened her eyes, her heart racing as she glanced back at the broken bridge. Realizing she had plummeted from a dizzying height, breathing a sigh of relief, she hurriedly dismounted from Qianchen, hoping to avoid a repeat of such a harrowing descent. Qianchen's descent was swifter than that of the two sea nymphs, who only then began to navigate their way down the vines. The larger sea nymph, Bona, seemed unbothered, while Seki glared at Kylia, her displeasure evident. The presence of strangers set the small island on high alert. As several male sea nymphs emerged from the tree hollows, brandishing sharp spikes and shouting, "Who dares intrude upon the Baroness' residence? Enough, enough! Stand down. These are guests from Dada Island." Bona slithered past Qianchen, commanding her kin, "Take this statue to meet father. It seems to carry the island lord's decree." Upon hearing island lord, the group of sea nymphs erupted in laughter, as if they had heard a jest. Kylia, feeling slighted, suppressed her discontent, though it showed on her face. Amidst the laughter, an old sea nymph carrying a blue lantern emerged from a water-filled hollow, shaking off barnacles and seawater. "Hurry along. If you tarry, Lord Wotan will rest, and none shall see him." Kylia disregarded the old nymph, standing beside him as Qianchen followed closely. The old nymph was about to lead them to Baron Wotan when Bona called out, "Wait a moment." Kylia, taken aback, asked, "What now? Do you really need a weapon to meet father?" Bona sneered, "Either you go in alone, or neither of you enters. Those are the rules. No one may break them." Kylia retorted, "He is not a weapon. I don't care whether he is or not. He cannot enter," Seki declared, hands on her hips. Kylia glanced at Qianchen, her face flickering with hesitation, but the moment of doubt quickly vanished as she instructed him, "Wait for me here." With that, she began to follow the old nymph into the hollow. However, Qianchen stopped her, warning, "It's dangerous." "It's fine. I'm as solid as stone. They can't harm me. Besides, you'll be right there, won't you? If there's trouble, I'll call for you." Qianchen felt uneasy and did not relent. "Oh, come on. Can we not dawdle?" Seki interjected impatiently, "It's just a broken stone statue. Who cares? I've seen far more interesting things." Let us go see father quickly, or I'll toss you into the sea. You're a statue. 10 years submerged 1T ruin you, right? Kylia grasped Qianxin's arm, whispering, This is work, I assenti it. I am a high priest of the holy light. He 1T harm me. And if he does, I'll call for you, okay? Upon hearing the word work, Qianxin instinctively released his grip, silently allowing her passage. I'm a bit worried, Kylia admitted, her brow furrowed. You're too naive, Qianxin observed, puzzled. Kylia surveyed the cold, shadowy eyes around them. Gritting her teeth, she leaned close to Qianxin and whispered, While I negotiate with the sea nymph Wotan, you must not engage with them. After a moment's thought, she reconsidered, realizing that Qianxin had not retaliated even when attacked by Hyman Ross. If he were to engage in a conflict with these sea nymphs, refraining from fighting could lead to dire consequences. Don't. Kylia spun around, contemplating for a moment before whispering urgently, As long as they don't touch you, don't engage. But if they do, you must fight back. Do you understand? I understand, Qianxin affirmed, standing tall. That's better, Kylia muttered. Satisfied that there were no loopholes in her plan, she followed the old sea nymph with the blue lantern into the tree hollow. No sooner had Kylia entered than the small sea nymph Seki could no longer contain her excitement. She bounced over eagerly, sparkling eyes fixed on Qianxin, and asked impatiently, What is your name, big brother? Qianxin remained indifferent, his gaze fixed on the mist and waves of the steaming sea, his profile illuminated coldly by the moonlight. The small sea nymph, awestruck, stammered, I'm Seki Fitriite. Just call me Seki. Qianxin's brow furrowed slightly. He cared little for her name and turned away, refocusing on the sea. Seki, in a fit of inexplicable excitement, cried out, covering her face as waves of floral patterns appeared on her body, shifting in color, sometimes resembling rocks, sometimes coral, at times moss, and occasionally branches. In stark contrast to her sister's enthusiasm, Qianxin's indifference and Seki's shrieks irked Bona. She stepped forward, firmly grasping the overly excited Seki, and warned, Quiet down. Don't disturb father. Seki collapsed against her sister, trembling as she exclaimed, He's really quite handsome. Then just take him to your cave. Why are you shouting? Bona replied, exasperated. As she spoke, she reached for Qianxin's shoulder. Distance, 1 distance, 50 centimeters, distance, 25 centimeters. Qianxin observed the hand hovering nearer to him and recalled Kylia's words before her departure, responding coldly, Don't touch me. This marked his first interaction with the two sea maidens. And his words immediately sparked Bona's anger. What is this? Acting all high and mighty, are we? Bona retorted, her ire palpable. Let us see if you can maintain that arrogance once you're in my cave. Yet, her hand was suddenly intercepted by Seki. At this moment, Seki had calmed down slightly. She anxiously implored, Sister, we cannot do this. Bona gazed at Seki in confusion. Seki shook her sister's hand vigorously. We must not resort to force. We finally met someone like him. We cannot treat him like the others. That would be utterly tasteless. Then what do you propose? Bona inquired, perplexed. Let him take the initiative. Sister, we are girls after all, Seki shyly suggested, her fingers twisting nervously. Her head bowed as she fidgeted, her tentacles and lower limbs twisting in unison. Bona was taken aback. Why are you acting like a human girl? Have you seen a somewhat decent-looking human and decided to become one yourself? Let me tell you, those human males are the most despicable creatures, without exception. Do not be deceived by their appearances or words. Stand aside. I shall turn him into a drowned slave, and then you can play with him as you wish. Qianxin remained unmoved by her words. He was indifferent to the sea maiden's opinions of males and paid no heed to their conversation. Her words went in one ear and out the other, like a gentle breeze, leaving no trace in his vacant mind. However, Seki grew frantic, grasping Bona's hand tightly, pleading, No, sister. Just this once, I want him to take the initiative. I beg you, sister. Consider it a birthday gift for me. Seeing her sister's beseeching expression, Bona finally lowered her arm and sighed, You really are impossible. Fine. Where do you plan to take him? Seki brightened, exclaiming, To my room. I have many beautiful clothes. Bona disdainfully poked Seki's forehead and shouted at Qianxin, Hey, human, you're in luck. Come with us. Qianxin stood still on the red tree trunk, wholly indifferent to their words. Hey, are you deaf? Come here. Bona shouted louder. Qianxin remained unresponsive. Bona, unable to tolerate such disregard, felt her face change colors under the moonlight, and the patterns on her body flickered. She waved her hands. summoning several on-looking sea maidens from the tree hollow, armed with sharp weapons, to encircle Qianqian. But Seki anxiously waved her hands, silently dismissing her kin. Then, she approached Qianqian, playfully asking beside his profile, "Young sir, what brings you here?" Distance, 15 centimeters. Work? Seki covered her mouth. "I have a very important task to entrust to you." For the first time, Qianqian turned his head, scrutinizing the little sea maiden. "I am currently working. We can talk once I'm done," he replied earnestly. The little sea maiden bit her lip and quickly shook her head. No. You see, the Lady of the Stone just went to meet my father. Although I do not know what they are discussing, my father, Baron Woden, is quite a formidable sea creature." Qianqian listened quietly, displaying remarkable patience. "But I am different." The little sea maiden twirled under the moonlight. "I am my father's most beloved child, if I can speak on your behalf. No matter how absurd the Stone Lady's request may be, my father will surely grant it." Qianqian tilted his head. Seki raised a finger and winked at Qianqian. "So? If you're willing to help me with a small favor, I can assist you in return. What do you say? A mutual exchange, part of your work. Collaborating with that Stone Lady. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Qianqian found it reasonable. He nodded. "What favor?" Seki grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth. She leaned closer to Qianqian and whispered in his ear, "Recently, someone from Aphida sent me a cabinet full of clothes, but I, being a sea maiden, do not quite understand human aesthetics. Could you help me choose some, please?" Distance, 5 centimeters. Qianqian was unfamiliar with the concept of aesthetics and could not comprehend the little sea maiden's words. Yet, since it was part of his work and made sense, he nodded and turned around. "Lead the way." Seki and Bona exchanged smiles. The little sea maiden extended her hand, pointing to an opening amidst the red trees. "This way." Chapter 13. Workaholic, Part 7. Qianqian trailed behind 2 female sea demons as they ventured into a hollow formed by the intricate intertwining of countless tree roots and trunks. Although referred to as a tree hollow, it resembled a corridor, illuminated by azure crystal lamps hanging from the branches. The lamp holders, crafted from silver, were adorned with intricate carvings of various sea creatures, most of which bore tentacles. The blue light cast a profound azure glow throughout the passage, reflecting off the water and revealing the unfathomable depths below, where fish of various sizes occasionally flitted by. As Qianqian navigated the trunks, he stepped in and out of the water, which sometimes lapped at his ankles, at other times reaching his calves, quickly soaking his shoes. The chains clinked softly, occasionally snagging on the trunks, prompting him to lift his wrists slightly and wrap the chains around his arm. Soon, he emerged from the hollow into a spacious area beneath the trees, where several large blue lamps illuminated golden furniture that shimmered under the light, intricately engraved with images of 9-headed monsters. The 2 sea demons waded through waist-deep water to a raised platform. Seki turned her head and beckoned to Qianqian. "Come here." Qianqian surveyed the expansive subterranean space, where vibrant sea serpents flicked their tongues among the tangled trunks, while crabs scurried swiftly between the wood. Bona reclined on a wooden chaise, her lower limbs submerged in the water, allowing her appendages to sway gently. A robust sea serpent swam into her embrace, and she tenderly stroked its head, while the serpent hissed cautiously at Qianqian. With a gentle leap, Qianqian cleared a chasm several meters wide and landed lightly on the edge of the platform. The serpent in Bona's grasp coiled tightly, adopting a defensive posture at the sight of Qianqian. "Please, take a seat," Seki urged warmly, inviting Qianqian to sit down. "Work." Qianqian calmly reminded Seki. "Don't rush. Sit first. I'll fetch you some clothes," Seki replied, pointing to a stone chair in the room. Qianqian sat down, placing his hands on his knees, waiting in silence. Instead of the clothes he anticipated, a drink was placed on the armrest of the stone chair. The liquid inside the cup was dark red, resembling blood, swirling with unidentifiable fragments and exuding a pungent, sweet aroma. As he gazed at the drink's color, a sharp pain pricked his head. In a daze, he recalled a raging fire and the searing lava. Seki observed him as she opened a golden cabinet, retreating behind it. Moments later, she emerged, adorned in a dazzling silver outfit. The garment, with wide gaps between each shimmering piece, showcased her delicate, pale blue skin. With webbed fingers outstretched, Seki struck a striking pose, one hand on her hip and the other near her eyes. "Do I look good?" she inquired softly. Qianqian's expression remained indifferent as he regarded her, softly uttering, "I don't know." "What about this one?" she asked, holding up a fringed garment with care. Qianqian, seated on the ground, found himself perplexed by her question. It was simple enough to wear the outfit. Why inquire about its appeal? I don't know, he repeated. Seki, biting her lip in frustration, set the fringed dress aside and rummaged through the cabinet for an extended period. Finally, she re-emerged in a wizard's robe adorned with lightning patterns and lizard motifs, twirling before Qianqian and asking, "What about this? Is it beautiful?" "Hey," Seki pouted, feigning annoyance. "How can you be so unresponsive? Just say something." Qianqian remained silent, unable to comprehend her expectations and unwilling to try. This task felt somewhat tedious to him, though within tolerable bounds of monotony. "Dear sister, you still don't understand these men," Bona chuckled from her chaise. "They're all masters of feigned ignorance." Seki huffed in response, appearing at a loss. Bona sighed, "Let me demonstrate." With that, she tossed the sea serpent aside and approached the golden cabinet. After a brief search, she exchanged 2 shells for a snug, exotic short top, layered with a thin veil. Draping the veil over her face, she danced gracefully, her appendages adorned with golden bells that chimed melodiously as she moved. Bona extended her hand, and a large sea serpent descended from the ceiling, which she caressed and kissed, her upper body undulating fluidly as if boneless. With the sound of tinkling bells, she drew closer to Qianqian. Seki watched her sister with heavy breaths, thinking, truly, she is remarkable. Living longer brings such prowess. The sight was almost overwhelming for her as a woman, let alone for a seemingly youthful boy. As her jealousy mounted, she found herself on the verge of tears, glancing at Qianqian. If it were anyone else, I could accept it, but she froze. For Qianqian sat on the stone chair, gazing at her sister's enchanting dance with an expression of complete indifference, his demeanor almost vacant. Bona noticed Qianqian's seemingly frozen face and bit her lip, narrowing her eyes. As she twirled, the thin veil gradually fell to the ground. With each rotation, the fabric on her short top diminished, revealing it to be merely a few inches wide. Qianqian observed the exposed sea demon before him, his brow furrowing slightly. He was baffled by her intentions, uncertain if this was some sort of ritual or performance. Nevertheless, he had no desire to comprehend its nature. Kylia seems to be lagging in her duties, he mused. If I were in charge, we would have already commenced our journey home. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. Now, what do you think of me? Bona inquired, teasingly tossing her tentacle-like hair, her gaze sultry as she continued to sway. She clasped her arms across her chest, her movements increasingly provocative. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Qianqian as he beheld the discarded garments strewn across the floor. The thought of lingering in such a situation sent a wave of discomfort through him. He immediately resolved to rise and prompt Kylia to hasten her task. Yet, before he could stand, a cold hand settled on the armrest of his chair, with tentacles coiling around the stone seat. A massive form loomed over him, casting a shadow that obscured his features. From beneath damp hair, a forked tongue flicked out, revealing a toothy grin. "Do not touch me. It could be fatal," Qianqian warned earnestly, meeting the sea demon Bona's gaze with intensity. Bona was taken aback, her gaze fixated on the profound depths of his black eyes. Reflected within them was her own visage, yet beyond that, there lay an emptiness devoid of any longing or excitement, calm, pure, and indifferent. A sense of humiliation surged within the heart of the sea demon. She took a step back, astonished by the boy seated upon the stone chair. It was a look she had never encountered, even after countless interactions with human males, a gaze that seemed to convey a silent scorn, deriding everything she had just done. "How dare you, wretched creature, insult the noble descendant of the drowned god?" Bona roared, her voice transforming from sultry rasp to a thunderous roar akin to crashing waves. She twisted her fingers, purple light coalescing at her fingertips. "Sister," Seki screamed, "don't." Yet her pleas fell upon deaf ears, ignored by the furious Bona, who reached out toward the boy on the stone chair. The serpents hissed, and crabs extended their eye stalks, as if anticipating the ensuing events. Qianqian, propped on his knee, rose from the stone chair and walked toward the passage leading outside. He could not comprehend why he had warned her repeatedly, yet the sea demon remained obstinately unheeding. Was his message not clear enough? Why must she insist on touching him? Would it cost her a piece of flesh if she refrained? If she wished to twist and turn, that was her prerogative. Yet why must it involve him? Qianqian found himself perplexed and unwilling to seek understanding. He resolved to abandon this tangential encounter and leave this place, disregarding these incomprehensible beings. However, he had not ventured far when, slap, a cold hand pressed upon his shoulder. Several robust tentacles coiled around his waist, and a frenzied, contorted face appeared behind him. "Just touching you, Val beast. What will you do about it?" Bona clung tightly to Qianqian, her breath hot against the nape of his neck as she hissed, Prepare to become a drowned slave. Qinshen glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder, his mouth slightly agape as he raised his wrist. The chains produced a soft clinking sound. Chapter 14. Workaholic, Part 8. Kylia followed the aged sea witch through a corridor formed by the roots of the red trees. The water rising from her knees to her waist, deepening with each step. The corridor above her grew taller, and as she gazed along the spiraling roots, she noticed numerous sea witches perched upon the vaulted ceiling, exhaling wisps of smoke under the soft glow of pale blue magical crystals, whispering amongst themselves. Kylia felt a flicker of concern for Qinshen, despite their brief acquaintance. Though this soldier from the Yu Empire was formidable in combat, his vacant expression reminded her of a young beast lost in the wilderness, separated from its mother. Could he be deceived? Kylia pondered, uncertain if her previous words had any effect on him. As she contemplated, the corridor reached its end. The elderly sea witch bent slightly, extending a gnarled finger from beneath his tattered robe towards a vast courtyard within. The courtyard was entirely composed of trees and seawater, encircled by dense red trees. Beneath them lay a pool of water, approximately 20 meters in diameter, where sharks rolled and devoured nameless corpses. A colossal male sea witch lounged on the roots at the far side of the pool, leaning against the trunk. He reclined on a vividly colored chair made of dense coral, magnificent in its hues. He was 3 times the size of an ordinary sea witch. His lower half submerged in the pool, while several massive tentacles writhed in the water. Beneath those tentacles, clusters of female sea witches frolicked and played. Although she had never seen him before, Kylia recognized him instantly. It was Baron Watton, the conqueror of the Iron Gate Bridge. My lord. The aged sea witch called from the opposite side of the pool. Someone from Dada Island seeks an audience. The great sea witch lazily raised his head, revealing 8 black compound eyes. The appearance of these sea beings was not fixed, seeming as capricious as the creations of a whimsical deity. 3 of his eyes focused on the silhouette on the opposite bank, and upon noticing Kylia, Watton's interest piqued. He waved her over, saying, "Come here." Kylia waded into the pool, the water rising to her chest, carefully stepping on the roots to avoid slipping into the unfathomable depths. Upon reaching the center of the pool, she could advance no further, for the water would soon cover her head. A tentacle adorned with numerous suckers approached her, coiling around her neck and gliding around her head. The cold, hard sensation aroused Watton's curiosity. "I have long heard of a statue that speaks on Dada Island. Is that you?" The Baron's voice was deep yet gentle, indicating a pleasant mood. "I am not a statue. I am stone," Kylia replied, remaining still as the tentacle roamed over her. "Stone statue, what difference does it make?" Watton shrugged, his tentacle playfully lifting the fabric of her attire. Kylia remained unperturbed. "This robe seems familiar. Where have I seen it before?" Watton inquired while leaning against the trunk. "I am Kylia from the Cathedral of Holy Light on Dada Island," she stated. A shark swam past her, curiously sniffing at her, but finding nothing of interest. It soon returned to devouring the corpses in the pool. "Oh, I thought it was someone important. It turns out it is merely the Archbishop. My apologies." Watton's words elicited laughter among the sea witches in the redwoods. 2 petite sea witches clinging to his tentacle, laughing uncontrollably. Kylia remained silent, submerged in the water, adjusting her attire that had been disheveled by the tentacle. "Had you come to see me a few centuries ago, I would have risen to greet you at the bridge. Alas, the holy light has been forsaken for centuries," Watton taunted. "What brings the Archbishop here? Seeking garments, perhaps? Rest assured, as long as you are willing to speak. There is no attire from the 7 seas and 4 nations that I cannot procure. Wearing this is a personal preference," Kylia replied, "and it has nothing to do with my presence here." "Is that so? Then what is your purpose here?" Watton inquired, appearing quite amenable. Kylia explained, "The inhabitants of Dada Island wish for the Iron Gate Bridge to resume normal operations, and I have come to convey this desire." Watton paused, then laughed heartily. "I recall a century ago, when the former lord of Dada Island destroyed the Iron Gate Bridge, hoping I would come to block the ships and cavalry from my fidu. Am I not performing my duties satisfactorily? Now, only a few years after Ifidu's decline, you expect me to vacate the Iron Gate Bridge. Do you take me for a mere servant?" The 2 petite sea witches giggled, their tendrils quivering, as they pressed their faces against Watton's, offering him chilling kisses. Watton, dismissively stroking their backs, scoffed, "If I were not here to intervene, the usurper Amandi would have long since annexed Dada Island. Those wretched islanders not only fail to express gratitude, but now demand I clear the way. Truly, absurdity. Wouldn't you agree, Archbishop? They do not ask you to clear the way. They still hold the sea witches in high regard. They merely wish to conduct business as usual, or perhaps pay a little less in commissions, Kylia pleaded. Dada Island is a poor isle, unable to bear such high commissions. After all, the islanders need to survive. Watton regarded Kylia with a disdainful expression, remaining silent. Kylia, submerged in the water, clasped her hands together. My Lord Baron, you have lived quite comfortably. Even if you venture to the depths, the profits amassed from your dealings between Dada Island and Ifidu over the years would suffice for a lifetime of security. Why continue to snatch sustenance from the islanders who toil the land? Pa, Watton scoffed, a condescending laugh escaping him. He tilted his head, casting a glance at the diminutive stone figure submerged in the water. I intend to seize the foolish creature's sustenance. What will you do about it? Let me be clear. I not only wish to take their food, but I desire to turn them all into drowned slaves, laboring tirelessly for me. Kylia was taken aback. After a moment of silence, she lowered her gaze and said softly, That is not right. Huh? Watton's 6 eyes fixed on Kylia. Say that again. That is not right. Kylia repeated, a sense of helplessness washing over her. A cacophony of laughter erupted from Watton, who doubled over in mirth, his laughter echoing through the lair, inciting the joyous laughter of countless kin among the sea witches. They exchanged bewildered calls and laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke. After an extended bout of laughter lasting half a minute, it gradually subsided. Is this the Cathedral of Holy Light? Watton suddenly questioned. Kylia remained silent, fist clenched. I was once curious as to why the faith that once dominated the continent has fallen to such depths. Now, seeing you, I understand, Watton remarked. Kylia shook her head. I do not like tentacles. Humph, you do not like them? Watton pushed aside the 2 female sea witches in his embrace, rising from the water, his tone turning serious. Let me tell you, Stone Girl, it is precisely because the Holy Light meddled in affairs that no one holds it in esteem anymore. No one appreciates busybodies in this world. Do you know what sort of person they admire? With a wave of his hand, all the sharks, as if sensing a change, ceased their consumption of corpses and swam to the bottom of the pool, remaining motionless. The female sea witches frolicking beneath his tentacles also froze in place. The water in the pool suddenly stilled, devoid of any ripples, tranquil as a mirror. Baron Walton's colossal tentacles coiled around the trunk, straightening his back to transform into a towering figure over 6 meters high. He twisted his torso before the mirror-like surface of the sea, raising his arms to reveal the exaggerated muscles and dorsal fins on his chest and back. He gazed at the water, admiring his extraordinarily robust physique, and mused. They favor individuals like me strong, wicked, and affluent. Baron Walton continued, the drowning god delights in those like me. His subjects yearn to emulate me. Even though they are all slaves of the depths, yet they still aspire to be like me. As for you, who would care for your thoughts? Who would concern themselves with the light's opinion? Who would wish to become someone like you? Observing the imposing silhouette by the water's edge, Kylia sighed and shook her head. It's too real, Walton. She slowly retreated from the water, murmuring, words feel so insipid. I must admit, for a fleeting moment, I envied you, but merely envied. With that, she turned and walked toward the cave's exit, leaving without a trace of longing. However, Walton called out to her. Stop. Kylia halted. Walton inquired. Where are you headed? Kylia froze, her expression sour. Walton chuckled lightly, saying, I had been racking my brain over what gift to present to that esteemed individual. Ah, Archbishop. While I have no interest in cold, hard stone, perhaps the usurper and the goddess of beauty do. You know, they select the most favored artworks every decade. The female sea siren beneath Baron Walton's arm regarded Kylia, covering her mouth as she giggled, mockingly taunting the damp and disheveled statue. So, are you interested in representing the drowning god in the competition? You are dreaming. Kylia retorted, each word deliberate. Humph, seize her, Walton sneered, dismissively waving his hand. Send her to Afe. Splash. Several sea sirens descended from the ceiling, while more emerged from the depths of the pool. Armed with sharp swordfish spines, they encircled Kylia. The spines glimmered with blue magical crystals, emanating a perilous glow. Thousand Dawn. Kylia screamed. Chapter 15, Workaholic, Part 9. The chain swayed gently in the air, producing a soft clinking sound. Clink, clink. Accompanying the sound of the chains, a crimson liquid slowly dripped silently from them. As the droplets encountered an obstruction, they changed direction, tracing shapes that were towering, supple, transparent, and lifeless. With each drop that fell, the camouflage of the siren, who had been in peril, gradually failed, and her once transparent skin returned to normal, revealing a large pool of twitching form on the floor. The convulsing appendages entwined with the tips of the chains and the boy's damp, scaly boots, embodying a sense of reluctance. Ultimately, they transformed into a cold sashimi, losing their vitality as time passed, helplessly sinking into the sea. Tick, tick. Accompanied by the dripping blood from the chains, the siren, Vona, reappeared on the tree trunk floor. She lay with her chest facing upwards, yet her head was contorted in the opposite direction, facing the roots and the sea. The source of her contradiction lay in her twisted neck, where her spine had ruptured through her pale blue skin, causing blood to spread across the trunk and into the water. Her eyes were wide open, her expression one of shock and confusion, as if she could not comprehend what had transpired until the very last moment. Perhaps the speed of her demise had been so swift that she had no time to express any pain. In the corner of the room, Seki sat helplessly on the ground, her eyes wide open. Her eyes, already large, now seemed to occupy half her face due to the events unfolding before her. Yet, the joy of their initial encounter had vanished, replaced by boundless fear and unease. Clink. Qian-Chen's fingers pressed down gently, lifting the chains with a casual demeanor, nonchalantly rewrapping them around his wrist. The once graceful appendages, now devoid of neural control, floated in the water, the bells on them chiming softly with the undulating waves, accompanied by the clinking of chains, resembling a tranquil requiem. A quivering voice echoed, You killed her. Qian-Chen heard someone questioning him, but he remained oblivious, continuing to sort the chains in his hands. You killed my sister. Seki could hardly believe it as she stood up and moved forward, yearning to touch her sister's body once more. However, upon sensing a creature's approach, Qian-Chen immediately turned to glance at Seki. The sharpness of his gaze and the clinking of the chains drove Seki nearly to madness, a wave of anxiety and fear causing her to retreat frantically, huddling against the golden wardrobe, clutching her head and repeatedly muttering, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Qian-Chen remained motionless, observing Seki as he organized the chains. Time seemed to stretch to its limits at that moment. The silent torment nearly pushed Seki to the brink of collapse, until a cry echoed through the dense branches. Qian-Chen. He sprang into action, moving with the speed of thunder. Seki, pushed to the edge, could no longer contain herself. She clutched her head and let out a piercing scream. The sea roared and surged chaotically at that moment. Yet, Qian-Chen did not rush toward her. Instead, he dashed into the corridor, leaping over branches submerged in waves, advancing rapidly. After several leaps, he emerged outside the corridor. The sky was gathering dark clouds, a harbinger of an impending storm. All the sirens within the Wotan's lair emerged, gazing up at the gathering clouds, kneeling on the red trunks, emitting eerie cries. Qian-Chen could not comprehend their words, nor did he care. He hurried along the trunk, racing toward the place where Kylia called him, for duty beckoned him. The sirens guarding the entrance of the Wotan's lair saw Qian-Chen charging toward them and immediately drew their sharp weapons, shouting, What are you doing? Stop. Ignoring them. Qian-Chen leaped upon the waves, stomping heavily on their heads. Two sirens had their faces contorted and twisted, blood gushing from their noses. Utilizing the recoil, Qian-Chen leapt forward, soaring over 10 meters, brushing past several remaining sirens, leaving behind a torrent of waves that roared within the corridor. As he traversed, Qian-Chen flung the chains from his hands, hooking onto the magic crystal lamp at the top of the corridor, pulling himself up to evade the surging waves below. With the force of impact, he soared high, charging into the core region of Baron Wotan's lair. At that moment, in the central area of the Wotan lair, Kylia was being restrained by a dozen sirens. They struggled to stuff her into a cage overrun with barnacles. Just as they set her down, a shadow suddenly streaked across the sky. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. One of the sirens closing the cage inexplicably flew out. The airborne siren crashed violently against the red trunk behind Baron Wotan, causing the entire lair to tremble slightly. As the tension shifted, the female sirens beside Wotan gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths as they gazed at the male siren sliding down from the trunk. It fell beside Baron Wotan, convulsing, blood pouring from its nostrils and mouth, clearly gravely injured. The sirens guarding the cage instantly went on high alert, instinctively stepping back. Gazing upward at the top of the cage, a boy, bound by chains, appeared from nowhere, standing atop the cage that held the stone statue, the chains clanging melodiously against the iron bars. The sirens stared at the sudden arrival, puzzled by his identity and purpose, raising their weapons defensively. At this moment, Baron Wotan regained his composure, pushing aside his favored concubine, his massive form coiling around the trunk as he fixed his gaze on the diminutive figure, rumbling. "Who are you? What brings you here?" He merely stood atop Kylia's cage, looking down at her, inquiring, "Did you fail?" Faced with Qian-Chen's straightforward question, Kylia's expression turned awkward. Though she desperately wished to deny it, she nodded and reluctantly admitted, "I have failed. Conversation cannot resolve the issue. Are you still working?" Qian-Chen continued to probe. Kylia nodded again. A zealous siren surged forward, thrusting a short-handled trident toward Qian-Chen's chin. In a flash, Qian-Chen bent low, as if his waist had broken, arching backward. The siren was baffled by how a human's body could bend in such a manner, seemingly more like a siren than a siren itself. In the blink of an eye, Qian-Chen's scaly boot struck the siren's chin with a fierce kick, swift and brutal, akin to an upward iron hammer. The siren's face contorted grotesquely upon impact, skin on its neck tearing from the unnatural stretch. Blood and several sharp teeth spewed forth as it rolled its eyes. Toppling backward into the pool with a heavy thud, the boy stood resolutely atop the cage, slowly straightening up with the strength of his abdomen. While Kylia glanced at the chains dangling through the gaps of the cage, swallowing an imaginary lump in her throat and taking a step back. "Kill this brat," roared the siren kin. The fall of one siren did not intimidate the others. Those receiving the command raised their weapons and charged toward Qian-Chen. Various fish spines and bone forks, sharpened by the blue crystals, posed a significant threat, slicing through his clothes with the slightest contact. Kylia, observing this scene from within the cage, instinctively covered her mouth, for the perilous spectacle surpassed anything she had witnessed in her lifetime. She desperately wanted to scream but feared disturbing Qian-Chen, so she could only stifle her cries, her heart racing. Faced with the sudden onslaught of a dozen sea monsters, Qian-Chen exhibited little reaction. After mentally reviewing the task and confirming its flawless execution, he leaped high, evading the sharp weapons of the sea creatures. In midair, he raised the chain in his hand, swinging it like a staff. The chain clanged ominously as it hurtled toward the forehead of an approaching sea monster. The strike was both fierce and swift, executed without hesitation or reluctance. Several sea monsters standing in a line had their heads brutally shattered, staggering back with agonized cries. Blood splattered into the pool, tinting the water crimson. More sea monsters surged forward, but upon witnessing Qian-Chen's ferocity, they altered their strategy and resorted to ambush. One sea monster emerged from the depths of the pool, brandishing a sharp fishbone scimitar, aiming a swift and ruthless thrust towards Qian-Chen's waist. Just as he landed from his prior leap, Qian-Chen angled his body, and his feet slid rapidly across the smooth redwood surface, seemingly on a collision course with the fishbone blade. As the strike appeared imminent, the ambushing sea monster's nostrils flared with excitement, its eyes bloodshot. In a sudden, unexpected maneuver, Qian-Chen bent his knee and lifted his arm. Using the momentum of his swift retreat, he delivered a powerful elbow strike. A sound akin to something shattering echoed. It was the ribcage of the sea monster's kin. In disbelief, the creature gazed at the indentation in its chest, unable to comprehend how this youth seemed to possess an eye in the back of his head. Bending low, Qian-Chen struck the sea monster's thorax with his elbow while his other hand slid along the creature's wrist, twisting it in a deft maneuver. Agonizing pain surged through the sea monster as it felt its grip loosen. The once raised fishbone scimitar was snatched away with lightning speed, leaving the creature feeling utterly helpless. In a flash, the fishbone blade was hurled, accompanied by the energy fluctuations of blue crystal. The arms of 3 other charging sea monsters were severed in unison, their severed limbs and weapons plunging into the pool, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The sea monster, clutching its broken wrist, retreated frantically, wailing in despair. Yet, the chaos was not over. The fishbone scimitar, having severed the arms, flew through the water with astonishing speed, hurtling toward the face of the sea monster, Woden. Nearly overwhelmed by fear, Woden had not anticipated that this youth, amidst the fierce assault of numerous sea monsters, could still find the freedom to launch such a sudden attack. The specter of death loomed unexpectedly, with no barriers in sight. Woden seized a favored concubine, wielding her as a weapon with instinct honed from years of battle. A piercing scream erupted as the flying fishbone scimitar was intercepted, yet the concubine was struck in the chest, her thorax nearly cleaved in two. The other female sea monsters surrounding Woden were paralyzed with terror, shrieking as they leapt into the pool, plunging into the abyss below in a desperate bid for survival. Chapter 16, Workaholic, Part 10. In mere seconds, the opulent pool was engulfed by blood and chaos. The piercing screams of the female sirens and the agonized cries of the male kin filled the air, as the ocean churned violently. mixing with the blood that splashed against the faces of the sea creatures. The boy moved like a phantom, darting swiftly. With each crashing wave, another siren fell. Their demise brutal and heartrending. As the onslaught continued, the sirens completely lost their fighting spirit, retreating frantically into the depths of the pool. Seeking solace from the formidable Baron Wotan and the sea itself after decades of comfort on the Iron Bridge, the water was deep, and falling in would severely diminish their combat effectiveness. Qianqian had no desire to battle in the ocean. His target was not these lesser kin. The task assigned to him by the cat was clear. It was Wotan he sought. On the surface of the pool, he danced lightly atop the heads of the siren kin, leaping effortlessly. Each bound appeared graceful, yet with every jump, a siren was met with a spray of blood, bringing him ever closer to Wotan. The sirens, in a frenzy, hurled their weapons in terror. Various sharp implements flew towards Qianqian, who twisted midair, contorting his body to evade the projectiles. However, the onslaught was relentless. Even as he dodged, his garments and skin were not spared, torn by the sharp edges. Crimson droplets spilling forth, but he paid it no mind. With each leap, Qianqian traversed the surface of the pool, drawing nearer to Baron Wotan. The astonishing spectacle finally shifted Wotan's expression. His 8 compound eyes fixated on Qianqian, and he slammed his palm against the crimson tree trunk behind him. The massive trunk splintered, revealing a blue object within. It was a colossal axe crafted entirely from wrought iron and blue crystal, its handle adorned with vibrant coral. How many years has it been since anyone dared to wreak havoc in my domain? You are the first. Wotan roared, brandishing the axe and plunging it into the water. Mysterious ripples emanated from the blue crystal blade. A tempestuous wind surged as the giant axe descended. The ocean roared, water surging violently as the siren kin were swept aside. Qianqian leapt high, evading the crushing blow. Then, a massive, translucent blue shark surged from the abyss, its gaping maw aimed at Qianqian. The shark engulfed him, and after a brief moment suspended in the air, it crashed into the pool, sending waves splashing in all directions, vanishing from sight. This sudden, powerful strike sent Wotan's adrenaline soaring. His skin flickered with color as he gasped for breath. Had he perished? Wotan peered into the tumultuous waters, now stained crimson, and cautiously lifted his axe, eager to discover if the boy's body lay amidst the scarlet. As the axe was raised, countless shark and siren corpses began to surface, the force of the blow having inflicted catastrophic casualties among his kin. Yet Wotan remained unfazed. The sharks were merely his pets, and as for the kin, he could produce as many as he desired, provided he himself remained unharmed. He rummaged through the bodies with his axe, but did not locate the boy's corpse. Perhaps he had been dragged to the depths by the enchantment, Wotan mused. Just then, a shadow shot forth from the pool, ensnaring Wotan's wrist with a chain that wrapped around it. This was a chain? Wotan's countenance fell. A tremendous force surged through the chain, pulling taut. Instinctively, Wotan yanked at it, attempting to free himself, but in response, a black figure erupted from the water like a cannonball, leaping and landing a knee strike against Wotan's forehead. The impact was thunderous. Though the knee was small compared to Wotan's head, it left him dazed and disoriented. His body went limp, robbed of any strength to resist. Thud! The giant axe sank into the pool as Wotan collapsed against the crimson tree trunk, breathless. Qianqian landed, expressionless as he shook the water from his hair, clearing his vision obscured by the sea. He stood beside Wotan, bending down to unravel the chain from Wotan's wrist. Qianqian stood atop Wotan's body, his foot resting on the Baron's chest. The sky darkened ominously, the oppressive atmosphere before the storm causing even Wotan to struggle for breath. He gazed in horror at the boy above him, realizing that despite being fully capable, he felt utterly powerless to resist. The ease with which the boy had broken free from the enchantment and now stood upon him indicated that he had not even exerted his full strength. How could this be? How could such a powerful being exist on the remote island of Dada? Wotan murmured in disbelief, staring at Qianqian. The boy's long black hair and dark eyes seemed to pierce through the chaos. Qianqian's guard robe was tattered from the fight, revealing his abdomen and chest, from which wisps of steam emanated into the air. Wotan's nostrils flared as he caught a faint scent of sulfur. Suddenly, with a thunderous crack, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, illuminating the surroundings, and Wotan beheld the peculiar wound on the boy's side, where blood writhed and pulsated. The seawater cascading down the boy's body evaporated upon reaching the wound, turning into wisps of mist. Wotan's eyes widened in terror as the realization dawned upon him. You You are a soldier of the U Empire, he gasped. Qianqian remained impassive, extending his arm to fully unfurl the chain around Wotan's neck, then bending down as if to embrace him, but instead tightening the chain like a noose. How could soldiers of the U Empire be here? Damn it! The island master of Dada has summoned such a monster to confront me? Is he truly so reckless as to risk everything for the Iron Bridge? Wotan ranted, the chain coiling tighter around his neck. As Wotan gazed at the writhing, boiling scar, any thoughts of resistance evaporated, his mind racing. No, this cannot be. How could the island master of Dada possibly control a soldier of the U Empire? No, it's impossible. Suddenly, he realized something, and turned his gaze towards the other side of the pool, where Kylia was caged, roaring in inquiry. Why? Why would a soldier of the U Empire work for you? Kylia, upon hearing Wotan's cry, was equally bewildered by the horrifying scene illuminated by the lightning. She struggled to comprehend how it was possible for Qianqian, who appeared so unassuming, to achieve such strength. When pressed for answers, she found herself at a loss. Speak. Why would a soldier of the U Empire do your bidding? Wotan shouted frantically. Boom. Another flash of lightning lit the sky as Qianqian secured the chain around Wotan's neck. Under the illumination, the boy's expression remained cold and unyielding, more chilling than any emotion. He completed the wrapping of the chain and began to tighten it, seemingly intent on choking Wotan to death. Wait! Baron Wotan yelled, thrashing in a desperate struggle. You cannot kill me. But Qianqian remained indifferent. He recalled the task at hand. Since the Archbishop has consented to the task, he must see it through to completion. Considering the identity of the soldiers from the Qianqian Empire, Walton had already abandoned any intention of communicating with them. He shouted towards the cage containing Kylia, make him stop. Do you hear me? Kylia regarded Walton with cold indifference, gripping the iron bars tightly, remaining silent. It was utterly absurd that Walton dared to speak to her in such an authoritative tone at this moment. Had he forgotten that she had previously given him a chance? Archbishop, you must know that this soldier has little time left. Walton hoarsely cried out. Kylia's expression shifted. She immediately raised her hand and called out, wait, Qianqian. Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck down. Qianqian froze, motionless. Let me go, damn it. I can't speak anymore. Baron Walton gasped, nearly choking as the chains constricted around him. Qianqian, allow him to speak, Kylia urged loudly from within the cage. Upon hearing this, Qianqian released the chains, pulling them away from Baron Walton, distancing himself from the Baron, standing beside the red tree trunk with his arms crossed behind his back, silent. Tell me, Walton, what do you know? Kylia demanded vocally. I do not know how you have managed to have the soldiers of the U Empire serve you, but clearly, this soldier is a failure. Walton coughed hoarsely while clutching his throat. A failure? Kylia echoed incredulously. Indeed. The U Empire implants boiling blood within its soldiers to enhance their combat abilities. However, this blood is not something that can be controlled by just anyone. Even if one can control it temporarily, it cannot be controlled indefinitely. I have never heard of a soldier from the U Empire living past the age of 25. This blood will ultimately consume him completely, transforming him into a monster. He's already on the brink of losing control. Look at that massive scar. It is a testament to the boiling blood that he cannot contain within. You risk your life to tell me this? Kylia retorted through gritted teeth. I do not need you to inform me of such things. Others on the island have already spoken of similar matters. Walton was taken aback, contemplating her assertion. A profound sense of reluctance surged within him. He understood all too well why the Archbishop had come here. Yet he could not abandon the nest at the Iron Gate Bridge. There was no place more convenient for acquiring wealth. This was an enterprise he had cultivated over decades, and he could not possibly relinquish it. Absolutely not. With that thought, he glanced at the soldier from the U Empire, who was also gazing back at him. Their eyes met, and the icy fear sent shivers through Walton's mind, igniting a cunning scheme within him. But, Archbishop, Walton began slowly, as a descendant of the drowned god, I possess a means to dispel the boiling blood. Kylia was taken aback. Is that true? Observing her reaction, Walton allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace his lips as he carefully rose from the ground. Indeed, Archbishop, I do have a method to free this soldier from that dreadful blood magic. What method? Kylia inquired urgently, grasping the cage tightly as if to pry it open. Walton spoke softly, Archbishop, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you wish to know the answer, you must be willing to offer something in return. Given your current formidable strength, the price will be but a trifle. You need only utter a few words. What do you want me to say? Kylia pressed. Oh, My request is quite simple. If you vow to the holy light that you will never again meddle in my affairs nor seek to trouble me, regardless of how those islanders plead, then I shall reveal to you the means to cure this soldier from the U-Empire. How does that sound? The chains clinked ominously, and Qianqian felt a discomfort he could not explain. This feeling had surfaced several times before, but this time it was more intense. He bent down, running his hand over the coral attached to the access handle. Kylia was momentarily stunned. Observing her bewilderment, Walton's smile widened. Indeed, after all these years, he was no match for the monstrous soldiers of the U-Empire, but the Holy Light Archbishop? Such a meddlesome individual. One who bore the weight of the world upon her shoulders. How could she possibly abandon her noble faith for the sake of a dying soldier? Disregarding the safety of countless islanders? She would undoubtedly find herself in a difficult position, bargaining for her beliefs. As he contemplated this, a cruel smile crept onto Walton's lips. As long as she was willing to negotiate, as long as he could stall for time. Until the news spread across the sea of despair, until his descendants could bring forth their rescuers, until the storm awakened the deities of the sea of despair. Then he would be able to deal with those filthy humans who dared to insult the descendants of the drowned god. Very well. Kylia paused for a moment. Then without further thought declared, I agree. Walton's smile froze on his face, akin to a faded clown mask. Without needing to say more, Kylia raised a hand. I swear, as long as you reveal the method to dispel the boiling blood, I will no longer trouble you, Baron Walton, regardless of how those islanders plead. Wait. Walton interrupted loudly, cold sweat pouring down his brow as he shouted frantically. Aren't you the Holy Light Archbishop? How can you? Before he could finish, a massive axe descended with a tremendous roar. Kylia screamed in alarm, Qianqian, no. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous impact that shook the ground, Walton's lair trembled violently. Kylia extended her hand, wanting to say something, but it was already too late. A torrential downpour began, drenching her delicate grayish-white fingers, turning them to a murky gray. Leaning against the massive trunk of the red tree, Baron Walton felt the weight of his personal axe come crashing down upon his neck. Only the handle remained visible as the axe head buried itself deep into the trunk, nearly splitting the giant red tree behind him in two. Dark clouds filled the sky, and amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, a monstrous storm approached, gradually dimming the light in Walton's astonished eyes. His colossal head slowly slid from the axe's edge, plummeting with a thud onto the roots below, bouncing a few times before rolling into the pool, staining the already crimson water an even deeper shade of red. Beside the pool, the chains clinked softly, mingling with the raindrops striking the surface. Qianqian, expressionless, gradually released his grip on the axe handle, which was thicker than his thigh. He turned to face the astonished Kylia on the other side of the pool and calmly declared, work comes first. Chapter 17. Dim the waves surged tumultuously, and rain poured down from the sky. The raindrops pattered against the decapitated corpse of Baron Wharton, diluting the blood into a pink stream that cascaded down. Qianqian was at work. Kylia gazed at the enormous head bobbing amidst the waves, while the boy standing on the tree roots placed Wharton's head at his feet, subsequently retrieving chains from the sea to bind it to his wrist. A flash of lightning illuminated the scars between his ribs, casting them in a particularly menacing light. She knew that the U-Empire was a formidable power and had assumed its soldiers possessed exceptional combat abilities, yet she never anticipated Qianqian's ruthless strength. It shocked her that he would kill Wharton without hesitation, denying him even a moment to speak. After obtaining the head of Baron Wharton, Qianqian approached Kylia's cage, inserting his hands within and forcibly tearing apart the barnacle-encrusted bars. Kylia stared at the head of Wharton in Qianqian's grasp and murmured, You've killed him just like that. Listen, did you not hear what he said before? Kylia inquired incredulously. I heard, Qianqian replied flatly. And you still killed him? He mentioned knowing a way to prevent you from being harmed by the boiling blood. That wound on you. It certainly appears abnormal. Kylia felt as though Qianqian was tormenting her. Angrily, she grasped the remnants of his clothing around his neck and gritted her teeth, saying, At least wait until he finishes speaking. He hadn't completed his words. Qianqian looked at Kylia, a sense of discomfort stirring within him for reasons he could not articulate. It was as though he resented the idea of Kylia agreeing to the sea demon's offer only to later kill it, much like her prior agreement to work that had been abandoned midway due to other matters. However, he did not wish to argue with Kylia. After all, she was a high-ranking archbishop, and perhaps she had her reasons for her actions. His lips twitched, and he managed to stammer a few words devoid of substance. "It's too late." "What do you mean, too late?" Kylia asked, bewildered. "The sheets are still outside." Qianchen pointed at the sky. Kylia glanced up at the darkened sky, droplets of rain striking her face. She closed her eyes, her fingers gripping Qianchen's collar trembling. She yearned for an explanation from him, yet all she received was that statement, akin to digging for hours only to unearth a piece of dung. But Qianchen was earnest. He was genuinely concerned about the sheets. After speaking with Kylia, he hoisted Wharton's head and pulled her along as they navigated out of the passageway. The waves grew increasingly violent, and Kylia broke free from Qianchen's grasp, making her way through the surging waters of the corridor on her own. At that moment, the passage was devoid of any sign of the sea demon, and even the high magic crystal lamps had been toppled, rolling chaotically in the water or falling through the crevices of the red tree roots, sinking into the abyss below. Finally, they emerged from the roots and reached the cableway at the periphery of the sea demon's lair. The storm had arrived. With torrential rain and fierce winds churning the sea, waves crashed against the red tree trunks, creating enormous bubbles. The cableway swayed wildly in the tempest, and the sea serpent vines had long since retreated to the depths out of fear, leaving the cableway bare. Recalling Kylia's earlier admission of her fear of heights, Qianchen extended his hand to her, wishing to assist her up. Yet Kylia shook her head and coldly replied, "I will ascend on my own." At the bridge's gap, a lone unicorn camel crouched in a corner, trembling. The thunderous clouds and swirling dark sea filled it with dread. Upon spotting Qianchen emerging from the cableway, it raised its head and stood, nuzzling toward Qianchen in search of reassurance. Qianchen approached the frightened beast, removing Baron Wharton's head and hanging it at the beast's side. The long hair of the creature was drenched from the rain, and it nudged Qianchen's ear, urging him to hasten their departure from this place. Qianchen untied the ropes and led the creature to the edge of the gap, watching as Kylia slowly climbed the cableway. The torrential rain drenched Kylia's Archbishop robe, clinging tightly to her form. Her pale gray skin, now soaked, appeared entirely gray as she crawled slowly along the cableway, silent and showing no intention of seeking Qianchen's help. Unlike her earlier chatter, Kylia now radiated an unusual silence. Rainwater trickled down her face and dripped from her chin. She remained motionless, resembling a true statue amidst the downpour. They continued until dawn, finally reaching the coast. Yet, the storm showed no signs of abating. The desolate sea churned restlessly, shrouded in mist, obscuring the undulating waves and the changes occurring within. The tents of the drowned god's followers by the iron bridge had been swept away by the tremendous storm. The area where the tents once stood was in disarray. Remnants of pots and pans scattered everywhere, yet no trace of the people remained. Kylia surveyed the chaos on the bridge's surface and closed her eyes. The unicorn camel, carrying both Qianchen and Kylia, traversed the storm-ravaged Dada island, arriving near the island lord's mansion. Despite the storm's relentless fury, which bent the trees low, a large group of guards awaited outside the mansion. When the unicorn camel appeared through the torrential rain, the white cat settled its feet, its eyes lighting up with joy as it rushed to the beast's side. It gazed at the rain-soaked head of Baron Wharton, its 8 hollow eyes flickering with astonishment. "I knew it. I knew it. The soldiers of the U Empire are indeed formidable." Wharton was no match for them. Qianchen remained silent. Kylia dismounted from the beast, gazing at the cloud-laden sky, coldly stating, "Leonardo, your objective has been achieved. Wharton is now dead. However, you have incurred the wrath of the sea demon and even offended the drowned god. Have you contemplated how this will unfold?" Kylia eyed the massive head on the beast's back, a slight smile revealing its sharp teeth. "You need not worry about that, Archbishop. I have my plans." With that, he waved his hand, and a soldier promptly approached, placing a heavy leather pouch into Kylia's hands. Kylia glanced inside the pouch and saw a golden glimmer. Her fingers tightened around it as she raised her head, seemingly about to say something more. However, Kylia had no intention of engaging in further conversation. He patted the unicorn camel's rear and led a procession of guards into the island lord's mansion, disappearing within. Kylia glanced at Qianchen beside her. He stood upright in the rain. She extended the pouch, placing it before him. "Take this. It is your reward for the task," Kylia stated. Qianchen, perplexed, instinctively reached out to catch the heavy pouch. As they approached the church, their pace quickened. The two, drenched like drowned rats, stood before the grand cathedral, staring vacantly at the empty, desolate roof, exchanging no words. The last few articles of clothing had vanished, leaving not a single pair of undergarments. Under normal circumstances, Kylia would have been infuriated, but now she lacked even the strength to feel anger. With a resigned shake of her head and a sigh, she stepped into the cathedral. Qianqian followed closely behind her, even though he was preoccupied with thoughts of the sheep blown away by the storm. He could not ignore the expression on the Archbishop's face. Before ascending the stairs, the previously silent Qianqian finally called out, "Archbishop." "I do not go by Archbishop," Kylia replied, her back turned to him, suppressing her anger. "I have a name." Qianqian found himself in a quandary, uncertain of how to address her, as it seemed somewhat disrespectful. Upon noticing Qianqian's tense and somewhat awkward demeanor, Kylia sighed softly, expressing, "I cannot comprehend, truly cannot comprehend, Qianqian. How one can be so indifferent towards oneself." Qianqian remained silent. After what felt like an eternity, he lifted his gaze and muttered, "I do not understand either." "What is it that you do not understand? Could you articulate your thoughts more coherently?" Kylia replied with dissatisfaction. "There is nothing here." Would it truly be so burdensome to utter a few more words? Qianqian's expression abruptly stiffened, akin to a decrepit machine struggling to resume operation, each muscle emitting creaking sounds of strain. "What do you not comprehend?" Kylia inquired earnestly. You clearly promised that," he faltered, resorting to gesturing with his fingers. Kylia discerned his intent, as he traced the outline of a cat's head in the air. "Indeed, I promised Chichami. Leonardo." Kylia crossed her arms and replied coolly. "And then? You have changed," Qianqian gasped. "Oh, have I?" Kylia retorted, arms still crossed. "You have changed," Qianqian lamented. "You even." He mimicked Kylia's gesture of raising her hand, reminiscent of her oath before Baron Wharton. Kylia chuckled lightly. "I did not prevent you from killing. You could simply wait for him to reveal the answer before acting." Qianqian's expression was one of near asphyxiation. "But in that case, you have agreed to." He struggled to articulate his thoughts, momentarily forgetting the name of the sea witch, an entity he hardly cared for, as his mind was consumed by Kylia's words. Fortunately, Kylia grasped Qianqian's intended meaning. Is language truly so significant, Qianqian? She had grown weary and stated, "If you cannot fathom it, take your time. I have no obligation to elucidate it for you." Qianqian's mouth slightly parted, his expression vacant. "Good night, Qianqian," Kylia said, ascending the stairs, having reached her limit. The weather, the tasks at hand, the forgetful soldier, the wretched cat on the island, the sticky sea witches, and her damp clothing. All she desired was to dry off and drift into a deep sleep without a single thought. Then, Kylia halted, her brow furrowed, urging him to speak. "What should I do next?" Qianqian inquired, bewildered. "Humph." Kylia gave a self-deprecating smile, then shook her head coldly. "There is no work here. I have no work. Do not inquire about tasks. There is nothing worthy of pursuit. I would prefer to remain utterly still." Chapter 18. Lord Shao's Night Fell. Kylia lay in her chamber, experiencing a dream for the first time in her life. In her slumber, she witnessed a colossal axe slicing through the air, the headless corpse of Baron Wotan clawing at her, the cold, expressionless visage of Qianqian, and even the sight of Father Rainham lying on the floor, his face pale and hollow. When she jolted awake, the time had reverted to morning. This time, she could not find solace in sleep until noon, as an unsettling anxiety lingered in her heart. Outside, the sunlight had vanished. Although the frenzied downpour of the previous night had ceased, ominous clouds still loomed, and the deep gray sky resembled the color of rain-soaked skin, as if a storm could strike again at any moment. After all this, Kylia felt somewhat fatigued, for it had been quite a while since her last meal. Without nourishment, her body grew heavy. The most effective means of replenishing her energy was to consume energy crystals, followed by eating stone. Most of the time, Kylia subsisted on stone. The blue crystals of Dada Island lay buried beneath the sea, accessible only to the sea witches. With Wotan's demise, who could say whether those sea witches would continue to bring the blue crystals to the island for trade? If they ceased their transactions, the daily life of Dada Island would be severely disrupted. Contemplating this, Kylia felt overwhelmed. Yet, she soon resolved to dismiss such thoughts. She was merely a stone in a secluded valley, indifferent to the affairs between humans and sea witches on Dada Island. Exiting her room, she instinctively desired to check on Qianqian's quarters, but quickly abandoned the notion. She was still quite angry and did not wish to engage in conversation with him. However, as she descended the stairs, she spotted Qianqian sitting at the bottom, his head bowed. He remained clad in the tattered uniform of the island's guardian, exposing much of his back, where a large crisscross scar faintly showed. dark red blood writhing beneath it. Upon hearing a noise behind him, Qianqian immediately straightened, allowing Kylia to pass. Kylia was uncertain whether Qianqian had spent the night awake or had just risen, but she refrained from inquiring, rolling her eyes in disdain. She circumvented to the corner of the cathedral hall, unearthed a rusty hoe, and then trudged towards the back mountains of the church. The Cathedral of Holy Light perched on the eastern slope of Dada Island, surrounded by an abundance of stones, which constituted Kylia's daily sustenance. Among these, she favored shale. Granite was too hard and uncomfortable to eat, while limestone was too powdery, lacking in texture. Only shale provided a pleasant crunch, occasionally revealing ancient animal patterns within, offering delightful surprises. However, collecting shale required considerable effort. Yet for Kylia, with ample time at her disposal, this was no concern. She relished the simple pleasure of breaking stones, finding it far more gratifying than the exhausting toil of the coconut farmers on the island. The rain had stopped, but the ground remained slick, and Kylia cautiously approached her usual quarry. She swung the hoe, beginning to chip away at the uneven rocky hill, the sound ringing out like music. After a while, she sensed someone watching her from behind. Turning around, she found Qianqian, staring intently at the hoe in her hands, looking utterly forlorn. Had it not been for yesterday's events, Kylia might have allowed him to assist her in gathering stones, but now she preferred to work alone, engrossed in her task. Once she finished collecting stones, Kylia settled at the foot of the rocky hill, leaning against the stone pit, and began to munch on her finds. Qianqian remained silent, merely observing her as she ate. After a while, Kylia found his gaze irksome. The initial intrigue quickly morphed into a relentless annoyance. Despite his striking appearance, his eyes often appeared vacant, as though devoid of a soul. After enduring his hollow stare for some time, Kylia impatiently set down a piece of shale and snapped at Qianqian. "What are you staring at? Never seen someone eat before?" Qianqian remained silent, taking a small step back. Kylia was well aware of what he was likely thinking. He probably wanted to ask about work, but lacked the courage to do so. Turning her head, she chewed a few more bites of shale, then suddenly stood and threw a stone at Qianqian. This time, she intended to hit him with force. Of course, he dodged before it could reach him. Undeterred, Kylia hurled several stones in succession, while Qianqian merely stood there, arms crossed, retreating in confusion. "What's wrong with you? Following me around?" Kylia exclaimed, flinging stones as if driving away a weaning cub. "You can't even eat stones. If you're hungry, why not go to town and buy something to eat? You expect me to feed you? Look at your clothes. They're a disgrace. Don't you have 100 ginlers to spare?" As she scolded him, Kylia mercilessly pelted the stones, akin to a mother beast warding off a weaned cub. "By the holy light, must everything come to me for answers? Can't you form your own thoughts? Use your brain." She berated him. Qianqian evaded the stones, likely comprehending Kylia's intent, and promptly ran down the hill. Kylia tossed aside the stones in her hand, reluctantly instructing, "Oh, and return the 3 gold coins you borrowed from Hyameros." "Hyameros?" Qianqian asked, puzzled. "The bald fellow with the broken nose. The one with the ginler tattooed on his head." "Ginler is the coin you're holding, got it?" Kylia explained, suppressing her frustration. Qianqian's eyes brightened, standing tall. "Yes," he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. "Ugh." Kylia stomped her foot in exasperation, feeling that it was inappropriate to treat Qianqian like a mere errand boy, yet scolding him was futile. He simply did not understand. Ironically, she was the one sending him on tasks, despite her reluctance to delegate any responsibilities to him. Such a tumult of emotions threatened to overwhelm her. "Go, go, go. I'm fed up with this," she declared. Qianqian dashed down the mountain, vanishing in moments. Kylia stood atop the slope, watching his retreating figure, suddenly alarmed. Oh no. His clothes are still in tatters. If he runs down like that, the townsfolk might be terrified. Qianqian sprinted down the hill, despite his stomach growling once more. However, he resolved to complete the Archbishop's task before seeking sustenance, as it was a matter of duty. Hyameros, the bald man. The one with the ginler tattoo. These thoughts swirled in Qianqian's mind as he retrieved a ginler coin from his pocket. The coin bore 13 stars on one side and depicted a faceless woman holding a scepter on the other. Qianqian scrutinized the coin's design as he wandered through the streets, comparing it to the heads of passers-by. Most individuals had hair, and those adorned with tattoos were even rarer. The islanders remained unaware of Baron Wotan's demise. Yet news of a soldier from the fervent Yu Empire appearing on Dada Island had already spread like wildfire. They saw Qianqian in his ragged attire, scarred back exposed, brandishing a gold coin, stopping before each person. Such a sight was sufficient to terrify most islanders. They screamed and fled from his gaze, some retreating into alleys, others into their homes, and some even hiding in trash bins. But it was of little consequence. Qianchen paid no mind to anything around him, engrossed in comparing coins as he roamed the island, stopping to inspect each person he encountered. Even if someone attempted to conceal themselves within a trash bin, he would unceremoniously pull it open, holding the coin up to their head for a comparison, only departing once he confirmed they were not the individual he sought. The small town of Dada Island was thrown into disarray. Doors and windows slammed shut, and some hastily fled towards the Lord's residence, hoping to alert the guards. However, the Lord's abode was locked, which only heightened the atmosphere of fear among the islanders. The turmoil of the townsfolk did not sway Qianchen. Clutching a gold coin, he approached a tavern, noting the number of patrons within, and intended to enter in search of the tattooed Hyman Ross. Suddenly, Qianchen halted at the tavern's edge. Sensing a gaze upon him from the shadows, he stepped into the gloom, coin held aloft. There, against the damp, dark stone walls of the tavern, leaned an unusual figure, slender in build, with silver hair cut to ear length, though the roots were black, fading into silver as it ascended. Dressed in a high-collared white short top that left the midriff bare, paired with loose black trousers, from which a long and short dagger protruded on either side. This individual lazily lounged against the wall, arms crossed, green-slit eyes appraising Qianchen with indifference. Qianchen returned the gaze. The stranger sported yellow-tinted glasses, idly chewing something, with a row of golden ear studs adorning their ears, their significance unclear. After a brief exchange of looks, the green-eyed figure inquired, "Are you searching for something?" Ignoring the question, Qianchen was aware this being had trailed him on numerous occasions. Unfazed, he turned away to continue his quest for the elusive Hyman Ross, certain this individual lacked the telltale mark of a gold coin on their forehead. Yet, the figure had no intention of allowing Qianchen to depart so easily. Standing upright, stretching lazily, and tousling their hair, they approached Qianchen, curiously sniffing at him. The scent of sulfuric volcanoes and dying stars. Indeed, a soldier of the Yu Empire. They muttered. Unperturbed, Qianchen strode towards the tavern, but as he reached the entrance, he found his movement halted. Turning, he discovered the figure had seized the chain attached to his wrist, now grinning at him with a tilted head. "Are you looking for someone? This is my area of expertise. No matter whom you seek, I can help you find them." Qianchen regarded the being with uncertainty, puzzled by their statement. "I am called Yvette Shaw," the figure said, pulling the chain closer. "I am a connoisseur of fine food and a taskmaster. Naturally, if you hold me in esteem, you may address me as Lord Shaw. I am quite accommodating." Qianchen was indifferent to the titles of taskmaster or food connoisseur, and the name meant little to him. However, he was intrigued by the previous assertion. "You can find people?" he asked succinctly. "Indeed, I can," Yvette confirmed. "I am searching for someone," Qianchen stated plainly. "Whom do you seek?" came the immediate reply. "Gold coin tattoo, bald," Qianchen specified. "Oh," Yvette exclaimed, a look of realization dawning. "Hyman Ross, is it? The dual-faced bully of Dada Island. The man reeking of copper and brine. I happen to have seen him recently." Unfazed by the ramblings, Qianchen recognized the name. "Hyman Ross," he reiterated with certainty. Yvette shook their head. "You will not find Hyman Ross in the tavern as a newfound devotee of the goddess of fortune. He was likely terrified by last night's storm, and is now hiding away, too frightened to venture out." Chapter 19 The Vanished Gold Coins. Qianchen was indifferent to the current state of Hyman Ross. His sole focus was to fulfill the repayment task mandated by the Archbishop. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Qianchen inquired, "Where is he?" Yvette shook his head, a slight smile revealing his sharp canine teeth. Qianchen repeated his question. "Where is he?" Yvette extended one hand in front of Qianchen while lifting a chain with the other, helplessly spreading his palms, and said, "There is an old proverb from my hometown. If you possess great skill, you must not toil in vain." Qianchen was perplexed, staring at him intently. "I need to collect the debt." Yvette sighed. "If you seek him, I shall assist you. In return, you ought to compensate me, yes? After all, how shall I sustain myself? Without food, I shall perish." Qianchen nodded, acknowledging the logic. Yvette's lips curled upward. "Indeed, there is reason in that. How much shall I charge?" Yvette tilted his head, pondering for a moment. "Based on my worth, it should start at no less than 50 guindles. However, as this is your first experience, I shall only charge you 25 guindles, a generous discount." Whether it was fair or not, Qianchen did not dwell upon it. Work was of utmost importance. He promptly retrieved a pouch, spilling its contents with a clatter. Amidst the jingling sounds, he counted out 25 gleaming gold coins, double-checking to ensure he hadn't miscounted. Seeing his earnestness in counting, Yevite beamed with amusement. After confirming the count was accurate, Qianqian handed over the 25 guildals. Yevite casually brushed his fingers over Qianqian's hand, which was slightly smaller than his own. In an instant, the 25 guildals vanished, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Those of wealth always receive the finest service, Yevite remarked. No errors here. Qianqian felt something additional in his hand. Looking down, he discovered a small, soft, yellow cube wrapped in transparent cellophane. Unbeknownst to him, it was a type of candy. A little treat for you, orange-flavored, Yevite stated. Consider it a minor contract. Qianqian gazed at Yevite in confusion. The events unfolding exceeded his current understanding, and he stood motionless. Do you not fancy orange flavor? I quite enjoy it, Yevite commented, pocketing the candy and producing a handful of colorful cubes, offering them to Qianqian. If you do not like orange, feel free to choose another. Qianqian glanced at the yellow cube in his hand, then at the vibrant assortment. He discarded the yellow cube into a nearby trash bin and fixed his gaze upon Yevite, stating firmly, find him. Yevite, lamenting the loss of the candy, sighed, such an unsympathetic client, truly a soldier of the U Empire. With that, he waved his hand and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a glass orb. Inside the orb, ribbons danced as if stirred by an unseen breeze, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. He shook the orb gently, declaring, a gentle breeze pervades all. No secret shall escape your scrutiny. As he spoke, Qianqian felt a gust of wind pass by, and the ribbons inside the orb shifted direction, fluttering wildly. Follow me. I shall guide you to Yamen Ross, Yevite instructed. He gripped the hilt of his knife with one hand and the glass orb with the other, leaping gracefully to the tavern's rooftop. Standing atop, he called down to Qianqian. Keep up. With a swift motion and the sound of clanking chains, Qianqian appeared by Yevite's side. The overcast sky offered little illumination as the pair ventured along the town's summit, ultimately reaching the outskirts of Dada Island, weaving through the withered coconut grove. Cautiously trailing the green-eyed individual, Qianqian clutched his chains, his demeanor vigilant. They traversed the thicket until they arrived at a bay near Dada Island, where the tumultuous waves of the hopeless sea crashed against the rocks, sending forth a multitude of white froth. The bay was strewn with jagged stones beneath a leaden sky, where countless white seabirds screeched and flitted about, gathering in chaotic formations, diving into the sea, then spiraling like a vortex above. The air was thick with the stench of rotting seaweed and dead fish. A cacophony of buzzing flies swarmed around, and the ground was littered with patches of gray bird droppings. Yevite leaped onto a sharp rock, casting a glance around before exclaiming, "Ah, I see now. How remote this place is. It seems the fledgling cannot escape its fate. We have arrived too late, soldier." Qianqian, baffled by the green-eyed man's words, also jumped onto the rock, focusing on the direction Yevite was observing. Faintly, amidst the swirling seabirds and the crashing waves, a ghostly figure flickered upon the rocks. Do you not wish to investigate? Yevite inquired. Without hesitation, Qianqian began to leap across the rocks, drawing closer to the elusive figure. Upon reaching the rock where the specter resided, he peered down. Lo and behold, it was not a specter at all, but a man hanging upside down from the rocks, entirely unclothed and encrusted with barnacles. Half of his torso submerged in the sea, his elongated feet wedged tightly in the narrow crevice of the stone. The means of his entrapment remained a mystery. His abdomen had been nearly pecked to shreds by birds, internal organs spilling forth, swaying in the water alongside his head. The relentless surf had rendered the corpse swollen and pallid, creating the illusion of a ghostly figure. Qianqian scrutinized the corpse for a moment, then retrieved a guildal from his pocket, comparing it closely. Indeed, although the body was bloated and the features distorted, the tattoo of a guildal on his forehead was unmistakable. It was Yamen Ross, the very man he sought. A glimmer of crystalline fragments sparkled overhead. Yevite abruptly appeared beside Qianqian, standing atop the rock and gazing down at the corpse, uttering a sound of regret. What a pity. I had expected him to be more astute. I did not foresee him falling prey to the drowned god so swiftly. Truly overreaching, daring to plunder from the divine. Qianqian observed his surroundings. Amidst the crashing waves upon the rocks, several more similar ghostly figures lay scattered about, some reduced to mere skeletons. The tumultuous waves roared, foaming violently, while the birds continued to circle overhead, occasionally dropping droppings near Qianqian's feet. Reluctant to linger, he tossed 3 guildals into the sea. Despite the corpse being tossed about by the waves, the coins found their way precisely into the opening where Yamin Ross's abdomen had been pecked through by the birds. Yevite was taken aback, asking, "What are you doing?" Qianqian replied nonchalantly, "Repaying a debt." "Who are you repaying it to?" "The man is deceased," Yevite exclaimed in shock. Yet this philosophical dilemma was beyond Qianqian's contemplation. Having settled the debt, he turned, leaping over the rocks and retracing his steps back toward the town. Not far into his journey, before even reaching the town, Qianqian noticed the coconut trees swaying vigorously. Upon looking up, he was astonished to see the black and white-furred creature with green vertical pupils casually strolling among the treetops beside him. This puzzled him. Having completed the Archbishop's task of finding Yamin Ross to settle the debt, he expected this individual to vanish, yet he seemed in no rush to depart, leisurely accompanying him while prattling on. "Is it you who must repay, or is it that stone statue?" As he pondered, it occurred to him that the statue should indeed be returned, for she was the high priestess of light on this island, and would surely not owe money to a ruffian like Hymenros. However, it struck him as peculiar that a soldier of the Yu Empire would linger so closely by her side. Qianqian halted his steps and addressed Yvette. "This is none of your concern." "Excuse me?" Yvette replied, "None of my concern? And then what? You want me to leave?" "Yes, you should go," Qianqian stated bluntly. Instead of departing, Yvette obstructed Qianqian's path. "Do not be so hasty," it said. Qianqian furrowed his brow slightly. The situation was veering beyond his expectations. According to the arrangements made by the high priestess, he was supposed to be acquiring clothing and household items at this very moment, followed by procuring something to eat. Yet, being continually interrupted, he found it impossible to complete these tasks. Thus, he leapt gracefully onto the roof of a nearby mill, intending to make his escape from above. However, once atop the roof, he discovered that the black and white creature awaited him, perched on the windmill. Upon his arrival, it grinned and said, "You seem quite busy." "I am working," Qianqian asserted. "Have you not finished your previous task?" "What more is there? Searching for someone? Buying clothes and household goods?" Qianqian replied. Yvette burst into laughter. "Huh? A soldier of the Yu Empire, purchasing clothing and household items? Do you not feel a sense of shame?" Qianqian stood momentarily stunned. "Oh, it is not my intention to mock you, but your attire is indeed rather unsightly," Yvette remarked, shaking its head. "And what of the high priestess in the Cathedral of Light? She is, after all, a young lady. Are you certain that the garments you purchase will meet her approval? Do you truly believe she would find use for the household items you buy?" Qianqian gazed blankly at Yvette, unable to comprehend its words. "Have you ever purchased clothing, soldier?" Yvette continued its interrogation. Qianqian remained in a daze. "Very well, go ahead and buy. I am eager to witness this," it said, snapping its fingers and transforming into a cloud of twinkling smoke, vanishing from the windmill. "What an inexplicable creature," Qianqian mused. "As long as it does not impede my work, that is all that matters." It was daytime, and the shopping street was bustling with open shops, many of which sold clothing. Qianqian leapt from the rooftop and strolled toward the stores. However, after only a few steps, his presence incited a considerable uproar. The tattered garments he wore, remnants from the sea monster Wotan's lair, could scarcely conceal the vast scar on his body, not to mention his distinctive black hair and the chains on his arms. He had become a veritable walking bomb, causing merchants and customers alike to flee in terror, shrieking in panic. As he entered a clothing shop, before he could utter a word, the plump shopkeeper screamed, covering her face, shouting, "Leave! Leave! Do not linger here. I wish to buy clothes," Qianqian stated. "Ah, where are the guards? Someone call the guards quickly." The shopkeeper shrieked as she dashed past Qianqian, rolling and scrambling toward the exit, abandoning her shop entirely. Scratching his head, Qianqian surveyed the array of clothing around him, lost in thought. Should he simply take the garments? That seemed less an act of purchasing and more akin to theft. Contrary to the high priestess's directive to buy clothing, resolving to exit the shop and try his luck at another, he ventured forth. But not far into his journey did the same scene repeat itself. Shops hastily shut their doors, one after another, windows following suit. The once lively street was suddenly left desolate, with Qianqian standing alone. With mouth agape, he stared at the emptiness surrounding him, momentarily feeling at a loss. Chapter 20. A first encounter. How's it going? Did you manage to buy some good clothes? Someone nearby chuckled, frustrated. Qianqian turned to see the elusive green-eyed being he had just encountered, lounging casually atop a pile of crates, grinning at him. Running into walls everywhere? Soldier? It seems the Archbishop's job isn't as easy as it appears, it remarked. Indeed, Qianqian replied honestly. He felt troubled. If the islanders were unwilling to sell him anything, what was he to do? But you were quite fortunate to have met me, the green-eyed being declared. What? Qianchen looked at it, bewildered. Ivy, beaming with delight, said, if there is a field in which you know nothing, shouldn't you seek assistance from a more knowledgeable individual? Leave the specialized tasks to the specialists, wouldn't you agree? Qianchen nodded in silence. See, I do have a point. Ivy smiled again, revealing its two sharp canine teeth, resting against a chimney while playfully pinching its fingers. Qianchen gazed at it, puzzled by the gesture. Ivy sighed. Come on, don't forget so soon, I do charge a fee. Inside the Cathedral of Holy Light on the hillside, Kylia had snacked on some stones for a while and felt somewhat full, her anger subsiding. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. Especially after Qianchen's departure, her heart was restless. She worried that Qianchen might frighten the townsfolk upon descending and feared he might do something inexplicably foolish. After much contemplation, she resolved to descend the mountain herself. After all, Qianchen was the one she had rescued. If anything went awry, she would bear an undeniable responsibility. Upon reaching the shopping district, Kylia was taken aback by the scene before her. The vast marketplace was deserted. Every shop was tightly shut, with only a few furtive glances peering from the windows, watching the outside world. Covering her head in dismay, she regretted allowing Qianchen to venture out alone. She approached a closed tavern and knocked several times on the door. The tavern's patrons, upon seeing Kylia, cautiously opened the door just a crack. Open up. Don't hide inside. If he truly poses a threat, locking the door won't help. Kylia urged from the threshold. The door creaked open slightly, revealing a cluster of customers and staff huddled together inside. Archbishop, please, for the sake of mercy, do not let that terrifying soldier out again. The tavern owner pleaded humbly. Has he harmed you? Kylia inquired. Not yet, the group behind the door replied. Then why are you so frightened of him? Kylia pressed. Oh, Holy Light, do you truly not know? The U Empire has spilled so much blood over the years, burning countless city-states to the ground. And you still let him stay on the island. What if he turns into a monster? A villager sobbed. Kylia fell silent, at a loss for words. Her fists clenched momentarily, but she quickly relaxed, asking softly, where has he gone? He just headed towards the flea market, one merchant replied. The flea market? Yes. He was accompanied by a girl with white hair, a middle-aged man added. A girl? That's incorrect. He was clearly with a black-haired boy, a middle-aged woman countered. Black to white. You must not be paying attention, a young waitress chimed in. He was dressed oddly, unlike a local. Yes, black to white. With green eyes and two knives, the islanders began chattering animatedly. Black to white, green eyes, two knives? Kylia was puzzled, despite living on Dada Island for years. She had never encountered such a peculiar individual. Are you certain he went to the flea market? She asked. Absolutely. That green-eyed being even took a piece of fabric from Aunt Bay's clothing store to wrap that soldier up, clearly not wanting the folks at the flea market to recognize him. Aunt Bay, did they take your fabric? Kylia immediately inquired. No, he left some money. Aunt Bay raised a silver dollar weekly. Strange. Kylia mused, pondering, in a state of panic among the islanders. The individual who approached Qianchen could not be an ordinary Dada Island inhabitant, and the fact that they offered help was indeed curious. How fortunate could this person be? With these thoughts clouding her mind, Kylia hurried towards the flea market on Dada Island. The flea market was several streets away from the commercial district, primarily filled with warehouses and wholesalers. Piles of sofas and second-hand furniture were scattered about, and merchants sat idly, smoking and chatting with customers. It seemed that the fear instilled by Qianchen had not yet permeated this area. Kylia sighed with relief and began her search around the flea market. Not long after, she spotted discarded clothing in a trash bin at the street corner. Qianchen's tattered guardian uniform. Goodness, Kylia murmured. Although she had hoped Qianchen would buy new clothes for himself at the cathedral, witnessing him actually change left her in disbelief. Just across the street from the flea market, in a traditional coconut juice shop, Ivy sat comfortably on a chair, one leg propped on a stool, leaning against the wall, fanning itself with a tattered fan it had scavenged from somewhere. At the entrance, an enormous lizard lay on the ground, panting heavily. On its back, precariously stacked 3 stories high, were various pieces of furniture, including beds, sofas, tables, and even curtains and wardrobes, teetering dangerously. Qianchen had to climb up and down, using ropes to secure the furniture tightly. At that moment, he was draped in a blue cloak adorned with numerous star patterns. Ivy watched him climb up and down and, while fanning itself, shouted to the shop owner, 20 cups of chilled coconut juice, please. And 20 giant grilled meat platters, thank you. The owner peeked out from the back, looking skeptically at Ivy. Can you even eat all that? Humph, if it's delicious, I could devour 100 servings, Ivy replied confidently. The grilled meat should be tangy, spicy, infused with the local Dada island flavor, and imbued with the invigorating essence of scorching charcoal. Do you understand? The owner replied, Ivy waved dismissively. Just get to it. At the entrance, Qianqian finally secured the precarious mountain of furniture. He jumped down from the pile and approached the large lizard, filling the wooden barrel beneath its neck with water. The enormous lizard lay on the ground, slurping up the water eagerly. All right, Ivy called impatiently. That's a pack lizard. It was born for this. If you overwater it, it'll just soil everything. Qianqian remained unfazed. He would heed only the Archbishop's commands. The directives of others were mere whispers to him, entering one ear and exiting the other. He finished watering the creature, stood upright, and entered the shop, sitting down across from Ivy. Ivy, fanning itself and reclining on the stool, proclaimed, "See? With me here, everything is secured." Qianqian nodded. He couldn't deny the efficiency of his companion. After a stroll through the flea market, they had acquired everything imaginable. "What is your relationship with that stone statue?" Yvette suddenly inquired. Qianqian was taken aback. "Stone statue? Isn't that the Archbishop?" He had never contemplated this question before. "Oh, do you realize what it signifies for a soldier of the U Empire to come to such a small island to act as a bodyguard for a statue?" Yvette continued. "What does it signify?" Qianqian retorted. "Forget it, you wouldn't comprehend. By the looks of you, it seems your mind is not quite right, otherwise you wouldn't engage in such behavior." Yvette discarded his fan, retrieving a blue candy from his pocket, unwrapping it and placing it in his mouth. Soon, a refreshing scent of mint pervaded the air. Qianqian stared at Yvette. At that moment, the proprietor approached the table, carrying a large platter of roasted meat and several cups of coconut juice, bending down to place the food on the table. Yvette tossed aside his fan, eagerly accepting the platter and unceremoniously grabbing a hefty portion. He carefully inhaled its aroma, exclaiming in admiration, "Indeed, the flavors of the Northwest Sea are unparalleled." They evoke images of rugged fishermen tattooed by the crashing waves, their sun-kissed skin, and fingers marred by fishing lines. The proprietor regarded Yvette with a look of bewilderment. The other patrons could not suppress their laughter, sneaking glances at Yvette while whispering among themselves. Qianqian was oblivious to Yvette's words, but he paid no mind. For descending the mountain to procure food was the Archbishop's command. He seized the food and began to devour it with remarkable speed and uniformity. Yvette observed Qianqian's actions, exclaiming, "Indeed, soldier, one must consume such fare heartily to truly savor it." With that, he took a bite of the skewered meat, immediately crying out in a spicy frenzy, reaching for the coconut juice to gulp down. As he drank, he wailed, "How incredible! How incredible!" Qianqian remained unaware of Yvette's antics, continuing to eat with fluidity and grace, not pausing for a moment. Meanwhile, Yvette, after only a few skewers, was overwhelmed by the spice. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, the silver-black gradient of his hair dampening and clinging to his brow and neck, his skin reddening from the heat. He gulped the coconut juice, observing Qianqian's swift consumption, biting down on his swollen, red mouth, rasping, "How do you manage to do this?" Qianqian tilted his head at him, swiftly finishing the food. Yvette took a moment to recover, fanning himself with the fan while continuing to eat voraciously, perspiration streaming down his face. Despite the burning sensation, he appeared resolute in his endeavor. At that moment, a voice called from behind, "Qianqian!" Instantly, Qianqian leaped from his seat like lightning. Yvette heard the call as well, turning to see a massive pack lizard beside a grayish stone statue. The statue draped in a tattered sheet, reminiscent of the scholars from the Academy of Ifidu. Yvette smirked, glancing at Qianqian, muttering, "Qianqian? So that is your name. How rare." Qianqian spotted Kylia, who in turn recognized him, trembling slightly in embarrassment, a layer of dust falling from her. At that moment, Qianqian was adorned in a blue star-patterned cloak, beneath which lay a loose pink shirt emblazoned with teddy bears, an utterly absurd sight. Of course, Qianqian was oblivious to the ludicrousness of his attire, maintaining a standard posture before Kylia. Yvette, with a playful grin, peeked from behind Qianqian, waving at Kylia as if greeting a long-lost friend. However, Kylia was entirely unfamiliar with this individual and hurried into the restaurant. Noticing the patrons dining normally without causing any further commotion, she sighed in relief and pointed at Yvette, asking Qianchen, "Who is this?" Chapter 21 The Great Silence. In response to the Archbishop's inquiry, Qianchen shook his head. "I don't know." Immediately, Eve's countenance darkened. He slammed his palm onto the table and exclaimed, "I am Eve Shaw. Have I not mentioned that I am a connoisseur of fine cuisine and a master of tasks?" Yet, these words merely drifted past Qianchen's ears, leaving him uncertain of how much he had truly absorbed. Kylia observed the woman before her. No. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she felt it was amiss. This individual did not exude feminine energy, lacking the essence typically associated with women. Moreover, the person's figure was decidedly flat, devoid of any curves. Was this a man? Just as this thought emerged, Kylia realized it was equally flawed. The person's visage bore no semblance of masculinity. Furthermore, if indeed a male, their shoulders were too narrow, although Qianchen's features were rather gentle. His physique unmistakably suggested a male structure. "Are you a man or a woman?" Kylia inquired skeptically. What do you think?" Eve tilted his head in response. The tone fell upon Kylia's ears, yet she too could not discern the gender through sound alone. The voice was soft yet slightly raspy, entirely neutral. "Stop with the riddles. Are you a man or a woman?" Kylia questioned, exasperated. "Ah, that's a secret," Eve replied slowly. "I want to reveal it unless there are abundant rewards." Kylia grimaced at Eve's demeanor, pointing at Qianchen's attire. "You had him dressed like this? Isn't it adorable? This is a soldier of the U Empire." Just imagine the thoughts of Lily from the U Empire upon seeing this. Eve whispered conspiratorially, unable to suppress a fit of giggles that soon turned into a coughing fit, causing him to salivate uncontrollably as he drank coconut milk in haste. Eve's seemingly careless remark struck Qianchen like a thunderbolt, rendering his complexion pale. The peculiar words seemed to unlock an invisible door. In a daze, he was once again confronted with the roaring flames, the bellowing soldiers, the molten lava cascading down the obsidian mountains, and the frantic cries of "Kill me! Kill me! Kill me!" Neither Kylia nor Eve noticed Qianchen's abnormal reaction. They continued their verbal sparring. "Why are you aiding him?" Kylia questioned. "Help? No, you've misunderstood. I never engage in charity. I am merely employed by him to assist you in completing your task," Eve chuckled. "Why doesn't he, the Archbishop, take a seat and enjoy a bite? No need to stand all the time." Kylia crossed her arms. "Employed? There are no mercenaries in such a small place as Dada Island. With your attire and hair, which great city-state do you hail from?" Eve took a sip of coconut milk. "As long as there is profit to be made and delectable food to savor. What distinction lies between a small locale and a grand city-state? Is that so? What brings you to Dada Island?" Kylia probed, voicing her primary concern. She was unaware of Eve's motives for approaching Qianchen. The green vertical pupils of Eve's eyes evoked thoughts of snakes or other reptiles. Despite the constant laughter, there was an absence of emotion or mirth within those eyes. In the kitchen, the restaurant owner was grilling something over charcoal when an apprentice rushed to whisper something in his ear, causing the owner's expression to change drastically. He parted the curtain and glanced at Qianchen in the alley, trembling uncontrollably. Soon, the owner returned to the kitchen, lifting a tray and placing it on Eve's table. After setting down the food, he did not leave but instead stared at Kylia, pointing at Qianchen, saying, "Archbishop, is this the soldier of the U Empire?" Qianchen remained motionless, his face ashen, hands trembling slightly, feeling as though his body were ablaze. The owner sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, preparing to retreat. However, Eve called out to him. "Wait." The owner halted, puzzled. "Is there something you need, esteemed guest?" With a swift motion, a piece of slightly charred meat was tossed before the owner. Eve stood up, pointing the meat at the owner, his expression as dark as the depths of the ocean. "This meat tastes wrong." "Tastes wrong?" The owner inquired, bewildered. "In what way?" "There is a flavor of fear embedded in this meat." Eve gritted his teeth. "Why does this meat carry such a taste?" The owner was rendered speechless. "All the previous dishes were exquisite, so much so that I was inclined to tip you." "But why? Why?" Eve cried out in anguish. "Why would you suddenly serve me this kind of fare?" The pain was so intense that veins bulged on his forehead. The owner, terrified by Eve's expression, pressed himself against the wall, unable to utter a word. "Do you expect me to pay for such unsatisfactory food? If I were to pay for this, how could I face those chefs who truly dedicate themselves to their craft?" Eve passionately declared, grasping the owner's collar. The owner whimpered, gazing at Eve with dread. "A chef must be wholly focused while cooking, otherwise, they do not deserve the title of chef. A true chef, even when the sky falls. Will stand resolutely before the stove to prepare food for their guests. Eve spat as he spoke, nearly showering the owner with saliva. The owner was now utterly terrified, shielding his face as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Seeing Eve suddenly confront the owner, Kylia felt a surge of discontent and turned to Qianshun. Settle the bill, we're leaving. Qianshun, feeling an unbearable heat coursing through his body, barely registered Kylia's words. Qianshun? Kylia called out again. With the Archbishop beckoning him, Qianshun forced himself to suppress the inexplicable burning sensation, gazing at Kylia. Pay the bill and pack up, she commanded. Qianshun's trembling hand reached for his waist, retrieving an empty pouch. He poured it out, revealing a few meager silver thalers, which he handed to Kylia. Kylia's expression shifted upon seeing the scant coins. Why do you only have this little? Did you not possess 100 gold thalers? I spent it all. Qianshun pointed outside at the enormous lizard, speaking in a daze. Kylia was taken aback, feeling as if her ears had betrayed her. She pointed at the giant lizard outside. How much did you spend on that? 21 gold thalers, Qianshun replied. What did you say? 21 gold thalers. And what of the clothing? 21 gold thalers. Kylia exclaimed. That leaves you with 79 gold thalers. 3 for Haymanluo, Qianshun murmured. That leaves 76. Kylia's fist clenched as she glared at Qianshun, her voice sharp as a knife. I gave it 75, Qianshun stated earnestly, gesturing towards Eve back. What? A chill swept over Kylia, making her feel cold all the way to her core. Say that again. I gave it to him, Qianshun reiterated. You gave it to him? Kylia asked in disbelief. Why would you give it to him? Thus, Qianshun recounted his encounter with Eve to Kylia. Upon hearing this, her expression darkened to a near melancholic state, and she stood silently for a prolonged moment, struggling to contain her burgeoning fury. She pushed past Qianshun's shoulder and strode over to Eve. At this moment, Yvette had cornered the shopkeeper against the wall, incessantly chattering. When suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. Step outside and wait for me, Kylia instructed, gesturing towards the door. Yvette was taken aback by her expression, tempering his enthusiasm. He inquired, what do you intend to do? Kylia did not respond, but instead posed a question to the shopkeeper. How much is this meal? Don't give him any money. Yvette immediately growled in anger. He isn't even sincere. How much? Kylia directly ignored Yvette's outburst and asked the shopkeeper. 60 silver thalers, the shopkeeper stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow. Kylia touched her mouth, retrieved a gold thaler from her throat, and handed it to the shopkeeper. It was a gold thaler she had borrowed from Hyman Rose and had kept on her person. The shopkeeper accepted the gold thaler with endless gratitude and soon returned with 4 silver thalers of 10 each. Kylia swallowed the silver thalers as if they were mere morsels. She then fixed Yvette with a cold stare and pointed outside, saying, Come out, I need to speak with you. Goodness, is this how you save money? Yvette exclaimed in astonishment, complying as he stepped outside, calmly gripping the hilt of his knife. Kylia emerged with a stoic expression, followed closely by Qianshun. A palpable tension enveloped the air. The shop's patrons began to sense something amiss, and with the whispers among the staff, the customers quickly fled the premises. As soon as they departed, the shopkeeper hurriedly closed the shop door. Once outside, Kylia confronted Yvette directly. Did you swindle him out of his money? Swindle? Yvette replied incredulously. He willingly gave it to me. We share a sacred and pure contractual relationship. What are you talking about? Kylia glanced at Qianshun, who stood nearby, looking dazed and almost drooling. Disgusted, Kylia shut her eyes, and when she reopened them, they blazed with fury. Do you take pride in deceiving fools? I did not. This is my standard fee. He asked me to help find Hyman Rose, for which I charged him 25 gold thalers. For selecting suitable attire for you, he paid me an additional 50 gold thalers. Yvette pointed to the enormous lizard. Though I may choose swiftly, I assure you, each piece of clothing possesses its unique charm. Qianshun, Kylia roared in fury. Qianshun jolted and instantly stood beside her. From now on, aside from meals, you shall not give a single coin to anyone. Understand? Anyone, regardless of what they say. Kylia glared at Yvette, extending her hand. Return my money. Oh, you truly are unreasonable. If you didn't want to give me money, you shouldn't have agreed in the first place. Now you're backing out. What kind of nonsense is this? Yvette stepped back, gripping his knife. Kylia, will you give it or not? If not, that's my hard-earned money, and I shall not part with it. Yvette chuckled, his green-slit pupils glinting coldly. An islander works an entire month for merely 3 gold thalers, and you tell me you can earn 75 gold thalers just by flapping your lips? By the light. Is there such fortune in this world? Kylia laughed bitterly in her rage. What an islander earns is of no concern to me, Yvette scoffed. This is my skill. I can find those willing to pay. What will you do about it? Very well. Kylia's expression turned icy. Qinshan, she called. Qinshan was at her side. He opened his mouth slightly, his expression one of surprise, yet his body turned resolutely. Yvette's countenance shifted as he grasped the hilt of his knife and leaped back, taking to the eaves of the shop street, fingers spread wide. Wait. But Qinshan had already received his orders and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was behind Yvette, his chains now fully unshackled, lifting the chains in his hands, the sound echoing like a clattering storm. Chapter 22. The invitation from Yvette. The chains emitted a faint sound as Yvette's emerald eyes shifted slightly. It leapt into the sky, but before it could ascend far, the chain sliced through the very spot where it had just stood, accompanied by a heavy thud that sent a corner of the eaves flying, shattering into fragments. Simultaneously, Yvette's body shattered as well, dissolving into a myriad of sparkling particles that slowly dissipated into the air, resembling the burst of a transparent bubble. Upon landing, Qinshan swiftly approached Kylia, taking a defensive stance with a slight bow. Kylia, astonished by the abrupt disappearance of the dual dagger's wielder, inquired about the nature of its abilities and the reason for its sudden vanishing. Qinshan shook his head, his expression grave. I do not know. Noting Qinshan's somber demeanor, Kylia could not help but ask, is it very strong? Qinshan nodded, somewhat strong. Hearing this, Kylia was taken aback. During their encounter with the formidable sea beast, Wotan, Qinshan had never appeared so serious. Could this androgynous figure pose an even greater challenge than Baron Wotan? Did it flee with her money? Kylia voiced her unease. Silence. Qinshan whispered, prompting Kylia to immediately cover her mouth. In matters of combat, she was self-aware. She had never fought anyone since her inception. Qinshan was oblivious to Yvette's whereabouts. His attention wholly concentrated on the sounds around him. Tap, tap, tap. A subtle noise circled him. The dual dagger wielder had not departed. Rather, it was circling them, unseen by the naked eye. The soft footsteps abruptly halted. Qinshan's eyes darted as he swiftly unleashed the chains. Their tips aimed precisely at the spot where the sounds had ceased. Crack! The chains pierced an invisible object, rapidly coiling around it. As the transparent form gradually materialized, it emitted a series of creaking sounds on the street. It was a grinning wooden figure, adorned with faint blue patterns on its chest, brandishing a wooden sign that swung in the air, which depicted a devilish face making a grimace. Upon seeing what the chains had ensnared, Qinshan was taken aback. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, Heh, a ghostly dummy. Surprise, isn't it? Accompanied by a chuckle, a cold glint flashed past Qinshan's neck. Not far away, Kylia gasped, shouting, Qinshan, be careful. With an impassive expression, Qinshan swiftly lowered his head, opening his mouth. The sharp dagger aimed at his throat halted in its motion. A few droplets of blood splattered forth as he bit down fiercely on the blade, then, with lightning speed, seized the wrist of the hand wielding the dagger. Yvette, taken aback by Qinshan's unexpected defense, was caught off guard and slammed to the ground by a swift over-the-shoulder throw. The impact was so rapid that it barely registered before its back met the earth, which cracked simultaneously with Yvette's body. Boom. The ground was left with a 1-meter-wide crater, and Yvette shattered into sparkling motes, vanishing along with the dagger lodged in Qinshan's mouth. Qinshan remained motionless, blood trickling slowly from the corner of his split lip, producing a hissing sound as it met the damp ground. The pooled blood quickly evaporated into vapor upon contact. As if possessing consciousness, it crawled back towards Qinshan. Kylia gazed at Qinshan's vacant, bloodied profile, noting the gash on his lip. If one were to identify a singular admirable feature about him, it would likely be his face, now marred, causing her immense heartache. Yet, it seemed she was not alone in her concern. Sparkling motes coalesced on the trunk of a nearby tree. Yvette, one hand on its back and the other wielding the dagger, grinned at Qinshan, gasping, Aren't you afraid of marring your visage? Ah. You're the first to receive my Lord Zhao's blade, without a word. Qinshan slowly raised his head, his expression unchanging, gradually bending forward. He resembled a feline preparing to spring. Suddenly, he propelled himself, shattering the cobblestones beneath him. Utilizing the tremendous force of his leap, he transformed into a shooting star, hurtling along the ground towards Yvette perched on a branch. Yet, Yvette wore a smug smile. Helf! As Qinshan landed on the branch, a flash of white light erupted. An intense chill spread, freezing the rustling leaves into shards of ice. The water pooled on the ground rapidly solidified, frost extending 20 meters outward as the vibrating leaves fell, crumbling into powder. At the core of the white light, Qianchen was frozen mid-stride, encased in over a foot of solid ice. The chains and fabric on him transforming into icy spikes, rendering him immobile. Yvette leaped down from the branch, sheathing the dagger, and clapped its hands, turning to Kylia. "How do you like my frozen trap? Do you still want money?" Kylia's eyes widened in shock as she beheld Qianchen encased in ice, exclaiming, "What have you done to him?" "Frozen, of course," Yvette replied nonchalantly. "Can't you see with your eyes?" As it spoke, it rubbed its back, muttering, "That hurts like hell. I wonder if I've broken any bones." "You, let him go," Kylia pleaded hurriedly, though she felt the lack of conviction in her words. Merely speaking in a panic. Yvette scrutinized Kylia, spreading its arms in indifference. "Why are you so flustered, High Priestess? It's merely a soldier from the Empire. They have plenty of such failed soldiers." "Silence. Release him," Kylia retorted defiantly while inching closer to Qianchen. However, her subtle maneuver did not escape Yvette's keen gaze. It grinned and blocked her path with outstretched arms, saying, "I've been searching for you for quite some time, Kylia." Despite her deep concern for Qianchen's condition, Kylia felt a mixture of confusion and emotion at Yvette's words. "You're looking for me? For what purpose?" With a chuckle, Yvette casually retrieved a candy from its pocket, popped it into its mouth, and sauntered over to Kylia, smacking its lips. "You see, I once received a commission while an aphidu from a renowned playwright, Nascadon." "Who? What? Nascadon?" Kylia inquired, utterly perplexed. "It's quite normal that you don't know Nascadon. However, he is one of the most famous playwrights in aphidu," Yvette waved dismissively. "Ah, of course. He hasn't been very popular in recent years, but he did have his fame. What are you even talking about?" Kylia struggled to comprehend Yvette's ramblings, feeling as if she could almost empathize with Qianchen's usual day's demeanor. Yvette continued, "Nascadon lived in Nesham in the Land of Five Kings during his youth. I assume you are familiar with Nesham, right? A warm place. It seems we can consider ourselves half fellow townsfolk," Yvette said cheerfully. "Who would consider you a fellow townsfolk?" Kylia pointed at Qianchen, exclaiming, "First, let him go." "Umph." Yvette disregarded Kylia's plea, non-committally shaking its head and stating, "I have heard from Nascadon. He was fortunate enough to witness the exquisite moment of your birth within the tree hollow, an image forever etched in his memory, even after his transformation into a playwright." A chill coursed through Kylia, for she felt no sense of being moved. Rather, the notion of being pondered upon by a complete stranger was utterly disconcerting, and her disdain for Yvette grew stronger. "As you can see, I am rather adept at locating individuals, regardless of who it may be, provided the price is right. I can unearth them from their hiding places. Miss Kylia, there are those awaiting you in Effie." "Enough," she exclaimed, attempting to sidestep Yvette and approach Qianchen. However, Yvette spread its arms, blocking her path. Lowering its head, it gazed into Kylia's pale gray eyes with its verdant slit pupils, softly intoning, "I fear you have not fully grasped, Miss Kylia. Contracts are sacred to me. Having accepted this task, it seems you must accompany me." Kylia, peering over Yvette's shoulder, caught sight of something, becoming rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. "Of course, I shall not treat you poorly, Kylia," Yvette whispered into her ear. "Though I am baffled as to why this defective soldier of the Empire follows you, I would not mind releasing him, should you consent. Although his time is limited. As long as he can bring you joy, I believe." "Repay," a whisper echoed near Yvette's ear. Yvette's pupils dilated abruptly as the sudden, acrid scent of sulfur and the searing breath enveloped it like a cold embrace. It pressed down hard on the hilt of its long knife, swinging it backward with force. The blade, however, was deftly evaded as something seized Yvette's arm, sending an eerie chill through the grassed area, though it was merely an illusion, the touch of a scorching entity. With a jolt, Yvette flung its arm, but another body collided with it, the impact staggering. Circles of translucent green scales rippled across the area where Yvette was struck, cocooning it like a curled armadillo. The next moment, Yvette was propelled outward, crashing through a wall and carving a deep trench several meters long into the ground. Ultimately, it landed heavily upon a fish grill shop's water tank, unleashing a torrential cascade of water that flowed down its forehead as lively fish and crustaceans flailed around it. Yvette relinquished the knife's hilt, the semi-transparent green scales gradually dissipating. Clutching its arm with one hand, it felt a searing pain beneath its palm. Upon removing its hand, it discovered the area where it had been grasped was charred, revealing a blood-red imprint. "Damn it. The soldier from the Empire." having somehow escaped the frozen trap, now stood with wisps of smoke rising from his garment. The smoke emanating from two sources, one from the evaporating steam of the melted trap, the other from the burning fabric. The bare shirt purchased from a thrift market had sustained two large, jagged holes, exposing the vibrant red of his wounds beneath. Appearing less like blood and more akin to bubbling magma, he bowed his head, leaning against the wall, laboriously making his way toward Yvette. At the points where his palm pressed against the wall, dark, charred marks emerged, with some areas even oozing a black-red liquid. Yvette regarded the approaching Qianxun with a grave expression, hearing the repeated murmur of two words from his lips: repay. Chapter 23, Newly Renovated. Kill me. A voice roared within Qianxun's mind. Kill me. Another voice pleaded. Kill me. A third voice wept. Qianxun staggered, leaning against the wall, engulfed in a peculiar burning sensation ever since Yvette had uttered that strange term. Although the Archbishop's words had momentarily quelled the burning, after being suddenly frozen, the sensation erupted violently, reaching an unbearable peak. This searing feeling rendered Qianxun's consciousness hazy. He felt akin to a feverish patient, with everything around him transforming into a soft, cottony haze, making movement exceedingly arduous. Yet, the Archbishop's command drove him forward, compelling him to complete his task. Even as the intense burning made it nearly impossible for him to see, he groped along the wall, advancing towards the indistinct figure ahead. Beside him, Kylia was frightened by Qianxun's state. She had already glimpsed the massive scar on his back, his clothes charred and melting from the burns. Even as the relentless frost melted away, though she could not feel the searing heat, the air around them shimmered with distortion due to the high temperature. This was not what she desired. Qianxun's unsteady demeanor resembled that of a dying drunkard, on the verge of collapsing and never rising again. Enough. Kylia rushed to Qianxun's side, exclaiming loudly, Enough, stop. Hearing the Archbishop's words, Qianxun, still pressing against the wall, stood dazed in place. Deep impressions of his hands appeared on the surface. What is wrong with you? Kylia asked, her eyes wide with fear as she observed the bubbling blood from his rib wound. What is wrong? Still, money. Qianxun repeated, lost in confusion over the Archbishop's unpredictable nature. No more, Qianxun. Enough. This blood of yours. Kylia whispered, terrified. Though she was stone, she understood that blood should not boil within a living being. Enough? Qianxun queried, bewildered. Enough. Kylia insisted. Stop it. Let the blood cease. Qianxun's burning mind struggled to comprehend the Archbishop's words, but with the command given, he felt compelled to obey. Yet, after losing his purpose, the inexplicable cries in his mind grew louder. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. These cries drove the blood within him to surge wildly. In a daze, Qianxun envisioned a colossal tree engulfed in flames, its leaves dancing as fiery tongues. In reality, his clothes ignited, as did his shoes and trousers. The wound between his ribs spread visibly, akin to a dam bursting. Qianxun, Kylia screamed. Archbishop, do I have more to do? He murmured, lowering his head. In that instant, Kylia noticed the blood on Qianxun appeared to calm suddenly, his dark eyes regaining a serene depth reminiscent of their first encounter, allowing her anxious heart to ease slightly. Prepare the belongings. Qianxun recalled the enormous lizard and the towering furniture upon it, a task that could not be managed solely by the Archbishop. This duty was his alone. As this realization dawned, the boiling voices in his mind gradually faded, the hazy burning tree dissipated, and the spreading wound began to stabilize. Kylia rushed forward, vigorously patting out the remnants of flames on Qianxun's body. Once the blood ceased its boiling, the flames were swiftly extinguished by Kylia's stone hands. Meanwhile, the drenched Yvette rose from the shattered water tank, pressing against the wound on her arm as she approached Qianxun and Kylia. Instinctively, Qianxun stepped protectively in front of Kylia, staring blankly at Yvette. Standing 10 meters away, Yvette rasped, Shall we continue? Kylia, unwilling to let the two continue, quickly placed herself in front of Qianxun, arms wide. Yvette relaxed her arms, shaking her hair to rid it of droplets, her face devoid of the previous playful smile, now merely cold as she stated. If you wish to continue, I can accompany you, but it holds no meaning. I have accepted his payment and will not return it. This is a matter of respect for both myself and my employer. Qianxun remained dazed, while Kylia bit her lip, eyeing Yvette warily. Yvette slowly opened her palm, revealing a fleeting, transparent, magical circle from which a small white pouch fell into her hand. However, if you feel unsatisfied, Archbishop, this is a gift from the playwright Aphidu, which I believe holds value far beyond mere gold. With that, She tossed the white pouch to Kylia. Kylia reflexively caught it, feeling its weight, within which glimmered a dazzling blue-violet light. Peering through the loose opening, she discovered several complete mineral crystals, exuding a transparent and enchanting blue-violet glow, instantly forming upon their surfaces, astonishingly beautiful. Kylia gasped. This is the ice mica from the land of the Five Kings, a highly precious mineral. I heard the islanders say you have a fondness for consuming stones. Initially, I couldn't comprehend why Nazgadon would entrust you with such a valuable item. But it seems it was meant as a snack for you. Yvette said languidly, I hope it brings you a taste of home, Kylia. Kylia immediately raised the pouch, exclaiming, Take it back. I don't want these things. I want to go to that damn Aphidu with you. You can forget it. With a scoff, Yvette turned away, resting her hand on the hilt of her long knife, striding off into the distance. After just a few steps, she transformed into countless shimmering particles, vanishing into the air. After Yvette's departure, Kylia turned to Qianchen, who had once again reduced his newly donned clothes to tattered rags due to the battle. He stood against the wall, his lips slightly parted, eyes vacant and bewildered. Qianchen murmured. The two approached the colossal pack lizard, Qianchen grasping the chain around its neck, binding it to his own, leading the massive creature laden with furniture towards the Cathedral of Holy Light. Kylia followed closely, her concern for him palpable. Previously, she had dismissed the islanders' warnings, deeming them overly sensitive, but witnessing Qianchen scorch the wall with such depth, she realized the boiling blood within him was far more terrifying than she had imagined. What should be done with such a thing within him? Kylia was uncertain. She had never encountered such a situation, merely existing as a stone that consumed and rested in the valley. As they neared the Cathedral of Holy Light, Qianchen felt the boiling heat within him gradually subside. His mind clearing somewhat, he turned to Kylia, saying, Archbishop, I'm sorry. Surprised, Kylia asked, What's wrong, Qianchen? Kylia sighed, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she gently touched Qianchen's arm, saying, It's all right. One learns from adversity. If you encounter such individuals again, be sure not to be deceived. Earning money is no simple task. It is not to be squandered, wouldn't you agree? I understand. Qianchen nodded in acknowledgement. With an impassive demeanor, he gazed at the colossal pack lizard before him, approaching its side to begin untangling the ropes that bound it. Kylia joined him, climbing atop a heap of belongings, using ropes to carefully lower the furniture piece by piece from the lizard's back. As each item descended, the once massive creature gradually diminished in size, transforming from an entity encircled by 10 individuals to a mere 3 or 4 meters long, and finally shrinking to the dimensions of a door panel. When the last piece of furniture fell, it became a diminutive lizard, scurrying swiftly into the underbrush, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The assortment of belongings included bed frames, cabinets, sofas, tables, kitchen utensils, stoves, bathtubs, toilets, and more. Although these items bore the marks of age, Kylia paid them no mind. The Cathedral of Holy Light was inherently ancient, and she herself was as timeless as the mountains. The fleeting passage of time between new and old furnishings held little significance for her. She beckoned Qianchen to assist her in transporting these treasures from the courtyard into the cathedral, arranging them in various corners. They toiled until the late hours of the night, finally filling the cathedral with the antiquities. The Cathedral of Holy Light now stood in stark contrast to its previous state before Qianchen's arrival, appearing far more orderly. While its exterior remained dilapidated, stepping inside revealed a shoe cabinet nestled against the stone wall, following the illuminated walls. One would find a group of worn leather sofas resting undisturbed in a dry corner of the crumbling hall, sheltered from the rain. Kylia had creatively placed several flower pots beside the sofas, though she had yet to decide what plants to cultivate. The thought of conversing amidst blooms was undoubtedly an appealing prospect. As the night deepened, the tumultuous clouds continued to churn in the sky, and unease brewed within her heart. Yet the freshly adorned cathedral instilled in Kylia a sense of anticipation long forgotten. After their labors, Qianchen sat silently at the foot of the stairs, devoid of expression. Observing his quietude stirred something within Kylia. She approached him, bending down to rest her hand on his knee, saying, Qianchen, would you like to see something amusing? Qianchen slowly lifted his gaze, meeting Kylia's eyes, and nodded gently. With a faint smile, Kylia patted his wrist and said, Come upstairs. He complied, ascending to the second floor of the cathedral. Upon reaching the staircase's corner, he noticed Kylia meticulously locking the door at the top of the stairs. Chapter 24. The outbreak of fiery poison. Qianchen ascended the stairs, arriving at the second floor of the cathedral. The space had undergone a remarkable transformation. Soft wool carpets adorned the floor, and although they bore some holes, they were far more visually appealing than the previously insect-riddled wooden planks. At the end of the corridor stood a grand full-length mirror, carefully selected by the individual with black and white hair and green eyes from a flea market. Qianqian harbored no animosity towards the silver-haired, green-eyed person. Rather, he held a certain respect for their earnest attitude toward their work. At least, when acquiring these furnishings, they had shown great diligence. Although the Archbishop believed his money had been swindled, Qianqian was indifferent to the financial loss. He simply recognized that the Archbishop's actions were not in accordance with reason. Should another opportunity arise, he would certainly refrain from parting with his money again, if there were indeed a next time. After a moment of quiet contemplation in the corridor, Kylia emerged from the staircase. "Come," she said, grasping his wrist. Qianqian followed her silently to her chamber, which lay at the far end, adjacent to the ancient mirror. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, with little light seeping in, and the sky outside the cathedral appeared overcast. Had his eyes not adjusted to the dimness, Qianqian would have seen nothing. The Archbishop lingered in her room for a moment, then reappeared, her hands aglow with a bluish-purple light. She settled cross-legged beside Qianqian and beckoned him closer. Understanding her intent, he took a step back and knelt respectfully on the ground. Kylia positioned herself by the mirror, opened her mouth, and bit into the bluish-purple crystalline mineral, crunching it with a satisfying crackle. The hard mineral crumbled in her mouth like a biscuit, and soon, she finished consuming a piece of ice mica. After swallowing, she let out a small belch and expelled a puff of frosty mist. Subsequently, she raised her delicate palm and waved it slightly before Qianqian. As he focused intently, he noticed that in the night, Kylia's nails had transformed into a brilliant bluish purple, radiating with an extraordinary brilliance that surpassed even the mineral itself in purity. He slightly parted his lips in awe. Kylia's luminous nails were reminiscent of a blue giant exploding amidst the dark cosmos. "Do you find it beautiful?" Kylia inquired with a smile. Qianqian nodded. "Wow, how rare. I thought you would say you didn't know." She chuckled, playfully tapping his shoulder. Confused, Qianqian replied, "But it truly is beautiful." "Oh, never mind. Just take it as a compliment to me," she said, and only then did Qianqian notice the Archbishop's appearance had changed. The tips of her silvery gray hair were now tinged with bluish purple, extending upward. More astonishingly, her eyes had shifted from a grayish hue to a sparkling bluish purple, appearing resplendent in the dark corridor. His mouth gaped wider as he murmured, "Archbishop, your hair, and your eyes." Kylia lowered her hand, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, and nodded. "Indeed, whatever mineral I consume alters the color of my hair, eyes, and nails. I might have ingested some blue crystal before, but its energy was too scant, and I lacked the funds to consume more, so it had little effect. However, truly precious minerals can bring about significant changes." Qianqian regarded her blue-purple eyes and hair in silence. The temperature in the corridor gradually dropped, and a thin layer of frost began to form on the mirror's surface. Kylia suddenly recalled something and opened her mouth to reveal her hands cupped around a handful of seeds. "This afternoon, while at the flea market, I saw someone selling coconut tree seeds and various vegetable seeds, so I purchased some. Once the weather improves, we can plant them, and you won't have to go out to buy food. We can simply lie back and relax." "Haha, sounds great," Qianqian replied softly, eyeing the seeds glimmering in the dim light. Observing Qianqian's calm demeanor eased some of Kylia's unease and anxiety. Despite the terrifying blood, she believed Qianqian could control it. "Let us rest early tonight. If the weather is nice tomorrow, I'll teach you how to plant trees," Kylia instructed as she rose. Qianqian knelt on the carpet, silently watching her. "Good night, Qianqian," Kylia said. He bowed his head and quietly stood, retreating into his own room. Cavens, those infected with this substance have never lived beyond 25. "Watton, Archbishop, you do not realize this soldier has little time left. Yvette, though he may not have long, as long as he can bring you joy and comfort." Restless, Kylia tightened her fingers around the bed linens, the anxiety suppressed during the day re-emerging with vengeance in the night. Had Qianqian not passed by her side, she would have remained indifferent to the life and death of any soldier from the Empire. Yet he had crossed her path, even intertwining their fates. "He won't last long, damn it, is there truly no way?" Kylia thought of Baron Watton, who had claimed to possess a solution. Yet he had been silenced before revealing it. The notion of seeking Watton again was impossible, yet it also confirmed that perhaps this blood was not entirely beyond salvation. If there exists a remedy, what might it be? And if no solution is found, what will the consequences be? Her unease reached a breaking point, unbearable to endure any longer. Kylia reluctantly rose from her bed and quietly opened her door. She felt compelled to check on Qianqian. In the darkness, she stood at the threshold of his room and knocked softly, calling, "Qianqian, are you asleep?" Her heart sank as she realized that, despite their brief time together, he always appeared by her side at her call. Could he truly be asleep? Perhaps the soldiers of the U Empire do not slumber so deeply. Kylia grasped the doorknob and gently pushed it open. The old door creaked ominously as it swung wide. Inside the tidy room, there was a bed and a simple cabinet, devoid of much else. However, the single bed lay empty. The bedding was untouched, perfectly arranged at the foot of the bed, reflecting the meticulous nature of its occupant. Yet, the occupant was nowhere to be found. "Qianqian." Kylia lingered at the doorway, calling out again, "Qianqian?" Panic flooded her as it dawned on her that the cathedral was eerily desolate. She took several deep breaths, though she did not require air. She sought some means to quell her rising fear and anxiety. "Qianqian." She dashed back into his room, searching frantically. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the windowsill. There, hidden in the shadows, a dark handprint was faintly visible, a mark that would have gone unnoticed had she not looked closely. Upon seeing that handprint, Kylia's fear erupted uncontrollably. She covered her face with her hands and screamed, realizing that the boiling blood was not as easily controlled as she had hoped. "Qianqian, Qianqian." Without further hesitation, she seized the windowsill and leaped from the second floor into the courtyard of the Holy Light Cathedral. Her heavy body lacked the grace of a feather, and upon landing, she sank deeply into the mud. Struggling to rise, she noticed a shallow footprint on the ground, surrounded by moss that bore the unmistakable marks of being scorched. "Qianqian," Kylia called out in a trembling voice, her gaze lowered as she sprinted forward, following the trail of footprints. With every few steps, she encountered the charred imprints on the ground. Initially, the footprints appeared steady, but as the distance increased, they grew increasingly erratic, some veering east, others west. The trail extended ahead, not towards the town, but meandering through the secluded woods towards the shoreline. Kylia's body trembled incessantly. Qianqian seemed to retain some semblance of reason, yet she could no longer fathom his intentions. As she pressed on, the ground bore not only footprints but also handprints. These marks were either imprinted upon the earth or etched into the trees, and wherever it had touched, the surface was scorched black. Following these indications, Kylia raced ahead, gradually discovering embers that had yet to extinguish among those impressions, and she called out loudly, "Qianqian." Her voice mingled with the sound of crashing waves. Emerging from the dense forest, she reached the sandy shores of Dada Island. The ominous sky was shrouded in dark clouds, the ocean appeared as black as ink, and even the beach was enveloped in a heavy gray hue. Amidst this grayness, a line of deep crimson streaks stretched forward, leading towards the tumultuous, despairing sea. These dark red lines were no longer mere footprints. They had transformed into deep grooves, filled with sand that had melted into glass from the searing heat. Upon arriving at this place, Kylia ceased her cries, following the trail at a reckless pace until she finally reached its terminus. Here, the ground had been scorched into a vast pit, within which lay an intensely heated, orange-yellow silhouette. To call it a human shape would be inaccurate, for its limbs were grotesquely elongated and thin, with a tail ending in claws, rendering it unrecognizable as human. Were those limbs? Perhaps not, as protruding from the creature's caudal region was an appendage that bore traits of both a leg and a tail, leaving its true nature indiscernible. It writhed in the molten pit, twisted in agony, emitting a cacophony of tortured howls. The waves crashed violently, and dense steam ascended into the sky, the vapor resulting from the interaction between the seawater and the searing entity. Chapter 25. The Way of Firefighting, Part 1. Kylia gazed at the inexplicable creature in the pit, her mouth covering in shock. Could this truly be Qianqian? The horror and madness before her were unimaginable. The searing heat continued to rise, the light in the pit boiling and distorting, while the creature's high-temperature, orange-yellow body writhed and struggled within. Faintly visible on its back were cross-shaped scars, now transformed into a brilliant yellow, continuously hissing as they expelled thick, scorching substances, resembling an active volcanic fissure or the flares erupting from the sun's surface. The scene before her had completely transcended Kylia's understanding. She was at a loss as to what to do or how to assist Qianqian. This moment echoed the townspeople's tales of those consumed by the boiling blood of infection, succumbing to madness and transforming into monsters before their demise. Perhaps such occurrences were not unprecedented. The villagers had likely heard these stories before, which explained their aversion to Qianqian. Those who had extensive exposure to the world might have grown accustomed to such tragedies. Hence their unanimous declarations that Qianqian had little time left. Maybe even during the day, Qianqian himself sensed the impending loss of control. Yet he chose to tidy up the cathedral before retreating to the seaside alone. Reflecting on this, Kylia could not suppress her sorrow. As a being of stone, she could not weep, only tremble incessantly. Despite knowing that her unrealistic hopes might be naive, she still struggled to accept the unfolding scene. It had been many years since anyone had lived in the cathedral. Perhaps some mischievous youths had come to amuse themselves with her. But time had transformed those youths into weary adults, laboring on the island, trapped in the monotony of daily life. There may have been those who harbored illusions about the holy light, coming to the cathedral in desperation to pray and plead, only to leave when they discovered that the holy light could not resolve their problems. Yet Qianqian was utterly different from these individuals. When he called her Archbishop, there was not a hint of mockery. He cared not for the cathedral's dilapidation or her impoverishment, nor did he concern himself with whether she was stone or something else entirely. The night tide began to rise, waves crashing towards the shore. And with the ebb and flow of the tide, copious amounts of seawater surged into the pit, drenching Qianqian and erupting into vast clouds of steam, transforming the pit into a dark crimson hue. The creature in the pit writhed in agony, letting out a frantic roar. Its skin turned black, only to be incinerated moments later, reverting to a blinding, fiery yellow. Qianqian Kylia could no longer endure. She took a few steps closer to the pit. As she approached, the intense heat spontaneously ignited her bishop's robe, flames engulfing it in an instant. In the blink of an eye, her vestments were reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. However, as a being of stone, Kylia felt no pain, nor did she perceive the heat. She moved closer to Qianqian, reaching out to touch the scorching entity. But as her hand extended, the twisted creature suddenly turned its head. Qianqian's once handsome features had been rendered unrecognizable, leaving only two hollow, fiery eye sockets and a mouth that dripped with searing yellow substance. "Leave," the creature hissed, its voice a raspy growl. "I will not leave," Kylia replied. Speaking to herself, the cathedral is too lonely, and the holy light has been forgotten. Rather than guard a stone edifice, I would prefer to remain in a place where someone listens to me. These words were lost on Qianqian. He had long since surrendered himself to the searing heat. With only flames remaining in his consciousness, an overwhelming inferno. Lava blazed upon the ground as he opened his mouth and howled to the heavens, his neck stretching as if in torment. His cries were swallowed by the crashing waves, which surged mercilessly upon the creature, causing it to stagger and stumble towards the sea. In the midst of the waves, Kylia embraced Qianqian from behind. In an instant, steam billowed upward, the heat rolling like a tidal wave. The scorching temperature evaporating the seawater and threatening to turn Kylia into magma. Feeling something, Qianqian thrashed in a frenzy, grasping at the stone arms on his neck, attempting to shake off the entity. However, this motion lasted but a moment before he froze. A faint white mist enveloped the boiling figure. Not merely vapor, but more akin to condensed water droplets. A chilling aura seeped into Qianqian's body, offering a momentary respite from the inferno. He gasped for breath, expelling the hot air. Noticing the creature's stillness before him, Kylia lifted her head, instinctively reacting to the moment, while Qianqian seemed to be under some unseen control. What could be exerting such influence over him? Soon, Kylia realized something was falling from her forehead, small, detached blue-purple fragments. These minuscule shards landed upon Qianqian, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The blue-purple fragments quickly formed layers of frost on his surface, thin yet more heat-resistant than the ground below, gradually dulling the boiling orange blood beneath. "What is this?" Kylia gasped, taking a cautious step back. She released her grip, running her fingers through her hair, discovering her own blue-purple shards, remnants of the ice cloud she had consumed earlier. Though they were called hair, Kylia had none in the traditional sense. What she possessed were merely stone strands shaped like hair. She crushed the fragments in her palm, instinctively applying them to Qianqian's form. To her dismay, this touch only intensified his cries of agony. Large clusters of frost blossomed on Qianqian's body, the crystalline structures intertwining, transforming the searing flesh beneath into pale blue ice. Seeing the change, Kylia set aside Qianqian's cries. Though she did not comprehend the phenomenon, she knew that no outcome could be worse than Qianqian being burned alive. Thus, she resolutely pulled at her hair, snapping off the blue-purple tip she had transformed, crushing them in her hands and scattering them over Qianqian. Kylia witnessed the results. Bending down to lift Qianqian, checking his breathing with her hand, still hot and feverish. The high temperature in those areas had diminished, revealing pale skin that grew anew from the crystalline patches, resembling white islands amidst a sea of flames. In haste, she tore off more of her hair, sprinkling it over Qianqian. However, the blue-purple strands had been entirely exhausted, and the ordinary stone strands held no efficacy. Only the ice cloud fragments seemed potent. Kylia glanced at her delicate white fingers and the blue-purple nails, then opened her mouth, biting down with a gentle force. Her exquisite nails broke off as she chewed them, lowering her head to gently expel the crushed remnants onto Qianqian's face. Sure enough, as the blue-purple fragments landed, the writhing orange heat began to recede from his visage, cold white skin visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate to cover Qianqian's face. However, his countenance was rife with anguish. He writhed and trembled, caught in the oscillation of heat and cold, gasping as he tightly shut his eyes. It worked. Encouraged, Kylia bit down on her fingers once more. Soon, all 10 of her fingernails were bitten off and crushed, and she smeared the remnants across Qianqian's body. The boiling blood continued to contract, and the pallid skin expanded further, ultimately transforming Qianqian into a being with white skin on the front and a back pulsating with seething, scalding blood. Waves of the sea crashed in, filling the pit. Qianqian curled up, shivering and coughing uncontrollably. His nails and hair had been exhausted, yet the scorching blood showed no signs of ceasing its tumultuous boil. Kylia recalled the remaining ice mica in the church. She grasped Qianqian's arm, supporting his thigh, and hoisted him onto her back. Then, she waded through the knee-deep water, retracing her steps toward the Cathedral of Holy Light, carrying Qianqian along. The chains chimed softly, while the sea breeze rustled the dark leaves before dawn, creating a hushed sound. Someone was trudging with him, taking uneven steps on the ground, beneath a dim sky, upon the cold, rough stones. He recognized the shape of the stones and yearned to struggle, but he found himself devoid of strength, able only to plead softly. Archbishop, Qianqian, let me go. I have already seen the molten tree. Kylia was unaware of what the molten tree was that Qianqian spoke of, yet she could roughly guess his intent. She patted his hand reassuringly, asserting, You mustn't say such things, Qianqian. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Do not give up. You have much work yet to accomplish. Qianqian, too weak to respond, closed his eyes. Kylia's steps did not falter. The moment her back met the mountain spring, the cold, clear water began to bubble vigorously, releasing plumes of steam that hissed into the air. She took a bit of ice mica, ground it finely, and sprinkled it upon Qianqian. However, a strange occurrence unfolded. The previously effective shards of ice mica fell upon Qianqian without effect, behaving merely like ordinary stones. The boiling blood on his back continued unabated. After pondering by the spring for a considerable time, Kylia revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness. She placed the ice mica in her mouth, crunching it between her teeth before swallowing. Before long, the tips of her hair transformed back to a bluish-purple hue, and her nails grew anew. She repeated her prior process, snipping her hair, biting her nails, reducing them to fragments, and applying them to Qianqian's back. This time, the boiling blood on Qianqian's back began to recede. Yet it halted when it shrank to about a foot wide. The 1-foot-long fissure on Qianqian's back glimmered with a radiant red light, emanating a dreadful heat. Kylia, unwilling to relent, extended her fingers toward her eyes, hoping to expel this terrifying entity entirely from Qianqian's body. Yet, in the next instant, the fissure twisted, and a swirling red vortex manifested within, resembling a rotating pupil fixated on Kylia. As she was ensnared by the crimson whirlpool, a profound shock reverberated through her soul, rendering her immobile. Though she could not comprehend the nature of this entity, she distinctly sensed an extreme chaos and brutality emanating from that eerie vortex. Chapter 26. The Path of Firefighting, Part 2. Kylia gradually relaxed, feeling utterly exhausted. As she gazed at the still unconscious Qianqian, she sighed deeply and, with great effort, assisted him into the Cathedral of Holy Light. She had intended to take him to the second floor for rest, but after casting a glance at the swirling crimson vortex, an overwhelming heaviness enveloped her. She barely managed to walk a short distance before collapsing to the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. Uncertain of how long she had slept, perhaps a day, 2 days, or even 3, the skies above Dada Island darkened with clouds that transformed into torrential rain, followed by overcast skies. Then the searing rays of the sun, and finally the chilling glow of the moon. The relentless cycle of thunder and rain persisted day and night, casting different hues of light through the openings of the cathedral's roof, dancing over the two unconscious figures on the ground, sometimes illuminated by lightning, sometimes by sunlight, and at other times by moonlight. In the dim corners, unknown geckos scuttled up Kylia's stone-like body and onto Qianqian. As they climbed, one of their tails became frozen, causing the startled creature to sever it in its panic, only to be burned by the fissures on Qianqian's back. In a frantic bid for escape, it fled the cathedral. When Kylia awoke once more, it was still night. The cold moonlight streamed down from the cathedral's heights, reminiscent of the night she first encountered Qianqian. Rising to her feet, her immediate concern was to locate him. A glance revealed her relief. This time, Qianqian had not departed the Cathedral of Holy Light alone. He had awakened and was now sitting on the stairs, curled up with his knees drawn to his chest, seemingly fond of that spot, as he frequently chose to sit there. With a sigh of relief, Kylia disregarded her modesty, clutching her chest and hurrying to Qianqian's side. Upon inspecting his back, she noted that the wound had worsened since her last observation, expanding further. The pale skin bore intricate fissures resembling intertwined roots, now forming a pattern reminiscent of the previous cruciform shape. With a grave expression, Kylia gently caressed Qianqian's back, feeling the tumultuous blood within him still writhing and boiling. That dreadful power far from dissipated. It was evident that, given time, it would resurge. The thought of it sent a shiver down her spine. The eerie green-eyed figure had already depleted her supply of ice mica. If the boiling blood were to erupt again, what could she possibly employ to halt it? Without prolonged deliberation, Kylia resolved to act. Rising, she ascended to the second floor of the cathedral. The last remaining vestige of her bishop's robes had been incinerated in her search for Qianqian, so she opened the wardrobe, hoping to find something suitable to wear. Upon opening the wardrobe, she discovered it brimming with garments, items procured from a second-hand market by Qianqian and that peculiar green-eyed individual. As she rummaged through the clothes, she sought an outfit that would meet her approval. Yet, after much deliberation, she found them all somewhat embarrassing, either revealing shoulders, exposing waists, baring chests, or displaying legs. Each garment seemed to demand some form of exposure. Accustomed to the flowing bishop's robes, Kylia felt increasingly vexed as she sifted through the wardrobe, finally settling on a piece that was not overtly revealing. It was a white, one-shouldered sweater with a diagonal cut and a pair of light blue, form-fitting trousers of uncertain material. Although the trousers appeared to offer some coverage, once donned, they felt as if she were wearing nothing at all. Being of stone, Kylia could not discern the fabric's texture or material to ascertain whether she was clothed. She could only experience the sensation of wearing clothes through the alteration of her form. The voluminous bishop's robe had enveloped her comfortably, but these tight trousers clung to her, rendering her almost oblivious to their presence. Nevertheless, the urgency of Qianqian's injuries left her no time to ponder her attire further. After hastily dressing, she wrapped herself in a blanket and hurried downstairs. Qianqian remained in his previous stupor, seated on the stairs. Unlike before, this time he seemed so lost in thought that even upon hearing sounds from above, he did not rise to allow Kylia passage. He sat there, motionless, cradling his knees, devoid of vitality, like a mere puppet, animated only by the breath of life. Kylia bent down before Qianqian, gazing into his dark, vacant eyes, and gently stroked his head. It felt cold, nearly devoid of human warmth. Perhaps the chill of the ice mica was too intense, as droplets of condensation dripped from his chin. She draped the blanket over him, offering gentle admonitions. Yet, Qianqian remained unresponsive, akin to a vegetative state. Concerned, Kylia reiterated softly, "Please, do not venture to the seaside alone again. Do you understand?" Qianqian nodded almost imperceptibly. Still clutching his knees without moving, his gaze fixed blankly ahead. At this moment, it was around midnight. She lowered her head and made her way to the red-light district of Dada Island. Though she had only known of this street in passing, she had never ventured there before. Deep down, she harbored a dislike for such places, yet for the sake of Qianqian's life, she felt compelled to visit. The red-light district was the domain of the island's prominent merchant, Monica. Unlike other trade streets on Dada Island, this one only opened its doors at night. Most establishments operated in the realm of indulgence, and in recent years, the unyielding climate and the hopeless steam from the sea had adversely affected the island's agricultural yield. The presence of sea monsters impeded trade further, leaving many businesses struggling. Conversely, Monica's Red Light Hotel prospered more than ever. At the center of the street stood a grand wooden door, rivaling the residence of the island's lord, with the name Red Light Hotel boldly emblazoned. A few unicorn camels were tethered by the roadside, and plump merchants, laughing heartily as they embraced songstresses and dancers, entered the hotel. The wealthy patrons of the island were frequent visitors to Monica's establishment. Kylia, now clad in casual attire, unwittingly drew the attention of many as she appeared on the street. Not only men, but also several women leaned out from their establishments, astonished at the sight of the young woman standing at the entrance of the red light hotel. Under the night's veil, her pale gray complexion was indistinct, compounded by her departure from the bishop's robes she had worn for decades. None among the gathering recognized her. While they could not identify the Archbishop of Holy Light, they were captivated by her exquisite figure, her perfectly proportioned curves, and the breathtaking symmetry of her form, an imprint of beauty etched in their minds by the heavens. As she gracefully walked past, onlookers found their gazes irresistibly drawn to her, as if by magnetic force. Some even found themselves dumbfounded, pushing aside their companions to stand rooted in place, transfixed by her presence. Even the guards stationed at the entrance of the red light hotel took a step back, averting their eyes in sudden shock, overcome by a primal fear and unsettling terror of the soulless surrender. Without a word of inquiry or hindrance, Kylia effortlessly entered Monica's red light hotel. The ground floor was a dance hall, bustling with youthful patrons moving rhythmically, employees under Monica's command. Upon her arrival on Dada Island, Kylia recalled how the island's young women toiled in the fields. Father Reinhardt often took her to converse with these women about agricultural practices, but times had changed. The era of fieldwork had vanished, replaced by deafening music and dazzling lights. Approaching a bar at the edge of the dance floor, Kylia caught the attention of the patrons within. In the dimly lit exterior, she had gone unrecognized, but within the chaotic swirl of spotlights, her true identity remained concealed. They merely perceived her as an incredibly alluring beauty. "Beautiful lady, may I offer you a drink?" A drunken voice approached her, emboldened by the spirits. Kylia inquired. Noting the audacity of these inebriated souls, far more forward than those outside, they gathered around, wine glasses in hand, chattering animatedly. "Miss, how come we haven't seen you before?" "Hick, miss, if I may be so bold, you are as stunning as the statue of Aphrodite." The jovial bartender observed Kylia and the drunken men while polishing glasses. The arrival of such a beauty promised a surge in sales. If not for his duties, he would have eagerly treated her to a drink. "What would you like, miss?" he inquired. Kylia replied coolly, "I am here to find Ivat Shaw. It is he who sent me." Upon hearing this, the bartender's demeanor shifted instantly. He hurriedly pushed through the drunken crowd surrounding Kylia, scolding them as he did so. "A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Are you out of your minds?" After clearing the burly men, he bowed to Kylia and said, "Miss, please follow me." Kylia, expressionless, brushed past the drunken men, who gasped in surprise at the force of her touch, as though they had collided with a wall. The bartender guided her to the second floor of the Monica Hotel, where the ambience was markedly more refined than below. The decor was exquisite, and the music was less raucous. Patrons engaged in various activities, some entwined with companions, others engrossed in card games, laughter and banter filling the air. In the center of the hall stood a grand statue of a woman holding a scepter, which Kylia regarded with a stoic expression. At the end of the hall, a large mahogany door swung open, and the bartender, bowing at the threshold, announced, "Lord Shaw is a distinguished guest of our hotel. I hope you find your time together pleasant." Without a word, Kylia circumvented him and stepped into the mahogany chamber. The door creaked shut behind her, instantly silencing the cacophony of music and gambling, as if she had entered a realm of serene mystery. The room was expansive yet sparsely furnished. Despite the opulent carvings and embellishments on the walls, it contained only a bed and a few chairs. Approaching the bed, Kylia noticed a figure with silvery black hair turned away from her. She walked over to Ivat Shaw, who sat alone on the floor, leaning against the bed, absorbed in a book. Surrounding him were piles of tomes, each thicker and more ancient than the last. A glance at the book in Ivat's hands revealed an unfamiliar script to Kylia. His green eyes shifted slightly, and upon noticing Kylia beside him, he displayed no surprise, merely adjusting his glasses and smiling gently. "This outfit suits you well, Kylia. My taste remains impeccable, does it not?" Kylia gestured to her exposed shoulder, retorting, "To be frank, I do not share your taste." "Ah, you should be accustomed to it, dear Archbishop. Just look at those women outside. Who pays attention to you without a hint of allure?" Ivat turned a page, continuing nonchalantly, "Besides, are you not a stone? What concern does a stone have for how others perceive its form? There is no shame in that." Kylia huffed, I expected you to be like those people outside, entangled with others. I never anticipated you would retreat to the Monica Hotel to read. It is quite surprising. Ivet chuckled. Well, I am but a diligent worker. You cannot expect me to indulge in frivolities while navigating the perils of the old continent. After all, I nearly met my end thanks to your brute the last time. I am still recovering. He then lifted his arm to show Kylia a scarred mark, a vivid reminder of his ordeal, still fresh and shocking to behold. Chapter 27, The Way of Firefighting, Part 3. Kylia gazed at the scar on Ivet's arm, remaining silent. This marked her second encounter with this individual. Yet she still struggled to discern their gender. Now, seated on the floor against the bedpost, Ivet held a book, exuding an air of languor and nonchalance. Unlike the women outside adorned with their signature makeup. However, if one were to consider them male, the loose, shoulder-bearing attire seemed rather suggestive. Sit. Ivet gestured towards a nearby chair. Kylia took a seat, about to speak when a hidden door creaked open, and two individuals dressed like chefs emerged, pushing a silver cart laden with an exquisitely arranged fruit platter to Ivet. With a casual wave of the hand, the two chefs in white hats bowed and retreated. As Ivet closed the book, it disintegrated into a myriad of shimmering lights upon its closure. Stretching lazily, Ivet approached the fruit platter, picking up a toothpick to nibble on the fruits with a satisfying crunch. Ivet did not acknowledge Kylia, who, unable to savor the taste of the fruit, merely remarked dryly, "You truly know how to indulge. One must read, memorize spells, and relish the pleasures of life." After all, Ivet replied, biting into an orange and sighing, but these delicacies, while visually splendid, lack any extraordinary flavor. The chef handling these ingredients doesn't even qualify as an apprentice. A cook unacquainted with the weight of reality merely puts on a fade. Aside from fruits, I wouldn't dare let them prepare anything else. Kylia nodded. Haha. I thought you could endure a few more days, dear Archbishop, Ivet teased. I even asked Monica to book a month-long stay, anticipating a protracted standoff with you. Yet, just a few days in, and you've already surrendered. What, did the bland cathedral leave you feeling lonely? Kylia scoffed. Your tongue is quite sharp, gourmand. Hee. It's just that the beating I endured the other day was too much. I needed a little indulgence to soothe my grievances. Ivet chuckled. And what about that soldier from the U Empire? Where is he? Did you leave him below? That won't do. A simpleton like him has likely never encountered such a vibrant spectacle. Kylia replied coolly. His boiling blood has erupted. Ivet seemed taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. As the laughter subsided, Ivet shook its head and walked over to the window, pulling back the curtain to peer outside, remarking, So, Archbishop, I mentioned he was on the verge of death. That was accurate, right? And now, has he transformed into a monster, spewing fire around Dada Island? Goodness, who knows how many lives will be lost. He has neither perished nor morphed into a monster, Kylia stated. Upon hearing this, Ivet's expression turned serious as it lowered the curtain. What are you implying? That is precisely why I sought you out, Ivet, Kylia replied evenly. If you wish to take me to Aphidu, I have two conditions. First, I require ample ice mica. Second, I need a solution for the boiling blood. Humph, you come to me with such requests? Ivet retorted arrogantly. I never promised to serve you. Perhaps when you have the means, we can discuss this further. Kylia's expression darkened. She rose to her feet, ready to leave. Her sole desire was to find a remedy for Chinchin's boiling blood. If Ivet was unwilling to assist, she saw no reason to remain, as she could always find her own way to Aphidu. Seeing Kylia's unceremonious departure, Ivet quickly softened, darting to the door to block her path. Wait, dear Archbishop. I haven't finished speaking. Since you've broached the topic, I don't mind sharing. Ice mica, while rare, can be purchased if one has the funds. Aphidu, being one of the most renowned city-states of Obitus, surely has ice mica for sale. And then, Kylia regarded Ivet with a cold stare. Ivet raised its hands in resignation. As for the solution to boiling blood, do you think I am privy to such knowledge? If I possessed that kind of information, I would have long since ascended to a position of power in the Empire, living a life of grandeur, rather than trudging through a place like Dada Island to engage in such arduous tasks. You do not know, Kylia said blankly. I am but an ordinary taskmaster. Dear Archbishop, those in the know are likely at least at the level of the sovereign of Aphidu, Ivet muttered, if resolving boiling blood were so simple. The U Empire wouldn't be inundated with so many monstrous bombs each year. Then there is nothing further to discuss, Kylia stated. A moment of surprise crossed Kylia's face. How do you know that the sovereign of Aphidu possesses information regarding the resolution of boiling blood? She inquired. Have you forgotten the Battle of Sanyang Bay from a few months ago? The Yu Empire is no match for Aphidu. The sovereign must be well aware of boiling blood, or else the empire would have long since obliterated them, wouldn't they? Upon hearing this, Kylia nodded, conceding, that makes sense. I will agree to your terms. In the pitch-black night, drops of water fell from Qinchin's chin. He surveyed the floor of the holy light cathedral, enveloped in tranquility and emptiness. Yet, within this sacred space, he sensed the presence of something beyond mere stone. What could it be? Qinchin was uncertain. At that moment, amidst the near blankness of his mind, an unusual and bizarre image emerged, a tree engulfed in flames. It was not ignited by human hands, but seemed to burn inherently. Its leaves danced like flames. Its trunk flowed with molten lava, stretching from an unfathomable abyss to an unseen height in the void. Yet, whenever Qinchin thought of that tree, a sense of profound tranquility washed over him. The tree seemed to harbor a subtle allure and yearning for him, a yearning that was not overwhelming but enduring. However, delving deeper, Qinchin remained oblivious to the true nature of that tree or the source of such temptation, leaving him in a state of perplexity. If only he could discern what that tree truly was. Footsteps echoed from a distance, pulling him from his serene and empty state. The entity swiftly darted past him, vanishing without a trace. He felt the pain in his back, the chill enveloping his body, and glimpsed two figures emerging from the cathedral's exterior. Kylia hurried to Qinchin's side, gently touching his forehead. It's all right, Qinchin. I will take you to Aphidu to seek a solution for the boiling blood. In response, Qinchin remained in a daze. Yvette approached Qinchin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Puzzled, is this truly what the fabled aftermath of boiling blood looks like? You've been left completely bare and yet sit there so nonchalantly, truly a testament to the resilience of a soldier from the Yu Empire. Your shamelessness is unmatched. Qinchin remained in a stupor. The coldness had not only frozen his blood but also sapped his strength. He yearned to move but found himself utterly powerless. Kylia shot Yvette a glare. Take him to a room and help him change. He cannot go out like this. What? I'm to change his clothes? Have you lost your mind? He has hands and feet. Why should I do it? 500 kindlers. I wouldn't lift a finger for such a task. Yvette immediately refused. Who said anything about kindlers? I simply asked if you would do it, Kylia replied impatiently. Of course not. I wouldn't do it without payment. I'm not that desperate, Yvette asserted with a sense of entitlement. Are you a girl? So shy, Kylia inquired. Yvette paused, laughing as she tilted her head to look at Kylia. Oh, the Archbishop is trying to pry into my affairs. What does it matter to you whether I am a girl or not, as long as I can take you to Aphidu? Faced with Yvette's nonchalant retort, Kylia had no choice but to bend down and whisper in Qinchin's ear, Qinchin, go change your clothes. This is utterly mortifying. Kylia turned her head away. Yvette, however, seemed unconcerned. She leaned against the cathedral wall, stroking her chin, her gaze curiously appraising Qinchin's physique. Qinchin turned around, instinctively making his way up the stairs. At this moment, he felt utterly drained, as if he could muster no strength at all. The chains on his wrists felt as heavy as mountains, dragging along the stairs, requiring immense effort to move even slightly. Seeing this, Kylia quickly called for Yvette's assistance. This time, Yvette did not refuse. She smirked and approached Qinchin, lifting the chains from his hands. Together, they helped Qinchin ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the room on the second floor, Qinchin, assisted by Kylia, donned a set of clothes. After putting on the garments, he could no longer bear the weight of the chains and slumped to the floor, motionless. Yvette, leaning against the threshold of Qinchin's room, observed him and remarked, You can still dress yourself. You haven't completely turned into a fool. Once the clothing was ready, she returned to Qinchin's room, retrieving several outfits from his wardrobe, neatly folding them in a bedsheet before tying it up and holding it in her hand. Looking at the primitive bundle, Yvette remarked dryly, You need not appear so destitute. After all, you are the Archbishop of the Holy Light. You can't look like a beggar. With that, she reached out and touched the bundle in Kylia's hands. The wrapped clothes disintegrated into sparkling fragments, vanishing into the air. Having met Yvette twice before, Kylia was no stranger to witnessing this ability, which piqued her curiosity. She asked, Where did you send those things? A secret? Yvette giggled. A secret? I suspect it is magic, Kylia responded. I once heard a priest say that the magic of the old continent is all under the purview of the deities. Are you a follower of some god? Well, that is unrelated to the task at hand. Yvette adjusted her yellow glasses and continued. Rumor has it that the Holy Light Cathedral can communicate directly with the cosmos. Such trivial skills of mine could hardly catch the Archbishop's eye. Hey, if you don't want to talk, just say so. Kylia placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Yvette. Why are you being all mysterious and mocking me? Their banter fell on deaf ears to Qianqian, who remained unresponsive and disinterested in their exchange. The ice mica had absorbed most of his body heat, rendering him unable to maintain his posture. His body slumped, collapsing onto the floor. Kylia gasped and hurried to his side, supporting him and checking his nose. Although he was breathing, it was weak and cold, with long intervals between breaths. It appears we must depart immediately. She anxiously asked Yvette, how exactly do we get there? You've come to the right person, Yvette replied lazily. When traveling in the old continent, there are typically 3 methods. For long-distance air travel, airships are preferable. They are swift but costly, and in the event of an accident, it can be quite troublesome, as the skies are perilous. Land travel is the most common. I usually travel by land. Previously, I came from the Iron Gate Bridge's breach. Although many sea monsters guard that area, they are quite greedy and can be bribed to let you pass. No land travel, Kylia interjected immediately. Well, then there's only the water route left, by ship or through an underwater tunnel. If someone is willing to venture out for trade, or if there exists an underwater tunnel connecting to the kingdom of Mediogo, they could take us to Ifidu. Yvette shrugged, but that's highly unlikely. The Wishing Sea is the lair of sea monsters, notorious for their greed and treachery. If I were an engineer for Mediogo, I certainly wouldn't connect an underwater tunnel to such a desolate place. After a moment's contemplation, Kylia realized she had no other options. We'll travel by air, she declared resolutely. We will fly there. Fly there? Yvette exclaimed in surprise. Does such a poor place as Dada Island even have airships? You likely don't even have mini boats. Kylia lifted Qianqian from the ground and patted his shoulder, saying, there weren't any before. Now that he's here, there will be. Chapter 28. The business prodigy. After finally locking the cathedral, Kylia cast a lingering glance at the dilapidated structure on the hillside, a place that had stood for countless years. She then supported Qianqian and, accompanied by Yvette, made her way to the dyeing workshop on Dada Island. Upon arriving at the domain of Cavens, the owner of the dyeing workshop, they found the premises bustling with activity, despite the early dawn. The ground was littered with various types of timber and metal components, while apprentices darted about carrying planks. Nearby, blacksmiths tended to their forges, and skilled craftsmen hammered away in a frenzy of productivity. In the center of the yard, a dirigible-like craft was gradually taking shape, its wings adorned with propellers and a massive hot air balloon perched atop, though at that moment, the balloon lay deflated and limp upon the craft. Upon sighting the airship, Yvette froze momentarily, then couldn't help but lower her head, covering her mouth as her shoulders shook with laughter. Kylia, perplexed by Yvette's amusement, settled Qianqian onto a patch of grass before approaching the airship. Beside the airship, several merchants from Dada Island were engaged in animated discussions with the craftsmen, scrutinizing blueprints and gesticulating toward the vessel. Among them was Cavens, the owner of the dyeing workshop. Kylia hesitated before tugging on Cavens' arm from behind. This time, Cavens had learned from experience. Before Kylia could speak, he began scanning the area. Sure enough, he soon spotted Qianqian seated on the distant grass, his dazed expression and black shirt instantly recognizable. Cavens, agitated, exclaimed to Kylia, "Why have you brought him here again? Quickly, take him away. It's too dangerous with all this wood and the crowd. If something happens, what do you expect me to do?" Had she not witnessed the terrifying eruption of boiling blood, Kylia might have taken offense at Cavens' words. However, after experiencing the horror of its flames, her previous indignation dissipated, and she could only plead, "Cavens, once the airship is completed, could you assist us in getting to Ifidu? I have some matters to attend to." Her tone was exceedingly humble, and Kylia was aware that this request was unreasonable, yet she found herself devoid of alternatives. After listening for a moment, Cavens' expression shifted. "Kylia, are you serious? You seem to have forgotten how that airship fell from the sky. Now you want him to board it? Are you intending for us to meet the same fiery fate as those in Ifidu? Please, we are not like you. We are living beings, not stones." Kylia was at a loss for words, her expression shifting in exasperation, ultimately leading to a resigned sigh. Cavens' concerns were valid. If he truly refused, she would have to contemplate other means to reach Ifidu. Just as she was about to turn away, Yvette unexpectedly appeared, arms crossed, gazing up at the airship with a mischievous grin. "Hey, I say, uncle, is this what you all have created? Are you planning to conduct business outside?" Cavens, Intrigued by the question, scrutinized Yvette from head to toe and replied, "Of course, it's for business. What else would we make this for? And how do you plan to conduct business outside?" Yvette asked, seemingly oblivious. "Since it's an airship, we naturally intend to fly it out for business." Caven said, exasperated. "Are you sure you're flying it out and not sailing away?" Yvette questioned in disbelief. "Sailing? No, no. If we were making a ship, we would certainly do it by the seaside. We can't push this thing to the beach from here," Caven stated matter-of-factly. "Ah ha ha ha." At this, Yvette burst into hearty laughter, the sound resonating through the workshop and drawing curious glances from the nearby craftsmen and merchants, who were left wondering what had struck Yvette as so amusing. "Young man, what is so funny?" someone inquired. "Please, stop dreaming." Yvette's expression shifted in an instant, lightning fast. "Do you understand magical crystal engineering or gas dynamics? If this were a proper airship, it should at least be able to float at this stage, but look at this thing." Yvette kicked at the part of the airship that was stuck to the ground. "Such a clumsy contraption. How do you expect it to fly? How about a wager? If it flies, I'll give you 50 kindlers. If it doesn't, each of you owes me 50 kindlers. Hey, just because I don't understand. Does that mean you do?" A craftsman in charge of the airship retorted, struggling to maintain his authority, though Yvette's inquiry had indeed undermined his confidence. "Do I look like I'm here to boast to you?" Yvette retorted, stepping aside to pick up a piece of scrap from the old airship, presenting it to the crowd. "Now, in Bearhullen script, can anyone here decipher this and explain to me what the text on this part means?" Dropping the scrap, Yvette contemptuously gestured at the grimy craftsman. "Do you really think that just attaching a hot air balloon to a ship would make it fly? An airship relies on magical crystal technology. Do you even comprehend that? The balloon is merely for steering. If a hot air balloon alone could make an airship fly, just how enormous would that balloon need to be? And these components, you've installed them haphazardly. Even if it managed to take off, it would disintegrate into the abyssal sea after just a few kilometers. The core skill of airship construction lies in balance. That is a high art. Without balance, while others can fly 10 kilometers, you won't even make it half a kilometer. Now tell me, is it not a dream to think you can fly this thing out to conduct business?" As Yvette continued to criticize the airship, beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of the craftsmen. When Yvette ceased, none of the merchants or craftsmen dared to rebut this. The craftsmen hesitated, clearly uncertain whether Yvette was male or female. To be prudent, they even conferred among themselves before sending forth a gray-haired master craftsman who bowed and said, "Esteemed young one, every profession has its expertise. We have been blind to our own limitations. Dada Island has been closed off for many years, and we are unaware of advancements beyond our shores. However, you appear quite knowledgeable. Might I inquire if you possess expertise in airship repairs?" "Repairing an airship? That is simple," Yvette replied, picking up a piece of wood and tossing it into the air. Amazingly, the wood began to float, hovering for a while before slowly descending. "If I can make wood float, I can certainly make an airship soar." This display left the craftsmen and merchants utterly convinced, and they flocked around Yvette, eager to engage. Yet Yvette raised a hand, halting them. With a playful smile, it pinched its fingers together. "Of course, if you wish for my assistance, there must be compensation." The craftsmen cheered, undeterred, as they realized that a monetary solution was feasible. After all, once the airship was repaired, they could conduct business far and wide. They had already invested so much. A bit more was inconsequential, as long as the airship could indeed fly. Money is negotiable. "We will pay whatever it takes to fix the airship," several merchants chimed in unison. However, Yvette's next statement sent a chill through the assembly. 10,000 kindlers. It stated expressionlessly. 10,000 kindlers. The merchants gasped, collapsing to the ground in shock. "Why don't you just rob a bank? 10,000 kindlers could buy a new airship. If we had 10,000 kindlers, would we still need to repair this contraption?" "Oh." Yvette remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow with delight, and replied, "Then you should go ahead and purchase it. If you can traverse the treacherous sea filled with sea monsters to reach the Fagal Islands or any other territory of the old continent to buy an airship, I wouldn't mind at all." Yvette's words left the merchants and craftsmen speechless. If the Iron Gate Bridge were intact, and if there were no sea monsters in the Sea of Despair, they certainly wouldn't need an airship. However, reality was far from ideal, presenting an exceedingly harsh truth to the merchants of Dada Island. Cavan stepped forward and said, 10,000 kindlers is indeed excessive. I doubt our entire income on Dada Island for a year even amounts to that. Would you consider lowering the price? We could take out a loan or pay in installments as long as the price is reasonable. I do enjoy a bit of business negotiation, Yvette replied with a grin. Sitting atop a pile of lumber with its legs crossed. What do you think would be a fair price? How much? Yvette immediately inquired. Kevin scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, 500 kindlers, in installments. Deal, Yvette said without a moment's hesitation. Now it was the merchant's turn to be astonished. They had not anticipated Yvette to be so agreeable, consenting so swiftly. They exchanged glances, caught off guard. However, I do have a small request. Yvette beamed and pointed at Kylia and Qianqian behind it, saying, once the airship is ready, I would like to bring them along. At this, the merchants were thrown into a frenzy. Absolutely not. An elderly merchant exclaimed, nearly jumping out of his skin. Those are soldiers of the U Empire, infused with boiling blood. We believe that this airship was originally brought down by the very boiling blood while it was airborne, and now you want them aboard? Humph. Yvette crossed its arms, disdainfully observing the merchants and craftsmen with a cold smile. You wish to profit while avoiding risk. Such a thing does not exist in this world. With attitudes like yours, airships will forever remain a fantasy. Despite Yvette's scathing rebuke, the merchants were reluctant to concede. But, we have already paid. Did you sign a contract? Did I agree? Yvette pressed on relentlessly. Let me tell you this. The Aphidu people and the U Empire are not as timid as you. Those who are paralyzed by such uncertainty are doomed to remain trapped on Dada Island for life. I assure you, once you miss this opportunity, it will be exceedingly difficult to leave. Enough. No need to continue, said Cavins, the dye shop owner, stepping forward. He addressed the craftsmen and merchants earnestly. Currently, Dada Island is suffering from fog, leading to poor crop yields, and the sea monsters have not visited the island recently. Our reserves of blue crystal are dwindling. If we remain stranded on this island, we are faced with a dead end. The airship must be repaired, regardless. But, someone whispered, glancing at Qianqian with eyes full of fear, wanting to say more. However, Cavins shook his head, raising his hand to interrupt his companions. I understand your concerns and recognize the risks involved. Nevertheless, I believe that this soldier from the U Empire wishes to embark on a one-way journey to Aphidu. If he desires to leave, it is better than remaining here on the island like a ticking time bomb. Once the airship is ready, I, Cavins, am willing to take them on this first journey, and should anything happen or any risks arise, I will bear the consequences alone. Everyone looked at Cavins, then at Qianqian, who was sitting quietly on the grass, swallowing hard, hesitant to speak. Now that is more like it, a touch of a businessman's spirit. Yvette reluctantly nodded. It then clapped its hands, and a roll of parchment along with several quills appeared from thin air. Come, let us sign the contract. Standing beside Kylia, Yvette smiled and winked. Kylia was taken aback, witnessing how this ambiguous being had managed to accomplish what she thought was impossible. Securing 500 kindlers from Cavins and the merchants in a matter of minutes. She glanced at Qianqian, who remained seated on the grass, and suddenly felt that the 100 kindlers he had lost were not in vain at all. Chapter 29. On the airship after signing the contract. Yvette indeed kept her word, leading the group of craftsmen into the airship. Under her guidance, the vessel underwent a remarkable transformation, not only in its exterior but also in its interior. As the wood and structure were repeatedly adjusted, the airship, which had been firmly grounded in the grass, began to lift gently into the air. Initially, it merely hovered above the ground, but as time passed, it seemed to lose its weight, rising ever higher. The craftsmen had to secure it with ropes and drive wooden stakes into the ground to prevent it from drifting away. While Yvette was busy repairing the airship, Kylia sat quietly on the grass beside Qianqian, watching the vessel ascend slowly and listening to the intermittent cheers emanating from within. Unable to contain her feelings, Kylia murmured to Qianqian, I feel so useless. That fellow Yvette is truly remarkable. Qianqian, having heard the Archbishop's words, offered no response. Qianqian, are you still unwilling to speak? Kylia asked, concern etched on her face. Qianqian nodded. After a moment of silence, a green caterpillar crawled slowly across the grass, and Kylia extended her pale gray hand to gently catch it. The caterpillar trembled on her finger, turning gray as well, adorned with faint stone-like patterns. Look, it's a mimic caterpillar, a unique creature from Dada Island. It typically feeds on the leaves of coconut trees, is quite timid and harmless. Yet it can change into various colors. Fascinating, isn't it? Kylia said, holding the little creature towards Qianqian. His eyes brightened slightly, yet he remained silent, lost in a peculiar, ethereal state, as if caught between ice and fire, or in a dreamlike realm between life and death. He felt he could sit there indefinitely, adrift in thought. Were it not for the Archbishop's continued presence beside him, the airship was re-equipped with a steering balloon, and the flag of the usurper Aphidu was replaced with the white dragon banner of Dada Island. Once the repairs were complete, Caven stood on a simple dais, flanked by several apprentices, addressing the merchants and craftsmen of Dada Island, as well as the islanders who had contributed to the repairs of the airship, delivering an impassioned speech. In his address, Caven spoke of the island's plight and the hardships endured under the sea witch's extortion, shedding tears multiple times. The onlookers were visibly moved, gazing at Caven's as if he were a hero preparing for battle. However, for Qianqian, the rhetoric flowed in one ear and out the other. Those fervent words failed to affect him. In that wondrous state of ethereality, he gradually forgot the purpose of his existence. If it were not for the Archbishop's incessant chatter beside him, he felt he could soar into the sky and venture into the boundless universe. Finally, after concluding his speech, Cavens, surrounded by a throng of islanders, made his way to the now floating airship. Yvette was already perched on the railing, calling out to Kylia, "Bring him aboard, Archbishop." To Aphidu, Kylia nudged Qianqian, saying, "Let us go." He stood up and followed her, while the islanders parted to make way for them. The repaired airship exuded the scent of wood, and the apprentices busied themselves checking the air sacs above. Kylia brought Qianqian to Yvette's side, but he appeared weak, unable to bear the weight of the chains, collapsing onto the ground. Without much conversation, once all supplies were ready, Yvette ignited the magic crystal engine at the ship's tail. The propeller whirred to life, lifting the airship from the ground of Dada Island and ascending into the heights. This was Kylia's first journey away from home, and she could hardly contain her excitement, chattering incessantly with Qianqian on the deck. Yvette, on the other hand, exhibited a boldness befitting its skills, sitting leisurely at the ship's railing, holding a rope in one hand and chewing on candy, gazing down at the diminishing Dada Island, even waving farewell to the islanders as if it were the Archbishop of the island itself. As the airship soared higher, Dada Island was eventually obscured by mist and clouds, vanishing from sight. The engine hummed steadily, soon carrying them over the fog-laden waters of the Sea of Despair, where the ocean roiled violently beneath. The apprentices toiled until the afternoon, and after confirming the airship's flawless operation, a few approached Kylia, Yvette, and Qianqian. The apprentices were visibly intimidated by Qianqian, but held Yvette in high regard, for it was the one who had repaired the airship and ensured its smooth operation, someone worthy of respect wherever they went. "Lord Yvette, Mr. Cavens invites you to dinner. Would you be amenable?" One apprentice asked respectfully. Another apprentice added to Kylia, "Of course, if the Archbishop would do us the honor, it would be splendid. Mr. Cavens has prepared a magic crystal stone for you." No one inquired about Qianqian's thoughts. Kylia shook her head, pointing at Qianqian, "I won't be going. I'll stay here to watch over him and prevent any mishaps." The two apprentices appeared relieved. Yet Yvette casually remarked, "I shan't be attending either. Tell your master to return my money promptly. That is what truly matters. Other matters won't curry favor with me." The apprentices exchanged awkward glances. "Do you know the direction of Aphidu amidst this fog?" Yvette asked nonchalantly. "If we mistakenly head towards Rahadam, you'll find yourselves trading with sandworms and corpses in the desert." The apprentices immediately straightened, bowing as they retreated respectfully, not daring to disturb Yvette further. After they had gone, Kylia rolled her eyes, saying, "Rahadam? I've heard that's on the other side of the continent. There's the entire Aurelio Ocean in between us. How could we ever fly to such a place?" "The Archbishop certainly has some knowledge to deceive those apprentices," Yvette chuckled, pointing at Qianqian. "But I can't trust him. If something were to happen, I might just kick him into the Sea of Despair." Kylia frowned but quickly relaxed, confident in Qianqian's ability to maintain control. Curiously, she asked Yvette, "Have you traveled to many places?" "Of course. I am a traveler and a connoisseur of cuisine. How could I not visit many places?" Yvette replied, swinging its legs in the air at 1,000 meters high, as the breeze tousled its black and white hair and brushed against its black earrings, giving it an air of nonchalance. Kylia gazed with envy, having spent her entire life on Dada Island. Although Father Reinhardt had told her that she was born in a faraway land, those memories had become so vague that she could scarcely recall them. After a moment of wind-blown silence, Yvette added, "However, despite my travels, I fear I am but a novice compared to your companion." "Really? Is that so?" Kylia's curiosity piqued. She looked at Qianqian. "Have you traveled to many places?" Upon being questioned, Qianqian shook his head, rarely speaking, "I don't remember." "Oh, I've heard that soldiers from the U Empire are selected from the age of 3. Between the ages of 3 and 10, they undergo rigorous training, developing various skills and abilities. From ages 10 to 15, they exploit their youthful appearances to carry out assassination missions within the Empire's control. Those who survive to age 15 become the elite among the elite. The pillars of the Empire, engaged in ceaseless warfare across the entire old continent. As she spoke, Yvette gestured towards Qianqian and remarked, "Do not be deceived by his youthful appearance. Though he seems no older than 18, who knows how many places he has traversed, how many lives he has extinguished, and how many nations he has laid waste." Qianqian's expression darkened, and he refrained from refuting Yvette's words, for he could not recall a single detail of what she spoke. Kylia, observing Qianqian with a heavy heart, sensed that Yvette had no reason to fabricate her claims, especially given the islanders' attitudes towards Qianqian. Most of what Yvette said was likely true. But why? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Why? What do you mean by why?" Yvette countered, "Why does the Empire wage war far and wide? I mean, what is the purpose?" Kylia pressed, "That I cannot say. I am not a citizen of the Empire. Perhaps you might ask him when he regains his memories?" With that, Yvette chuckled, adding, "Besides, I have no interest in such matters. What does the Empire, or Obidus, or Nishima have to do with me? I simply wish to earn money and enjoy good food. Sometimes, knowing too much can be detrimental. Rumor has it that the esteemed of the Empire is quite fearsome." A sense of emptiness enveloped Qianqian, and he felt a throbbing headache whenever Yvette uttered that word. Though he had no idea who Yvette was referring to, nor could he recall his own past, the headache would strike him inexplicably. Not only was Qianqian perplexed, but Kylia too was intrigued. The term Yvette mentioned was foreign to her, and she had little knowledge of the Empire. During the priest's lifetime, she rarely heard him discuss the Empire in depth. Even in passing conversation, it left her with the impression of a gentle giant. However, following the priest's demise, news regarding the Empire had increased, most of which pertained to war and bloodshed. "What is this that you mentioned?" Kylia asked, her curiosity piqued. Yvette raised an eyebrow, about to respond, when suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the air, obscuring their vision. Yvette's expression changed as she grasped the rope and stood at the railing. "My goodness, what a dense fog. We can see nothing," an apprentice exclaimed from the airbag. He gazed into the mist, brows furrowed, his expression growing grave. While Kylia could not discern any odor within the fog, its density was alarming. Dada Island had been shrouded in mist for months, yet she had never encountered such a thick haze. It was so dense that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Even Yvette beside her was indistinguishable. "Instead of asking me, you should inquire of Qianqian," Yvette said, her voice muffled as she pinched her nose. "Ask Qianqian? He remembers nothing." Kylia replied, puzzled. Qianqian remained silent, the scent of sulfur lingering at the tip of his nose, causing his pupils to constrict as his heart began to quicken imperceptibly. Within the fog, there seemed to be a rhythmic beating. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat resonated precisely with his heart. This inexplicable resonance left him feeling uneasy. In a daze, he sensed his blood coursing rapidly through his veins, akin to iron filings drawn to a magnet. Those scattered memories, the name Qianqian, and his self-awareness gradually became indistinct. It felt as if warm seawater lapped at his feet, and his vision soared to great heights, engulfed in mist. Gazing down from hundreds of meters above at the hopeless sea, unable to see anything ahead, due to the thick fog, the occupants of the airship gradually congregated on the deck. Caven stood beside Qianqian, anxiously observing the dense mist outside the airship. "Are you all right? I have heard that many vessels have lost their way in this fog." In such obscurity, nothing was certain. No one could guarantee that their flight path would remain true. All they could do was entrust their fate to the airship beneath their feet. The fog shifted and morphed, and after what felt like an eternity, perhaps 2 hours, perhaps 3, the mist began to dissipate. The faces of those aboard gradually became clearer, and the hopeless sea below came into focus, revealing scattered rocks and a faint outline of the coastline in the distance. Only then did Yvette let out a sigh of relief, waving her hand. "It's cleared, everything else all right. The route is secure, and I estimate that by tomorrow night, we shall reach the Fagar Islands." The apprentices relaxed, their expressions lightening as they cheered and clapped, celebrating this thrilling maiden voyage. "What is happening? What is happening?" Kylia asked nervously. At this moment, Yvette murmured, "We have just passed through Sanyang Bay." Chapter 30. Thorn Academy, Part 1. Soon, dusk enveloped the surroundings. The airship gradually fell into a serene stillness. Although the coastline appeared close, it seemed a great distance away when one attempted to traverse it. Caven had already uttered his words, boarded the airship, and there was no turning back. At this moment, he embraced his fate. He assigned several apprentices to prepare a resting place for Qianqian, even thoughtfully arranging some supplies for his personal hygiene. However, Yvette remained apprehensive regarding Qianqian. In order to swiftly hurl him into the sea of despair should his boiling blood erupt, Yvette placed him in the bow-s corner while arranging a hammock above him to sleep. Kylia, dissatisfied with the arrangement, found herself powerless to alter it. Instead of retreating to the cabin, she chose to sit beside Qianqian, consuming some magic crystal stones for energy before succumbing to a deep slumber. Qianqian was indifferent to his sleeping position. He felt no inclination to rest. After passing through the misty region, he sensed a slight awakening within himself. Yet he remained devoid of strength. The chilling sensation enveloping him rendered any exertion futile. Even the food he consumed felt as if it had been frozen, unable to be digested. Fortunately, he was free from contemplation, oblivious to the passage of time. For him, it was merely the blink of an eye before the moon vanished from the night sky and the sun rose again. As dawn approached, the airship drew near the coastline. Qianqian was lost in a hazy reverie when suddenly a few bats descended upon the deck. The creatures squeaked, circling around Qianqian, hesitant to come closer. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a small brown creature perched on the chain of his arm. The incessant chittering persisted, and as he glanced upward, he discovered dozens of little beings clinging to the airbag above him. Looking at the sky surrounding him, he saw many more flying about. Qianqian remained oblivious to the nature of these creatures and paid them no mind. However, Yvette was roused from her slumber by the sound of flapping wings. Upon awakening, she exclaimed, "Ugh, not these bloodsuckers again. How annoying." Her outburst stirred Kylia from her sleep. As she awoke, her eyes lit up with excitement as she nudged Qianqian's shoulder, saying, "Qianqian, look, that's..." Qianqian was pushed down onto the deck. But soon, Kylia sensed something amiss. Pondering with her chin in hand, she thought, "Aren't bats nocturnal? Why would they be flying about in the morning?" It dawned on her. Someone intended to draw blood. Yvette, filled with ire, leaped from the deck, tidying her hair as she pulled Kylia up. Seeing Yvette's rough demeanor, Kylia asked, "What are you doing?" "Be silent. Someone is approaching," Yvette replied with a fierce gaze. "If we fail this trial, none of us will reach Ifeadu. Is that so?" Kylia felt a wave of anxiety wash over her at Yvette's serious tone. After a moment of contemplation, Yvette dragged Kylia to the helm of the airship, pointing to the wooden steering wheel, commanding her, "Kneel." "What?" Kylia gasped in shock. "What did you say?" "Kneel," Yvette reiterated. "Are you asking me to kneel to you? Can you handle that?" Kylia shot back angrily. "Handle what?" Yvette snapped impatiently. "Do you plan to let the guards of the Thornland discover you, confiscate you, and imprison you in a warehouse for a decade while sending that fool to Ifeadu's Military Research Institute for dissection?" The number of bats circling around them was increasing. Kylia trembled slightly and gradually knelt on one knee. Yvette wasted no time, pulling her arms up and positioning her to embrace the helm, striking a pose as if she were a statue. After stepping back to inspect the pose, Yvette found it unsatisfactory and scolded Kylia. "What kind of face is that? Be more alluring." With wide eyes, Kylia was about to lower her arms in defiance when she noticed a massive creature emerge from the clouds beside the airship. Resembling a manta ray of the ocean, gliding silently with a long tail. On its back, several figures could be seen. Understanding Yvette's intent, she gritted her teeth, twisting her waist and spreading her fingers, wearing a smile, remaining completely still. Yvette sighed in relief, whispering in her ear, "Do not move. Whatever happens, do not move." Kylia remained motionless. Just seconds after maintaining her pose, the floating manta ray halted, and 4 or 5 individuals leaped down from its back. They varied in height but all donned spiked masks and were cloaked in reddish-brown robes adorned with sharp thorn patterns. Each wielded a long staff tipped with menacing spikes, exuding an eerie yet solemn aura. At that moment, Caven and several apprentices emerged from below deck, rushing onto the deck while swatting away the bats buzzing around them, frantically calling out, "Lord Shao, Lord Shao." There are suddenly so many bats. Upon reaching the deck, they dared not move further, for the oppressive presence of the enormous manta ray and the masked figures was daunting. The leading man, adorned with a spiked mask, surveyed the area before inquiring, "Who comes from where?" "From Dada Island." Caven stammered nervously, swatting at the bats that persistently crashed against him, occasionally stealing a bite. "Does Dada Island even have airships? Isn't that the domain of the drowned god?" One of the masked figures expressed curiosity. "Do they have airships?" "We are." Caven began to introduce himself, but Yvette interrupted him, approaching the massive manta ray, asking, "By your attire, are you the guards of Thorn Academy?" "Indeed, and you are?" "I am the captain of this airship," Yvette replied, gesturing in the air, causing a wax-sealed parchment to materialize from the void and land in her hand. She lifted the parchment, presenting it to the masked figures. "Would you care to inspect this?" After the formalities, the lead figure in the spiked mask stated, "The entire airspace is under a no-fly order. Did you not receive the notification?" "No. I have been executing orders in the Sea of Despair. The prohibitions from Ifeida cannot reach me," Yvette answered. "You must land immediately. We shall commence an inspection," the spiked masked figure declared without mercy. "Inspect? Inspect what?" Yvette replied with some dissatisfaction. "All vessels entering Ifeida from the outer sea are subject to inspection. This is the decree of the usurper, the Abides Alliance, and also the directive of Dean Medicis. Please comply." Yvette countered, "I have no objections. It's just that some goods aboard are meant for the inner court of Ifedu. Must they be inspected as well? In these extraordinary times, all goods are subject to special scrutiny, without exception," the spiked mask figure responded. Suddenly, he noticed Kylia, still kneeling like a statue at the helm, and paused, quickly striding over to inspect her closely. Kylia remained utterly still, embodying her role perfectly. "TSK, TSK, TSK. The spiked mask figure marveled, pointing at Kylia. "What is this?" "A statue." "Surely, you recognize a statue?" Yvette replied. "Is it fitting to adorn such a shabby airship with a statue of such caliber?" The spiked mask man questioned. "Hey, what I choose to decorate with is my own business. Does Thorn Academy have the authority to dictate that?" Yvette retorted, crossing her arms. At this moment, another figure donned in a spiked mask approached the incapacitated Qianqian, prodding his face with a cane. Qianqian's expressionless visage was turned to meet that of the masked man. "Come quickly. There is a citizen of the U Empire here," the spiked mask figure shouted. A few others, startled, abandoned their previous interest in Kylia and hurriedly gathered around the fallen Qianqian, emitting strange chattering sounds akin to the swallowing of saliva. Observing their bizarre and ravenous demeanor, Kylia swiftly exchanged a glance with Yvette. Yvette raised his hand and called out loudly, "Hey, what are you doing? Do not lay a finger on my pet." Kylia's expression twisted in discomfort. "Pet?" the masked figures instinctively inquired. One of them inserted his finger into Qianqian's mouth, gripping his chin to inspect his oral cavity and teeth, murmuring, "This slave seems rather unwell, half dead. Could he be harboring some infectious disease?" "He became this way after my exertions last night," Yvette replied calmly. Qianqian lay sprawled on the ground, appearing submissive. Kylia covered her face, unable to bear the sight. "How impressive. How much did you pay for this, you Empire slave? Is this something that can be purchased with money?" "This is a testament to strength. Would you care to test it?" Yvette asked, gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist. The spiked masked figure who had been examining Qianqian stood up, hesitating for a moment before proposing. "I will trade 20 camels and 10 female slaves for this, you Empire slave. Are you willing?" Yvette paused, gazing at the dazed Qianqian, and then burst into laughter. Feeling an inexplicable joy, Kylia, visibly displeased, prepared to rise. Noticing her movement, Yvette reached out to restrain her. He then produced a pouch of coins and tossed it to the masked figure who sought to barter for Qianqian. "Hurry up with your inspection and be gone. This money is for Medicis, not for you. Do you understand?" As he spoke, Yvette's expression shifted, growing noticeably cold. Receiving the pouch, the masked figures exchanged glances and nodded before dispersing to inspect the ship's cabin. After completing their examination, they returned to the deck and quietly inquired of Cavins. "Have you prepared the blood feast?" "What?" Cavins asked nervously, glancing at Yvette, uncertain of how to respond, but Yvette simply shook his head. "No preparations." "I see. Remember to bring food next time." With a gentle tone, he pushed aside his mask, revealing a small yet wrinkled mouth. It opened to display a multitude of sharp but tiny teeth, which sank into Cavin's neck, eagerly sucking. The other masked figures followed suit, each embracing an apprentice and draining their necks as well. The sight shocked Kylia, who could no longer maintain her faade as a statue and attempted to rise. But Yvette pressed her head down, obstructing her view. After the masked figures finished their sanguine feast, they released Cavins and his apprentices, who, in sheer terror, clutched their wounds and huddled beside Cavins, whose face had turned pale as he silently stared at the masked figures. Those figures then stepped onto a gigantic manta ray, which, along with the small bats, descended through the clouds, vanishing without a trace. Only then did Yvette release his grip, allowing Kylia to stand. "What on earth were those creatures?" she exclaimed in shock as she rose. "Those are the guards of the Thorn Academy. In the land of thorns, there is a tradition of feeding on blood. If one passes through their territory without special relations, something must be paid, Ivet explained softly. It is rumored that even if a wild goose flies overhead, they would pluck a few feathers. What a sinister academy, Kylia murmured. She looked at Cavins, who was clutching his neck, and the trembling apprentices on the deck, her fists clenched and then relaxed repeatedly. Ultimately, she restrained herself, approaching Qianshun with an impassive demeanor. Qianshun remained expressionless, indifferent to everything around him. Ivet moved to the helm, guiding the airship to a gentle descent. Soon, the vessel landed near a bustling seaside port, teeming with people and filled with a multitude of boats, far more active than Dada Island. The air was thick with the aromas of spices and olive oil, mingling with the pungent odors of goats and other livestock, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Groups of men and women, their heads adorned with wicker baskets, traversed the wooden planks of the port. Their bronze skin, tall and slender builds, and prominent cheekbones starkly contrasted with the appearance of the Dada Island inhabitants. Chapter 31, Thorn Academy, Part 2. Hey, Cavins, I have not broken my promise. I have brought you to Ifedu, Ivet stated, standing before Cavins. Is this truly Ifedu? Cavins murmured, clutching his neck as he gazed at the dock. This is the Thorn Land, an outer court of Ifedu, and one of the renowned ports of Obidus. As one of the 13 city-states of Obidus, Ifedu occupies a vast territory. However, this expanse does not entirely belong to Ifedu. For instance, Thorn Academy, situated in Thornland, is frequented by individuals from all 13 city-states. If one seeks to conduct business, this place is entirely sufficient. Venturing into the inner court of Ifedu may leave you uncertain whether the goods from your islands will sell. Do not aspire too high, Ivet advised. Ignoring his dizziness from blood loss, Cavins quickly bowed to Ivet. Ivet dismissively waved his hand. Do not thank me. I am merely fulfilling my duty for payment. Instead of bowing, you should earn money to repay me sooner. Yes, Cavins replied respectfully. Ivet nodded and turned away, approaching Kylia and Qianshun, saying, Since we cannot take the air route, we shall proceed by land. After bidding farewell to Cavins, Kylia and Qianshun followed Ivet into the area controlled by Thorn Academy. The climate here was warmer than that of Dada Island, with low green shrubs and tall willow trees dotting the hillsides, and the melodious sound of a chong flute wafting through the air. Bustling little markets were prevalent, with yellow and white stone archways glimmering under the brilliant sunlight. Within the market, numerous vendors shouted as they sold an array of fruits and spices, many of which Kylia had never encountered on Dada Island. Despite her reluctance to appear Navi before Ivet, Kylia, having not ventured outside for many years, could not help but explore the intriguing sights. Darting from one stall to another, in the midst of the market, she picked up a discarded lemon from the ground, inhaling its fragrance, and slyly dipped her fingers into a mound of red spice, tasting a bit. However, much to her dismay, she could discern no flavor. Her stone form rendered her devoid of taste and smell. Nonetheless, she continued her exploration with unabated enthusiasm. At that moment, a herd of goats meandered past, bleating as they left behind droppings resembling black pearls. Kylia gasped. There were no goats on Dada Island, and the dung of the one-humped camels was large and cumbersome. She had never encountered pearl-like droppings before, and she found herself chasing after the goats in delight. After witnessing the last Archbishop of the Holy Light from the Old Continent attend to the droppings, Ivet stood before Qianshun, extending his hand. Qianshun regarded him with a blank expression. I do not understand why that statue is so concerned about you, but since she is my task, you must remain alive until it is completed, Ivet stated coldly. Qianshun appeared perplexed by Ivet's words, tilting his head slightly to express his confusion. Your black hair and dark eyes will attract considerable attention. The Yu Empire recently invaded Ifedu. While the slaves and merchants may not care, the meddlesome citizens of Ifedu will surely seek to trouble you, Ivet explained. Qianshun listened intently. If you do not mind, I shall treat you as a slave until I complete my mission. Do you understand? Ivet proposed. Qianshun turned to glance at Kylia, who was playfully engaging with the goats. You need not look at her. The Archbishop of the Holy Light will not agree. I am inquiring about your stance, Ivet clarified. Your work? Qianshun asked. I will not interfere, Qianshun replied. Although he currently had no task, he would not obstruct others' endeavors. Excellent. I shall not treat you poorly, Ivet remarked, unfastening the chains from Qianshun's arms and grasping them in his hand, leading him forward. With the heavy chains held by another, Qianshun felt considerably more at ease, and his gait became less arduous. He straightened his chest, and raised his head. This sight rendered Yvette speechless. Behind the chains, Qianqian stood tall and proud. Despite wearing the most ordinary attire, his extraordinary demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a slave. Instead, he resembled a young officer surveying his troops from horseback, exuding an air of superiority. Recalling Qianqian's identity, Yvette gritted his teeth and approached him. Do you know where this place is? This is Ifeadu. Tone down your demeanor. What demeanor? Qianqian inquired, confused. He was merely standing still. Had he erred in some manner? Yvette buried his face in his hands. Do you understand what a slave is? Qianqian shook his head. Yvette glanced around and soon spotted a small slave auction occurring near a square. He dragged Qianqian towards the slaves being bid upon. The ground was filthy and trampled, and a frenzied auction was underway. A merchant clad in earth-toned robes stood upon a platform, where several naked men and women were displayed. A voluptuous slave, age 16, in the prime of her breeding years, healthy teeth and body, starting bid, 10 kindler. The merchant pinched the female slave's mouth, forcing her to open it towards the bidders so they could inspect her teeth. 13 kindler. Someone immediately raised their bid. 15 kindler. Another bidder called out. 15 kindler and 20 silver. Yet another continued to bid. After the female slave was sold, the merchant began auctioning a male. He had brown skin, thick body hair, and 2 sharp tusks. His arms, like Qianqian's, were shackled, but the cuffs were bound together. An Irega orc warrior, immensely strong. A valuable asset both for labor and personal use, if handled properly, will retain a good value. The merchant called out, while simultaneously cutting the male's flesh with a small knife, allowing the blood to drip into a bowl. He then approached the bidders, who dipped their fingers into the bowl, tasting the blood while nodding at one another. Some even gave a thumbs up. Starting bid, 20 kindler, the merchant proclaimed loudly. Do you see their expressions? Yvette asked Qianqian, pointing at the auction slaves. The expressions of the slaves standing on the platform appeared to Qianqian as numbness, fear, anxiety, and despair. Naturally, such emotions did not touch him. He felt no sense of wrongdoing or discomfort. He merely nodded, indicating he had observed. That is the expression you must adopt, Yvette insisted. Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. He attempted to summon that expression of fear, anxiety, and numbness on his face. But after a brief effort, he surrendered. His facial muscles felt frozen and unresponsive. Even when attempting other expressions, he quickly abandoned the effort due to discomfort. Maintaining a neutral expression was simply the most comfortable for him at that moment. I cannot do it, he stated plainly after trying. This is your task, Yvette emphasized, frustrated by Qianqian's nonchalant attitude. Your task, Qianqian responded lightly. Yvette widened his eyes, about to retort when Kylia, brimming with excitement, dashed over, holding a pinwheel she had acquired from somewhere, waving it in the air. What are you talking about? She approached Yvette and Qianqian, mysteriously interjecting, Qianqian, what are you discussing? Qianqian remained silent. He felt he had said nothing at all. You arrived just in time. Give him a command. Seeing that Qianqian was utterly unresponsive, Yvette relinquished control to Kylia. What command should I give? Kylia inquired with curiosity. Have him pretend to be a slave. Why must Qianqian masquerade as a slave? Kylia remarked, playfully spinning a pinwheel. Yvette, exasperated, pointed at Qianqian's face and hissed, in his current state. He may not even reach the inner court before we are apprehended by the enforcement team of Ifeadu. Look at his hair, his eyes, his demeanor. It's as if he has I am a soldier of the U Empire written all over his face. Kylia tilted her head and after a moment asked, Qianqian, do you want to pretend to be a slave? Qianqian remained silent. Yvette kicked him. Speak. Qianqian remained unmoved. Kylia's gaze fixed on Qianqian's eyes, drawing ever closer. As he stared into her violet blue eyes, his expression hardened, his face becoming increasingly stern. She scrutinized him for a good 10 seconds before suddenly turning away and exclaiming, He doesn't want to. Yvette took a breath, bewildered at how Kylia could discern such reluctance from his hollow, expressionless black eyes. If he doesn't want to, then so be it. Kylia waved her hand dismissively. It's not absolutely necessary for him to pretend to be a slave. Yvette, agitated, responded, If he doesn't pretend to be a slave, and we just walk around. Are you prepared to bear the responsibility if we get captured? We are still quite far from the inner court, and once we reach there, the scrutiny will be even more intense. If anyone discovers that we are harboring, Yvette leaned closer to Kylia and whispered, If the people of Ifeadu find out we are hiding a soldier from the U Empire, they will tear us apart. Kylia shrugged, nonchalantly stating, Well, There are plenty of ways to keep him from being seen. Just buy a cloth to cover his head. Why must he pretend to be a slave? Yvette was momentarily at a loss for words. This was indeed a viable solution, yet she was unwilling to concede her own idea. Reluctantly, she replied, "What if the wind blows it away? What if he can't see where he is going and bumps into someone? Then let us find him a mask to wear." Kylia suggested carelessly. Didn't those blood-sucking creatures wear masks? Yvette felt her frustration mounting. "Oh, it's easy for you to say. Do you think it's easy to acquire a mask from the Thorn Academy?" She muttered. "Isn't that your specialty?" Kylia smiled. Do you think I'm some kind of miracle worker?" Yvette exclaimed, her anger flaring as she shouted at Kylia, "I refuse to work for free." As Yvette and Kylia began their usual quarrel, Qianqian simply listened in silence. Suddenly, he felt a sharp, burning sensation on his back, as the blood that had lain dormant for days surged to life once more. Someone was watching him. The prickling sensation was so acute that Qianqian immediately turned to identify its source. In the street, a figure led a one-humped camel back and forth. Others balanced baskets on their heads, some carried bags, and a few stood by the trees engaged in conversation. Everything appeared serene and tranquil. As a camel ambled past, Qianqian spotted a kanji shop in the distance, its entrance draped with a curtain. Outside the shop were several small tables, where a few patrons were enjoying their meals. Among them, two individuals stood out. One patron squatted on the ground, leisurely gnawing on a hefty roasted leg of lamb. His disheveled long white hair contrasted sharply with Yvette's lustrous silver locks. This white hair was pallid, dry, and tousled, mirroring the youth's own ashen skin. He wore plain white linen clothing, a long scar marking his neck, reminiscent of a grievous wound that had healed poorly. Squatting there, gnawing on the lamb, his dim blue eyes fixated on Qianqian from across the street, wearing an enigmatic smile. Beside him sat another patron, sporting short white hair and peculiar tattoos on his neck, though they were too distant and obscured by clothing to discern their details. This patron's skin shared the same pallor as the other, but his physique was considerably more robust. He sat at the table, his feet on a stool, sipping kanji from a chipped ceramic bowl, his gaze also fixed on Qianqian. A sense of inexplicable familiarity washed over Qianqian. He parted his lips slightly and took a couple of steps forward. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, a lizard-like creature laden with fodder slowly traversed the dirt path, its feet and tail stirring up clouds of dust that obscured Qianqian's view. As the dust settled, Qianqian looked again, only to find the two patrons had vanished from sight. "What are you looking at?" Kylia suddenly appeared beside him, inquiring. "Nothing," Qianqian replied, the fleeting sense of familiarity dissipating as swiftly as it had come. "Did you hear what we were just discussing?" Kylia asked again. "What?" Qianqian truly had not heard her exchange with Yvette. His attention had been absorbed by the kanji shop. "We plan to help you procure a set of clothing and a mask from the Thorn Academy," Yvette interjected impatiently. "At this rate, you will surely be discovered." "All right," Qianqian nodded. "Fine, you fool," Yvette mumbled, appearing somewhat reluctant, as if she had struck some unspoken agreement with Kylia. For the remainder of the day, Yvette refrained from leading Qianqian on aimless excursions around town. Instead, they ventured to a nearby mountain, strolling through its serene paths. Though there were many old houses scattered throughout the mountains, most were occupied by elderly women in their 70s and 80s, who sat in their yards, basking in the sun while weaving fabric, paying no mind to the passing Qianqian, Kylia, and Yvette. In the verdant hills, some free-range livestock grazed, and occasionally a herdsman could be seen driving cattle along the dirt paths. When they encountered such individuals, Yvette would pull Qianqian into the shade of a tree, standing on a mound of earth to shield his face. The herdsman merely glanced at Yvette and her twin daggers before sauntering away. As they continued along the dirt path, the population in the mountains dwindled, replaced by sporadic windmills and mills. Wild hawthorn and hazelnut bushes rustled in the gentle breeze, their silence echoing the worn white stones that lined the path. Kylia, exhilarated, explored the unfamiliar wild fruits, occasionally plucking one to taste. In this tranquil setting, Qianqian felt a profound sense of comfort. He believed he could walk on indefinitely. However, the chains on his arms suddenly tightened. Looking down, he saw Yvette had abruptly pulled him into a thicket, urging him to crouch down. Qianqian was perplexed by her sudden action, scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. Yet, he saw only the Archbishop leaning against a tree, picking fruit. Yvette, brimming with excitement, whispered to Qianqian from their hiding spot in the bushes, "Goodness, look over there." "What?" Qianqian asked, baffled. "That man. Do you see him?" Yvette's face flushed with exhilaration. Qianqian followed its finger and indeed saw a hazy figure in the distant bushes of the mountains. It appeared to be a man, lurking behind a donkey, moving stealthily and hesitantly. Well, Yvette covered her mouth with her hand, then touched her hair, wearing an expression of disbelief, excitement, and joy, yet too timid to voice it. Qianqian looked perplexedly at the man behind the donkey and then at Yvette's demeanor. He did not understand what the man was doing nor what Yvette was saying, but he could sense her elation. Nearby, Kylia, who was picking wild fruits, noticed Qianqian and Yvette crouched beside the bushes and approached them with keen curiosity. What is it? Let me see. Yvette peered through her fingers for a long while before glancing at the two beside her, one bewildered and confused, the other innocent and naive, holding a pinwheel with the corners of his mouth smeared with an indeterminate purple juice from wild fruits. Suddenly, she felt a wave of disappointment. Let's go. There's nothing worth seeing, Yvette said with a hint of disinterest. She stood up, dusted off her pants, and continued along the dirt path. What's wrong? What's wrong? Kylia persisted, trailing behind her. Just an ordinary person from Ifidu, Yvette replied impassively. The three continued onward, and as the path faded away, they beheld a majestic ancient stone castle standing silently in the distant mountains. Yvette pointed at the castle and declared, "That is Thorn Academy. We could sneak in tonight and procure some attire." Kylia squinted at it for a moment and remarked, "It looks quite imposing. Do you think we can get in?" "Normally, it wouldn't be possible," Yvette muttered, "but recently, perhaps not. In any case, let us give it a try." On the other side, along the wide gravel road leading to the main entrance of Thorn Academy, groups of pack lizards were transporting supplies, dust swirling along the sides of the street. Two figures with white hair stood at the entrance of a snow cone juice shop. Inside, a dark-skinned proprietor was rubbing a block of ice against a fish bladder. The lungfish is a shallow-water fish from the hopeless sea, not particularly palatable, but highly prolific, once deemed a pest by fishermen. Fortunately, it was later discovered that its bladder was large and transparent, and thus the local inhabitants of the Fagar Islands began using it as a temporary vessel for water and beverages. At that moment, the bladder was filled with orange juice. After adding the ice, the proprietor took a lemon and rubbed its skin against the bladder, watching the lemon peel disintegrate and blend into the icy juice. The long-haired youth murmured, "Brother, I didn't just imagine that, did I?" "Ah," the short-haired youth mumbled nonchalantly, "You probably didn't. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? How could he be here?" The long-haired youth inquired. "Probably a fish that slipped through the net at Sanyang Bay," the short-haired youth said, absent-mindedly rubbing his elbow. "You should really drink less of that. It's too high in sugar. What's the point of living if I can't have sweets?" After adding the lemon, the dark-skinned proprietor finally dripped a few drops of olive oil into the bladder, inserted a straw, grasped the bladder, and handed it to the long-haired youth, saying, $1 silver. Such a hassle. The long-haired youth grumbled as he accepted the fish bladder, disregarding the straw, and began to gulp it down. While drinking, he asked, 9 to 6, "Do you want some? It's quite hot today." "You go ahead. Finish yours before you offer me any," the short-haired youth replied indifferently, pulling a silver coin from his pocket to hand over. "Should we report this?" the long-haired youth asked. "Report? Are you referring to 1-000? The long-haired youth fell silent. By the time he had consumed more than half of the juice in the bladder, he passed it to his brother, lamenting, "What a pity. The youngest officer, a master of combat, has fallen to this state." The short-haired youth clearly did not wish to dwell on this matter. He took a small sip from the straw before returning the bladder to his brother. The two continued along the street, following the pack lizards until they reached a stone arch bridge. On the bridge stood several guards, adorned in thorny robes and wearing spiked masks, inspecting the passers-by and the goods loaded on the backs of the pack lizards, only allowing passage when everything was confirmed to be in order. As the brothers reached the front of the line, they too were stopped. A thorn guard prodded the straw in his hand into the fodder and asked the two brothers, "Do you have permission?" After examining the parchment, the guard nodded and stepped aside, granting them passage. The brothers slowly walked across the towering stone bridge, which spanned a deep ravine, divided into two levels. The upper level was where the brothers stood, while below lay a set of railway tracks. Just as they escorted the fodder, a magic crystal-powered train thundered by from beneath. The scrutiny outside is so tight, it seems the interior won't be easy to access. After the train passed, the long-haired youth muttered weakly. The short-haired youth gazed into the valley below and replied, "You have nothing to say." The young man fell silent. "I can hardly wait, brother," the long-haired youth rasped. "It's been so many years, so many days." So many months, without a job assigned to me by the Bureau. I truly envy you, brother. Always busy. But do you know my heart, burning in solitude? Have you forgotten how you were imprisoned underground before? The young man coldly interrupted his brother's rambling. The youth fell silent. Enough already. Stop talking. I'm not a fool. The long-haired youth waved his hand impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, the large gate at the end of the bridge swung open. A throng of individuals with beastly heads stumbled out from Thorn Academy, laughing and joyfully clutching bundles of fodder from the pack lizards, making various strange animal sounds. Some mooed, others bleated, while some produced odd sucking noises. A few even buried their heads directly into the fodder, gnawing voraciously. What on earth are these creatures doing? The long-haired youth grimaced at the sight of the beast-headed figures dressed in bizarre clothing, quarreling over the fodder. The short-haired youth remained silent. The long-haired youth scoffed, like fools. Do all Ifeida people enjoy such things? They are nothing but a detestable bunch. As he spoke, he ground his teeth, looking at those fighting over the fodder with a sneer, but perhaps this is for the best. The short-haired youth observed his brother's expression and sighed softly, calling out, Mautu to 7. Mautu to 7, with his light blue pupils slightly askew, replied impatiently. Why are you calling me by my full name? Our work is not meant for enjoyment. It is to be revered, the short-haired youth said blandly. As night fell, the Fagar Islands were cloaked in a blanket of stars. Thanks to the influence of the southeast monsoon, the land here was not perpetually shrouded in mist like Dada Island, and the night sky was exceptionally clear. Flickering lights from the stone arch structures on the hillside illuminated the surroundings as the side rear gate of Thorn Academy revealed a few large manta rays gliding gracefully through the night sky. Below them, countless small bats flitted about, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, weaving through the trees, flying up and down in seemingly chaotic patterns, yet occasionally gathering together to form various shapes. In the valley beneath the castle, 3 figures lay prostrate among the underbrush, utterly still. There are so many bats in the sky, whispered Kylia. It's all right. Bats are blind, replied Ivet softly. As long as we don't let the guards see us, we're fine. Since you say so, how long are we supposed to lie here? Kylia complained. I feel as though I'm merging with the ground. You are practically a stone. Merging with the ground is quite fitting, Ivet retorted quietly. Well, I'm not entirely a stone. There's a bit of something else. Kylia mumbled, her boredom prompting her to dig a small pebble from the earth and crunch it between her teeth. Qianchen lay on the ground, his heartbeat somewhat erratic. He had experienced this irregular rhythm before, amidst the fog. However, this time it was not as intense, remaining within tolerable limits. Suddenly, a distant rumbling sound reached their ears. Kylia slightly raised her head, observing a blue light cascading across the night sky as a train traversed the tracks on the hillside, moving away into the distance. Ivet sprang up from the ground, urging the others, let us go. Now's our chance. The 3 of them scrambled to their feet and, cloaked by the thunderous noise of the train, dashed towards the direction of the Thorn Academy. The blinding light and tremendous sound startled the bats, causing them to scatter. Before long, the train whizzed past them, and the trio found themselves in the underbrush at the base of the castle. Merely 10 meters away stood the walls of Thorn Academy. A stone bridge spanned the valley, emerging from an opening in the wall, upon which rested the tracks that served as the foundation for the magical crystal train. Upon reaching this spot, the 3 once again fell silent, remaining motionless. Above them, banners fluttered in the breeze. The emblem upon the banners depicted a gaping head with long thorns protruding from its mouth. Below the banners, thorny guards fixed their gazes on the passageway through which the train entered and exited, oblivious to the slight rustling in the underbrush nearby. They lay there for an hour, not moving or speaking. Finally, as the immense moon ascended the castle wall, a high-pitched song resonated from within. The peculiar and sonorous melody echoed far into the night. At the sound of the song, the guards atop the wall could not help but turn their heads to witness the festivities occurring within the academy. This passage was designated for the train's operation, surrounded by dark walls, occasionally illuminated by sparse magical crystal lamps that were placed far apart. After running for a considerable distance, the cacophony of the outside world faded, replaced by the haunting strains of the song that had become a mere whisper. What do you know, country bumpkin? Ivet interrupted Kylia with mild annoyance. This is a sorcery academy. If I use magic, I will surely be discovered. Just then, a blue light pierced the darkness of the passage. Behind them, a train approached, contrasting the one that had just departed. Hearing the train's roar, the 3 veered off the tracks and dashed onto a nearby platform, racing alongside the speeding train. Their pace gradually slowed as they reached a modest underground platform illuminated in an eerie blue by numerous hanging magical lamps. The train halted at the platform, its doors opening to release a throng of individuals, both men and women, young and old, most adorned in extravagant attire. Some children even held balloons and other toys. The jubilant crowd ascended the platform, chattering merrily. Qianxin looked up toward the platform's heights illuminated by the magical lamps, noting the absence of the masked guards he had previously seen. Instead, two colossal demonic statues loomed, their black faces bearing sharp fangs, wielding intersecting spiked blades that barred the exit. Before the statues, a brass automaton creaked and whirred, stationed at the entrance with a box-like torso, a pointed head, and 8 elongated arms. It sat contentedly, shaking its body in delight, its arms extended straight, producing a cacophony of creaking sounds. As the crowd approached the brass automaton, they placed coins in its waiting hands. With each coin received, the automaton cheerfully proclaimed, "Welcome to Thorn Academy. Enjoy your visit." This phrase repeated incessantly, and with each iteration, the dark demonic statues would part their blades, allowing one person to pass through. "Who are these people?" Kylia inquired. "Let us go over," she suggested. "What's the rush? Don't you see they all have entry tokens?" Yvette replied. "If you try to enter without a token, they'll not only refuse you, but might also summon the guards to apprehend you." Seeing the stern statues and the brass automaton, Kylia lamented, "After all this effort, we still can't get in. There are guards everywhere." Yvette shrugged and said, "I won't engage in futile actions. Let us just wait." Kylia, puzzled by Yvette's confidence, decided to remain still beside him. As expected, after a brief wait, a slender figure emerged from the dark corner of the station. With delicate ears and a hooked nose, green skin, and a hunched stature, it approached the three, sneaking up to ask, "Miss, would you like to buy a ticket token?" Yvette raised an eyebrow, remaining silent and noncommittal. Kylia's eyes lit up, and she quickly bent down, asking, "Do you sell tickets?" Yes. The green-skinned creature whispered. "I have only a few left. The show has been quite popular. If it weren't for my urgent need for money, I wouldn't be parting with them, truly." "How much for one?" Kylia inquired. 5 $5 each, very cheap," the green creature replied promptly. $5 hardly seems inexpensive," Kylia exclaimed in disbelief. "Miss," the green figure retorted, "do you see any tokens for sale around here? These are hard-earned tokens I've managed to acquire. Selling them to you for $5 is quite fortunate for you." Kylia hesitated, realizing she could not muster that amount. She turned to Yvette, who shrugged with a smirk, saying, "Don't look at me. This was your idea. I brought you here, and if you don't have the money, should I be expected to pay for you? But I don't have that much." Kylia pleaded. "Could you lower the price a bit?" The diminutive green figure's face twisted into a disdainful expression, saying, "No money. No tickets. Go earn some first." With that, it spun around and vanished back into the shadows, leaving Kylia no chance to negotiate. Yvette crossed his arms and chuckled at Kylia. "Still laughing? What is so amusing?" Kylia retorted, puffing up with indignation. "Looks like the holy light has failed you, Archbishop." Yvette teased. "The holy light never works." Kylia shot back, her annoyance palpable as she folded her arms defiantly. After about 20 minutes, as the platform filled with patrons, another figure emerged from the darkness, sidling up to Yvette and conspiratorially asking, "Brother, would you like a ticket token?" Unlike the previous one, this little creature had a short nose and large ears, yet shared the same diminutive stature and green skin. Yvette remained silent, glancing at Kylia. She immediately asked, "How much?" $3 for one, miss," the newcomer replied. "Oh." Kylia pondered for a moment before quickly responding, "No, thank you." The man was startled and inquired, "Are you ladies here to watch the performance?" "Indeed," replied Kylia calmly. "I simply cannot afford your exorbitant ticket price," she added nonchalantly. Yvette chuckled beside her, intrigued by Kylia's demeanor. "Is 3 $3 too much? They are selling for 5 $5 elsewhere," muttered the little green creature under its breath. "What difference does it make?" "I cannot afford either," Kylia retorted. "Damn it, a broke fool comes to watch a show." The green creature shook its head in annoyance and turned away, disappearing into the darkness. However, Kylia understood the underlying dynamics and chose to remain silent and wait. "Sure, but your price is too high. I cannot pay it," she stated without even glancing at it. "Name your price," sighed the little green creature. Kylia glanced at Yvette and smiled. $1 silver $1 for a ticket." The green creature plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, "Are you mad? $1 silver $1? Do you think I'm selling stones?" Speak sensibly. Kylia pretended to listen intently for a moment and remarked, I can hear music from here. It's quite nice to just listen. The green creature was momentarily taken aback, then stood up, shaking its head in disbelief, muttering, crazy, truly crazy. It vanished once more into the shadows. After the creature left, Yvette chuckled. You really are quite the negotiator, Archbishop. Don't call me Archbishop, Kylia scoffed. Have you ever seen such a poor Archbishop? Yvette merely smiled, choosing not to respond further. As expected, after a brief wait, the little green creature re-emerged from the darkness, reluctantly approaching Kylia and saying, 10 silver Gindler, I want to deceive you. I paid that much for it. The performance is nearly over, and I doubt anyone else will buy it. I'll sell it to you at cost. But if you try to bargain further, I'll toss the coin into the abyss and refuse to sell. Kylia fixed her gaze on the little green creature for a moment and huffed. You should have said that sooner. Then, she opened her mouth and reached into her throat, astonishing the little green creature as she extracted a handful of silver coins, counted them, and handed them over. The creature weighed them in its hand and remarked, You've given me 10 extra. I won't let you take advantage of me, but trying to make such a ridiculous profit is unacceptable. Kylia replied. The green creature hesitated, pouting in discontent. It then handed 3 peculiar triangular coins to Kylia and scurried away into the darkness. Kylia flicked her fingers, causing 2 of the triangular coins to land in Yvette's palm. Yvette accepted the coins with a smile. You are quite clever, Kylia. Few can manage to avoid substantial losses with a goblin merchant. Kylia rolled her eyes at Yvette. You've taught me well, teacher. With that, she approached the brass automaton at the station exit, which extended its hand to reveal a triangular recess in its palm. Kylia understood and inserted the coin into the slot. The dark statue behind slowly withdrew its crossed blades. The brass automaton emitted a melodious mechanical voice. Welcome to the Thorns Academy. May you enjoy your visit. Following Kylia through the station exit, Qianxian arrived at a vast mountain square bustling with a crowd. They were fixated on the center of the square, where jubilant cheers erupted intermittently. Initially, Kylia and Yvette had intended to find a disguise for Qianxian, but witnessing the crowd's attention on the lively stage filled Kylia with excitement. Let us go take a look. We can find clothes and masks afterward, she exclaimed. Yvette, noticing that they were not being observed, nodded in agreement as the night deepened. The trio squeezed through the crowd to the stage's forefront, where Qianxian beheld a towering bonfire ablaze in the center. Countless straw figures crackled and burned, flames soaring high into the sky, releasing thick smoke and fiery embers. Boom, boom, boom. An indescribable vibration resonated in the air, akin to an inaudible drumbeat, each pull striking Qianxian's heart. He clutched his chest, inhaling deeply as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Kylia remained oblivious to Qianxian's distress, her attention captured by the performance unfolding before them. In the firelight, a group of beast-headed humanoid figures danced around the flames. Some bore dog heads, others bull heads, while some sported horse, snake, and even fish heads. Among them were both men and women, some wielding bundles of straw, others twirling large rattles in the air. Each time they performed, the onlookers erupted in applause. What are these creatures? She murmured. The manifestations? Kylia pondered, perplexed. Ding. With the chime of midnight, numerous straw figures were thrust into the bonfire, flames reaching over 10 meters high. An elderly man clad in a black and red robe emerged leisurely from the top of the flames. His hair and beard were completely white, adorned with a dark red thorn mask, and he stooped as he was supported by 2 thorn guards, struggling to stand before the fire, arms outstretched. He gazed skyward and called out in a voice that was both frail and resonant, Welcome the deities. The bizarre figures below ceased their movements, prostrating themselves on the ground, hands raised in a gesture of prayer. The audience outside adopted solemn expressions, gravely observing the fire. Only Yvette maintained a carefree demeanor, whispering into Kylia's ear. Kylia silently watched the flames, recalling how similar dances had once been performed at the great church of the Holy Light. Though less grand, the essence was much the same. Few understood the tedium and monotony of these actions better than Kylia. Ding! Another resounding chime echoed. The priestess approached the bonfire, her ethereal voice rising into song. In the primordial cosmos, when chaos reigned, before the trees had taken root and the celestial bodies shone, there stood a voice of existence. The divine sovereign emerged to discern the pure from the impure, establishing heaven, earth, and humanity, giving life to all. The priestess sang incomprehensible verses beside the flames. The manifestations knelt in unison, raising their hands in an embrace, as if to reach for the heavens. their expressions grave. The priestess continued, the king listens. As if by kinship, the bloodline obscure, with no avenue to convey, offering tribute with respect, bearing thorns as honor. Reverently presenting silk and cloth as homage to the great king. Accompanied by the unfathomable verses, groups of slaves approached the bonfire, bringing firewood and fabric, throwing them into the flames, which roared upward, distorting the night sky's stars. Qianchen gazed into the fire and at the priestess beside it, pressing against his chest as his heart twisted uncomfortably, causing his vision to blur. Then, he heard the priestess sing, the grand feast unfolds, laughter like thunder. The Blood King bestows, heartfelt gratitude flows. The flames roast delicacies, fragrant dishes abound. The king rejoices, a blessing for all, gratitude flows, how fortunate are we. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythm resumed. The bizarre creatures rose, lifting their legs in synchronized steps, circling the flames. The dean of the Thorn Academy, Medicis, drew a sharp blade from his bosom. Standing before the fire pit, he uttered another call, offer to the divine. The monstrous figures, swaying in rhythm, withdrew blades from their own bodies and plunged them deep into their arms. Blood gushed forth, spilling into the roaring flames below. Amidst the fiery blaze, the silhouette of a crimson-robed sorceress appeared elongated, tilting her head as a crescent smile flickered momentarily on her thorn mask. What resides within you all is bestowed from above. She intoned slowly in an ethereal voice, do not forget. At this moment, the performance reached its zenith, as slaves continually flowed in from outside, casting various livestock into the fire pit, allowing them to be consumed in their struggles and cries of despair. The dance intensified, the beast-headed figures grasping one another, drenched in sweat as they moved in unison. Cheers echoed to the heavens, the spectators reveling in the spectacle, applauding fervently. Yet, Kylia gazed mournfully into the flames and murmured, "Shall we depart? Are you not entertained?" Yvette inquired. "It holds little interest," Kylia replied. "As you wish," Yvette conceded, tugging at the iron chain around Qianchen's arm. Qianchen's gaze remained fixed on the towering bonfire at the castle's heart, where the grotesque figures danced. His heartbeat quickened as the chain shifted, and he followed Yvette away from the scene. On the periphery of the crowd, Qianchen felt his heart racing to its limits. In that frenzied moment, two figures with white hair brushed past him, one with long hair and the other short, both fixated on the central fire pit, advancing towards the flames. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as he collided with Kylia. Startled, Kylia turned to see Qianchen leaning against her, asking, "Qianchen, what troubles you?" "We must go." Qianchen stammered hoarsely. "Leave? Are we not already leaving?" Kylia responded, perplexed. "Get away from here." Qianchen gasped, clutching his heart. A foreboding dread rose from the depths of his being. Despite his memory loss, certain recurring events remained etched in his mind. Fire, an overwhelming fire, terrifying in its ferocity. Noticing Qianchen's distress, Yvette placed a hand on the hilt of her blade, alert. Something seems amiss with him. Kylia, disregarding all else, pulled Qianchen into a corner, lifting his shirt to inspect his back. Upon seeing the scars, she froze in shock. Yvette rushed to Qianchen's side, her face paling as she observed the wounds. Grabbing Kylia's hand, she urged, "We must leave this one at once, or we risk being caught in the fallout." "Be silent," Kylia scowled at Yvette. "Are you mad?" Yvette warned. "I am resilient. Your fears do not pertain to me." "You may leave if you wish," Kylia asserted. Yvette faltered. "How does one reason with a stone?" She did not comprehend. "What is your plan?" Yvette asked. "Find clothing for him and leave immediately. Seek out that aphid. You mentioned he knows how to handle the boiling blood," Kylia declared resolutely. Yvette pointed towards a stone structure behind the square where a group was dancing. "There are performers. They're backstage, must have discarded costumes and masks." "Go there," she instructed, stepping back cautiously, distancing herself from Qianchen. "Where are you headed?" Kylia questioned. "You can endure what I cannot. I am not made of stone." Yvette retreated with unexpected decisiveness, leaving Kylia to ponder. Regardless of Yvette's choices, she was determined to find a solution for the boiling blood. The immediate priority was to disguise Qianchen. "Wait for me here, Qianchen. I shall procure you an outfit. And then we will depart," she said before sprinting towards the stage's rear. Qianchen, realizing Kylia had misunderstood his urgency, felt a swell of anxiety. The Archbishop likely worried about his boiling blood erupting again. Yet Qianchen understood his own body. His fear was not of himself, but up. He turned his gaze toward the central square, where the dance continued unabated, unnoticed by all, two figures with white hair lurking at the periphery of the bonfire. At the edge of the Thorn Academy's bonfire, two figures halted. The short-haired youth confronted the long-haired boy, stating, "This event is not large. I shall handle it." The eager long-haired boy paused, then erupted in anger. "9-6, what nonsense are you spouting? I will take charge. You simply observe." The short-haired youth maintained a stern demeanor, replying, "You will observe while I handle this. Why bring me here if you intend to do it alone? Lock me in the cellar if you must. Why torment me by making me watch?" The long-haired boy fumed. Momentarily speechless, the short-haired youth struggled to counter. The long-haired boy pressed on. "Is this not absurd, 9-6? Are you truly this thoughtless?" After a brief silence, the short-haired youth replied, "Can you maintain discretion? Do not presume your few years on me grants you the right to look down upon me. You too were once my age." The long-haired boy retorted, "Look at your current state, half alive, and now look at me. Have you not noticed I have caught your malaise?" The short-haired youth averted his gaze, his lips twitching. Finally, he sighed, "Just this once, I will observe your performance. Should I find it lacking, your role in the inner court will be reduced to mere assistance." The long-haired boy's expression brightened, and he draped his pale arm around the short-haired youth's shoulder, laughing. "After all, you are my elder brother. I knew you would treat me well." Frowning, the short-haired youth pushed him away, admonishing, "This is work. We must be serious." "There are various ways to approach work. 9-6. You are far too serious," the boy chuckled. But the short-haired youth's demeanor hardened as he grasped the boy's wrist, fixing him with a steely gaze, enunciating, "Time is precious." All right. The boy raised his hands in surrender, strolling toward the bonfire, glancing back with a grin. "Watch my performance, brother." The guards by the bonfire, noticing someone crossing the barrier toward the stage, swiftly raised their spears, rushing to evict the intruder. Yet, as they reached for the boy, he vanished in a slight shimmer, reappearing atop the three-story wooden platform beside Dean Medicis of the Thorn Academy. The searing winds from the flames tousled the boy's hair, sending his pale strands flying backward. The expression behind Medicis's mask remained unreadable, but his body was evidently frozen in shock. The two Thorn guards assisting Medicis were startled by the sudden appearance of a young boy. After a moment of surprise, they quickly drew their spikes and warily fixed their gaze on the inexplicable newcomer. Medicis was in the midst of orchestrating the performance when the boy's unexpected arrival interrupted his control, plunging the event into temporary chaos. The myriad of bizarre beings emitted a cacophony of disordered sounds, howling erratically around the fire pit. At this moment, all Thorn guards turned their attention to the unknown boy on the high platform, drawing various weapons as they charged towards him. Unfazed, the long-haired boy boldly approached Medicis. The two Thorn guards immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of him. "Calm down, Thorn Academy. I wish to say a few words." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the Thorn guards ascended in droves. The audience watched the young man standing on the platform, uncertain of his intentions or what he might say next. The unpredictability was undeniably captivating, and they remained rooted in place, eager to discern the purpose of this unassuming figure. The boy cleared his throat a few times before speaking in a resonant voice. "I have heard that hundreds of years ago, when the esteemed Medicis was still an apprentice at Thorn Academy, the rituals conducted here were taken very seriously. Back then, various creatures from the old continent were brought forth, their bodies dissected during sacrificial ceremonies, their blood spilled into the flames, their entrails hung upon thorns. Among them were the merfolk of the hopeless sea, the elves of Nethsama, the orcs of Irega, and even the brain-eating fiends of Rahatum were not spared. But look at the present." His voice resonated throughout the square, ensuring all could hear. Yet, most looked on in confusion, evidently unaware of what the boy was saying. Only a short-haired youth covered his head and sighed helplessly. Medicis, adorned in his thorn mask, remained silent, observing the animated boy on the platform, who was chattering excitedly. Increasing numbers of masked figures gathered around him, brandishing their spears, the tips aimed menacingly at the long-haired youth. "Oh, do you all gaze at me in bewilderment? Do you think this is a tribute to the Muses?" The boy exclaimed with astonishment. "Do not jest. It has only been a few hundred years, and you have already forgotten the Thorn Queen? She was once a sovereign of the old continent. Humanity truly is a forgetful species." The boy's head abruptly tilted back as if severed, gazing at Medicis at an almost impossible angle. "What do you say? Fortunately, while they may forget, you will not, will you? Dear director, to whom is this sacrifice truly dedicated? What are you?" Medicis muttered under his breath. "How dare you question me? Stop the performance! Stop the performance! Stop the performance!" A priestess on the second-tier platform shouted into a magical crystal microphone. The performance shall not cease. The long-haired boy roared, his voice overpowering the amplified sound of the priestess. He craned his neck to the sky, arms outstretched, proclaiming, "This ritual is far too tedious. Without genuine life and death offerings, no deity can be appeased. If a sacrifice is to be made, it must start with me. Medicis, Thorn Academy. As long as your flames burn high enough to warm my spirit, I would not mind becoming your offering with that." The boy fell backward, plummeting from the 3-story platform directly into the massive bonfire below. In the hushed square, something began to throb wildly. Was it something else? Or was it the heart of Qianqian? Clutching his chest, Qianqian stumbled to his feet. Without Iva to bear the heavy chains, they felt unbearably burdensome, forcing him to lean against the wall for support. Yet, he staggered onward, pursuing the direction in which Kylia had departed. This place is perilous, exceedingly dangerous. The high priestess must not remain in such a precarious situation. At that moment, all eyes in the audience were fixated on the boy who had leaped into the fire, including those of the guards. No one paid attention to Qianqian, who, after a brief chase, found himself backstage. The backstage area appeared to twist unnaturally, peculiar whispers flowing above him. He looked up to see the statues overhead seemingly alive, staring down at him in the night. He disregarded the statues, but his concern for the high priestess's safety was instinctual. In a secluded room leading to the castle area, he finally found the high priestess, who was bent over, gathering scattered garments and masks, shaking them out to check their sizes. "High priestess," Qianqian rasped. Hearing his voice, Kylia turned around, leaning against the wall, clutching his chest. He spoke with cold sweat trickling down. "High priestess, you must leave this place." Kylia hurriedly approached with the garments and masks, intending to assist him. But as soon as she placed a thorn mask upon his head, he tore it off. "What are you doing, Qianqian? Change your clothes properly," Kylia exclaimed. "Leave." High priestess Qianqian pleaded in desperation. He had never felt so painfully aware of his limited vocabulary. His mind lacked the memories to articulate the peril of their situation. Yet he understood the gravity of the threat present. Kylia sensed Qianqian's urgency, but she could not comprehend the cause of his alarm. His temperature was not elevated, and his boiling blood had not reached the overwhelming degree as it had that night. Why was he so frantic to have her depart? Convinced it was fear, she tried to reassure him. "It's all right, Qianqian. I will not abandon you. We will surely find a means of healing." Thud, 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 thud. The pounding grew faster with each beat. Qianqian's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. Blood trickled from his ruptured nostrils, crawling down his face as he stared blankly at Kylia, an unsettling sight. Panic-stricken, Kylia rushed to his side, grasping him tightly. "Qianqian, what is happening?" His condition filled her with terror. If he were merely experiencing a rise in temperature, she might have been able to assist, as her toes and eyes still held some properties of ice essence. But now, the situation was entirely different. Qianqian resembled a vessel riddled with holes, leaking at every point. Every facet a problem? What to do? What to do? She fretted. Just then, the sky abruptly brightened, supporting Qianqian's shoulders. She turned to see a piercing cry accompany a blinding flame erupting from Thorn Academy's stage, soaring into the depths of the sky. The brilliance tore through the clouds, shattering the night, illuminating everything around them as though it were day. Yet this daylight was far more terrifying than the night itself. 35. Thorn Academy, Part 7. In the fire pit of the square, flames surged skyward, piercing the heavens like a sword. This was no ordinary fire fueled by mundane means. The flames abruptly extinguished, plunging the sky into darkness as if all light and fire had been consumed by an unseen force. The only remaining glow was a diminutive figure within the fire pit. At this moment, the figure's long hair flickered like flames, and his body was adorned with intricate patterns of luminous yellow, which converged in his eyes, causing him to radiate a blinding brilliance in the night. The temperature was frigid. "The Thorn Academy could not warm my spirit." The youth raised his palm, observing the scattered embers in his hand, and murmured, "It seems I must be the one to warm you." Then, with a forceful step, accompanied by a disconcerting screech, an intense orange flame erupted from the ground, swiftly chasing after the fleeing monsters resembling bull-headed and horse-faced creatures. Their beastly fur ignited in the fire's embrace, and those dancing around the campfire screamed as they transformed into fiery orbs, writhing in agony. The flames surged relentlessly, spreading outward, in the blink of an eye. The shrieking spectators were overtaken, their desperate escape thwarted by the searing heat, reducing them to cinders and ashes amidst their wails. This spectacle unfolded before the eyes of those at the elevated platform of the Thorn Academy, who hurriedly supported Medicis to retreat, fearing the flames would collapse the structure. Yet, Medicis pushed away his guards. In the glow of the fire, he declared, "Though we have retreated to this extent, it appears the old continent has no intention of granting us a path to survival." "Director," one guard whispered, his voice heavy with sorrow. Medicis continued, "From ancient times to the present, this land has belonged to the Thorn Queen. The realm of thorns feasts on blood and revels in suffering. This has been our enduring belief, yet this legacy now hangs by a thread. This is the world's trial for us." The guards recognized the gravity of the situation, encircling Medicis to listen intently. "As long as blood exists, as long as the Queen exists, we can be reborn. The U Empire believes sending an apostle can obliterate us. But they are overly optimistic. This is Abides, this is Ifidu, this is the Thorn Academy. Go forth, and let that arrogant fool witness the power of what we hold sacred." "Understood." The Thorn guards responded in unison. They approached the edge of the platform, where the air was filled with cries, and flames spread like a carpet, swiftly engulfing several towers. The fiery youth stood awkwardly in the center of the fire pit, gazing up at the assembly of the Thorn Academy, beckoning with a finger, the provocation unmistakable. The guard adorned with a thorn mask raised his sharp spear high. The youth retreated a step. However, the spear tips were not aimed at him, but at the Thorn guards themselves. A soft hiss rang out as several Thorn guards impaled themselves with their own sharp spears, their movements synchronized and resolute. The spears pierced through their bodies, blood gushing forth. The fiery youth was taken aback, then sensed a powerful gust behind him. His eyes widened as he leaped lightly off the ground. Just where he had stood, a colossal thorn shot past, swift and sharply angled, almost impossible to evade. Realizing he could not escape, the youth ceased avoiding, opened his mouth wide, and with a punch, summoned a blazing light that erupted from his throat. He swung the radiant beam, elongating it, severing the incoming thorns mid-air, molten iron dripping from the brakes. As he landed, he gazed at the fallen thorns, a smirk gracing his lips. Yet, his smile quickly froze. On the platform, the Thorn guards who had pierced their own chests knelt, their hands rotating slightly on the spears. From the spears emerged smaller thorns, sprouting like branches from their backs, glistening with droplets of blood, blooming recklessly in the air. "We are the thorns," accompanied by a faint whisper. In the square, the fallen thorns and those yet unbroken sprouted even finer thorns, branching out rapidly, soon filling the entire area, rendering it impenetrable. In the pitch-black thicket of thorns, fierce flames carved a path as the youth stumbled backward. Retreating to the edge of the square, blood flowed from the platform, mingling with the dense thicket of thorns, silently disappearing without a trace. The youth stood at the edge, breathing heavily, his body marked with countless wounds inflicted by the sharp thorns. Yet, these wounds bore no blood, only a fierce, radiant yellow light. At this moment, the square was nearly vacant. Those who had come from various city-states of Abides to witness the spectacle were either consumed by flames, skewered by thorns, or trampled to death. Only a short-haired youth remained, standing still, arms crossed, silently observing his brother. The youth glared at his elder sibling, vexed. "Am I truly such a weakling?" The short-haired youth regarded his brother quietly, cautioning, "Be careful. This is the self-impaling spear, a traditional sorcery of the Thorn Academy. The more people who use it simultaneously, the greater its power. If not dealt with swiftly, it will lead to further transformations. You need not remind me, E9 to 6, attend to your own matters." The youth's face flickered with resentment as he shouted. Seeing his demeanor, E9 to 6 nodded in satisfaction, lowering his arms and turning to stride into the darkness, quickly vanishing. The thorns continued to grow, resembling colossal trees, their roots robust, yet razor-sharp. At that moment, the youth stood at the roots of the thorns, which began to bifurcate within seconds, sharp spikes emerging and thrusting towards him. He inhaled deeply, and his wounds healed instantaneously. Moreover, the radiant pattern spread to other areas. The intense heat distorted the air, causing his pale hair to dance and burn. He crouched, evading a thorn that lunged from behind. Then, he emitted a piercing howl as the scar on his neck slowly ripped open, extending downward until it reached his waist. From the boiling heat, 2 wings, dripping with incandescent liquid, sprouted from the opening, each several meters long. He roared, flapping his wings, soaring towards the platform, cleaving through the thorns along his path, transforming them into molten iron. On the platform, the thorn guards remained motionless, appearing lifeless. Yet as the winged figure approached, they involuntarily rose to their feet. At that moment, the spears and thorns embedded within them writhed, merging with their bodies, which rapidly expanded and darkened, ultimately transforming into colossal black gargoyles. Their eyes glimmered with crimson light in the darkness, and beneath the shattered thorn masks, their mouths bristled with sharp teeth. With a thunderous crash, the platform collapsed. The youth collided with one of the gargoyles, like a cannonball, shattering the wall and crashing into the outer region of the Thorn Academy. The high platform collapsed during the battle, and behind it, Medici swiftly departed the castle walls under the protection of 2 thorn guards. A tremendous noise from behind captured Medici's attention. He turned to see a figure, akin to a meteor, shattering the outer wall amidst the blazing square. Dozens of gargoyles soared into the sky, trailing behind the meteor. Beyond the wall lay the railway and valley, and upon the meteor's impact, a massive explosion erupted, transforming the valley into a sea of flames, the sky awash in an eerie black-red hue, a terrifying display of colossal energy. In the sky, the flying gargoyles transformed their arms into sharp thorn spears, diving headlong into the Inferno. Within the flames, piercing cries sliced through the night, trees ignited like torches, and lava cascaded down the rocky mountainsides. Amidst the thick smoke, an unknown battle raged. Gazing at the dreadful sea of fire, Medici halted and instructed his guards. You must immediately inform the usurper in the inner court of the situation and urge him to send reinforcements to the Thorn Academy. The guards hesitated, questioning, "What about you, Director?" "I shall remain to serve the Thorn Queen," Medici replied quietly. "Director?" one guard exclaimed, their steady demeanor faltering. As they began to voice their concerns, Medici raised a hand to silence them. He lifted his gaze to the heights of the castle. A figure descended from the castle's apex, landing upon the wall-s walkway. Illuminated by the flames, a short-haired youth gradually revealed himself, holding a limp thorn guard whose spear had vanished, his neck twisted grotesquely, even his mask lost. 2 of them. Medici's guards gasped, their composure shattered. Have they truly sent 2 apostles? Does the Empire hold the Thorn Academy in such high regard? Medici shook his head, responding calmly, "There is no need for 2. Their target is not us. They aim for those within the inner court. I anticipated that the defeat at Sanyang Bay would not allow you to rest easy, would it?" "Who can say, Medici?" Y9-6 replied coolly. "Such arrogance, even with 2 apostles. While they may clear the Thorn Academy, you will surely return empty-handed from the inner court. You underestimate Aphidu and the usurper gravely. Such arrogance will exact a price," Medici declared, pushing past his guards to stand before the short-haired youth. Despite their escape, Y9-6 made no move to hinder them. Instead, he regarded Medici and said, "It is regrettable, Medici, but the mission must proceed. If you are willing to sever ties with Aphidu and become a vassal of the Empire, opening trade ports, we would share everything with you. Indeed, we wish for you to abandon the Thorn Queen," Y9-6 asserted. "Dream on," Medici replied, shaking his head coldly. "The existence of the Queen cannot be erased by the usurper of Aphidu, nor by the apostles of the Empire. No one in this world can obliterate her." "Oh." Y9-6 raised his gaze to the twisted, ominous sky, murmuring, "Once, when the muses ruled this land, the Thorn Academy was adorned with vibrant attire and enchanting statues. Yet now, the statues lie in ruin, the garments are gone. The thirst for blood once again permeates this land, and I fear that in a few years, it shall be reclaimed by you." "I am glad you understand," Medici replied. "No one can slay the Thorn Queen. Relinquish such thoughts. We do not need to kill the Thorn Queen. We merely need to eradicate her followers. And she will naturally fade away, will she not?" Y9-6 smiled faintly. Underneath the thorn mask, Medici's eyes widened in shock. The flames illuminated Kylia's eyes as she cradled the bloodied Qianqian, gazing helplessly at the charred sky outside, filled with unease. In that moment, Qianqian appeared on the verge of disintegration, blood seeping from every pore, and faced with this scene, Kylia was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, in an instant, all sound vanished. In the profound silence, the only sound was the faint drip of blood. Kylia, in anxious bewilderment, looked around, only to find that the dressing room for performers had transformed drastically. She and Qianqian knelt upon a dimly lit stone altar, marked with strange and sharp carvings, encircled by ancient tallow candles. Above, she could see the sky, where red flames churned in the dark. Surrounding the altar was a dense thicket of thorns, interwoven with many faded, darkened bones. With the aid of the firelight, the seats resembled thrones. As she took in the scene, A voice whispered in her ear, "May I? May I taste the searing flavor?" Startled, Kylia gasped and turned sharply. At Qianqian's side, a small girl had appeared, seemingly no older than 7 or 8. With cascading golden red hair, skin as pale as milk, and large red eyes that sparkled with an unsettling charm. Clad in simple linen, she knelt on the ground, gripping the chains that hung from Qianqian, her throat convulsing rhythmically. Who is this child?" Kylia stammered, her voice trembling at the bizarre apparition. The girl, hearing Kylia's inquiry, smiled faintly, revealing a sharp canine tooth. "Sister, you no longer recognize me," she said softly. "Who are you?" Kylia pressed. I am the object of their sacrifice, merely a fading consciousness." The girl in tattered linen waved her hand, speaking in a hoarse voice. She gazed at Qianqian, making gulping sounds. May I taste a little? He is nearly dead, and once he is gone, there will be nothing left." The eerie scene sent shivers down Kylia's spine, yet her foremost concern remained Qianqian's well-being. Despite being in this bizarre place with an odd little girl by her side, it felt better than nothing at all. Thus, she hurriedly asked, "Do you know what is wrong with him? Why is he suddenly bleeding?" Similar blood always bears some connection. Like brothers to brothers, sisters to sisters, during drumming, the air inevitably trembles. Look at this frequency. How brutal. The girl spoke weakly, her words incomprehensible. She clung to the chains, slowly crawling onto Qianqian, her fingers brushing his chin. Kylia observed that despite the girl's youth, her demeanor exuded an inexplicable authority and allure. Furthermore, her fingers were long and crimson, unlike those of a typical child. Alarmed, Kylia instinctively recoiled, clutching Qianqian, and cried out in fear, "What are you planning to do?" The girl showed no anger. Instead, she gazed pityingly at her hand and murmured, "Even I can sense the horrifying energy within him. It is beyond human capacity to bear. Were it not for the barrier of this layer of ice, that energy would have consumed him entirely." "Ice? Do you mean ice mica?" Kylia pointed to her eyes and asked, "Is it still effective to use ice mica on him now?" The little girl shook her head, declaring, "This chill is too pure. Although he has restrained that surging energy, it has nonetheless harmed his body. Do you not perceive his current frailty? I fear that even suppression cannot employ such extreme force. Should it occur again, he would meet a dreadful end." Kylia was startled, and the stone figure trembled slightly. What should I do?" she inquired. The little girl smiled and replied, "I have heard that to the east of the inner court of Ifidu, there lies a temple dedicated to the sea demon, where offerings were made by the usurper Amandi prior to the battle at Sanyang Bay, in exchange for the cool waters. Though I do not fully comprehend this blood, the intensity of the heat is extreme. I fear that compared to icy mica, the efficacy of the cool waters may be more gentle. Perhaps it may allow him to linger a while longer, at least in comparison to that biting cold." She spoke softly, her gaze fixed on the blood seeping from Qianqian, her red eyes filled with longing. Kylia's eyes brightened, only to dim shortly after. "Is there no permanent solution? I mean, for healing?" The little girl wore a peculiar smile, gazing at the rolling crimson clouds and the tranquil sky, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "Who knows? You ask me. But why not inquire of that thing? Those madmen who seek to kill me, they are here to slay me." She gritted her teeth, her voice laced with anguish. "Now, I can only depend on scraps of leftovers to survive in a corner of the old continent. Yet they are relentless in their pursuit to eradicate me. Do you think this is just? Sister, even if I am tainted, even if I possess a modicum of evil, is there truly no place for me to reside?" The little girl climbed back onto Qianqian's shoulder and remarked, "His blood is chaotic and intermingled, containing the consciousness of countless souls. I can help you siphon a bit away. It may temporarily alleviate his suffering, allowing him to survive a little longer, as a trade. I hope to endure this chaotic storm sweeping across the continent. Do you not think?" Although Kylia could not grasp most of the little girl's words, she understood the parts concerning Qianqian. "You mean, you can keep him alive?" "Only for a few days. After all, I cannot endure such power. Had I the strength, I would not have fallen to this state." She pressed her hand against Qianqian's shoulder, swallowing hard, her voice muffled. Kylia observed the blood flowing from Qianqian's orifices, realizing that time was of the essence. She gently loosened her grip, but before her hand could fully retract, the little girl suddenly opened her mouth, eagerly biting into Qianqian's shoulder. Her teeth sharpened, piercing deeply into his flesh. The little girl looked at Kylia, her delicate and adorable face revealing visible veins. She struggled to swallow, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Kylia covered her mouth, watching her expression in disbelief. Before long, the ruptured wounds on Qianchen began to heal. The blood from his features ceased flowing, though his expression still bore traces of agony. It was no longer the unbearable visage it had been before. Kylia's heart raced. Seeing Qianchen like this, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, the girl on Qianchen's shoulder abruptly released her grip and began to cough violently. Kylia gazed at the little girl in astonishment. Is it still the little girl? She seems different. Compared to before, she had grown a bit taller, her chest now more pronounced. She appeared to have transformed into a girl of 13 or 14. Yet her once rosy lips were now charred a deep brown, her teeth scorched black, and with each cough, clouds of smoke escaped from her throat. How is he? Kylia asked anxiously. Do you not wonder how I am? The girl, now with singed lips, spoke in a voice hoarse as if choked with burning charcoal. Kylia was taken aback. The girl lifted her head to meet Kylia's gaze, her chin blood-red and smoking from burns. Yet, despite this, her face bore no sign of pain, only a cold indifference. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate, sister, she stated with chilling detachment. I hope that at the end of destiny, you remain. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by her enigmatic laughter, the surroundings shimmered like rippling water, the ancient altar. The sheep's fat candles, the sharp thorns, the throne woven from thorns, and that peculiar little girl, along with the eerie silence, vanished without a trace. The air was soon filled with screams, explosions, and the sounds of collapse, as scorching waves of heat and unknown sorcery surged through the atmosphere, mingling with terrifying shrieks. While the crimson clouds above thickened, as if the very night were ablaze, Kylia looked down at Qianchen. If not for the healing bite marks and wounds on his shoulder, she might have believed it all to be mere illusion. Yet if it were not an illusion, who was that little girl? Why did she call herself sister? Kylia had no recollection of having a sister, nor could a stone like her possess a sibling. As she pondered this, a figure burst through the stone chamber's door. Kylia stared in disbelief at the intruder. It was Ivet, who had left earlier. Ivet bore several dark stains on his face, and his striking silver-black hair was matted with dark, flammable debris, likely from an accident outside. Kylia, what are you daydreaming about? He shouted at Kylia, who sat in the stone chamber. No kidding, it's more dangerous outside than in here, Ivet exclaimed. The entire Thorn Academy mountaintop is engulfed in flames. I can't get out. Kylia gazed at the dark red sky, muttering, how could this happen? How would I know? I thought that this guy's boiling blood had erupted, Ivet replied, his eyes widening in shock as he looked at Qianchen. What? You didn't T explode? Then where did this fire come from? Quick, we must leave this place, he urged, struggling to rise beside Kylia. Just as he finished speaking, another piercing scream echoed. A red beam of light shot upward, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that swept across the Thorn Academy castle, tearing away large sections of the roof. Amidst the flying debris, the three in the stone chamber instinctively covered their heads. As the tempest subsided, they could see two figures confronting each other on the crumbling wall nearby. One was clad in tattered robes, while the other was engulfed in raging flames. Spotting the man amidst the flames, Ivet's expression changed, and he loudly questioned Qianchen. What is your relation to that apostle of the Yu Empire outside? Are you in league with them? Just as Qianchen had begun to feel somewhat better, the sudden inquiry sent tremors through his entire being. What had felt like a single drumbeat before now felt like a double pulse, the invisible rhythm pounding furiously against his heart. He opened his mouth, a spray of blood mist erupting onto Ivet's face. Ivet stood in shock. Qianchen groaned, clutching his heart in agony. We must leave immediately, Kylia shouted. Ivet murmured, how do we leave? Outside is either fire or thorns. Kylia raised her gaze to the heavens, scanning the expanse until her eyes fixed upon a distant shadow dancing in the sky. Manta Ray. She pointed towards the silhouette and declared, let us seek the Manta Ray and depart from this place. Beneath the towering walls of Thorn's Academy, flames roared along the mountainside. A figure, blazing like a meteor, engaged in fierce combat with a horde of gargoyles. The air was filled with piercing shrieks, and with each cry, a gargoyle was crushed into the valley, followed by an eruption of flames that turned the ground into a hellish inferno, the fire spreading relentlessly. On the high walls, Medicis and E9-6 confronted one another. Despite the brutal battle raging below, he dared not blink, his eyes locked onto the youth engulfed in flames before him. The youth's garments had been consumed by the fire, revealing a bizarre three-legged bird tattoo emblazoned on his shoulder, emanating a blinding golden light amidst the blaze. Medicis extended his palm, gently twisting a thorn on his mask, causing it to snap silently. Enchantment. Castle Guardian. As he whispered, a shard of crimson crystal fell to the ground, akin to a drop of blood, which was swiftly absorbed by the earth. E9-6 made his move, devoid of any flourish, merely raising his fist to strike at Medicis. As his fist surged forth, it glowed red with intense heat, aimed directly at Medicis' mask. Just then, the ground erupted, raising dozens of walls, resembling a cascade of dominoes that obstructed E9-6's advance. Unfazed, he marched forward, his arms swinging, as those barriers crumbled like paper, creating a gaping hole, with molten rock dripping from the edges. Upon breaching the final wall, he stood before Medicis. Yet, at that moment, the castle beneath their feet came to life, transforming into a colossal stone giant with 4 arms, its head crowned with a sharp diadem. The giant reclined partially on the ground, extending its arms to cradle Medicis, while the other 2 arms wielded massive iron shields, blocking E9-6 from advancing. Meanwhile, Kylia and Iveci hastily maneuvered through the chaos of Thorn's Academy, and not far ahead, they beheld the half-reclined stone giant, along with the fiery silhouette standing atop the giant's shield. Such a sight left Kylia awestruck, for she had never witnessed anything so breathtaking. It was akin to the mythical tales recounted by bards in taverns. The path leading to the shadow of the manta ray was enveloped in flames, and the surrounding architecture had transformed into a stone giant, leaving the area barren and devoid of cover. Upon spotting the fiery figure, Iveci quickly pulled Kylia against the wall, urging her to remain concealed. "What is that?" Kylia gasped in fright, overwhelmed by the astonishing occurrences of the day, surpassing all the peculiarities she had encountered in her lifetime. Though Thorn's Academy possessed few spells, those it did were exceedingly potent. Among the most renowned were the offensive self-spear and the defensive castle guardian. The latter was indeed a rare sight in such a colossal form. "We must leave swiftly," Iveci whispered against the wall. "If this place succumbs to the castle guardian's influence, we will have no means of escape." No sooner had he spoken than the fiery figure leapt high into the air, raising a fist that descended with tremendous force. Accompanied by a resounding thud, the seemingly inconspicuous fist struck the shield, its searing energy penetrating the giant's body, causing the 10-meter-long shield to cave in entirely. The giant's arms splintered inch by inch, and the ground formed a massive crater, sinking half a meter deep. The reverberating energy whipped through the air, forcing Iveci to bend low. Shielding his head, his expression hardened. Kylia inhaled sharply, asking, "Who is that person?" "You should ask him." Iveci coolly gestured towards Qianqian, "for he is his brother." "Ah?" Kylia exclaimed in disbelief. "Does Qianqian have a brother?" Iveci shook his head. "I was merely jesting. However, I have heard that the Empire of You implants boiling blood within their most elite soldiers. Most fail, but a select few succeed, and those fortunate enough are termed apostles. Clearly, Qianqian failed, while that individual succeeded. Apostles? Are they also soldiers of the Empire of You? Kylia cautiously peeked out, observing the youth enveloped in flames atop the giant. He exhibited no discomfort, reminiscent of the first time she encountered Qianqian, who too had sat amidst flames. But upon glancing at Qianqian now, he appeared as a dying patient, clinging to her with little strength to move. With a thunderous crash, the giant discarded the shattered shield, one portion landing beside Kylia and Iveci, kicking up a cloud of dust. "We must go," Iveci urged. Kylia promptly rose, dragging Qianqian forward amidst the veil of dust. With the shield shattered, E9-6 beheld Medicis sheltered within the embrace of the stone giant. Medicis lay with arms outstretched, the giantess' intact arms grasping a massive metallic spear aimed at his chest. E9-6 furrowed his brow, unafraid of the self-spear, but concerned for Mao 2-7. Time was indeed slipping away. He heard shrill roars echoing from the opposite side of the valley, growing increasingly frantic. A fleeting glance revealed an orange figure towering over 3 meters, sprouting wings, seizing a gargoyle by the shoulder, and, with a piercing shriek, tore it asunder. Blood rained down, evaporating before it could touch the ground. Rather than bringing E9-6 solace, this spectacle deepened his unease, a weighty dread settling upon him. With immense power, something akin to a parasite latched onto him, demanding swift resolution. The stone giant thrust the spear toward Medicis' chest, and in a blink, E9-6 vanished from sight. He reappeared at the juncture between the spear and Medicis' chest. With a powerful kick, he bent the spear, the giant obliviously continuing its thrust. Yet the spear faltered against the brick-like chest, failing to penetrate. Kicking the spear aside, E9-6 reached for Medices's face, his grip imbued with immense force. Shards from Medices's visage shattered, scattering crimson crystals. The mask fractured, revealing a horrifyingly aged face, half of which was a hollow skull, the other half a withered visage. Within the hollow half of his face, something writhed. E9-6's expression shifted as he noticed something crawling from Medices's skeletal visage into his palm, rapidly expanding and writhing. Soon, the pulsating protrusions morphed into beetle-like creatures, burrowing into E9-6's arm and seeking entrance into his body. Surprised, "Are you apostle?" Medices remarked with his fractured face, "These are the death-sacred beetles I unwittingly contracted during my travels in Rahadam in my youth. Fortunately, I narrowly escaped due to the protection of the Queen of Thorns, but my face became this abominable sight. However, it is a good thing, as it allows me to serve the Queen wholeheartedly. But how will you escape the grasp of the death scarab?" E9-6 released his grip and stepped back with an impassive expression. Medices cradled the shattered thorn mask in his hands and stated, "Once the death scarab enters your body, it will seek your heart. I am aware of your weaknesses, Apostle. Weaknesses only hold significance against opponents of equal standing. I regret to inform you, Medices, that you have yet to reach that level," E9-6 replied, completely unconcerned with the writhing bulge within his arm. As he retreated, the nails on his right hand swelled and sharpened, and he formed his fingers into a blade, plunging it into his left shoulder. With a swift motion, he severed the writhing bulge from his arm. The golden stump bubbled incessantly, and as E9-6 grasped the severed limb in his right hand, a fierce flame erupted from his palm, engulfing the entire dismembered arm, followed by a series of crackling sounds. The scarabs that had burrowed into his arm were incinerated into wisps of black smoke, dissipating into the air. Witnessing this, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Medices's singular eye. Is a bat that does not drink blood still a bat? At this moment, a slight ripple of emotion finally crossed E9-6's indifferent face, and he ceased to speak further. Enveloped in a massive flame that nearly rendered him molten, he soared towards Medices, wielding the peculiar bird head. Medices lay cradled in the giant's embrace, raising the fragments of the red thorn mask he held, tilting it so that the pointed tip faced his heart. As he moved, the ground trembled, and the rolling stones in the giant's hands reformed into a spear, which he aimed at his own chest. "Queen, accept this final sacrifice," Medices declared, before forcefully embedding the thorn mask into his chest. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the ground quaked as if shaken by an earthquake of magnitude 8. The fleeing Ivet and Kylia could not help but glance back. Amidst the exploding flames, the giant, which had been half lying on the ground, rose to its feet. A massive stone spear pierced through its body, and a faint red hue began to spread from the wound. The stone giant gripped the spear and let out a thunderous roar towards the dark sky. Endless stone thorns erupted from the ground, thick and tangled. Kylia remained unfazed, being made of stone herself, but Ivet and Qinshin could not ignore them. Ivet sprinted swiftly, his feet barely touching the ground as he weaved between the structures. Hurry, hurry. If we don't move faster, Qinshin will be skewered by these thorns," he urged Kylia, without concern for her appearance. Kylia hoisted Qinshin over her shoulder like a sack and charged forward. Qinshin's body was not particularly heavy, certainly lighter than the stones she usually carried, but the jingling chains did weigh her down. Fortunately, after excavating stones for decades, she found the burden manageable. Behind them, amidst the wildly growing thorns, a yellow meteor struck the giant's head. E9-6 whip-like leg. The giant staggered from the blow and roared, shaking its head. Massive blocks of stone thudded down from the sky. In the midst of the tremors, the giant suddenly tilted back, hands clasped together, directing its palms towards E9-6. With a resounding crash, the palms slammed together, unleashing a shockwave that sent the clouds scattering. E9-6 flipped onto the giant's hand and began to run with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the giant's arm to its shoulder and then dashed towards its forehead. From the giant's brow, several gargoyles emerged, brandishing sharp thorn spears and lunging at the advancing E9-6. He deftly dodged their jabs, and with a single swing of his arm, the bird head plunged into the giant's skull. Golden crow, thunderous lightning. E9-6 murmured softly. Instantly, a tremendous energy erupted from the bird head, creating a massive cavity in the giant's head, accompanied by a thunderous boom. The giant's head exploded into countless golden shards, which tore apart the gargoyles clinging to it, as well as the giant's crown-adorned head, causing it to topple backward. At last, they arrived beneath the fluttering manta rays, which were tethered high above by thick ropes, flapping like kites in the sky. Despite their terror from the calamity that had befallen Thorn Academy, they remained ensnared by the ropes, circling frantically above. Kylia released Qianqian and grasped the rope binding the manta rays, pulling them downward. Yvette glanced back at the inferno that had consumed Thorn Academy and remarked with a heavy heart, Thorn Academy was renowned in Ifeadu and throughout the entire Obitus. With it burned to the ground, who knows what kind of news will arise. Just as he spoke, a distant explosion resonated once more. In the valley, a yellow figure stood atop a mound of gargoyle corpses, leaping into the air, wings spread wide like a demon, soaring towards the coastal town and trade port. In mid-flight, it opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of golden flames that instantly transformed the coastal port and town into a blazing inferno. The flames spread rapidly, growing ever larger, devouring countless homes, while thick smoke and crimson clouds billowed into the sky, enough to instill fear in even the most hardened hearts. Kylia heard the sounds and saw the flames, a flicker of anguish crossing her face. Yet she suppressed her sorrow, continuously tugging at the rope until she finally brought the soaring manta ray down. She pushed Qianqian onto the manta ray and leapt up herself, waving for Yvette to join them. Understanding her intent, Yvette quickly stood atop the manta ray and, with a swift motion, severed the rope beneath it. Startled, the manta ray flapped its wings and ascended into the depths of the sky, climbing higher and higher until it reached several hundred meters above, entering the clouds. Enveloped by the clouds, the manta ray's figure flickered in and out of visibility before gradually disappearing. At this moment, Kylia and Yvette, seated atop the manta ray, exhaled in relief, lying on its back as they gazed down at the scene below. The thorn-ridden land by the bay now resembled a volcanic eruption, flames radiating outward from the center of the thorny expanse. Witnessing the terrifying sight below, Kylia inquired with concern, was Sanyang Bay like this before? Sanyang Bay was likely even worse. Yvette replied quietly. That place was once the trade center of Ifeadu, one of the largest ports in Obitus. Heaven knows how many lives were lost in that battle. Kylia fell silent. Previously, while on the island, she felt distant from the outside world, places like the Yu Empire, Ifeadu, and Sanyang Bay seemed far removed. Yet now, she realized how astonishingly close they were. This is the apostle. This is the soldier of the Yu Empire. Yvette pointed at Qianqian. This is the person you sought to save. As they distanced themselves from the sea of flames, Qianqian's racing heart gradually calmed, and he no longer bled. With the chaotic consciousness leaving his body, he felt a chill envelop him, curling his legs and hugging his knees. Motionless as he gazed at the fiery expanse of the thorny land, his expression somber, Kylia looked down at Qianqian. Memories of the night he had gone to the seaside alone flooding her mind. Her expression shifted multiple times as she contemplated. Ultimately, she remained silent, placing her hand on Qianqian's forehead to check his temperature. Of course, as the stone being Kylia cannot perceive temperature, she can only assess whether Qianqian is in a state of combustion by observing his physical characteristics or by sensing the vibrations that indicate the flow of his blood. At this moment, Qianqian's complexion is pallid, with faintly visible bluish veins beneath the surface. The tumultuous flow of his blood gradually calms, suggesting that his condition is relatively stable. Satisfied that Qianqian is in a reasonable state, Kylia hands him the garments and mask she retrieved from Thorn Academy, gently urging him, "Please change, Qianqian. Your current attire is far too conspicuous for our destination." Qianqian nods slightly and obediently dons the clothes and mask. Kylia stands by, ensuring he does not inadvertently wear the garments incorrectly. Soon, Qianqian transforms into a thorn guard, adorned with the thorn mask. Observing Kylia's actions, Yvette slowly crosses his arms and remarks, "I must ask, has the High Priest of Holy Light truly descended to the level of consorting with demons? Could you kindly refrain from speaking?" Kylia replies nonchalantly, her gaze fixed on Qianqian rather than Yvette. "I wish to understand your motives," Yvette states. Kylia releases her grip, slowly rising from the manta ray's back, the night breeze billowing her garments as she stands like a statue against the sky, gazing into the distance at the undulating islands. Addressing Yvette, who sits atop the manta ray, "There are no other high priests of holy light left in the old continent, is there?" "Indeed," Yvette nods. "In my travels across numerous lands, I have yet to encounter a single surviving cathedral of holy light. And no one believes in the holy light anymore, do they?" Kylia inquires. "Correct," Yvette affirms once more. "In my wanderings, I have observed the worship of all manner of peculiar deities and bizarre creatures. Yet not a soul who reveres the holy light remains. Then, if I declare what I deem the holy light to be, and whom I choose to save, That is my prerogative, Kylia states with a cold smile. I am under no obligation to explain my actions to you. In the Thorn Academy, hundreds of meters beneath the sky, the one-armed E9-6 stands amidst a sea of flames, the fire licking at his short white hair. He discards a charred bird's head from his grasp. The uncontrolled head falls to the ground, gradually reduced to ashes by the flames. He tilts his neck slightly, observing the seething golden blood bubbling from the severed area of his left shoulder, forming fleshy protrusions that twist and elongate in the air, rapidly gaining several centimeters in length. The once quiet square is now filled solely with the crackling sounds of burning. He gently kicks away a burning stone, revealing a grotesque figure beneath. Medeisis has long lost his human form, reduced to a puddle of flesh, with only his robe and the dark red crystals upon it serving as a remnant of his former identity. E9-6 gazes expressionlessly at the bloodied remains until distant. Indistinct cries of madness reach his ears. He raises his head, closing his eyes, and exhales deeply. Then, with a slight motion, he leaps high, bounding towards the valley below, covering vast distances with each stride. The town in the valley lies in disarray, engulfed in flames. Many women clutching their belongings flee in panic, while numerous children, separated from their families, wail loudly on the ground. More lamentably, those locked away as slaves, unable to escape, are consumed by the flames within their cages, with no one to care. A few remaining men wield bows and sticks, attempting to bring down the demon soaring above, while others carry buckets, trying to fetch water from the sea to extinguish the inferno. Their efforts are futile, for the demon, Mao 2-7, flies at an incredible speed, showing no fear of such mundane weapons. He mercilessly ignites the town. The ocean's waters are but a drop in the bucket against such a scale of fire. However, due to the earlier blaze at Thorn Academy, many had witnessed the flames and had gathered in the open ground, thus avoiding the initial wave of horrors. Now, thousands of people congregate by the sea, hoping to escape this terrifying place aboard airships and boats. Yet, Mao 2-7 has no intention of allowing anyone to depart. He, as a winged creature, swoops down from the sky, landing before the vessels along the shore. Towering over 3 meters, his entire form radiates a searing orange hue, with molten liquid dripping from his jaws, distorting the air around him. With clawed hands poised towards the terrified crowd, he gathers immense energy in his palms, warping the very air itself. Realizing their impending doom, those targeted collapse to their knees in despair. Some cover their faces, weeping, while others pray. And many shut their eyes tightly, concealing their children's gaze, unable to bear witness any longer. At that moment, a meteor streaks in from afar, executing a rapid aerial kick that strikes the creature's raised arm, sending it hurtling over 50 meters away, crashing through a row of houses and vanishing without a trace. The frightened residents of Thornland are left bewildered, for the monster has suddenly disappeared. They remain unaware of the figure that propelled the beast away after delivering the kick. The meteor continues its trajectory, chasing after the creature and vanishing into the inferno. E9-6, with a stoic demeanor, hastens forward, swiftly closing the gap to Mao 2-7. Before the latter can react, E9-6 seizes him by the head. With his remaining arm, he grips his brother's skull, leaping powerfully, covering a distance of over 1,000 meters until they reach a precipice deep within the mountains. As the cliff trembles violently, Mao 2-7, pressed against his head, is forcefully slammed into the mountainside, sliding down the rock face. His head is driven deep into the wall, leaving behind a long trail. The creature screeches in a frenzy. The abruptness of this turn of events leaves him disoriented, unable to discern who has a hold of him. In a fit of rage, Mao 2-7 thrashes out at the one-armed man restraining him. With a furious effort, he extracts his head from the rock face, only to be met with a resounding slap. The sound echoes with a thunderous crash as the newly freed Mao 2-7 is once again sent smashing into the mountainside, embedding himself a meter deep within the stone. E9-6 turns to face the creature lodged in the cliff, coldly stating, "You need to regain your senses." The frigid yet familiar voice momentarily stuns the creature, halting its flames, and a glimmer of clarity returns to its eyes. Upon recognizing its captor, the beast ceases its howling, its form beginning to constrict and reshape. In time, it transforms back into a young man with long, withered white hair. Emerging from the gouge in the cliffside, Mao 2-7 kneels upon the ground, clutching his throat as he coughs violently, wisps of white smoke escaping from his mouth. E9-6. What are you doing? Using such excessive force? He croaks in complaint. What assurances did you give me earlier? E9-6 questions icily. Huh. Mao 2-7 realizes something but dismisses it with a nonchalant laugh and a wave of his hand. Such matters are not important anymore. Not important. E9-6 eyes widen in disbelief. You promised me to exercise restraint. I did. Mao 2-7 retorts impatiently. Did I not fulfill my obligations? We are merely here to put an end to the wild rites. E9-6 grits his teeth and utters. Why did you have to slay those who had yet to engage in the wild rites? Mao 2-7 blinks, then scoffs. Don't be ridiculous, brother. Do you think the people of Thorn Academy arrived here by mere happenstance? It is not merely from these individuals that the current state has arisen. Nor were they solely chosen by these very people, but rather, they have all grown together upon this land. What purpose does it serve to eliminate only those within the Thorns Academy? If these individuals are not entirely eradicated, the Thorns Academy shall continuously regenerate. Is there any semblance of reason in these words? The only demand from reason is to eradicate the wild rites. E9-6 coldly remarked. Your understanding of reason is utterly lacking. Suddenly, Mao 2-7 became agitated, fervently waving his arms and declaring, You have not fully embraced the demands of reason. This is sheer negligence. How dare you accuse me of negligence? E9-6 retorted incredulously. He lowered his arms and pointed towards the distant flames, stating, I do not concern myself with what these individuals may become in the future, as long as they have not yet resorted to wild rites. I shall not act against them. I will act only when they engage in wild rites. This hesitance, removing the roots of the weeds, allows them to sprout anew with the spring breeze. In my view, it is better to eliminate them completely sooner or later. Mao 2-7 immediately protested. A resounding slap struck Mao 2-7's face, causing him to turn away. At last, Mao 2-7 fell silent. Though his facial muscles twitched, his eyes widened, and his fists clenched in a display of deep indignation. E9-6 exerted pressure on his shoulders. TCH, if you wish to strike, then do so, Mao 2-7 scoffed. Observing Mao 2-7's demeanor, E9-6 felt a blend of helplessness and disappointment, but mostly, a profound ache within. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he leaned closer to Mao 2-7, speaking earnestly yet with concern. Brother, if you continue to kill in this manner, I fear that thereafter, you shall find no entry into the melting tree. Mao 2-7 shuddered, the defiance and stubbornness on his face evaporating, replaced by a subtle confusion and trepidation. Yet soon, he bit his lip and shook his head. No, no, do not speak to me of such ethereal concepts. Reason has declared that such things do not exist. She is merely reason. E9-6 lowered his voice to a whisper, speaking into Mao 2-7's ear. Mao 2-7 jumped back, retreating several steps, gazing at E9-6 with an expression of utter disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend his brother's words. As the bat ray glided gracefully through the sky, the first rays of sunlight illuminated Qianchen's shoulders, gradually raising his body temperature. His heart, having recovered from the frantic beating of the previous night, felt somewhat better. However, due to the alternating sensations of warmth and cold, his strength had yet to return, compelling him to sit quietly upon the bat ray's back, gathering his energy. As they soared, they pierced through the clouds, arriving at a vast lake. The surface of the lake shimmered, and at its center stood a magnificent city, its grand structures firmly anchored upon an island, interconnected by a network of stone bridges, with trains traversing these bridges towards the heart of the city. As they approached, Qianchen and Kylia could discern that the city was multi-tiered, its uppermost level crowned by a resplendent, closed flower bud, so strikingly radiant that it remained visible even from afar. Below this flower, layers upon layers of exquisite houses and buildings unfolded, their rooftops displaying a kaleidoscope of colors that intertwined beneath the sunlight, vibrant and reminiscent of a hillside adorned with blooming flowers. Yet Kylia, having grown up on the barren, rugged Dada island, had never encountered such a splendid city. She leaned over the edge of the bat ray's wing, gazing down at the city below with eyes alight with wonder. How beautiful, she exclaimed, her eyes shimmering. Indeed, Ifei is renowned as the artistic capital of the old continent, Ivat remarked. Among those who dwell here, 9 out of 10 are artists. Hence the beauty of the structures they create. Wow, Kylia gasped in admiration. Suddenly, an unexpected dive caused the trio atop the bat ray to lose their balance, nearly plummeting from the sky. Startled by the sudden descent, Qianchen instinctively grasped the bat ray's dorsal fin to steady himself. However, as his strength had yet to return, he lost his grip and began to slide down the bat ray's head. Fortunately, Kylia, quick-witted, caught the chain around his arm, preventing him from plunging directly into the lake. Gripping the chain with one hand and the dorsal fin with the other, Kylia shouted at the bat ray, "What are you doing? Don't drop us so suddenly." Of course, the bat ray understood not the language of humans and paid her no mind, continuing its dive into the lake without pause. Ivat, holding onto the bat ray's back, shouted, "This creature is fundamentally an aquatic animal, cursed by the people of the Thorns Academy to become a skyborne beast for riding. Upon seeing water, it likely seeks to reclaim its freedom." Kylia gasped, exclaiming, "What shall we do? I am a rock. I cannot swim. I will handle it." Glub glub. Ivat's words were cut short by the sound of a splash. The bat ray plunged head first into the lake, and the three of them were submerged. As they hit the water, Kylia plummeted rapidly beneath the surface. Although she attempted to paddle her arms in a swimming motion, she was, after all, a stone. Devoid of any buoyancy, Qianshun fared little better. His strength still unreturned, and weighed down by the heavy chains, he followed Kylia downward, left with little resistance, his only option being to hold his breath. Upon entering the water, the bat ray twisted its body, swiftly vanishing from their sight within moments. The dense bubbles obscured their vision, rendering everything invisible. When those bubbles finally dissipated, Qianshun felt his feet sinking into soft sand. The lake was not particularly deep, perhaps only 10 meters, and the water was crystal clear. Through the undulating surface, he could see Kylia, who was gripping his shoulder, attempting to communicate with him, her mouth moving animatedly above him. Qianshun could not hear her words, only observing her lips moving in a peculiar manner, yet no bubbles emerged as she spoke. Pinching his nose to equalize the pressure in his ears, he began to bounce along the lake bed, dragging the chains behind him. He did not wish to succumb to fate. If possible, he hoped to reach the shore before he ran out of breath. After only a few steps, Kylia caught up with him. Compared to Qianshun's methodical bobbing, her movements appeared far more natural, as she required no breath. There was little difference between her actions in water and air. Gently parting the water plants nearby, a few translucent yellow fish flitted past their ears, while shadows of larger fish glided above them. Qianshun seemed adept at holding his breath, as if it had become an instinctual ability through countless battles. They traversed the lake bed for a full 2 minutes, feeling still at ease. As they continued, a collapsed stone pillar emerged from the depths, large and ancient, adorned with shells and green moss. Qianshun gazed at the pillar, noting that at its base lay fragmented statues, eroded by time to the point of losing their original forms. Kylia approached Qianshun, lifting her gaze along the stone pillar. These intersecting columns may have once belonged to a grand cathedral, now submerged beneath the water, though a portion of its apex still emerged above the surface. Therefore, she gracefully leapt onto the stone pillar, extending her hand towards Qianshun. Understanding her intent, he grasped her hand, joining her atop the pillar. Together, they leapt forward, traversing the submerged remnants. Before long, the pressure of the water lessened as they drew nearer to the surface. Kylia, anxious that Qianshun might drown, hurriedly urged him from behind. Yet Qianshun felt relatively comfortable. Upon breaking the surface, he exhaled slowly, breathing deeply. "I was utterly startled. That despicable creature." After emerging from the water, Kylia vociferously berated, abandoning us without so much as a warning. Qianshun glanced at Kylia, noting that the Archbishop was drenched, the water-soaked stones taking on a deep gray hue, and her already form-fitting attire clung even more closely to her figure after being pulled from the water. Kylia continued her complaints. "Honestly, that fellow has no idea where he has run off to. If it weren't for your ability to hold your breath, I would have truly been at a loss for how to retrieve you from the lake. With iron chains and stones, falling into the water is quite the predicament." Qianshun remained silent, lifting the thorn mask slightly from his face to let the water pour out. He then walked from the water to the exposed part of the ruins, sitting down to wring out his clothes. Water cascaded down from him, and in the distance, the magical crystal train rumbled past. On the misty lake surface of the dawn, a few fishing boats drifted, and upon closer inspection, the once exquisite skyline of Aphidu's inner court gave way to a more imposing and dignified presence. Qianshun quietly wrung out his clothes, not uttering a word. Just as he nearly finished draining the water, a small boat lazily approached across the lake. The boat, shaped like a banana and adorned with unknown swirling patterns on its sides, bore a statue of a golden-haired woman at its bow, ancient, beautiful, dignified, yet devoid of expression. The long-lost Yvette sat at the stern, leisurely paddling the boat. The vessel came to a stop beside the ruins, tilting slightly as it observed Qianshun. who was wringing out his clothes, with a smile. Qianqian remained expressionless, wrapping the heavy chains around his arm. Kylia, upon spotting Yvette, felt a surge of irritation and placed her hands on her hips, reproaching, "You only arrived now? Aren't you afraid we might drown?" "How could stones drown?" Yvette retorted. "And this gentleman beside you is a soldier from the Yu Empire. If he were to drown so easily, he would have no business remaining in this world." Yvette chuckled. Kylia, visibly annoyed, glared at Yvette. "I have been searching for you in the water for quite some time," Yvette explained. "I didn't expect you to be so far from where you fell in. Instead, you ended up here. What a coincidence. For this is the site of the once glorious Cathedral." Kylia froze for a moment, and Qianqian's actions of binding the chains hesitated slightly, but he quickly resumed. Kylia gazed at the faintly visible ruins beneath the water, lost in thought. "Come, I shall take you to the inner court," Yvette announced. "To meet Nascadon, the playwright who wishes to see you." "No," Kylia immediately rejected Yvette's proposal. "No," Yvette exclaimed in surprise. "But we had an agreement. I bring you to Aphidu, and you meet Nascadon. Otherwise, what shall we do about the boiling blood within this fellow?" Pointing at Qianqian, Yvette continued, "You saw it last night. The boiling blood could claim his life at any moment. The longer we delay, the greater the uncertainties. I advise you to comply with my arrangements." "I will go." "But not immediately," Kylia asserted. "I wish to first procure some cool water to stabilize him." "Cool water?" Yvette blinked, perplexed. "What is that? Don't you know?" Kylia countered. Yvette shook his head. "There are many things I do not know. The old continent is vast. How could I possibly know everything?" Seeing Yvette, who had always appeared knowledgeable, ignorant of cool water, left Kylia uncertain about the truth of the little girl's words from that night. After all, the events had been exceedingly bizarre, and she feared that no one would believe her if she spoke of them. "Is there a temple to the god of drowning in Aphidu's inner court?" Kylia inquired. "Oh, you know of that?" Yvette was astonished. "Indeed, Aphidu has only 3 temples, one dedicated to the god of love and beauty, another to the god of drowning, and the third to the goddess of wealth. It goes without saying that Aphidu is the domain of the goddess of beauty. The massive flower bud at the top is her temple. The goddess of wealth has followers throughout the continent, but few know that Aphidu also venerates the god of drowning." "Is that truly the case?" Kylia's eyes brightened. "Indeed," Yvette nodded. "Given Aphidu's location on the Fagar Isles, right next to the Sea of Despair, many people rely on the sea for their livelihoods, thus worshipping the god of drowning is inevitable. However, his status here is quite low compared to the other 2 deities." "Why do you ask me all these things?" "Take me to the temple of the god of drowning," Kylia requested. "I have heard that cool water can alleviate the boiling blood within Qianqian." "Is that true?" "I have never heard of such a thing," Yvette remarked skeptically. "You mentioned it yourself. The old continent is vast," Kylia replied, spreading her hands. After making a decision, Yvette led Qianqian and Kylia onto the small boat as they navigated the waterways, leisurely paddling toward the island at the heart of the lake. The banana-shaped vessel glided gracefully across the surface, and before long, they arrived beneath Aphidu's inner court. Passing through the stone bridge that spanned the lake, they were greeted by the towering arch columns. These columns soared several dozen meters high, resembling mountains that bore the weight of the impressive city above. As the boat traversed the archway, Kylia lifted her gaze to witness the magical crystal trains rushing overhead and the waterfowl soaring through the air, her mouth agape and her eyes sparkling. Qianqian, however, did not look up. His attention was captured by the stone columns arrayed in the lake ahead. Hundreds of massive columns, each thick enough for 10 men to embrace, stood in the water, intricately carved with spiraling staircases. Above these columns lay a labyrinth of stone streets, their dense interweaving casting the sunlight into fragmented rays. On these streets, pedestrians with baskets atop their heads, reminiscent of those from the Thornlands, traversed the pathways. Yet their clothing appeared even more tattered, adorned with numerous tattoos upon their necks and arms. As Qianqian observed them, he couldn't help but recall the followers of the god of drowning he had seen on the Iron Gate Bridge in Dada Island. They bore striking similarities, with matching tattoos and ragged garments. Numerous stone hollows had been hewn into the giant columns, each opening seemingly a residence. Women with baskets atop their heads climbed from the boat into these hollows, while men either sat on the dilapidated wooden streets smoking or paddled in boats, transporting goods. The lighting here was dim, and few noticed the arrival of Kylia and her companions. As Yvette paddled, he remarked to Kylia, "These are the inhabitants of the lower regions of the inner court. Most are failures who have been discarded from above or fugitives from other city-states. And of course, many are involved in smuggling activities." Kylia looked at the murky waters of the lake, contrasting sharply with the vibrant houses seen earlier. These stone hollows were devoid of color, merely gray and rudimentary, some covered by mere wooden planks, resembling a slum. Numerous similar small boats traversed the waters, flickering oil lamps illuminating the vessels as they wove between the stone columns. On these cargo boats, tarpaulins concealed wooden crates, their contents a mystery. Frowning, Kylia queried. This place seems so dilapidated. I had expected it to be affluent. Yvette chuckled as he paddled. Of course it is wealthy, but in the most affluent places, you will find the greatest number of destitute individuals. This is the ironclad rule of the goddess of wealth, haha. Doesn't the usurper of Aphrodite mind this? You said this is the city of art, yet it sounds more like a city of wealth, Kylia inquired. The usurper desires nothing more than for these people to perish. What artistry can the destitute possess? True art resides in the grand theaters at the pinnacle of society, without resplendent embellishments and the allure of beautiful faces. No one cares to behold it. Yvette waved dismissively, stating, no one here cares. They are all worthless. To survive another day is a gain. Listening to Yvette's words, Kylia remained silent. The light had nearly vanished. The lake's waters turned a deep, inky black, illuminated solely by the glow of blue magic crystals. These crystals were either embedded in the rocks at the lake's bottom or suspended from the streets above. The shimmering light danced with the undulating waters, creating an eerie yet captivating blue ambience. However, compared to those past days, the current existence was even more dismal. Not only was there no work, but the constant fluctuation between heat and cold also left him feeling weak. He was uncertain how long this condition would endure. If it continued, he would be unable to maintain his livelihood. As they passed through a fjord, the blue light intensified, and the small boat gradually slowed. Before them stood a temple embedded within the stone wall, tall and surrounded by scaffolding, where numerous workers were busily hammering with stone chisels. Bathed in the blue glow of the magic crystals, the temple showcased swirling tentacles carved on either side, resembling the arms of a sea monster. Crowned by a colossal nine-headed relief, each face distinct, emanating an aura of solemn majesty from the sculptor's hands. The temple of the drowned god is undergoing renovations. How rare. It seems these fellows have been doing well lately, Yvette muttered. These words did not sit well with Kylia. As her thoughts drifted to her own dilapidated church on Dada Island and the long-abandoned ruins beneath the lake. Feeling discontent, she chose to remain silent, crossing her arms. The small boat came to a gentle stop near the temple. Yvette, gripping the hilt of his blade, leapt lightly onto the rocky shore. By the scaffolding, several bald men adorned with blue tattoos were meticulously examining the statues while holding magic lamps. They wore deep blue robes, adorned with sparkling magic crystals in their ears and atop their heads, their bare feet contrasting sharply with the tattered garments of the sculptors. Among them, one boy stood out, a mere child of around 10, his head shaved, neck and arms adorned with numerous golden collars. He chattered imperiously, "Hey, make sure to be careful while carving. If you make even the slightest mistake, I'll toss you into the sea of despair to serve as a drowned slave for eternity." Although the child appeared adorable, his voice was shrill, and the craftsmen, intimidated, labored fervently, sweat beading on their foreheads as they leaned closely to the statues. Yvette halted behind the boy, calling out, "Velu." Upon hearing his name, the boy turned and, upon recognizing Yvette, shone the magic lamp on his face, exclaiming, "Lord Shao, what are you doing here instead of staying up top? Why else would I visit the temple of the drowned god, if not to seek the deity's strength?" Yvette sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. The boy exclaimed, "That is quite an unusual matter. It's not easy at all. There are things you can't resolve, but I can." "Silence, Velu." Yvette interjected sharply, "Do you understand that every profession has its specialty? Now, hurry and take me to meet the high priest. It has been far too long since I last saw him." Velu crossed his arms, scrutinizing Yvette, while the other priests turned their attention as well. After a moment, Velu's gaze shifted to Qianqian and Kylia. He raised an eyebrow, asking, "You can certainly enter, but who are these two?" Yvette pointed at Qianqian's thorn mask, stating, "Can't you tell? This one hails from the Thorn Academy." The Thorn Academy." Velu scoffed dismissively, quickly losing interest. He then turned to Kylia and inquired, "And what about her?" "This is none other than the future star of Aiphido, Miss Kylia," Yvette replied, grinning as he pulled Kylia closer. "A star?" Velu's eyes widened in surprise. "How come I didn't know?" Kylia, aware that Yvette was exaggerating, averted her gaze with disdain. However, upon hearing this, The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. He dropped the magic lamp and saluted. In that case, please come in. The temple is currently under renovation and may be a bit chaotic. I hope you won't mind. Not at all. Yvette laughed heartily, striding into the temple, while Kylia quickly urged Qinshan to follow. Inside the temple of the drowned god, materials and scaffolding were strewn about, the materials shimmering a brilliant blue, suggesting considerable value. As Yvette walked, he inquired, "It seems you struck it rich, Velu. The drowned god's temple has never been this lavish before. Thanks to your blessings." The boy replied ambiguously, seemingly uninterested in prolonging the topic. "Lord Shao, while you may meet the high priest, I must inform you that he is currently in communion, and I am responsible for the temple's affairs. That's quite an honor, Velu. If you do well, you'll be close to the high priest," Yvette chuckled. "Do not speak so lightly, Lord Shao," Velu retorted, his demeanor suddenly serious. "I am merely an apprentice priest. The high priest is in good health and trusted by the drowned god. If you speak carelessly, even if the usurper himself came, I wouldn't let him in." "Why be so serious, little one?" Yvette replied with a nonchalant grin. Meanwhile, Kylia observed Yvette's profile, beneath his black and white hair. His green vertical pupils appeared cold and detached. Velu's constant reference to Lord Shao suggested that Yvette held a high status within Inferno. Before them lay a figure as large as 3 men, reclining in the water, utterly naked, rolling its eyes and sticking out its tongue. Its corpulent skin was encrusted with barnacles and shells, while its lower half remained somewhat intact near the waist. Its legs had softened into pale tentacles that writhed in the water, similar to those of a sea creature. Its arms had succumbed to a similar fate. The creature's nose and mouth were stitched shut, rendering it unable to breathe or speak. Its body was as pallid as that of a corpse. Had it not been for the bubbles emanating from its gills, few would believe it was alive. Yet, before this grotesque being knelt a dozen figures draped in long robes. Their garments lacked the opulence of Velu's, but their expressions bore no trace of disdain, each displayed utmost reverence. Witnessing such a sight sent a shiver down Kylia's spine. Once upon a time, beings like this would have been deemed monsters in any corner of the old continent. Yet now, they were venerated in the central chamber as objects of worship. "What do you wish for? Tell me, and I will relay it to the high priest, who will convey it to the drowned god," Velu stated earnestly before the aquarium. Kylia, upon hearing this, stepped forward, declaring, "We seek the waters of clarity." At the mention of this, Velu's expression shifted, concern etched on his face as he stared intently at Kylia, asking, "The waters of clarity? How do you know of this, and who sent you?" Kylia cast a glance at Yvette, then at Qinshan, hesitating for a few seconds before turning to stare at Velu and calmly stating, "It is the usurper who sent me." Yvette's expression flickered with a hint of astonishment. "The usurper? Is it Amandi?" Velu, observing Qinshan, who stood beside him clad in the Thorns Academy attire, stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "Was it last night's incident that terrified Amandi so greatly? Well, it is no surprise. To burn such a grand academy without hesitation would indeed instill fear." After a moment of self-reflection, Velu shook his head. "Is that not enough?" Kylia promptly inquired, "Then may I ask, what price must we pay to obtain the cold water?" Velu pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting to Yvette as he spoke. "I know your knowledge is extensive. I possess a decree from the heart of the despairing sea. If you can assist in fulfilling this decree, I shall offer you a gift from the depths of the ocean." Yvette tilted his head, smiling. "Very well. It seems I must take the lead here. Pray tell, what is this decree?" The young boy Velu cleared his throat and spoke in a childlike voice. 600 nautical miles east of here, at the breach of the Iron Gate Bridge, a fellow with a cross-shaped scar on his back has slain the offspring of the drowning god, the sea demon Nicholas Walton Fitrite. This act has undeniably tarnished the drowning god's reputation. A decree from the sea demands we exact retribution, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Alas, the land is not the sea, and that wretch has yet to reappear in the ocean, stalling our search. If you can deliver the body of that blasphemer to me, I shall gladly grant you the cold water." Julia's mouth fell slightly agape, a sensation akin to stepping into thin air on a staircase. Though she lacked a heart, the experience was nonetheless chilling to her. She glanced at Qinshan, whose expression was obscured by his mask, providing her with a modicum of comfort. Yet it was overshadowed by unease. Beneath the mask, Qinshan's face was devoid of expression. He likely understood these individuals were hunting him, yet he remained indifferent. He had long since forgotten Walton, viewing it merely as a task. Perhaps if given 1,000 chances, he would slay Walton 1,000 times over. Yet, His current physical state left him unfit to ensure the safety of the Archbishop in the event of conflict. Qianqian's eyes shifted towards Kylia. Observing her unease and feeling a twinge of guilt, he realized he was utterly helpless at this moment. On the other side, Value looked at Ivet in confusion. "What are you saying, Lord Xiao?" "Nothing. Ave, I shall undertake this task." Ivet gently patted Value's bald head, stating calmly, "However, before that, I must ascertain whether you truly possess this cold water. After all, I am rather uninformed and have never heard of such a thing. And I have little faith in you high-ranking sea slaves. If you want me to confront such a dangerous individual, you must provide me with some assurance, do you not?" Despite Ivet's condescending tone, Value remained unfazed. As a devotee of the drowning god, his body and mind bore the imprint of the ocean, which was undoubtedly his final sanctuary. "Of course, Lord Xiao, I am aware of your customs. If you wish to sign a contract with me, I shall gladly provide you with clarity." Upon saying this, Value stood in the temple, extending his palm. Shortly thereafter, someone approached from the shadows, taking small steps to present Value with a scroll of parchment and a small crystal vial. Value tossed the parchment to Ivet, lifting the crystal vial. And under the illumination of the magic crystal lamp, he exclaimed, "The cold water, dew condensed from the boundless sea at the full moon, possesses formidable healing properties and significantly suppresses burning sensations. If the usurper wishes to counter the invasion of the Yu Empire, this is indispensable." The light from the magic crystal illuminated the vial, casting a shimmering glow upon Value's youthful face, reminiscent of a pond's shimmering surface. The same glow reflected on Ivet, whose expression transitioned from stupor to contemplation, eventually revealing a glimmer of realization and joy. Suppressing his emotions, he inquired, "Value, are you serious? This can heal wounds and suppress burning sensations?" "Indeed," Value replied proudly. "Did not the usurper mention this? If it were not for this substance, he would have faced great difficulty in winning the battle at Sanyang Bay." Holding the parchment, Ivet showed no intention of signing it. Rather, his gaze remained fixated on the small crystal vial, unyielding in its focus. Archbishop," Kylia timidly called out. "Could you possibly advance a portion to me as a deposit for the task?" "Advance?" Value was taken aback, an unwilling expression crossing his youthful face. "That may not be appropriate, miss. Such a precious item cannot be handed over freely. You must understand, even when the usurper Amandi sought the cold water, he brought over 60 pure maidens and over 9,000 high-grade blue crystals." Before he could finish, a hurried figure burst into the temple. It was an apprentice from the temple, who knelt before Value, saying, "My lord, the usurper Amandi's envoy is waiting outside, requesting your audience." Value paused, glancing at Kylia and the others in confusion. Has Amandi sent someone again? Did he not just send someone? "The envoy brings the usurper's token." The apprentice opened his palm, revealing an exquisitely crafted golden flower bud. Upon seeing it, Value was struck dumb. Ivet was similarly astonished, but reacted swiftly, vanishing from sight. Value's expression changed, and he instinctively withdrew his hand, but an arm emerged from the void, seizing the crystal vial from his grasp with unrelenting force. Enraged, Value bellowed, "Impudent!" Ivet, having claimed the cold water, materialized beside Kylia and Qianqian, urging, "Run." In that instant, all the worshippers kneeling in the temple rose to their feet, while the young boy Value floated in midair, his eyes glowing blue, ripples emanating from his palms, with golden rings around his arms and neck hovering in the air. Clanking loudly, "You dare to deceive me, foul lizard!" Value roared, "Do you take the drowning temple for a mere trifle?" He floated aloft, repeatedly waving his hands. As he did, pale blue tendrils emerged from his arms, elongating in an instant as they surged forward, swiftly pursuing Qianqian. Those tendrils ensnared Qianqian's arms and thighs. He struggled violently but could not break free due to his waning strength. Seeing Qianqian ensnared, Kylia rushed to his side, grasping his arm in an attempt to pull him free. However, the drowning priest's magic was not so easily escaped. Despite her efforts, the tendrils only multiplied. Kylia felt a surge of anxiety, realizing she must restore Qianqian's former strength immediately. Thus, she shouted toward Ivet, who was fleeing in the distance, "Stop running. Use that thing on him." Yet Ivet had evidently other intentions, continuing to evade, bolting towards the exit. Kylia, infuriated by Ivet's lack of willingness to assist her and his act of theft, shouted at Value, "Your item has been taken. Why are you binding us?" The furious tendrils of the raging current would not permit anyone to escape. However, Kylia's words held a semblance of truth. It was Ivechi who had taken the cool waters, the true culprit. Thus, the tendrils that ensnared Qianqian divided, with half pursuing Ivechi. At that moment, Ivechi leaped across the scaffolding of the temple under renovation, each bound propelling him several dozen steps forward, his expression cold as he wielded the hilt of his long knife to sever the flailing tendrils. The other priests of the submerged deity quickly reacted, seizing various weapons to hurl at Ivechi as he fled into the air. Ivechi adeptly evaded the projectiles, his feet swiftly carrying him outside the temple. There, a group stood conversing with other priests, while nearby, several banana boats bobbed on the lake, laden with rows of enchanting blonde slaves, garbed in sheer gowns, their wrists bound by ropes. These were the gifts presented to the submerged deity by the usurper's envoy. Ivechi's sudden appearance atop the nine-headed monster statue at the temple's pinnacle captivated the attention of most. He leaned against the hilt of his knife, impassively observing the envoy sent by the usurper. Their gazes met, and in that moment, the tendrils surged forth from the temple, ensnaring Ivechi. With a heavy stomp, Ivechi shattered the newly carved statue, sending a massive stone head crashing down, while he propelled himself onto a boat in the lake's center, swiftly rowing away. The thundering descent of the stone statue incited fury among the priests. A piercing scream erupted from within the temple. "Seize him! He has stolen the cool waters!" At this, the priests at the entrance drew their weapons and charged towards the boat, creating a chaotic and tense scene. Inside the temple, after half of the tendrils had been severed, Kylia exerted herself to drag Qianqian free from their grasp. However, in breaking free, the barbs of the tendrils stripped away the fabric from Qianqian's arm, leaving it exposed. Accompanying the tearing of his clothing was a faint clinking sound, the chains rattling slightly. The sound, though not loud amidst the chaos, resonated through the air and reached the ears of the grotesque figure submerged in the fish tank. His ears twitched, and his vacant eyes began to whirl in madness. As the chains rattled, the bloated man in the tank writhed violently, forcefully banging his head against the wall behind him, while the tendrils at his limbs flailed in the water, splashing it everywhere. He struggled to open his mouth to speak, yet it was sewn shut with dark thorns, allowing only pitiful moans to escape. In his thrashing, the high priest of the submerged deity rolled his eyes to their limits. A bulge appeared on his already grotesque, pale neck, pulsating with life until it split open, emitting a deafening roar that echoed like a tsunami crashing down. The sound rippled through the hall, causing priests to cover their heads, while artisans fell from the scaffolding, blood streaming from their mouths and noses. Outside, the enslaved women who had been brought to the boats collapsed like cut wheat. Qianqian too felt the overwhelming noise threatening to rupture his eardrums. Thankfully, Kylia, being as unyielding as a stone, remained unaffected by the cacophony, dragging Qianqian towards safety. The roar persisted for what felt like an eternity. The high priest's pale tendrils rose from the tank, pointing accusingly at Qianqian, who leaned against Kylia. The mouth on his neck emitted a venomous cry. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" On the dark surface of the lake, Ivechi, one hand grasping the oar and the other clutching a small glass vial, stared intently at the liquid within, his expression grave. Beneath the trees, an aged, frail man extended his withered hand to grasp Ivechi's, the brittle leaves crumbling to ash in his grip, accompanied by mournful sighs that tugged at the heartstrings. The memory lasted but a fleeting moment, as a booming, monstrous cry echoed in his ears. The leaves, the old man, the withered tree, all transformed into ephemeral illusions, vanishing without a trace. Startled, Ivechi swiftly tucked the cool waters into his bosom and turned to survey his surroundings. With the monstrous cry, the once tranquil waters began to churn violently, causing the banana boats to sway perilously. From the depths illuminated by the blue crystal, pale figures emerged from beneath the submerged deity's temple, their serpentine forms gliding toward Ivechi's boat in great numbers. Upon sighting them, Ivechi's expression shifted dramatically as he abandoned the small vessel, leaping onto a nearby stone pillar and plunging his dagger into it with a clang. Perched precariously, he observed as countless pale hands reached out from the depths, overturning his boat, which splintered into fragments beneath the water. The cold, gelatinous water spirits gnawed at the debris, their silent eyes fixated on Ivechi. The cacophony subsided. Footsteps echoed across the wooden pathways connecting the pillars as many approached. Ivechi lifted his gaze to see figures emerging from the openings of the pillars, tattooed individuals clad in eccentric attire, slowly loading harpoons into crossbows aimed directly at him. These were the fervent followers of the submerged deity. Ivechi's gaze shifted upward, where a complex system of pipes loomed at the pinnacle of the pillars. The drainage system of the mid-tier city of Ifidu, resembling the very veins of this metropolis. In a flash, he vanished once more, reappearing atop the pipes, ignoring the pursuers. Iveci sped along the conduits, finding himself among a circle of stone pillars standing in the center of the lake, where various lifting devices were in operation. At the end of these devices lay a circular stone door, perpetually opening and closing to facilitate the flow of goods and personnel between the lower and upper levels. However, before Iveci could approach the stone door, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. The heavy stone door closed with a resounding finality, never to reopen. As Yvette leaped between the stone pillars, he was compelled to halt. On the surface of the lake, several pale blue figures slowly ascended, drifting towards Yvette. These were the priests of the god of drowning, led by one who floated in midair, proclaiming, "You truly have some audacity, Lord Shao, to brazenly seize treasures of the ocean in public. Have you given no thought to the repercussions?" "Just borrowing," Yvette replied with a cheeky grin. "Is the vast ocean so stingy as to quibble over a bottle of water?" "Borrowing. It appears you intend to wage war against the god of drowning. Others may fear you, but we do not. The god of drowning is unconcerned." As he spoke, more followers and gang members of the god of drowning surrounded Yvette, brandishing an array of weapons, their expressions hostile and menacing. Meanwhile, in another part of the temple, accompanied by a cacophony that threatened to rupture eardrums, Kylia hastily dragged Qianqian away from the god of drowning's temple. They lacked Yvette's agility, and Qianqian, devoid of strength, could only shuffle along the ground. After the roar subsided, the howling stream received directives from the high priest of the god of drowning. As he spoke, ethereal blue rays emanated from behind the high priest's head, flowing silently through the air like an intangible river. The apprentices, clutching their ears, were enveloped by the blue light, their eyes widening with the same azure sheen. They rose, seizing tridents and fish spears, and pursued Qianqian with fervor. The rays swiftly surged past Kylia, enveloping the craftsmen who had fallen from the scaffolding. Those who had previously succumbed to unconsciousness now sprang to life, their eyes wide open, and they charged at Kylia and Qianqian, wielding chisels and hammers. Kylia, feeling anxious, instinctively glanced at Qianqian and asked, "Do you still have strength left?" Qianqian nodded. The danger faced by the high priest compelled him to protect her. As a frenzied craftsman barreled towards them, Qianqian inhaled deeply and swung his fist, landing a blow on the craftsman's face. With a resounding smack, the craftsman's cheek caved in slightly. Kylia's heart sank as she wished to caution Qianqian to hold back, reminding herself that they were in Ifidu, and these individuals were still living beings, not mere drowned slaves or sea demons. However, her concerns proved unfounded. Qianqian's soft punch barely fazed the crazed craftsman, who simply lunged at Qianqian, knocking him back 3 meters with a thundering crash into the scaffolding, limbs akimbo, as wooden beams clattered down upon him. Kylia screamed, "Qianqian, are you all right?" She rushed to his side. Lying on the ground with his posterior upward, Qianqian mumbled, "I'm sorry, High Priest, I can't do it." "Oh dear." Kylia stomped her foot in frustration and helped him up, as more craftsmen and apprentices rushed towards them from every direction. She gritted her teeth and hoisted Qianqian onto her shoulder. With her eyes shut tight, she charged forward along the path. One craftsman attempted to obstruct Kylia, but her stone-like physique was immensely heavy. The craftsman, upon contact, was sent sprawling backward as if struck by a truck, landing on the ground with blood streaming from his nose and a large bump forming on his head. The frenzied craftsmen, engulfed in blue light, lost their self-awareness and fear, converging upon Kylia one after another, only to be sent tumbling away by her sheer force. Kylia felt little discomfort. Stone did not experience pain, and she continued to plow through the throng. Yet Qianqian felt as though he was being battered apart. The high priest's slender, graceful form was surprisingly solid, and with each collision, Qianqian grew increasingly disoriented, feeling as if he might vomit. Before long, Kylia stumbled out of the temple of the god of drowning, her strength waning despite her considerable power. After colliding with several individuals, she felt lightheaded and fatigued, realizing she needed to replenish her energy or she might collapse. What to do? In a panic, she scanned her surroundings, hoping to find Yvette. Although Yvette was nowhere in sight, something on the shore of the lake caught her attention. Her eyes brightened as she dragged Qianqian to the lakeside. Lo and behold, a small boat lay strewn with many golden-haired beauties. However, Kylia was not focused on them. Beside the boat were several wooden crates that had been toppled over in the chaos. These damaged boxes emitted a bright blue glow, revealing exquisite blue magic crystal stones, perhaps gifts from Aphidu's usurper to the god of drowning's temple. Frantic craftsmen and controlled apprentices poured out from the temple, but Kylia, disregarding the ownership of the crystals, dashed toward the scattered stones, setting down Qianqian and voraciously consuming the magic crystals. Soon, she had devoured dozens of them. As she consumed the abundant blue crystals, her hair began to grow, transforming from tips to roots into a deep blue hue. Kylia continued her frenzied consumption, her stomach seemingly an endless abyss, oblivious to the sensation of fullness. Qianqian sat blankly on the ground, watching the high priest consume the blue stones. Though he had witnessed this spectacle before, he could never comprehend how she managed it. Gradually, the large pile of crystals was diminished to a single box. With the crystals ingested, Kylia's hair cascaded from her shoulders to her waist, her nails lengthening as well. Her hair and nails shimmered a brilliant blue, her eyes transforming to a vibrant azure, with only her pupils retaining the icy amethyst hue. Due to her excessive consumption, even her lips and skin took on a faint blue tint. Kylia belched, placing a hand on her abdomen as she stood, feeling a slight bloating. Heaven only knows how long it had been since she had felt so satiated. A number of frenzied craftsmen and apprentices surged towards her and Qianqian from all directions, with a few even descending from above, seemingly intent on burying them in a human avalanche. Kylia immediately bent down to shield Qianqian, her strength amplified by her recent feast of magic crystals. In her haste, she failed to gauge her own power, and Qianqian's head collided painfully with her chest, nearly splitting it open as a buzzing filled his ears. The craftsmen who had lunged at them fared even worse, though they piled atop Kylia in a chaotic heap. She merely struggled momentarily before the tremendous force hurled them away. They fell into the nearby lake with loud splashes, like dumplings being dropped into water. This scene was observed by the god of drowning's priest, who had just emerged. He had anticipated effortlessly subduing this peculiar, ash-skinned girl and the masked figure beside her. However, he was taken aback to see her transformed into a blue figure, flinging the temple's apprentices and craftsmen into the lake. Unsure of how to proceed, the priest hovered at the edge of the scaffolding, pointing at Kylia and demanding, "Hey, what manner of creature are you?" Despite feeling remorse for Yvette's thievery, Kylia's irritation flared at the priest's words, and she retorted angrily, "Haven't you ever seen a talking stone, you little brat?" "Huh? What an eye-opener!" the priest exclaimed from a distance. "And who is that person beside you? Why does the high priest specifically seek his demise?" Qianqian's head felt as if it had been transformed into that of a dog, and he found himself unable to endure the sight of the Archbishop attempting to lift him once more. Despite Qianqian's usually indifferent demeanor, he leaned against the wall, feeling dizzy, and muttered, "No, I can't." "Can't?" Kylia was taken aback. Qianqian removed his mask, supported himself against the wall, and retched violently, expelling a pool of acidic liquid that splattered against the exquisitely crafted wrist of the submerged deity's statue. Change position," he gasped after emptying his stomach. The onlookers were left in shock. How audacious to vomit on the statue of the submerged deity. Was this real? As they watched Qianqian heaving against the statue, Kylia felt a mixture of amusement and embarrassment. She sighed, covering her face. Then, after a moment's thought, she wrapped her arm around Qianqian's neck and supported his waist, lifting him effortlessly into a princess carry. The chains clinked softly, producing a pleasant sound. Qianqian, now cradled in Kylia's embrace, was momentarily taken aback. Although his mind was clouded with fragmented memories, some instinctual awareness remained, warning him that this position was decidedly unfavorable. Of course, Kylia paid no heed to the appropriateness of the position. All that mattered was its functionality. After securing Qianqian, she bent down, creating a small crater in the ground beneath her foot, and then leaped into the air, soaring to a height of 5 or 6 meters, landing beside the head of the submerged deity's statue atop the scaffolding. The height of her jump startled even her. Having never consumed such a vast amount of magic crystals before, she was utterly unaware that this could amplify her strength to such an extent. Despite her newfound power, Kylia trembled at the height, for she was made of stone. A fall from such a distance could shatter her. As the crowd below began shaking the scaffolding violently, Kylia's fear intensified. She had always harbored a fear of heights, and the swaying only exacerbated her anxiety. She hunched down, paralyzed with dread. But her stillness proved futile as the scaffolding began to loosen under the strain. Noticing the terror etched on Kylia's face, Qianqian turned his gaze to a wooden pathway winding through the underground caverns, extending towards a distant stone pillar. "What are you saying?" Kylia shouted, clutching Qianqian tightly. He was taken aback, realizing his previous words had slipped out without consideration. She seemed completely bewildered. Thus, he elaborated. At the position of 9 minutes and 28 seconds on the clock, at a height of 17 meters, tilt your head upward by 30 degrees. It was rare for him to articulate such a lengthy sentence, but upon hearing it, Kylia's legs weakened. She understood only the mention of 17 meters. How am I supposed to know what direction 9 minutes and 28 seconds is, and how steep is 30 degrees? The shaking grew more violent, and stones began to rain down upon Kylia from the crowd below. They clattered against her, but fortunately, as a being of stone, she remained unscathed, though her surface bore some new scratches. Realizing the Archbishop couldn't comprehend his words, Qianqian refrained from further elaboration. He gently lifted Kylia's cold, hard chin, angling it upward by 30 degrees, and then adjusted her head to face the nearest jumping point at 9 minutes and 28 seconds. "Jump," he instructed calmly. "Jump? I'll shatter if I fall," Kylia exclaimed. "You will shatter whether you jump or not," he replied, his voice devoid of reassurance, cold as steel. She felt a strong impulse to let Qianqian fall freely to the ground, but his words rang true. There was little distinction between the two forms of breaking. "What am I even doing?" Kylia murmured, before steeling herself and leaping in the direction Qianqian indicated. With a resounding crash, the scaffolding collapsed entirely, scattering debris everywhere. She soared nearly 10 meters, landing firmly on a street elevated above the lake's surface. "Wow!" Kylia gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief at the distance she had covered. She had never imagined that consuming so many magic crystals could grant her such extraordinary abilities. Unbeknownst to her, Qianqian was unaware of the myriad thoughts racing through Kylia's mind. Upon landing, he noticed a horde of gang members rushing towards them from the underground lake area. Blue light emanated from the submerged deity's temple, enveloping every corner of the vicinity, reflecting the fervor and ferocity in the eyes of the approaching gang members. The foremost among them recklessly attempted a flying kick to send Kylia tumbling into the lake. "Be careful, there's a threat," Qianqian warned. Rather than succeeding in their assault, the attackers were sent flying back, landing with a splash in the lake, their bodies colliding with the harder-than-expected ground beneath the water. Kylia exhaled deeply, her expression turning somber. She had no interest in fighting and lacked any skills in combat, despite the ample energy provided by the magic crystals. At that moment, Qianqian noticed figures on a distant stone pillar and boats on the lake, where many had readied harpoons, likely meant for capturing large fish, requiring several individuals to operate. The weapons were stained with brownish blood, exuding a palpable danger. Should those harpoons strike, even Kylia, being made of stone, would likely suffer irreparable damage. The blue light flowed through the underground caverns, leaving little time for the duo to react. The harpoons were soon launched. "Step left," Qianqian commanded sharply. Kylia obeyed, shifting left. Thwack! A harpoon whizzed past, piercing the wooden street where she had just stood, leaving a deep gash in its wake. She gasped in shock. But before she could process her fear, Qianqian instructed, "Step right 3 times." As she moved right, each step was followed by a barrage of sharp iron harpoons erupting from below, piercing the wood and soaring upwards with alarming force. 3 in total. The harpoons were tethered with bloodied ropes, barbed and menacing. Kylia's eyes widened in terror, her body frozen as she watched the lethal projectiles soar past her. Yet Qianqian remained unperturbed, his expression as unyielding as granite, calm and detached. "Bend at a 90-degree angle," he ordered flatly. Kylia complied, lowering herself as 2 harpoons narrowly missed her back. "Run forward 10 steps," he continued. Kylia hurriedly sprinted ahead, crouched low. The two of them, one strategizing and the other executing, were in perfect harmony. Under Qianqian's guidance, Kylia's tension gradually eased. The soldier from the Udi Empire cradled in her arms moved with the precision of a finely tuned clock, always predicting the harpoon's trajectory and issuing timely warnings. Following Qianqian's instructions, she deftly evaded dozens of harpoons, none even grazing her, not even her clothing. In the distance, a figure from the crowd grew frustrated. He floated next to a gang member operating a crossbow, kicked him aside, and shouted, "Get out of the way, let me take over." With that, he strained to pull back the bowstring, attempting to load a harpoon. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted from a spot in the lake, akin to a sudden clap of thunder. Boom! An invisible gale swept through the area. With a sudden jolt, Fei Lu was thrown off balance, and the entire crossbow mechanism was sent flying, knocking him unconscious. Qianqian, having heard the commotion, immediately shouted, "Get down." Kylia hurriedly dropped to the ground, clutching Qianchen. His complexion changed dramatically as he found himself pinned beneath an immense weight, gasping for air. The pressure on his chest felt as though it might crush him. Furrowing his brow and tilting his chin upward, he wore a pained expression, feeling more suffocated than if he had been submerged underwater for 2 minutes. A fierce wind swept in, carrying a flurry of tattered cloth, splintered wood, and debris, striking Kylia with a thud. Some of the metal roofing even sparked against her, tearing her sweater to shreds. Accompanying the frenzied gusts, the wind roared through the cave's walls, weaving through the gaps and openings of the lake area, creating a haunting wail. Kylia had never witnessed such a fierce wind before. Not even during the rainy season on Dada Island had she encountered anything like it. Here, in the enclosed inland lake surrounded by rocky caverns, such a tempest seemed utterly unfathomable. Fortunately, Kylia was as solid as a rock, and the violent gusts could not displace her, merely pushing her back a couple of steps. However, the others were not as impervious. The wind whipped up a massive spray of water, toppling the small boats on the lake and scattering the gang members controlling the fish spears, sending them tumbling amidst the chaos. Shadows of people mingled with debris, swept away by the howling winds, and many fell into the lake. After a prolonged moment, the tempest subsided. Kylia cautiously lifted her head from Qianchen's chest, surveying the scattered group of submerged deity worshippers and gang members, who now resembled autumn wheat scattered by a storm, their previous vigor completely dissipated. Her gaze soon fixed upon Yvette, who floated between the 5 stone pillars on the distant lake surface. At that moment, Yvette was sheathing a long blade, his expression impassive, surrounded by a violent whirlwind that tousled his silvery black hair. Nearby, the floating priests of the submerged deity rolled their eyes, drooling, and helplessly plummeted towards the lake, splashing into the water like dumplings. Kylia was bewildered by the events, yet she felt an undeniable sense of awe. Suddenly, a choking cough echoed from beneath her. Alarmed, she looked down at Qianchen, whose pallor suggested he was on the verge of asphyxiation. Kylia's emotions twisted into a complex blend of anger, embarrassment, and frustration as she glanced at the point where their bodies made contact. Hastily, she stood up, flustered, and muttered, "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." "But you're just too weak. I really don't sink." Her explanations felt entirely unconvincing, and she shielded her face, unable to meet Qianchen's eyes, overwhelmed by shame. Fortunately, Qianchen dismissed the moment of suffocation. Once Kylia stood away, he regained his breath. He gazed at the flowing blue lights above, which filled him with unease. As the fierce wind dispersed the bewitched stragglers, the blue lights did not vanish but intensified, swirling between the stone pillars and streets, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. As he observed, Qianchen gradually discerned that the blue lights intertwined in the air, forming a colossal pattern. This design featured writhing heads that slithered like serpents, resembling the visage of Medusa, their gazes fixated upon the lake below, expressions flickering like serpents' tongues. Kylia and Qianchen were transfixed by the bizarre blue luminescence at the cave's apex. Suddenly, the expression of the phantom contorted in silent scream. With a tremendous splash, the lake, reflecting the blue apparition, erupted into a boil. A water bullet shot forth, striking Yvette squarely in the chest, causing him to stagger back and crash against the wall. With a resounding thud, Yvette was flung against the wall by the powerful water current, his body going limp as he nearly lost consciousness. Kylia gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Amidst the swirling pale blue light, a creature resembling a blend of a seahorse and a centipede emerged from the lake, elongated yet not overly large, adorned with numerous translucent appendages. Among these flowing limbs were floating figures, the submerged deity's worshippers and local gang members who had fallen into the water. At the seahorse's head, dense currents swirled, with blue-robed figures contorted in strange postures, forming the head of the seahorse. The forceful water stream that had struck Yvette erupted from this seahorse's head. Descending further, one could see a massive whirlpool at the seahorse's chest, where a colossal figure was ensnared. This figure was none other than the high priest of the submerged deity, his large form swaying within the vortex, gazing at Qianchen with vacant blue eyes. A torrent of blue light radiated from him, intertwining with the serpentine heads swirling in the sky. The multi-legged seahorse staggered out of the lake, its mouth agape, filled with water, before unleashing a powerful spray of water arrows. The arrows struck the cave walls, creating a significant breach, and then surged towards Kylia and Qianchen. Though the accuracy was compromised, likely due to the seahorse's unsteady movements, the impact left deep gouges in the wooden streets, stone walls, and sturdy columns, revealing its formidable power. Qianchen propped himself up on his elbows and urged, "We must leave," realizing the imminent danger without further prompting. Kylia clutched Qianchen and took off running along the splintered wooden streets, which shattered behind them under the force of the water arrows. "We just need to pull him out." Qianchen pointed towards the ensnared high priest, adding, "He is the core." Kylia focused intently on the swirling figure of the high priest, instinctively covering her head, exclaiming, "Where do you get your confidence from? It hardly seems like an easy task to pull him out." Qianchen paused, surprised. He had not perceived the challenge as insurmountable. Another day without peace. Kylia lamented, then began searching for Yvette. To restore Qianchen, finding Yvette was crucial, yet as she scanned the area where Yvette had fallen, she found it devoid of any trace of him. "Oh no, the Inyang person is gone." Kylia voiced her concern. As her words faded, Qianchen gently grasped her chin, tilting her head towards a corner where a small mound of debris had accumulated. "Over there," he stated calmly, "I've been watching it." Kylia squinted, but saw nothing but refuse. "There's nothing there," she replied. "Look closely," Qianchen insisted. Rubbing her eyes, Kylia concentrated. Gradually, she discerned a faint outline near a broken metal roof, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding refuse. Without an extraordinary focus, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. Upon seeing that silhouette, Kylia broke into a smile. She inexplicably felt a surge of confidence. This fellow, Qianchen, astonishingly managed to divert part of his attention to watch over White even in such perilous circumstances. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of person he truly was. With newfound assurance, her acrophobia seemed to dissipate. She lifted Qianchen and began to leap along the wooden streets, inching closer to the mountain of refuse. As she descended, the debris overhead thickened, obscuring her view of the peculiar faces formed by the pale blue light, while the chaos of the distant multi-legged seahorse's water jets intensified. For Kylia, this was fortuitous. Taking advantage of the disorder, she dashed to the heap of trash, feigning a panicked demeanor. Yet, as she brushed past White, her expression abruptly shifted. She released one hand, seizing White by the neck, forcefully pushing and colliding the three of them into the refuse mountain. Amid the dense disorder of garbage, Qianchen lay on the ground, leaning against a broken plank, his face devoid of emotion as he gazed ahead. Before him, Kylia, with her flowing blue hair, pressed down on a transparent figure, rendering it immobile. Suffocating. Cough. Cough. Let. The transparent figure beneath Kylia gasped, struggling for breath. "You promised to help me. Why did you take the item and flee?" Kylia pressed on, refusing to relent. "I'm dying. Too heavy." Cough, cough. Seeing White in such distress, Kylia's expression softened slightly, yet she maintained her grip. She reached out, searching White's body, but her hands met with nothing. "Huh, why have you turned blue?" White asked, breathless and curious. "Don't change the subject. Why do you care how I turned blue?" Kylia retorted, unfazed by his inquiry. "What do you intend to do with the clear cold water? You didn't mention anything like that on Dada Island." "Oh, you mean that? It's merely a personal hobby." White replied nonchalantly, but the nature of this hobby was none of her concern. Upon hearing this, Kylia perched herself on White's waist, causing White's eyes to widen in surprise, his mouth forming a perfect O, his body contorted beneath her. "Hey, you strange being. I wouldn't care what your intentions are. Can you handle those terrifying things outside? If you could, would you be hiding here?" White seethed with anger. "You filthy stone. What did you just call me?" Kylia coldly laughed. "Who told me I should care whether you're male or female? To me, it seems you never wished for Qianchen to survive, did you? When the Thorns Academy caught fire, you fled so quickly, and after we fell into the water, you arrived so late knowing Qianchen is alive and couldn't possibly last long in the water. You stone, why should I care whether you're male or female?" White bellowed. "What does it matter to you? Moreover, I couldn't care less if a soldier of the Empire lives or dies. I merely want to deliver you to Ifidu, to the playwright Nazcadon. What happens next is your concern. Then take me there." Kylia insisted immediately. White fell silent once more. After staring at White's face for a moment, Kylia chuckled. "I understand now. You desire the clear cold water, don't you? You're quite perceptive." White's expression darkened as it struggled against her grip, fingers reaching for a dagger nearby. However, Kylia swiftly kicked the dagger away, sending it sliding toward Qianchen. "Without that dagger, you won't be able to escape," Kylia taunted. "I've seen you use it many times." The white gritted its teeth. You filthy stone. One moment of carelessness allowed you to seize an advantage. Don't get cocky. Why do you want the clear cold water? Kylia inquired. None of your business, the white shot back. Yet, Kylia remained unperturbed, saying, but if you want the clear cold water, you must ascertain its legendary usefulness. After all, before me, you had never heard of such a thing. The white's excited demeanor began to wane. Kylia smiled faintly. If it were useless, taking such a huge risk and causing such a commotion seems rather unwarranted. The two locked eyes for a moment, and ultimately, the white relented. It extended a finger, and, with a slight twist in the air, a small crystal vial materialized in its palm. Kylia reached for the vial, but a white evaded her grasp. I'll take care of it. It insisted. Kylia stood, but to prevent any last-minute changes, she held onto its arm. The white approached Qianqian and coldly asked, is it for internal use or external application? Those simple words struck Qianqian like a bolt of lightning, causing a sudden, intense headache. It was a vision. A faint memory of having heard those exact words before. In a daze, he once again beheld flames, a raging inferno engulfing the bay. Internal use or external application? A figure clad in heavy fireproof clothing inquired. Internal use, another voice replied. External application will be burned away quickly. The sudden onslaught of images made Qianqian clutch his head. An overwhelming cacophony filling his mind. Kill me, kill me, kill me. The chaotic voices assailed him, leaving him almost oblivious to their presence. Qianqian, what's wrong? Kylia bent down, urgently asking. Drink, Qianqian managed to say, pressing his hands to his head as he struggled against the auditory illusions. Drink indeed. He had consumed this substance before. Kylia brightened, recalling how someone from Ifedu had previously fed him this. Observing Qianqian's desperate grip on his head, the white hesitated. However, the ground trembled with a deafening roar, the sound of rushing water resounding through the underground cavern, drawing nearer. The high priest of the flood god was searching for them. The white gritted its teeth, reluctantly extracting 2 drops of clear cold water from the vial, cradling them in its palm, and presenting it before Qianqian. Instinctively, Qianqian extended his tongue, licking the white's palm. The 2 drops cascaded into him, rapidly diffusing within, as though he had consumed an entire barrel of water. The liquid coursed through his body, a cool sensation racing to his head, while steam rose gently from the immense scar on his ribs. The boiling blood began to calm, along with the chaotic clamor in his mind. Moreover, thin ice crystals sprouted from within him, densely coating his exterior with frost, only to swiftly melt into droplets. Astonished by his own body, Qianqian noted the warmth throughout, save for his brain, which felt notably cool. Observing his condition, Kylia was overtaken with joy. In contrast, a white wore a wary expression, clutching the remaining clear cold water close to its chest, retreating several steps. 45, highest directive. Archbishop, activate, Qianqian declared, his demeanor instantly reverting to normal. Kylia, biting her lip, felt an inexplicable sense of shame wash over her. This fellow still retained a sense of ritual. If we're going to defeat monsters, let us just defeat them without all this fuss. Defeat that monster, Kylia said resignedly, and then let South leave this place together. Qianqian nodded in agreement. There is no need to kill them. Subduing them will suffice. This is Ifedu, and no one is offering you any reward. Escalating the situation would only harm us, sighed Kylia. Indeed, replied Qianqian. He rose and slowly unshackled the chains from his arms. The soft clinking of the chains echoed, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. Outside, the high priest of the flood god seemed to have suddenly calmed down, but this tranquility lasted barely 3 seconds. Then, with a frenzied rush of water, the summit of the garbage mound was entirely swept away. Amidst the chaos of flying fabric, wood, metal, and stone, Qianqian looked up to see the colossal, many-legged seahorse coiled among the stone pillars on the lake's surface. Accompanied by the soft clinking of chains, the seahorse descended into madness. Between the pillars, it writhed like a serpent, its body formed by an unusual current of water, swaying incessantly. In this moment, it shook its head wildly, spewing water arrows while wielding an exceptionally long water blade. The swirling debris from the garbage mound was swept aside by that very blade. The clinking of chains was subtle, yet it drove the seahorse nearly to insanity. The blue light in the air morphed into various shapes, and the face of Medusa twisted into a fierce grimace. Without a moment's pause, after clearing the summit of the garbage mound, the many-legged seahorse roared and charged toward it, water blade in hand. Kylia dragged Yvette and stumbled away. Qianqian stood resolute, taking 5 slow steps to the left, patiently awaiting the impending chaos. A thunderous crash reverberated. Wooden planks and metal sheets flew through the air. Once they landed, the ensuing frenzy of rolling water resembled a true blade in the seahorse's grasp, cleaving deep grooves into the ground and the pillars. The torrential water, driven by a fierce wind, whipped Qianqian's dark hair beneath his mask as he shifted a few meters to the left, leaping onto a pillar to evade the onslaught of water. He had no intention of striking back. He merely fixated on the seahorse's chest. The gigantic high priest of the flood god was submerged within the currents, continuously emanating blue light. The seahorse seemed to sense something amiss. It abandoned its usual fierce demeanor and instead crouched low, forming a protective wall with its back to shield the high priest. Confirming the priest's location, Qianqian flung his chain, hooking onto a protrusion of the pillar, and swung high into the air. While in motion, he seized another chain and grasped a different pillar, continuously altering his trajectory in the underground realm. The water blade followed closely behind, rampaging through the underground area, leaving devastation in its wake. Qianqian, amidst the chaos, ascended higher, attempting to draw the seahorse's attention to raise its chest. However, the seahorse appeared cautious. It did not recklessly rise but instead continued to crawl beneath, trailing Qianqian. As it crawled, its body twisted and expanded, cracks forming along its back, from which dozens of powerful jets of water erupted. The streams intertwined, aimed at the airborne Qianqian. Gripping the pillar, Qianqian twisted and turned in the air, contorting his body into incredible arcs to evade the torrents. The unleashed water streams shredded the wooden pathways and pipes above, causing broken planks to plummet with a thundering crash. Watching the relentless onslaught of water arrows, Kylia covered her mouth, biting her fingers, anxiously observing the lake's surface. For reasons unknown, the many-legged seahorse showed no interest in Kylia and Yvette. It remained fixated on Qianqian, pursuing him relentlessly. Although the water arrows were powerful, they lost their potency after a certain range, turning into mere currents. As Qianqian soared higher, the streams gradually diminished, bending before falling away. Realizing it could not reach Qianqian, the seahorse coiled around the central pillar of the lake, tightly embracing it as it spiraled upward. In the heights, Qianqian watched the seahorse's cautious ascent, his eyes darting around the pillar. The seahorse remained vigilant. Even while crawling, its chest pressed firmly against the pillar's surface. Soon, it spiraled closer to Qianqian, enveloped in blue light as tumultuous waters were drawn from the lake. In a grotesque twist, one of its heads split into 2, which then further divided into 4. All 4 heads opened simultaneously, unleashing torrents of water toward Qianqian. Utilizing his chains, Qianqian positioned himself at a 90-degree angle atop one of the pillars, deeply bending his knees. Just as the water struck him, he released the chain and propelled himself forward. In a burst, he spiraled toward the point where the water streams converged near the pillar. There, he discovered a deep hole, a remnant of a household that had spent decades hollowing out the pillar to create a larger living space. Yet, this very space now became Qianqian's trap. The seahorse, fixated solely on Qianqian, was oblivious to the hole as the mist from the turbulent water obscured its vision. With a swift motion, Qianqian darted through the hole, scrambling with all limbs. He leaped over the dilapidated furniture and smashed through the broken glass, crashing into the very body of the seahorse. Water erupted around him as he was submerged. Yet, at that moment, he regained his strength. Like a torpedo, he surged through the seahorse, bursting through the wall of flesh on its back, plummeting from the heights. As he fell, the chain snapped taut. The grotesque blue face in the sky twisted, emitting a silent roar. At that instant, the water surged violently, but then, in a fleeting moment, it fell eerily still, like a sudden cessation of music. At the end of the chains, the high priest of the flood god was forcibly dragged from the seahorse like a giant ball. Once extracted, the splintering water cascaded down from above. Emotionless, Qianqian landed, using the pillars to propel himself, weaving in a zigzag pattern between 2 pillars, his movements graceful and light. Despite his high-altitude fall, he maintained an air of relaxed elegance. Qianqian touched down first. Then, with a thunderous crash, the enormous, broken figure of the high priest plunged into the lake, sending up a massive splash. Qianqian stood on a plank, quietly awaiting what was to come. Soon, torrents of water cascaded from the sky like a waterfall. The waters roiled, causing the plank to tremble violently. The deluge rushed past Qianqian, who stood motionless on the plank, holding the chain steady. After a considerable time, the waterfall finally subsided, leaving only a relentless patter of raindrop-like splashes. Yvette gazed at the still figure amidst the water, murmuring, "Is this the soldier of the Empire?" The lake gradually returned to calm, with the high priest of the flood god rolling in the water, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, staining the lake. The high priest's eyes turned white, his mouth sealed, unable to utter a sound. Only the tentacles on his arms and legs continued their ceaseless writhing. The mouth on his shoulder opened and closed, producing a deep, guttural sound that reminded Qianqian of the storm over the hopeless sea. At that moment, the high priest seemed to remain in a trance, devoid of self-awareness. As he raised his arm, the chains gently swayed over the mouth. The guttural sounds abruptly ceased. Before Qianqian could act, the mouth on his shoulder vanished at lightning speed, along with the blue light emanating from the back of the high priest's head and the bizarre blue patterns in the sky. The underground cavern has returned to a state of tranquility. Yet, Qianqian did not take any action. He merely stood upon a plank, slowly wrapping the chains around his arm. On the other side, Kylia relaxed and elbowed Yvette, inquiring, "Why do they call you the stinking lizard?" Yvette, startled, retorted, "What nonsense. What does that have to do with you? Are you a high priest of holy light, parroting the likes of those from the vile flow?" Kylia, finding some semblance of logic in Yvette's righteous indignation, chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, she pointed to the chaotic surface of the lake, asking, "Is everything truly all right? You've left this place in such disarray. Won't Ifei demand compensation from you?" Yvette chuckled at her words. "Compensation? For me? Let Lord Shao undergo a few more years of training before he dares to trouble me." "Wow," Kylia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "You hold a high position in Ifei, don't you? So domineering." Yvette rose decisively, unwilling to engage in further inquiries from the curious Kylia. Yet, she trailed closely behind, incessantly asking questions. Her curiosity piqued, especially after Yvette's acquisition of the chilling waters. She sensed he was concealing something. However, Yvette remained resolutely silent about his affairs. The two returned to Qianqian's side, where they discovered a relatively intact small boat amidst the wreckage of the lake. They rowed across the lake's surface to the location of the lift. The lift had been deactivated by the drowned god priest during the previous battle, but this posed no challenge for Yvette. After a brief search, he swiftly located the lever to restart it. Once the lift was operational again, the trio ascended toward Ifei's inner sanctum. Just as they were about to discern their surroundings, the lift blinked and vanished, taking them away from Ifei's underground lake. After Qianqian and the others departed, two figures silently descended onto the chaotic water's surface, a tall, robust young man and a lean boy. They navigated the floating debris to the drowned god priest who bobbed up and down in the water, his chest gently rising and falling, bubbles escaping from his throat. "It appears we need not intervene," murmured Mao 2-7, observing the floating priest. "He has already assisted us." E9-6 crouched down to examine the priest's eyelids and breath. Upon confirming he was still alive, he pressed down on the priest's temple. "Impressive, 1-000. Achieving this without boiling blood," Mao 2-7 remarked quietly, glancing around the lakeside, now a wasteland. A searing yellow beam radiated from E9-6 fingertips, penetrating the priest's skull. The priest's rising chest gradually stilled, his rolling eyes ceased movement, and even the writhing tendrils became motionless. E9-6 stood up, casually flicking his fingers, though a shadow of concern lingered across his brow. "It seems, brother, the resonance from that night did not kill him." The tranquil underground lake echoed Mao 2-7's quiet observation. "Moreover, it seems his functions remain intact. This situation surpasses our ability to manage. It must be reported," E9-6 stated as he gazed upward. "Immediately?" "Yes, at once." Understanding the urgency, Mao 2-7 produced a small seed from his pocket, handing it to E9-6. The seed, dark golden and sharp, was grasped tightly in E9-6's palm until it pierced his flesh, drawing forth blood. The blood nourished the seed, which grew at a visible pace, transforming into a peculiar golden, three-legged bird. The bird perched upon E9-6's hand, joyfully flapping its wings and shaking its body. Holding the golden bird aloft, E9-6 stepped aside, softly requesting, "Please assist me in contacting headquarters." The bird folded its wings, fixing its gaze into the void, and after a moment, a metallic voice emerged. "Headquarters received, please proceed. This is E9-6. Executing a mission in Ifei, encountering an unforeseen situation," he relayed, cradling the bird as he moved further away. "What is happening?" "The soldiers who should have perished in Sanyang Bay are still alive." "How many?" "1, identification number." As his voice faded, Mautuda 7 stood a short distance behind, his brow furrowed. Mautuda 7 approached E9-6, tentatively inquiring, "What did they say?" E9-6 remained silent. "What did they say?" Mautuda 7 pressed impatiently. "They instructed us to unite with him," E9-6 replied. Traversing the heavy, dark rock layers, the lift gradually halted at the surface. The transition from the eerie darkness to the brilliant sunlight occurred in less than a second, causing Qianqian to shield his eyes beneath the mask, feeling somewhat disoriented. He continued to ponder the two figures he had glimpsed earlier. Were they the same individuals he encountered in the Thorny Lands? Uncertainty clouded his mind. As the momentary pang in his heart subsided upon leaving the underground, Kylia noticed Qianqian lost in thought and prompted, "Let us go." The area surrounding the lift was an expansive warehouse district, brimming with towering stacks of wooden crates and various sizes of pack lizards sprawled across the ground. Busy laborers stood beside the lizards, unloading cargo, while some men with headscarves and bushy beards engaged in cheerful conversation under the sun. Their attire appeared far cleaner compared to the disheveled inhabitants of the underground lake, exuding an air of ease and composure. The chaos from the underground had not encroached upon the serene life of the upper district. It felt as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. Upon reaching the entrance of the warehouse district, a complex city unfolded before the trio. The city, established upon intricately hollowed mountains, resembled a labyrinth of interwoven pathways, both natural and man-made. Countless colorful buildings, including clothing stores, restaurants, gift shops, and amusement venues, dotted the streets, their vibrant hues and whimsical designs reminiscent of exquisite mushrooms. Although Kylia had witnessed many novelties in the Thorny Lands, they paled in comparison to the grandeur of Ifei's inner sanctum. She gazed upward, her mouth agape in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with wonder. As a train of magical crystal cars thundered through the city's corridors, a diverse array of citizens and travelers passed by Qianqian and Kylia. The onlookers were hesitant to discuss Kylia, with some merely casting fleeting glances before hurriedly averting their eyes, while others pointed curiously. In contrast, the attention directed at Qianqian was markedly different, dressed in the garb of the Thorny Academy and concealed behind a mask. Whispers accompanied him as he brushed past the crowd. "Is that someone from the Thorny Academy?" "It appears so. How unfortunate. The Thorny Lands have been scorched. One can only imagine what he has endured. That Value Empire will inevitably face consequences." Yvette led Kylia and Qianqian through the throng, stopping shortly after to redirect them toward a brass robot stationed by the roadside. This robot held a collection of balloons, vibrant and adorned with various trinkets of birds and fish, swaying gently as it stood. In the large mouth, the phrase repeated incessantly, "Medium-sized vehicle 5 silver. Large vehicle 8 silver. Extra-large vehicle 10 silver." Yvette took out a few silver coins and tossed them into the brass robot's mouth, which promptly ceased its repetition and turned to inquire, "Esteemed guest, what vehicle may I assist you with?" "I would like a small fish," Yvette replied. A balloon containing a small fish was handed to Yvette by the brass figure. With a gentle prod from a short knife, she pierced the balloon. Pop! The balloon burst, and the small fish instantly expanded, transforming into a charming 4-seater vehicle resembling a red fish, complete with large transparent fish eyes at the windows. Yvette opened the fish vehicle's head and pointed to the seats inside, saying, "Please, step inside, but do refrain from attracting unnecessary attention. The happenings in the Thorny Lands may have already spread. I would prefer not to encounter inquisitive journalists on our way." "Well," exclaimed Kylia, who had never seen such a thing. She eagerly jumped into the fish vehicle, her eyes sparkling as she explored every corner. Qianqian sat down in the vehicle, as was his habit, choosing to occupy the front seat, separate from Kylia. Yvette took the driver's seat beside Qianqian and addressed a miniature brass figure atop the fish head, saying, "Take us to the Shell Grand Theater." "Understood. Proceeding to the Shell Grand Theater," replied the mini brass figure. With that, the fish vehicle emitted a soft glow from its base and smoothly glided onto the street, joining the array of uniquely designed vehicles that drifted gracefully through the air. Above, various flying vehicles flowed continuously, with groups of people riding a flying serpent, individuals perched upon birds, couples atop turtles, and even translucent vehicles as large as whales filled with tourists. "Qianqian, look! A whale! And flying crocodiles!" Kylia exclaimed excitedly from between Qianqian and Yvette, pointing at the bizarre vehicles outside and shaking Qianqian's shoulder. Qianqian found nothing peculiar or magical about it. He simply observed quietly. "Wow, what magnificent vehicles!" Kylia marveled. "Developed 10 years ago." She gasped. "Dada Island has nothing like this. Not even the Thorny Lands." Yvette scoffed. Do not delude yourself, Archbishop. Such wonders exist only in the domain of the goddess of wealth. If you desire them on Dada Island, you might consider dismantling your grand cathedral and replacing it with the goddess of wealth's temple. The next day, engineers from Mediogo would arrive to arrange magical crystal balloon vehicles for Dada Island. What say you? Would you consent? The Aphidu inner court sprawled widely, and the balloon vehicle meandered through the city behind other vehicles for a full hour, eventually arriving at a notably elevated location within the inner court. Compared to the flamboyant buildings seen earlier, the architecture here was even more peculiar, some to the point of being incomprehensible. The most striking feature was the enormous flower bud at the pinnacle of Aphidu, resembling a mountain. The fish vehicle came to a halt before a shell-shaped building. Qianxin furrowed his brow slowly. Since arriving, he had felt an almost imperceptible sensation of being watched, as though countless eyes lurked in the dark corners, attentively observing the various vehicles passing through. As the vehicle stopped, Yvette was the first to leap out, urging Qianxin and Kylia, "Hurry, hurry, there are paparazzi everywhere." Qianxin swiftly exited, reflexively opening the door for Kylia. Feeling a bit downcast, Kylia sluggishly crawled out of the vehicle. However, just moments after Qianxin stepped out, a throng of people suddenly surged from the corner. Clad in vests and wielding peculiar yellow megaphones, they brandished magical crystal cameras, rushing towards Qianxin, thrusting the megaphone towards him while loudly inquiring, "Sir, are you a survivor from the Thorny Lands? Sir, are you aware of the tragedy that occurred last night in the Thorny Lands? We heard that an envoy from the U Empire appeared there. Is that true? Sir, could you detail what transpired last night? We can offer you a generous reward." As they spoke, the crowd snapped photos, and some even pulled out notepads, ready to take notes. Qianxin regarded the megaphone at his lips in silence, maintaining his composure. Kylia, sensing the fervor of the crowd, instinctively shrank back, hiding behind Qianxin and Yvette. Yvette, visibly impatient, bellowed, "Step aside, step aside. We need to escort this individual to the usurper. Are you capable of bearing the consequences if this goes awry?" Unfazed, the paparazzi clamored, "The usurper has not prohibited interviews. The usurper needs to be informed of last night's events. Hey, we are interviewing a survivor from the Thorny Lands. Don't interfere. Indeed, the public has a right to know. I warn you, if you dare obstruct us, we will expose you. Be cautious. Your name may appear on the coins at the Citizens' Assembly," declared a young reporter defiantly. "Are you blind? You rootless wretch, do you recognize your father?" The young reporter's aggressive demeanor evidently irked Yvette, who, with a grim expression, gripped the hilt of her long knife. At that moment, a wave of excitement erupted from the theater behind them. Yvette, still holding the knife handle, glared at the reporters. "Vermin," she muttered disdainfully. As her words faded, a large crowd poured out of the Shell Theater. Leading the throng was an elderly man with graying hair, wearing sunglasses, accompanied by numerous followers. After briefly glancing over his glasses, he hurriedly descended the stairs towards Kylia. He nearly stumbled down the steps, and though someone reached out to assist him, he pushed them aside, hastening to Kylia's side, his chest heaving with excitement. After a few glances, he removed his sunglasses, revealing tearful eyes. With a trembling voice, he whispered, "A masterpiece, a masterpiece. Is this the master's masterpiece?" 47. Bargaining. "My goddess, it truly is you." The old man, upon seeing Kylia, trembled with excitement, nearly shaking all over. He extended his hand towards her, speaking in a dazed tone. "It has been many years since I last saw you." Kylia stood behind Qianxin, somewhat bewildered by the elderly man's fervent attention. Unaccustomed to being the center of such a gaze, especially in this unfamiliar city amidst a crowd of strangers, she felt uneasy. Noticing Kylia's discomfort, Qianxin took a small step forward, positioning himself between her and the outstretched hand of the old man. "And no worries," Kylia stammered, though she was entirely at a loss regarding the man's words. "This is Nascadon, the one who wished to meet you," Yvette whispered in Kylia's ear. Kylia nodded. Even without Yvette's explanation, she could roughly deduce the identity of the man before her. Remembering how the ice cloud mica he had given had quelled Qianxin's boiling blood and indirectly saved his life, her expression softened. She stepped out from behind Qianxin and extended her hand towards Nascadon, politely stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Senior." "Ah, Senior? No, no, no. I am merely an ordinary human. My body will inevitably succumb to the ravages of time. Unlike you, who can eternally maintain the most exquisite form throughout the ages." Nascadon grasped Kylia's hand with fervor, exclaiming in excitement, But as he held her hand, a sense of unease washed over him. But I remember. You weren't this color before. How did you turn blue? I've been consuming more blue crystals lately, perhaps a bit too much, which caused this change in hue. Once the energy dissipates, the color will fade, Kylia replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. All right, all right, all right, Nazcadon exclaimed thrice, thumping his chest. Here, you may indulge in any crystals you desire and acquire any minerals you wish. Kylia felt somewhat awkward. She was not well acquainted with this man and found it challenging to withstand his exuberance. Nazcadon became animated once more, holding Kylia's hand and addressing those behind him. Behold, this is the holy statue I spoke of, the culmination of the sculptor Ludwig Dietrich's ultimate artistry. Just look at this visage, this physique, this proportion, is it not breathtaking? Kylia was utterly bewildered. She had no idea who had sculpted her into such a form. But she clearly did not regard herself as a statue or a holy figure. She was merely a stone. She began, eager to clarify her identity. The young men and women trailing Nazcadon immediately erupted into applause, chanting in unison, "Beautiful! Oh, so beautiful!" Kylia fell silent. After the applause subsided, Nazcadon rubbed his hands together, eagerly stating, "Come inside quickly, there are paparazzi lurking about. I have been preparing the theater for quite some time, awaiting your arrival." Kylia found herself without a valid reason to refuse. Unaware of what was to transpire, she felt a twinge of anxiety, but followed Nazcadon into the Shell Theater. Fortunately, Qianxin remained close by, providing her with a modicum of reassurance. Inside the Shell Theater, the lighting was dim, perhaps to cultivate a sense of mystery, with thick curtains drawn around and turquoise magical crystal lamps lit every few meters. "I assume Yvette has informed you of my purpose in seeking you?" Nazcadon inquired as they walked. "A bit," Kylia murmured. Nazcadon whispered, his voice filled with yearning. "Is that so? That is quite impressive." Kylia nodded in affirmation. Her focus solely on restoring Qianxin to normalcy, for that was her purpose in coming to Aphidu. Unaware of Kylia's thoughts, Nazcadon continued, "However, I have also poured my heart into writing a play over the years, yet I have struggled to find a suitable lead. Time and again, your image has filled my mind. No one is more suited for the role of the heroine than you." Upon hearing this, Kylia's interest was piqued. Did the usurper truly say that? Can any wish be fulfilled? Indeed, indeed, my goddess. I am Kylia. Ah, my apologies, Kylia. The usurper certainly said so. But to become the most revered play is no simple feat. It requires extensive rehearsals and preparations. Yet I have no experience in acting. I have never been involved in such matters. Are you certain I can fulfill this role? Nazcadon exchanged knowing glances with those around him and replied, "Ah, such trivialities matter not." Nearby, a few actors were reciting their lines in a sparse manner. Upon witnessing Nazcadon's arrival, the theater staff stood and called out, "Director." Of course, those actors reciting lines were not included among them. One long-haired woman leaned against a chair, dressed provocatively, her face adorned with alluring makeup. She propped her feet on the chair before her, accepting an orange from an assistant while chatting animatedly with other actresses. "I know that Amandina too well. That rascal was in a meeting with the counselors this morning discussing how to elevate Muse's reputation, and guess what happened that evening? He ended up playing beast chess with the counselors at a small party, the whole night through. And then there's the now famous playwright Cork. That old fellow who claimed in broad daylight to be diligently writing a script, yet ran off to Meteorgan for drinks with the princess that very night. I was there at that gathering. He even asked me for." As she spoke, she noticed the surrounding people had fallen silent and turned to see Nazcadon's arrival. She raised her chin, greeting him with a playful tone. "Ah, Nazcadon is here." Her demeanor was flippant, eliciting laughter from the nearby staff. Nazcadon's expression darkened momentarily upon seeing her, yet he did not react overly. With a stoic visage, he approached her, took the script beside her, and handed it to Kylia. Kylia received the sheets of paper, feeling somewhat perplexed. Certainly, she was not the only one bewildered. The woman eating the orange was equally confused. She straightened up slowly and asked, "Nazcadon, what is the meaning of this?" Nazcadon's response was polite, yet it struck the woman with a sudden realization. She sprang to her feet, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Hey, Nazcadon, what do you mean? You've been dragging this out for days without signing a contract with me. Am I merely your test subject?" Nazcadon remained silent, merely shifting slightly to reveal the exit leading out of the theater, a clear indication for her to leave. However, the long-haired woman, seeing Nazcadon's gesture, did not depart. Instead, she snatched the script from Kylia's hands, shouting, "Let me tell you, Nazcadon. I, Yofe Liosi, am among the top 10 actors in Aphidu. Performing in your play is a favor to you. I only ever choose the roles. Roles do not choose me. I am set to act in your play. Oh. Nazgadon shook his head. Regrettably, Yofei, not only have we not signed a contract, but even if it meant paying a significant penalty, I would prefer to dismiss you. Frankly, I have found your attitude towards work to be utterly lackluster for quite some time. How could this be? Yofei protested loudly. Are you saying I am not serious? Who can be more serious than me? Wait, what is this thing you have chosen? Is it a living being? Is this not merely a statue? The actress named Yofei Liosi exclaimed in shock. You wish for a statue to perform? Indeed, Nazgadon affirmed. Kylia raised her hand, wishing to clarify that she was not a statue but a stone, yet she was interrupted by the woman's piercing voice. You wish to replace me with a statue. You would rather have a pile of broken stone than sign a contract with me? Nazgadon, who had been composed, suddenly erupted with anger. He struck the actress across the face, declaring, Are you blind? Look closely. This is the pinnacle of artistic achievement. It is not mere broken stone. Kylia. She genuinely felt like stone. The struck actress was taken aback, covering her face in disbelief as she stared at Nazgadon. You dare to strike me. You, a washed-up director, have the audacity to hit me. Whether I am washed up is not for you. A mere connection. To critique, Nazgadon retorted, shaking off his hand. You are but a poor imitation of my highest artistic vision. Had I found anyone suitable, I would not seek you out. Now that I have encountered my destined lead, you may leave. Silence engulfed the theater. The other actors and staff stood in stunned silence, fearful to utter a word. Kylia's mouth fell slightly agape, as she had not anticipated encountering such a scene upon her arrival. It seemed that Nazgadon had already chosen a leading lady, but with her arrival, he had promptly dismissed the previous star. Observing Nazgadon's resolute demeanor, Euphilia's gaze flickered between Kylia and the director, her tone softening unexpectedly as she stamped her foot and pouted. Director, it doesn't have to be the lead role. A supporting character would suffice. Look, my popularity is quite considerable. Who would negotiate with you over such matters? Nazgadon interjected, astonished. There's no role for you here, so be off with you. What? You slapped me and expect no reward? The woman questioned incredulously. Go ask your wealthy benefactor for that. Nazgadon retorted angrily. I am here to win the championship, not to polish your reputation. A script, torn and tattered, drifted slowly from the heavens as the woman, accompanied by her assistant, stormed out of the theater, casting a venomous glare at Kylia, as if intending to carve something from her very visage. Having an irate woman fixated upon her was hardly a fortuitous circumstance, Kylia mused. However, Nazgadon appeared utterly unfazed. After dismissing the careless leading lady, he joyfully clapped his hands and addressed those around him. Come, come, everyone gather around. With the former leading lady's dismissal fresh in their minds, the individuals within the theater quickly flocked to Nazgadon's side. Nazgadon placed an arm around Kylia's shoulders and introduced her. This is our new leading lady, Kylia. I believe there is no one in existence more capable of enchanting the muse than she. With her inclusion, our chances of clinching victory have soared to unprecedented heights. Henceforth, our efforts will be wholly dedicated to ensuring this production shines on Muse Night. Nazgadon's words weighed heavily upon Kylia, as the unfolding events felt surreal and beyond her comprehension. She had never been involved in drama. Her earlier life had been spent laboring in the mountains. If it were merely a matter of making a cameo, she might have felt competent. But being thrust into the lead role felt excessively daunting. Of course, at this juncture, she had no recourse but to acquiesce. Just as she had never considered herself a statue, yet all believed her to be one, she found herself powerless in the face of others' perceptions. As expected, no sooner had Nazgadon finished speaking than he provided Kylia no opportunity to voice her thoughts. A man with gleaming white teeth stepped forward, striding confidently before Kylia, extending his hand as he spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. You must be the revered statue that Director Naz often mentions. Indeed, you are radiant. I am Jermaine Gessler, the male lead in Naz's new production and one of the top 100 actors in Aphidu. He spoke with a calm demeanor, a hint of pride lacing his tone. Kylia, taken by the man's brilliant smile and sparkling teeth, instinctively grasped his hand, only to feel it quiver slightly. No sooner had they finished their handshake than another woman stepped forward, her radiant smile illuminating her face. You are truly stunning, far more so than we mere mortals. I am Lala, the second female lead in the production Heroes of the Battlefield. I look forward to working with you. compared to the male lead's hand. The second female lead's grip was notably firmer. Naturally, Kylia could not refuse and proceeded to shake hands with each individual present. By the time she had greeted everyone in the theater, the sheer number of names had left her dizzy. Upon finishing with the last person, she realized she had forgotten the name of her male co-star. Yet, she could discern that each person bore a bright smile. Their teeth were uniformly white and well-aligned, exuding vitality. Nonetheless, Kylia felt an odd sense of discomfort. It was peculiar how, despite the theater's ominous atmosphere, Nazgadon's recent dismissal of the leading lady, and her own status as an inhuman statue, these individuals seemed blissfully unaware of any irregularities. Instinctively, she sensed a lack of sincerity in their smiles, much like their gleaming teeth and Germain's proud posture. Was he truly confident? Kylia found herself in doubt, noting the slight tremor in his handshake. As she pondered this, her gaze shifted to Qianqian, who stood nearby, hands relaxed at his sides. Although his expression was hidden, he emanated an indescribable aura that brought Kylia a sense of ease. Compared to these actors, she would much prefer to partner with Qianqian. If only he were to participate, would it not grant her some measure of comfort? This fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed as she shook her head, casting it from her mind. She had come to Aphitu in search of a solution to the boiling blood dilemma. Acting was merely a facet of her quest. Furthermore, considering that Qianqian was a soldier of the Yu Empire, removing his mask would undoubtedly lead to inquiries, potentially inciting unrest. As she contemplated, several crew members pushed iron cages across the stage with a clatter. Within the cages were several figures, disheveled, emaciated, and clad in tattered clothing, their expressions vacant and possessing black hair and eyes. Upon seeing these individuals, Kylia's expression shifted dramatically. She pointed at the cages, rendered speechless by shock. Noticing her astonishment, Nazgadon chuckled. "Ah, these are the individuals with whom you will share the stage. Do try not to be too nervous." Kylia gazed in horror at the captives, their eyes and hair reminiscent of Qianqian, conjuring thoughts of the Yu Empire. Did these people remain oblivious to the events transpiring in the Thorny Lands? Seeing Kylia's continued shock, Nazgadon elaborated, "The production we are participating in is titled Heroes of the Battlefield. It narrates the tale of our Yu Empire's wizards and warriors, who, under the Muse's guidance, valiantly triumphed over the evil invasion of the Yu Empire. You shall portray the Muse's earthly embodiment, while Germain will assume the role of a soldier in the conflict, and Lala will play a battlefield medic. Through this drama, we aim to recreate the monumental victory at the Sanyang Bay battle from months ago. Naturally, a compelling antagonist is essential. I have gone to great lengths to secure these genuine Yu Empire individuals. They are sure to elicit gasps of astonishment from the audience," Nazgadon declared with utmost confidence. "And where did you procure these individuals?" Kylia murmured. "Ah, that credit goes to our usurper." Yvette chimed in with a light laugh. "With these individuals, our production will be exceedingly authentic. The citizens of Aphitu hold a deep affection for the city-state, and this fervor will undoubtedly contribute to our drama's success." Nazgadon nodded vigorously. "We shall surely seize victory and become the brightest star of Muse Night in Aphitu." As Nazgadon spoke, the theater staff opened the cages, roughly dragging the Yu Empire individuals out, their shackles clanking as they were callously thrown to the ground. A plate of moldy beans was placed before them, while behind, crew members forcefully pushed their heads down, compelling them to consume the spoiled food. Witnessing this scene, Kylia's mouth fell open, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Yvette remarked with a chuckle, "It seems you have spared no expense for this scene, Nazgadon. Would you like to make it even more authentic?" Nazgadon paused, inquiring, "What do you mean by more authentic?" Hee. Yvette chuckled softly. Then in a flash, it darted to Qianqian and swiftly removed the thorn mask from his face. Kylia gasped in shock. Nazgadon's eyes widened in disbelief. The onlookers gasped at Qianqian's countenance, retreating a step back. Some even stumbled and fell into their chairs. However, Qianqian remained as composed as ever, indifferent to the expressions of those around him and disinterested in what Yvette was saying. He simply stood there, observing the black-haired, black-eyed individuals forced to eat, as flickers of fiery thoughts danced within his mind. Is it true? They indeed have black hair and eyes. The secondary female character, Lala, murmured uncertainly, "But this appearance, this bone structure, this skin. Is this serious?" Cough. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. The male lead, Gamin, suddenly broke into a vigorous coughing fit, as if something had lodged in his throat. Staring blankly at Qianqian while coughing. "They truly are from the empire of Yu. Where did you procure this, Lord Xiao?" People were abuzz with speculation. But Yvette paid them no mind, fixated instead on Nazcadon. So, Naz, this fellow has some substance, does he not? Nazcadon hesitated, observing the expressionless slaves compelled to eat beans. Then glancing at the upright Qianqian, momentarily ensnared in deep contemplation. Quite impressive, well maintained in every aspect. If taken to the secondary market, he could fetch a handsome price. Nazcadon circled around Qianqian, muttering to himself. Suddenly halting, he stood before Qianqian and said, "Hey, you smile." Qianqian remained utterly unmoved. Huh. Nazcadon furrowed his brow upon seeing that Qianqian wouldn't even glance his way. What is a slave so haughty about? Kylia could no longer endure it. She shoved Yvette aside, lowering her voice to a whisper, seething with anger. What are you doing? Why would you remove his mask? I also wish to contribute to your victory, Yvette replied with a smile. You can't possibly expect those people to play the villain, can you? Look at Qianqian's demeanor. Is there anyone more suitable for the role of a villain? I see you are just here to cause trouble. Kylia gritted her teeth. I saw your expression just now. You don't want to act with Gamin, do you? Since you've already booted the female lead, why not the male lead too? You know, things like hair and eyes can be easily disguised. Yvette whispered in Kylia's ear. Kylia glanced at Gamin, who, after Qianqian revealed his true self, had scurried to the wall, head down, coughing, clutching his chest as if he were very itchy. The sight was indeed peculiar. Kylia felt an impulse and found herself approaching Qianqian, tentatively suggesting, Qianqian, could you smile for me? The Archbishop's words were indeed more persuasive than anyone else's. Qianqian immediately broke into a grin, his facial muscles stretching, revealing a smile that could only be described as terrifyingly mechanical. This grin frightened Nazcadon, who quickly covered his eyes and shouted, Enough, enough. Please stop smiling. Qianqian continued to show his teeth, maintaining that unnerving mechanical expression. The onlookers, who had initially been eagerly observing Qianqian, gradually retreated. Lala even covered her mouth, making an awkward face at Kylia, witnessing Qianqian's smile in such a manner. Kylia felt a mix of helplessness and sorrow. She sighed, covering her face, and murmured, All right, Qianqian, perhaps it's best if you cease smiling. Slowly, the expression faded from Qianqian's face, reverting to one of indifference and serene composure. Nazcadon shook his head and addressed Yvette. We cannot utilize this individual. Why? Yvette asked. Astonished, didn't you seek authenticity? Isn't his smile villainous enough? I'm afraid not. Yvette, Nazcadon replied. We are a theater. Fulfilling the audience's desires is paramount. This fellow is far too serious. He cannot amuse the audience. Moreover, his image is too refined. Entirely unlike how the people of Ife perceive those from the empire of you. If he were to take the stage, the usurper might think I'm glorifying the empire of you. The thorn mask was once again affixed to Qianqian's face, who maintained an air of indifference as if the mask's presence held no significance to him. He neither feared them nor cared for their opinions. His only concern was his work. Yet, it had been a long time since the Archbishop had issued any directives, which left him feeling somewhat melancholic. Not long after, Kylia was taken away by Nazcadon to sign a series of contracts for her participation in the play. After a lengthy day of signing, Kylia finally completed the process, officially becoming an actress at the Shell Theater. Nazcadon arranged for her to reside in a spacious apartment not far from the theater, ample enough for several individuals to live comfortably. Following a night of rest, Kylia embarked on her journey of rehearsals. To become the most radiant new star of the Muse Night, Nazcadon relentlessly pushed her to perform in plays, growing and training through each act. By day, she darted about changing costumes, and by night, she faced thick tomes of theory in her apartment. Even during brief moments of respite, she trained her voice alongside the vocalists. In no time, Kylia was spinning like a top. Fortunately, she was not human. Her energy source was derived from magic crystals, and despite the immense pressure, she managed to withstand it. Not only did she endure, but she also progressed rapidly each day. In stark contrast to Kylia's frantic busyness was Qianqian's profound tranquility at that moment. Kylia could no longer assign any work to Qianqian, even though she personally wished for his assistance beside her. Nazcadon, however, was wary of a slave from the empire of you getting close to the actress he held in high regard. All her assistants were proper citizens of Ife. As for Qianqian, he could only remain by Yvette's side, pretending to be his slave. Yvette had not departed from Kylia and Qianqian, despite having successfully delivered Kylia to Nazcadon, completing that task. Yet, he lingered by Kylia's side, the reasons for which she did not comprehend, and she had little time to inquire. Qianqian, too, was indifferent to Yvette, While Kylia rehearsed in the theater, he observed from a distance. Yvette did not neglect Qianqian. At mealtime, he would take him to nearby restaurants, just as they had done on Dada Island. Time flew by swiftly, and soon half a month had passed. Kylia quickly adapted to the bustling life of the theater. Qianqian, too, was forced to grow accustomed to a routine of eating and sleeping. It seemed such a life was not so bad, if only his heartbeat were somewhat more regular. One afternoon, beside the Shell Theater, Yvette, as usual, led Qianqian through the alleys surrounding the theater in search of a lunch spot they had never tried. At that moment, a quaint little eatery with a charming wolf head sign caught their attention. Grandma's little abode. Yvette stood beneath the storefront, muttering, "It seems we haven't eaten here before. Let us go try it." Qianqian had no objections and followed Yvette into the establishment. Pushing open the glass door adorned with wind chimes, they found the interior remarkably clean, almost to the point of being spotless. Every piece of furniture gleamed from being meticulously polished. Yvette stood inside, inhaling deeply, only to wrinkle his brow and remark, "What's that smell of polished sweat droplets and smooth muscles?" Yvette's choice of words was as perplexing as ever. Of course, Qianqian paid no mind to his musings and simply found a seat, waiting for Yvette to order. Yvette sniffed the air again, finding it somewhat odd. Yet he sat opposite Qianqian, picking up the menu. Leaning back in his chair, he leisurely perused it, all the while frowning. The heartwarming oil fish, the fiery lamb meatballs, the pickled eggplants. What on earth are these peculiar dishes? Qianqian gazed out at the distant Shell Theater, his heart racing in an unsettling manner that made him uncomfortable. "What would you like to order?" Yvette inquired, flipping through the menu. "Anything," he replied nonchalantly. "If I were you, I would definitely opt for something extravagant," Yvette chuckled. "Stars earn a handsome income. You must spend Kylia's earnings wisely. Or else you might as well be working for free." Qianqian merely hummed in response, completely dismissing the comment. Yvette was unperturbed after spending days together. He had grown accustomed to Qianqian's demeanor, which was largely absent outside of work hours, blending into the background like air. However, after perusing the menu, the bizarre offerings failed to whet his appetite, prompting him to consider changing to another restaurant. Just then, the iron door leading to the kitchen swung open, and a man emerged, laughing heartily alongside a group of companions. As they ambled out, they playfully jostled one another, exuding a convivial air. Upon seeing this man, Yvette froze in surprise. It was the male lead of Shell Theater, Germain, who was whispering conspiratorially with a companion clad in a tank top. Seeing Germain, Yvette was momentarily taken aback. Although it was lunchtime, the actors in the theater were usually too busy to dine out. He hadn't anticipated encountering Germain here. Germain, too, was surprised to see Yvette, but upon noticing Qianqian seated across from him, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but cough while approaching Yvette, exclaiming, "Ah, Sir Shao, what a coincidence. You're dining here as well." Yvette regarded Germain's slightly unbuttoned shirt, wrinkling his nose in mild distaste. "No, thank you. I plan to change to another restaurant," he replied coolly. Germain, however, retorted with a grin, "Oh, don't. I know this place well. Some dishes are quite delectable." He then called out to the counter, 2 glasses of Abin's Eye and 2 servings of fiery lamb chop rice. "Make it tender." "Coming right up," responded the voice from within. A middle-aged man wearing a white hat entered the kitchen, ready to carve meat. As the man mopped the floor, Germain perched on the edge of the table, remarking, "Sir Shao, your luck is truly enviable. Where on earth did you procure such a splendid slave from the empire of you?" Observing Germain's demeanor and glancing at Qianqian, Yvette couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Germain had been subtly probing about the intricacies of slave trading during their time at the theater. Yvette burst into laughter, nodding, "There is some truth to what you say." Germain grew animated, continuing with a smile, "You see, you and Director Nazgadon hail from the same hometown. I have performed in numerous plays under Director Naz's guidance as well. We are, in essence, a team, aren't we? Sir Shao, having such a slave for your own use is quite the waste." Yvette laughed, "A waste indeed. How might one avoid such waste?" "Only by serving the public can one avoid waste," Germain proclaimed with feigned righteousness, inadvertently shifting his seat closer to the table. The meticulous middle-aged owner suddenly poked his head out, scolding, "Germain, don't sit at my table. How am I supposed to run my business?" Germain leapt up as if jolted, saying, "In any case, Sir Shao, would you be willing to rent him to me for a few days? Rest assured, I understand the rules. I won't skimp on payment. If you're worried about me damaging him, I can even sign a contract." Yvette regarded Qianqian, falling into silence. Despite wearing a mask, It was evident that Qianqian's expression could be discerned through its veil. He remained as unfazed as ever, as if these matters were of no concern to him. The kitchen door swung open again, and the middle-aged owner emerged, carefully balancing 2 gleaming plates. He placed them on the table cautiously to avoid spilling the broth, then removed the towel from his shoulder and vigorously wiped down the spot where Germain had sat, muttering curses under his breath. "Don't let me catch you sitting at my table, Germain. You may be famous, but you can't dirty my establishment." All right, Germain grumbled impatiently. "Sitting for a moment is as if it's a death sentence. There's no fun in it." The owner shot Germain a stern look, and Germain raised his hands in surrender. The meticulous owner then turned to Qianqian and Yvette, smiling, "Please enjoy your meal." With that, he retreated back into the kitchen. "So, what do you think?" Germain asked Yvette again. "Rest assured, I won't damage him." Yvette sighed, looking at Qianqian. "This fellow wishes to make full use of you. Would you mind showcasing your talents for him?" Qianqian, expressionless, stared at Yvette, then shifted his gaze to Kylia's colleague, furrowing his brow. He did not fully comprehend the exchange between Yvette and Germain, yet it was evident that Germain was not a diligent worker, while Kylia was tirelessly honing her acting skills at the theater, often working late into the night with little sleep. The contrast elicited a stern expression from Qianqian. He then picked up a box of toothpicks from the table, pouring a few out with a clatter. Subsequently, he pinched a toothpick between his fingers and held it upright before Germain. "What does this mean? Are you implying your talents are akin to a toothpick?" Germain exclaimed in surprise. His companions erupted into laughter behind him. Germain joined in, chuckling and coughing simultaneously. Qianqian, with the toothpick still pinched between his fingers, flicked it gently. Whoosh! The toothpick shot forth, piercing Germain's lower lip and penetrating his gums, lodging itself beneath his pristine teeth, fully embedding itself, piercing through to the root of his tongue. Germain's laughter abruptly ceased, his mouth snapping shut as a wave of sharp pain surged through his mouth. He touched his lips, glancing at his hand, which was stained with bright red. In an instant, Germain's lips turned as pale as paper, his legs buckled, and he gazed at Qianqian in terror. He clutched his mouth, eyes wide, retreating in a panic. His companions, startled, rushed to support him, shouting, Germain, what's wrong?" Germain grasped his throat with one hand and pointed at Qianqian with the other, unable to utter a sound, prompting his friends to storm toward Qianqian, demanding, "Hey, what did you do to our Germain?" Qianqian leisurely retrieved a few more toothpicks from the table, flicking 3 in succession. Consequently, the 3 who charged at him felt a sharp pain at the root of their tongues, rendered speechless. They touched their lips and chins, wearing expressions of disbelief as they retreated frantically, colliding with the glass door adorned with wind chimes. The chimes jingled melodiously, accompanied by muffled groans from the group. "Ha ha ha!" Inside the restaurant, Yvette erupted into laughter, clapping Qianqian on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Exactly, just like that, Qianqian. I must say, while you may lack understanding, you always manage to lift my spirits." Naturally, Qianqian remained silent, indifferent to the minor incident. As usual, he reached for his meal, but his hand was halted mid-air by Yvette. "Qianqian, you don't comprehend what aphidu is, do you?" Yvette inquired. Qianqian raised his head in curiosity to regard Yvette. "This place has been tainted," Yvette asserted solemnly. "After centuries of degradation, Aphitu is no longer the esteemed artistic capital it once was. The thoughts of the Aphidans are no longer those of ordinary humans. Only the most bizarre and sinister elements can elicit excitement from them. This is a land deeply ensnared by desire. If their cravings go unfulfilled, Aphidans will not relent, whether it be the Muses, the usurpers, or the Gamin. The sentiment remains unchanged." Yvette sighed as he spoke, suggesting that it would be prudent to avoid the offerings of this establishment and to seek sustenance elsewhere. Qianqian, while indifferent to Yvette's whims in such trivial matters, had already placed an order and recalled the Archbishop's admonition against wastefulness. Thus, he rose to prepare the food for takeout. The chime of the doorbell rang anew, heralding the entrance of 2 individuals clad in the traveler's black robes. One was a tall, robust youth with cropped hair, while the other was a slender boy with long, pallid hair. Upon seeing them, Qianqian felt his heart race erratically. The cheerful jingle of the bell resonated joyfully as E9 to 6 and Mao 2 to 7 surveyed the pristine little shop, swiftly identifying Yvette and Qianqian seated by the window. Mao 2 7's face lit up with an exuberant smile as he stretched lazily, propping his arm on the table, and approached Qianqian and Yvette with delight. "Hello," he greeted cheerfully. Yvette regarded him with curiosity, having never encountered these 2 before. However, recalling the Gamin and the peculiarity of this restaurant, He shook his head and remarked to Qianqian, "You certainly have a knack for attracting the oddest company. Just as one leaves, another pair arrives." He spoke lightly, yet Qianqian's body tensed subtly. Unlike Yvette, he had indeed met these two before. Not only had he met them, but he could sense the enigmatic connection that bound them. Merely gazing at them conjured images of a searing inferno, crackling fuel, distorted air, and an oppressive heat. The visions blurred the lines between reality and illusion, rendering it nearly impossible to discern which was true. Mao 2-7, unfazed by Yvette's disdainful tone, laughed heartily and plopped down beside him, inspecting him with unabashed curiosity, even leaning in to sniff his silver-black hair, inquiring, "Are you a flat-chested girl or a sissy boy?" Yvette's lips twitched in irritation, revealing a hint of a cold smile. "I am your father," he retorted without courtesy. Mao 2-7 merely chuckled, unfazed, and casually draped one arm over Yvette's chair while propping his foot on the table. He seized Yvette's drink and gulped down a generous portion, smacking his lips afterward, boldly declaring, "I heard of you back when I was in the Golden Crow Brigade, 1-000. The most formidable weapon master, the youngest officer, a 3-time solo combat champion. Back then, I was quite indignant. By seniority, you were born after me. And I had completed a fair share of missions myself. Yet, the girls back home spoke of you as if you were some great star, squealing with excitement. It was truly irksome. Fortunately, fate is fair. You never passed that trial. Otherwise, I can only imagine how we would have fared." E9-6 slightly tilted his head, interjecting. 2-7. In the nearby kitchen, the middle-aged owner bellowed angrily, "Hey, you. Who told you to put your feet on the table?" Mao 2-7 paid no heed to the owner or to E9-6, continuing to address Qianqian. "But I'm genuinely curious how someone like you managed to survive that night of resonance. Logically, you should have been unable to control your boiling blood. Once the resonance commenced, you would either lose control and transform into a beast or disintegrate entirely. How is it that you sit here unscathed? I simply cannot comprehend." Qianqian remained silent, sitting upright, his eyes beneath the mask fixed unwaveringly on the long-haired youth. The boy's smile radiated an unparalleled audacity, and the pressure combined with the chaotic rhythm of Qianqian's heart demanded his utmost attention. Beside him, Yvette, upon hearing the long-haired boy's words, finally changed demeanor. He abruptly stood and said to Qianqian, "You have mistaken me for someone else. I have no idea what you are talking about. We must leave." With that, he attempted to depart. However, Mao 2-7 seized Yvette's wrist, coldly asserting, "You think donning a mask makes you unrecognizable to me?" Yvette instinctively reached for the long knife at his waist. E9-6 stepped forward slowly, causing the glass throughout the entire restaurant to tremble slightly. The neatly arranged glasses on the bar rattling in unison. The immense pressure caused beads of sweat to form on Yvette's forehead as he noticed the tattoo on E9-6's neck, a primitive bird's head, unmistakably with 3 legs. Although he could not see the complete image. "Leave?" Mao 2-7 placed his feet firmly on the table, grinning at Yvette, revealing his sharp canines, and defiantly exclaimed, "Where would we go, my dear? Or perhaps, my good sir? I still cannot discern your gender. The moment I laid eyes on you, my curiosity began to torment my spirit. I truly wish to know." "Pay attention," Mao 2-7, E9-6 warned sternly. "This is a mission. Brother, aren't you curious?" Mao 2-7 replied with a playful grin. Such a completely ambiguous individual is a rare find. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner could no longer contain himself. He burst through the kitchen's glass window, leaning out to shout, "Are you ordering or not? If not, get out. This is your final warning. Do not put your feet on my table." Mao 2-7 displayed a hint of contempt, refusing to remove his feet and instead slamming his other foot onto the table. Defiantly gazing at the owner behind the glass, the middle-aged proprietor was nearly apoplectic, quickly slamming shut the glass window. At this juncture, Yvette regained his composure, fixating on E9-6, who remained an impassive observer, and asked, "What mission are you executing in Aphido?" "To eradicate chaos and banish wild rites," E9-6 stated. Gazing intently at Qianqian, "This is the highest directive issued by the currently every warrior of the U Empire must unwaveringly fulfill this task." In the face of Yvette's scorn, Mao 2-7 displayed disdain, lacking any discernment. Meanwhile, E9-6 turned to Qianqian, saying, "Soldier, your task has arrived. Join us in executing this mission." "I don't remember." "What mission?" Qianqian murmured softly, the only words he had spoken since the arrival of these two. "Don't remember?" E9-6 furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Qianqian's eyes. "Is it any wonder you wander aimlessly? Was it the chaotic flames that consumed your memory?" Mao 2-7 unabashedly chimed in. You may not recall me, but I certainly remember you, 1-000, the youngest officer and a genius in close combat. However, you failed to control the holy blood, huh? That's why you were dispatched to the battlefield of Sanyang Bay. While I do not know how you survived Sanyang Bay, Lee is thrilled to learn you are still alive. They hope you can continue to shine and are willing to grant you a second chance to control the holy blood. Shut up. E9-6 reprimanded his brother for his indiscretion. However, upon seeing Qianqian, Mao 2-7 exhibited an extraordinary excitement, disregarding E9-6's displeasure, and proclaimed, "Let us depart, 1-000. For this mission is a rare and splendid opportunity. Behold this decadent capital of art, these depraved inhabitants of Ifidu, this twisted urban ethos, these frenzied sacrificial rites. What place could rival this lush thicket of wild grass? Where else could serve as a more fitting pyre for combustion? Come, 1-000, we shall undoubtedly." Bang! The large iron door of the kitchen was thrust open violently. The middle-aged proprietor of the restaurant approached, brandishing a boning knife, followed by several robust men. They strode towards the table where Mao 2-7 was animatedly speaking. Upon noticing their arrival, Mao 2-7 ceased his chatter, tilting his head with keen interest, squinting, and revealing a hint of a cruel smile. As the four imposing men positioned themselves beside the table, the middle-aged boss fixed his gaze on Mao 2-7's feet resting on the table, growling, "Are you going to remove them? I enjoy having them up there. What will you do about it?" Mao 2-7 leaned back nonchalantly, his feet swaying incessantly, unable to endure any longer. The middle-aged boss raised the boning knife and swung it directly at Mao 2-7's moving feet. Yet, faced with the gleaming blade, Mao 2-7 made no attempt to evade. Rather, he swayed his feet with a leisurely demeanor. The knife halted mere strands away from Mao 2-7's foot, the middle-aged boss's eyes wide with shock. While his employees averted their gazes, their muscles taut, breath held, clearly too frightened to witness what would transpire next. "Why have you stopped?" Mao 2-7 whispered with a sinister smile. "Would it not be delightful to have my blood spatter upon your pristine floor? To let this foul flesh tarnish your immaculate establishment?" As he spoke, he even drew his foot closer to the blade, gently rubbing the arch of his foot against the edge. Blood began to seep from the blade, accompanied by cold sweat forming on the boss's brow. He withdrew the knife, staggering back a couple of paces, regarding the white-haired youth with an expression of utter bewilderment. "Truly useless," Mao 2-7 muttered. "You hardly resemble a citizen of Ifidu. I had assumed you would embody the bravery and decisiveness of those portrayed in dramas." Shaking his head, the middle-aged boss chose to ignore the deranged youth, turning to his employees and instructing, "Contact the guards and have this rootless specter removed." However, this common insult from the old continent caused a notable change in Mao 2-7's expression. "What did you call me?" he bellowed. "A rootless specter. A wretch with nowhere to rest, even in death," the middle-aged boss scoffed. Enraged, Mao 2-7 promptly retracted his feet and sprang to his feet with lightning speed. His eyes wide as saucers, striding towards the middle-aged boss. The atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of explosive tension, and the extinguished flames of the lamb chops on Qianqian's plate inexplicably reignited. Sensing the shift, the middle-aged boss retreated a few steps, raising his knife defensively. Yet before Mao 2-7 could advance further, a strong hand pressed him down. It was the short-haired youth, E9-6, who cautioned, "Mind your demeanor. Brother, let go." "His insults are truly abhorrent," Mao 2-7 muttered, baring his teeth. A fleeting smile crossed E9-6's lips, only to vanish as quickly as it appeared. Like an illusion, he firmly held Mao 2-7's shoulder while addressing the middle-aged boss. "Might I inquire? What rationale do you possess for disallowing my brother to place his feet upon the table?" "What?" the middle-aged boss exclaimed, astonished. "If everyone were to place their feet as he does, how would I conduct my business?" E9-6 nodded thoughtfully, calmly stating, "That is a valid point, but—" "Is it merely that?" "Huh?" The boss was perplexed. "I ask you, is it merely that?" E9-6 articulated slowly, each word deliberate. As he spoke, it felt as though a pair of invisible eyes opened in the void, locking onto the middle-aged boss, eyes ablaze with chaotic, crimson flames, silently igniting in the air. The others seemed unfazed, but the middle-aged man, making eye contact with E9-6, felt as if a mountain had descended upon him, nearly robbing him of breath. He swayed, on the verge of collapsing. Yet as a man who had fought through decades in society, he found an inexplicable strength to steady himself, trembling but upright. "Maintain cleanliness. Maintain cleanliness," Maintain cleanliness, he murmured to himself. Boss. The robust employees glanced at their superior, momentarily confused by his words. Yet noticing his unsteady stance, they moved to assist him. However, the middle-aged man suddenly shoved his employees away, his eyes wide, roaring. Must one require justification for a love of cleanliness? With that fierce outburst, the immense pressure dissipated instantaneously, and the chaotic flames in those eyes vanished as if they had never existed. He confronted the tattooed youth with short white hair, scolding, maintaining cleanliness is a laborious endeavor. Do you have any notion of the effort required to keep this establishment pristine, you scoundrel? With the middle-aged boss's tirade, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The patrons of the restaurant fell silent, the only sound being the proprietor's heavy breathing. Suddenly, E9-6 bent at the waist, lowering himself to a 90-degree angle. The boss, startled, stepped back several paces. My apologies, I was presumptuous. I failed to educate this brother of mine properly. E9-6 unexpectedly bowed deeply to the middle-aged boss, saying, I shall ensure he understands not to place his feet upon the table again. Both Matu-7 and Yvette stood in stunned silence. The robust male employees gazed at their boss with admiration. Even the middle-aged proprietor was taken aback by this individual's willingness to apologize. Yet, he did not wish to linger with these peculiar characters, especially since the long-haired youth had already retracted his feet. After venting his frustration, his anger subsided. Thus, he coldly inquired, Will you be placing an order? No order. We merely came to find a friend and shall depart once we locate him, E9-6 replied. Fine, if you will not order. But next time, do be mindful. As a boy, it is vital to maintain one's personal image and hygiene. Understood? After his earnest admonition, the middle-aged boss departed with his robust employees. E9-6 gradually straightened, his expression impassive as he regarded Qianqian, extending his hand and stating calmly, Let us depart. It is time for you to go where you belong. Qianqian turned his gaze to the window, glimpsing the spire of the Shell Grand Theater across the street. Slowly shaking his head as he replied, I am going nowhere. I have work to attend to. You possess but one task, E9-6 countered. Qianqian's gaze remained fixed on him. E9-6 lips moved as if to speak, yet ultimately, no words emerged. Instead, Matu-7 darkly asserted, The soldiers of the Empire have but a singular mission, to obey the dictates of Li. We have come here in accordance with Li's command. Such a principle cannot contradict itself. Therefore, you must have betrayed the Yu Empire, and a traitor is deserving only of death. You face two choices, accompany us or perish. I refuse, Qianqian stated calmly. Although he had lost his memories of the past, he still vividly recalled the words spoken by the Archbishop on that fateful night when the blood surged. He firmly believed that the Archbishop would eventually arrange a suitable position for him, but the time had not yet come. Qianqian also rose to his feet, the heavy chains on his arms gently swaying, gradually loosening and falling away. Yet, before he could make a move, Matu-7 suddenly extended his hand, clenched his fist, and struck heavily against his own heart. Thud! The heartbeat grew stronger. Blood surged. The impact echoed in Qianqian's own heart, causing him to waver and his breath to quicken. E9-6 similarly raised his hand, landing a punch against his own heart. Thud! The heart pulsed again. Blood rushed wildly. Thud! 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 E9-6 and Matu-7 stood side by side, synchronously pounding their right fist against their chests. This seemingly inconspicuous action rendered Qianqian vulnerable, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, his body weak. At that moment, his heartbeat was erratic, blood coursing uncontrollably through his veins. Nevertheless, he struggled to stand, yearning to take action. Thud! 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 Qianqian, barely upright, felt the world spinning, black and white colliding in chaos, while the sound of a great drum reverberated in his ears. In a daze, he once again beheld the raging Inferno, the frenzied golden crow, and the piercing cries. At one moment, a scream echoed in his mind. Kill me. There were no grand gestures, no fierce battles. Accompanied by the sound of iron chains striking the ground, Qianqian silently collapsed onto the smooth floor, his eyes glazing over, completely losing consciousness amidst the invisible tremors. E9-6 and Matu-7 expressionlessly lowered their hands. Matu-7 bent down, lifting the unconscious Qianqian onto his shoulder, and proceeded towards the door. E9-6 turned to face Yvette, who was gripping the hilt of a long knife. You are far too arrogant, excessively so. Yvette shook his head, muttering, The inner court is not a thorny land. Soon the usurper will come looking for you, and you will be trapped like in Sanyang Bay, ensnared by the sea and fog. I merely wanted to inform you. The decision is yours to make." After speaking, E9-6 turned and departed. The wind chimes at the entrance swayed gently. The two brothers departed the dining establishment with Qianqian, swiftly disappearing into the streets, leaving no trace. If not for the remaining plates and empty glasses, one might have thought this was merely a fleeting dream. Everything transpired too rapidly and too peacefully. Yet the peril inherent in it had left Yvette's back drenched in sweat. After a long while, he exhaled deeply, flexing his numbed hands, and walked outside. Beneath the wind chimes at the entrance, something glimmered faintly in the sunlight. Yvette looked down to discover an old silver plaque. He picked it up and examined it. The front read, Chen 1000. The back was adorned with a finely detailed carving of a flourishing tree. It seemed to belong to Qianqian, but why it was discarded here? Yvette could not fathom. Instinctively, he clutched the plaque, pushed open the door, and made his way towards the Shell Grand Theater. Inside the theater, Kylia donned a shameful catgirl outfit, complete with cat ears and a tail. Under the guidance of several opera instructors, she stood tall, on her toes, striking a seductive pose. A stern middle-aged woman wielded a whip, mercilessly striking her legs. "Enchant! Enchant! You must enchant!" On the opposite side, a lead instructor clad in a revealing fox outfit danced before her, shaking her hips as if powered by a motor, opening her legs and swaying across the stage. The movements made Kylia cringe, yet it was dance training time, and the instructors provided by Nazcadon insisted on such teachings, leaving her no choice but to endure and mimic. Naturally, her reluctant imitation appeared stiff and mechanical, lacking the allure and fervor of the lead instructor. Dismissive. Put in some effort. Do you think the muse resides here? You must entice the audience as you would your husband. For heaven's sake, can you not be more natural? I have never encountered such a difficult student. The female instructor lashed out relentlessly, her scolding unending. Although Kylia's stone body felt no pain, she grew increasingly impatient with the instructor's words. Must one be alluring to claim victory? She did not believe so, yet the thought of performing such humiliating actions filled her with utter reluctance. The lead instructor before her danced wildly, shaking her head, hair flying in circles, eyes rolling as she performed in front of Kylia. The audience below erupted in cheers. Some applauding, others capturing the moment with magic crystal cameras. Kylia wore a look of disdain, mechanically swaying behind, yet she was the center of attention. Unaware of how many pairs of eyes were fixated on her, which only invited sharper and more cutting reprimands from the instructor. At the outermost edge of the theater, Yvette pulled out a chair, sitting alone, expressionless as he watched the stage. After a while, a white-haired elder slowly settled beside him, both observing Kylia being chastised on stage. "She is not so obedient," Yvette murmured. After a pause, Nazcadon replied softly, "If a master's painstaking creation can be easily compromised like that of mere mortals, it would not be a masterpiece." "Is it truly feasible, Nazcadon?" Yvette inquired quietly. "If she commits wholeheartedly, it is certainly possible," Nazcadon replied. "I still remember the first time I laid eyes on her. That moment of soul-stirring awe is unparalleled." "I am not referring to that," Yvette stated. "Then what do you mean? Can the usurper truly revive the sacred tree?" Yvette lowered his voice to a whisper. "Can he genuinely conquer the U Empire?" Nazcadon fell silent. After a long moment, he shook his head. "We have no other choice, shall? No other choice. Regardless of the likelihood, we must attempt it." Yvette bowed his head and closed his eyes. "Are you all right, shall?" Nazcadon asked with concern. "I am fine," Yvette replied. "If we wish to claim the top prize, we must hasten our pace. I fear, the longer the night, the more dreams we shall have." "I understand." Nazcadon nodded, patting Yvette's shoulder. "Regardless, I will assist you." Shortly after Nazcadon departed, Kylia finally concluded her arduous training, panting as she approached Yvette at the edge of the stage. Immediately, staff members brought her various magic crystals to replenish her energy. Sitting beside Yvette, Kylia munched on the crystals while glancing around. Where has Qianqian gone? Did he go to the restroom? Typically, during her training, Qianqian and Yvette would be nearby watching, but their breaks were few. However, the sight of Qianqian gave her purpose, helping her endure even the most reluctant tasks. Yet, upon hearing Kylia's inquiry, Yvette shook his head, producing the lost silver plaque and handing it to her, stating, "Qianqian has left." Kylia paused, confused by Yvette's meaning. "What? Where did he go? Did he go to eat or buy something?" "He was taken away by the people of the Yue Empire." Yvette leaned back in her chair, her expression devoid of emotion as she remarked, "He has gone to where he belongs." Kylia stared at the nameplate in her hand, seemingly lost in thought for about 10 seconds. After this brief pause, she tightened her face, snatched the nameplate away, and flung her cat ears to the ground before striding decisively towards the theater exit. Yvette immediately rushed in front of her, arms outstretched to block her path. "Where are you going?" Kylia did not respond. Instead, she collided with Yvette, using her heavy, stone-like body to shove her aside. Yvette winced in pain from the impact, but could not allow Kylia to leave so easily. Thus, she retrieved 2 clips from her pocket, opened them, and tossed them forward. As the clips hit the ground and began to roll, a white mist enveloped the area. Suddenly, Kylia felt her steps slow, and looking down, she saw layers of solid ice creeping up from the ground, firmly freezing her in place. In the blink of an eye, the ice had climbed to her knees and continued to spread upward. The freezing trap. Kylia recognized this move. She had seen Yvette use it on Qianqian before, when he had been completely encased in ice against a tree trunk, taking quite some time to escape, only to transform into a monster shortly after. Now, with her feet similarly ensnared, Kylia glared at Yvette, her voice icy. "Let me go." "Where do you think you're going?" Yvette pressed. "How do you plan to find him?" The 2 apostles from the Yue Empire took him that night. They burned the thorny land to the ground in just half a night. And even Qianqian was no match for them. "Even if you find them, what will you do?" Yvette coldly doused Kylia's hopes. Yet, neither her words nor the solid ice beneath her feet could sway Kylia's determination. "I don't know," Kylia replied, "but I must go find him." Yvette sighed in resignation at Kylia's stubbornness, saying, "Is that fool truly so precious that you would repeatedly assist him? Aside from being somewhat handsome and capable of fighting, what else does he possess?" Kylia scoffed. "Exactly. I prefer being with someone who has nothing. It's none of your business." With that, she forcefully pulled away, causing the ice beneath her to crack. However, as the cold air from the cliffs swirled, the fractured ice quickly reformed, thicker than before. "You cannot leave," Yvette threatened. "You signed a contract with Nazgadon. If you leave now, what awaits you are endless accusations and hefty fines." "You." At this point, Yvette's expression shifted. She finally realized that she was dealing with not a mere human, but a being almost as timeless as stone. "Fine, fine. Am I supposed to trust you?" "You have never been honest with me." Kylia retorted. "What is your connection to Nazgadon? I saw you whispering together while I danced above. If what you say is true, what kind of mission expert are you? Why have you not left after completing your tasks? Why do you freeze up at the sight of the clear water? Speak. What is your true purpose in approaching me?" Yvette let out a long sigh, saying, "Archbishop, my intentions are beyond your comprehension, nor do they need to be. But you must understand, once you leave this door, you will not find Qianqian. However, I can locate anyone, be it you or Qianqian. That is my forte. Do you comprehend?" At this, Kylia ceased her struggle. Her expression was as if she had just tasted something unpleasant. After a moment, she turned to Yvette and asked, "How can I be sure you're telling the truth?" "I swear upon the sacred tree of my homeland." 52. Cruel Memories, Part 1. "Brother, do you remember that river from our childhood?" "Which river?" "The one by our home." "Of course, how could I forget?" In a hazy recollection, Qianqian heard someone conversing beside him. "What are the fish?" Someone chuckled. "Do you still catch them like we used to?" "No way. 2 to 7. You've caught them all." "Nonsense. I never caught fish as a child. It was always you. You caught the most, both to eat and to sell. Well, someone has to take care of you. The burden is shared. Don't you dare tell on me. Let us see how you perform." "Umph." Qianqian slowly opened his eyes to the blur of the fields passing outside. In the purple dusk of the plains, the orange flames of the clouds stretched long, and amidst the green waves of wheat, islands of trees flashed by. At that moment, he was seated in a swiftly moving magic crystal train, with a red bee skin armchair behind him and 2 white-haired males opposite him, one a youth and the other a boy. They were engaged in a casual conversation. Upon noticing Qianqian's awakening, they paused their chatter. "How do you feel?" the youth inquired. The boy cast a disdainful glance at Qianqian. Qianqian quickly recalled the events that had transpired. His heart had inexplicably raced, leading to his unconsciousness and subsequent removal from the inner court of Ifidu. Now, though his heart had calmed, he understood that he was no match for these 2 unless he could completely control his blood. "Would you like something to drink?" The youth slid a cup of red tea towards him. Qianqian gazed at the gently swaying crimson liquid in the cup, then lifted his gaze to ask, "Where are you taking me? Didn't you lose your memory?" Qianqian's pupils dilated. Though he indeed remembered nothing, The youth's words filled him with dread, reminiscent of the lingering flames in his memories, an aspect he wished to avoid. Since awakening on Dada Island, he had not troubled himself over his amnesia. Instead, he found it quite liberating to remain beside the Archbishop without memories. The thought of recalling his past made him uncomfortable. Still, I don't need to trouble you with that, he mumbled. No need to bother. The youth chuckled, while the long-haired boy snickered. Hey, what happened to the once proud 1-000? Now you're drooling like an idiot. How will you face your former teammates and subordinates if they see you like this? The long-haired boy teased, half in mockery, half in jest. Qianqian furrowed his brow. Teammates, subordinates? That seemed to belong to another person. He did not recall having either. Do you know me? Qianqian instinctively asked. The short-haired youth smiled slightly, reaching into his collar to produce a small golden nameplate, which he slid across the table to Qianqian. Without thinking, Qianqian picked up the nameplate and examined it. The front bore the inscription, E96. Flipping it over, he found a delicate image of a three-legged bird perched on a branch. Qianqian recalled his own nameplate, which he had left behind in the inner court of Ifidu. His was silver, and the back depicted a tree, not a three-legged bird. E96, I managed to control the holy blood years ago. I suppose that makes us brothers. The short-haired youth introduced himself casually, as if engaging in ordinary conversation. Yet, as Qianqian looked around the train, observing the other seats and a woman pushing a snack cart down the aisle, he couldn't help but shudder. Even the blood in the scars on his back seemed to writhe restlessly. Brother, there was indeed a hint of familiarity. During their initial encounter, a sense of unease enveloped the atmosphere. The long-haired youth, known as Mao 2-7, succinctly declared, remember my name, for if anyone is destined to end your life, it shall be me. Qianqian tilted his head in confusion, his eyes reflecting bewilderment. Do not look at me that way. If you were to betray us, do you still expect us to spare you? Mao 2-7 asserted, snatching the insignia from Qianqian's grasp and returning it to E9-6. 2-7, E9-6 interjected. Mao 2-7 casually propped his legs up on the chair, humming a tune while observing the passing blonde woman aboard the magical crystal train, occasionally whistling. Do not heed his nonsensical chatter, E9-6 calmly advised Qianqian. This opportunity, presented by Li, could very well be your chance for rebirth. As someone who has experienced it, I understand the torment of the uncontrolled holy blood coursing through your veins. Holy blood, Qianqian thought of the scars on his body. Indeed, the blood writhing beneath those scars often inflicted searing pain, not to mention the chaos it unleashed, rendering him momentarily forgetful of his own identity. Qianqian stared blankly at E9-6. If he could ascertain one thing, it was his unwillingness. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of this reluctance. Only that he suddenly longed for the dilapidated church on Dada Island and the serene emptiness within its walls. Brother, why waste words with him? Mao 2-7 proclaimed arrogantly. If he couldn't control it the first time, giving him more chances is futile. As they spoke, the magical crystal train, bound for an unknown destination, abruptly began to decelerate, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal against metal as it gradually came to a halt in the vast wilderness. E9-6 glanced out at the endless fields of wheat, his brow furrowing. What is happening? Did a tire burst? Mao 2-7 questioned, perplexed. E9-6 shot a glare at Mao 2-7. Have you lost your mind? Where would a magical crystal train have tires? Mao 2-7 rolled his eyes at his brother, muttering, humorless fool. E9-6, ever vigilant, stood up, opened the carriage door, and stepped outside. He approached a woman pushing a cart and politely inquired, excuse me, miss, why has the train suddenly stopped? Who knows? The blonde woman shrugged. Perhaps it's a routine inspection. Routine inspection? Inspecting what? E9-6 pressed on. I cannot say. You should remain seated and not interfere with the search operations. With that, she continued on her way, pushing the cart. Mao 2-7 pointed at the pale purple sky, exclaiming, brother, look. E9-6 and Qianqian both looked up to see a peculiar pink line streaking across the lavender expanse, resembling the texture of a pencil mark on a blackboard. Upon seeing this phenomenon, E9-6's expression darkened. It's the usurper-s people. Amandi may be coming for us. Mao 2-7 paused, then chuckled lightly as he rose. Heaven has a path he refuses to tread, yet hell has no door that he does not enter. I thought that old fool would hide in the inner court after the incident in the thorns, but here he comes, seeking his own demise. Mao 2-7, visibly irritated, remarked, I do not need that waste of space S assistance. I can handle the inner court alone. What difference does it make if there is one less failure? Are you suggesting you would defy Li's orders? E9-6 asked coolly. Mao 2-7 faltered, his youthful face instantly revealing a mix of anguish and frustration. Shaking his head vigorously, grimacing, and motioning for E9-6 to silence himself. With an impassive expression, E9-6 pushed the door open and addressed Qianshan and Mao 2-7. Let us depart. I fear the usurper's forces will soon arrive. Qianshan maintained his lethargic demeanor, showing no inclination to heed E9-6's request. However, Mao 2-7 forcefully pulled him up, draping an arm over his shoulder as they followed E9-6 outside. The trio made their way to the restroom near the connecting corridor of the carriage, where two Aphidu individuals were whispering. I heard the usurper is searching all incoming and outgoing trains to Aphidu. What has happened? It seems an envoy from the Empire of You is using the train to escape. Goodness, how terrifying. While they conversed, E9-6 opened the restroom door and slipped inside. Mao 2-7 unceremoniously shoved Qianshan in after him and followed, slamming the door shut behind them. The two Aphida individuals outside exchanged bewildered glances. Have you ever seen three men enter a restroom together? Never. What kind of position is that? Inside the restroom, Mao 2-7 seized Qianshan's arm, drawing close to whisper menacingly, if you dare make a sound, you're as good as dead. Qianshan, hidden beneath his mask, curiously regarded Mao 2-7, who, though appearing of similar age, always bore a menacing demeanor. Meanwhile, E9-6 examined the walls of the magical crystal train, then, with a swift motion, transformed his fingers into a blade, glowing an intense orange hue, effortlessly penetrating the metal as if it were cheese. Mao 2-7 pressed the flush button, the rushing water drowning out the sizzling sound of molten metal dripping. In no time, E9-6 had melted a large section of the wall. He gently grasped the metal, leaping out, taking the metal with him as he landed beside the train tracks. With a flick of his wrist, the metal spun away, vanishing over 100 meters into the vast wheat fields. He waved to Qianshan and Mao 2-7 from below, prompting Mao 2-7 to shove Qianshan forward, clearly indicating his intent. Understanding he was outmatched, Qianshan complied, leaping through the opening onto the ground. Mao 2-7 followed closely, and the three stood outside the train. In the sky, more chalk-like lines danced gracefully across the expanse, some blue, some green, and some yellow, lowering as if to reveal figures within. These were men and women clad in vibrant attire, floating through the air like ethereal beings. Silently, they drifted toward the train, their movements remarkably light. Observing the swiftly approaching figures, E9-6 and Mao 2-7 exchanged knowing glances, instinctively gripping the chains on Qianshan's arm, dragging him into the wheat field beside the tracks. The wheat stalks towered over them, sharp edges pricking Qianshan's face, akin to needles. Together, they hurried through the rustling waves of wheat, no words exchanged. As they pressed on, the surroundings began to morph bizarrely. Transparent tendrils emerged lazily from the ground, swaying gently, elongating like the sharp edges of the wheat. The tendrils, reminiscent of the chalky lines above, bore a curious, childlike quality. Noticing the strange changes around them, E9-6 and Mao 2-7 exchanged glances, immediately accelerating their pace, dragging Qianshan through the wheat as they dashed forward. The speed caused Qianshan's face to be grazed by the sharp stalks, leaving several small cuts. In mere minutes, the two brothers had pulled Qianshan several kilometers away, completely distancing themselves from the tracks, arriving at a low hill on the opposite side of the wheat field. The explosive sprint over such a distance left Qianshan slightly breathless. After catching his breath for a moment, Qianshan lifted his head, momentarily transfixed. In the vast expanse of the wheat fields, colorful lines reminiscent of chalk were dancing through the air, forming the silhouette of a colossal golden-haired woman that enveloped an entire row of magical crystal trains beneath her. The visage of this colorful figure, woven from intricate lines, was exquisitely crafted yet bore an unsettling posture. She lay prostrate on the ground, her eyes vacant and her expression one of torment. Her body seemed to be infested with tiny tendrils emerging from various parts. Adorning her delicate form were gold and silver jewels, which, rather than serving as garments, resembled shackles, binding her and rendering her immobile. Her dense golden hair billowed in the air as she lay above the train, while some onlookers gazed down from her figure, their eyes landing on the train cars below. The eerie scene, accompanied by the quiet rustle of the wheat swaying in the wind, presented an indescribable oddity. Brother, what is that? Mao 2-7 inquired curiously in a hushed tone to E9-6. That is the muse, clinging to life, E9-6 replied coolly. Without the blessings of the god of drowning and the goddess of wealth, she is nothing. Poor creature, just a spark away from being consumed by flames, Mao 2-7 murmured. That would indeed be a grand spectacle. No need to dwell on it. E9-6 turned his head, addressing Mao 2-7. Let us go. You shall understand once we reach our destination. Mao 2-7 replied mysteriously. They had now arrived at the edge of the Fagal Islands, on the periphery of Ifidu. Here, a fog drifting from the hopeless sea obscured the sunlight, and Qianqian observed the surrounding flora, their leaves turning yellow and nearly lifeless. The mist, laden with the acrid scent of sulfur, enveloped the air. This fog, coupled with the sulfurous odor, evoked memories of Dada Island. Yet, unlike the desolate Dada Island, this veiled land appeared bustling with activity. People rode on pack animals from all directions, converging at a small town along the coastline, setting up camp around its outskirts, and erecting scaffolding, seemingly engaged in construction. The trio strolled into the town, where shops were ubiquitous. Trade flourished, and occasionally, airships descended, laden with goods transported from distant lands. Among these were livestock, poultry, spices, flour, coconut rice, textiles, and a myriad of herbs and raw timber. Observing the vibrant trade, Mao 2-7 exclaimed, "Is there such a hidden port in Ifidu? I had no idea. Isn't it rather simple? Though Sanyang Bay has been destroyed, such a remarkable port is rare across the entirety of Obitis. The merchants from various city-states in Obitis require trade, so they have naturally rebuilt a trading platform near Sanyang Bay." E9-6 replied flatly. Upon hearing this, Mao 2-7 couldn't help but grumble. How infuriating. The pests are relentless. They've already razed Sanyang Bay and the Thorny Lands, yet there are still those conducting business here. Just as he finished his sentence, he heard a rhythmic chant rising from the fog. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Accompanied by the chanting, a statue was being slowly hoisted from the ground by slaves. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be the faceless statue of the goddess of wealth. Mao 2-7's expression soured, resembling a cat beast confronting a wolf. As he whined and cursed, "These foolish men will surely meet a grim fate. Do not meddle. This is beyond your control. Focus on your tasks," E9-6 cautioned. Mao 2-7's mouth twitched in frustration. Yet he had no choice but to look away from the statue and follow E9-6 deeper into the town. After traversing streets lined with textiles and grains, they arrived at a thoroughfare dedicated to the sale of live pets. This street was filled with animals transported from various parts of the old continent, including long-haired raptors, fierce lions and tigers, and hissing venomous snakes, along with female slaves and male laborers captured from primitive tribes. As Mao 2-7 surveyed the surroundings nonchalantly, he came to a halt before a cage containing several tiny puppies, his eyes fixated on the enclosure, unable to look away. "Brother, look, puppies," Mao 2-7 exclaimed, pointing at the fluffy newborns in the cage. "We haven't seen such creatures since we arrived in Ifidu." The shopkeeper, quick to seize the opportunity, opened the cage and proudly placed a few puppies atop it, proclaiming, "These are genuine dogs, no imitation, pure and untainted, sourced from the farthest mammoth kingdom. Each one is 30 kinder." The shopkeeper enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the dogs, yet Mao 2-7 was lost in his own world. Cradling a white puppy and joyfully enchanting its head and ears, even rubbing his face against its fur, utterly enraptured. E9-6, observing from the side, murmured, "I had not anticipated such animals would still be available for sale. It has been ages since I last encountered them. Ever since." "Ever since what?" Mao 2-7 prompted. "Nothing." E9-6 shook his head, a hint of nostalgia lacing his words. "These days, dogs have become increasingly scarce, and the loyalty of the old continent has dwindled." "Brother, what you say is untrue. I remain quite loyal to reason," Mao 2-7 insisted, holding the puppy tightly. E9-6 offered a non-committal smile. "Put it down." "But brother, I truly wish to keep one," Mao 2-7 replied, stroking the puppy's head, which affectionately licked his pale face. "You lack the time and energy. All you possess belongs to reason, which does not concern itself with such trivialities," E9-6 stated coldly. "Let it go." The trio departed the pet market, delving deeper into the market where the cacophony of the outside world gradually faded into oblivion, replaced by the mingling scents of various herbs. The dimly lit streets were dotted with sparse shops, and the crowd was significantly diminished compared to the bustling thoroughfares outside. Most individuals wore headscarves, concealing their faces, appearing mysterious and hurried. Here, E9-6 paused, addressing Mao 2-7. "I will procure some materials that will enable 1-000 to connect with the melting tree. You assist me in renting an airship. It need not be large. Something sufficient will suffice. With that, he retrieved a pouch of coins from his pocket and handed it to Mautuda 7. Understood, Mautuda 7 replied, taking the money. All right. Enough of the fuss. Renting an airship is no great task. He impatiently snatched the pouch from E9 to 6. E9 to 6 turned to Qianshun, exhaling a sigh. Forgive me. Having such a younger sibling can be quite taxing. Qianshun, uninterested in Mautuda 7, inquired, Can you truly help me recover my memories? Indeed. E9 to 6 spoke in a lowered voice. All memories and emotions of the people of the Yu Empire are preserved by the melting tree. Although your memories have been consumed by flames, I believe someone has safeguarded them for you. Qianshun gasped, his mouth agape. E9 to 6 twirled the chains in his hand and led him directly into a nearby shop with a grimy display case. This nondescript apothecary was filled with an array of peculiar herbs and animal bones. Some herbs were dried and hung in bundles from the ceiling, while others were planted in pots without soil, only sparse magical crystals. These plants reminded Qianshun of Kylia, although one was wood and the other stone. Both relied on magical crystals for sustenance. What is the principle behind this? Qianshun pondered. As I gazed intently, suddenly the leaves of a plant growing upon a crystal of magic quivered slightly, and a woman clad in linen emerged from behind it. She was a brown-skinned woman, draped in a single garment that clung to her form. Her long hair was disheveled and damp, as if she had just emerged from water. This woman, wearing her silk attire, sniffed at Qianshun and, displaying a grin revealing her blackened teeth, remarked, I have never encountered such a pristine individual from the Thorn Academy. Not a hint of blood on you. Surely, you must be an impostor. Qianshun took a step back, as the woman reminded him of Yvette, who also had a penchant for sniffing around and spouting nonsensical remarks. Excuse me, I wish to purchase some spirit powder, Y9-6 languidly interjected from the side. The woman's attention shifted from Qianshun to Y9-6, her eyes sparkling with interest. She parted her unkempt hair with her long, grimy fingers and wrapped herself around the tall, robust Y9-6 like a serpent, inhaling deeply as she gazed at him, exhaling slowly and saying, What a tantalizing man. Where do you hail from? Y9-6 narrowed his eyes. Is the merchandise available? Indeed, the peculiar woman replied, producing a long pipe from her waist, taking a deep drag, and exhaling a smoke ring towards Y9-6. Of course, it is available. Pray tell, what do you intend to do with the spirit powder? Why should I divulge my intentions to you? Y9-6 frowned. A soft meow caught Qianshun's attention, and he turned to see a black cat standing beneath the counter, meowing at him. The woman, still puffing on her pipe, gracefully leaped onto the bar, crossed her legs, and began to provocatively shake them in front of Y9-6. The spirit powder serves but one purpose: to connect with the great entities that dwell in the void. Most who consume it find themselves utterly consumed by their own souls. I would rather not have your relatives come seeking me if you lose your soul. Moreover, you are quite formidable. You inspire other thoughts in me. Shoo, the woman chuckled, reclining backward as she retrieved a small leather pouch from the counter, inspecting it closely while inquiring. Would you mind sharing which great power you wish to contact? Ignoring her eccentricity, Y9-6 produced several kinders from his pocket and asked, How much? The woman smiled, exhaled smoke, and suddenly wrapped her legs around Y9-6's neck, seductively inquiring, How about a meat payment? Taken aback, Y9-6 was about to withdraw when a faint yet distinct explosion echoed in his ear, causing the glass of the apothecary to tremble slightly. Qianshun turned his expressionless gaze towards the dirty window, where he beheld a pink mushroom cloud erupting in the sky, swirling with orange flames. Ah, another fire, the woman murmured, still puffing on her pipe. In an instant, she was pinned against the table as Y9-6 forcefully seized the leather pouch from her grasp, rudely tossing her leg aside. He dropped several kinders and, grasping the chain attached to Qianshun, strode purposefully out of the apothecary towards the source of the flames. Before long, Y9-6 and Qianshun arrived at the epicenter of the explosion and flames, a place where several airships were docked. Among these vessels stood a towering statue of the goddess of wealth. However, at that moment, the statue had been reduced to a charred visage, and beneath it lay many devotees, writhing and screaming in agony as their bodies were engulfed in flames. Some had already been reduced to cinders, while others were perilously close. The instigator of this chaos perched atop the statue's head, his body ablaze with fierce orange flames, wielding a golden whip and laughing maniacally as he lashed out at the living around him. With each strike, countless devotees were consumed by the flames. The whip, striking the structures nearby, ignited them, turning them to ash. He roared with laughter, hot liquid dripping from his glowing orange mouth, with long flames dancing behind him. Qianqian glanced at Y9-6, observing him in torment, his eyes shut tight as he groaned, "You scoundrel." After cursing, Y9-6 released Qianqian from the chain, leaping nearly 10 meters into the air before delivering a powerful kick that shattered the statue of the goddess of wealth in two. The fiery figure was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a massive crater. With a furious roar, the Inferno saturated Mao 2-7 was caught off guard, rising from the flames. His fury palpable. As he stood, Y9-6 swiftly approached, delivering a punch to the top of Mao 2-7's head. Mao 2-7 attempted to block, but was driven into the earth, leaving only his head exposed. At that moment, Mao 2-7 recognized his assailant, the flames on his face gradually receding as clarity returned to his fiery eyes. "Brother? Why do you strike me? Brother, let me explain," he implored, his urgency evident as he attempted to rise from the ground, only to be forcefully pushed back into the earth. Mao 2-7's anger flared as he caught sight of Qianqian standing at the edge of the crater, observing him with disdain. Flames erupted once more from his head as he grasped Y9-6's ankle, roaring, "Brother, are you blind? Can't you see a ceremony is being held to honor the goddess of wealth? I witnessed them paying homage. Do you expect me to ignore it? Do you remember the decree against unsanctioned worship?" As he spoke, he pointed fervently at the charred remnants of offerings by the shattered statue, hoping Y9-6 would acknowledge the burnt livestock and sacrificial goods. Yet, Y9-6 paid no heed to the offerings, his gaze fixed upon Mao 2-7 as he spat through clenched teeth. "Do not use reason to oppress me." As Y9-6 and Mao 2-7 exchanged heated accusations, Qianqian stood at the crater's edge, arms crossed, watching the unfolding drama. He had no intention of fleeing. He deemed it futile. Since he could be located within the inner sanctum of Ifeadu, the same would hold true here. He harbored no illusions of them mutually exhausting each other. Y9-6 was formidable, and he would likely resolve the matter with Mao 2-7 swiftly. As he mused, the distant flames gradually subsided, and a throng of unaware citizens cautiously approached, drawn by the spectacle despite the inherent danger. Some of the survivors, escaping the charred ruins, shouted, "Hurry, contact the usurper. The blood-boiling man has arrived." Like the islanders of Dada Island encountering the boiling blood, the crowd was struck with terror, abandoning their curiosity to flee in all directions. In response, Y9-6 delivered a punch that shattered Mao 2-7's nose. Dragging his brother towards a nearby airship, Y9-6 continued, and Qianqian followed suit without needing a reminder. Even as they boarded the airship, Mao 2-7 raged, "Isn't the goddess of wealth a deity? Brother, what have I done wrong? You dare to use reason against me?" In a fit of rage, Y9-6 slammed Mao 2-7 against the airship, kicking him twice as he retorted, "When you wore open crotch pants, I was the one providing for you. This is entirely different. This is entirely different." In a fit of fury, Mao 2-7 exclaimed, "Damn it. I cannot fathom how you control the holy blood." E9-6, nearly beside himself with rage, shouted back, "Silence." Mao 2-7 retorted, "You dare silence me? You are utterly shameless. You have gained power through truth, yet you blatantly betray it." With a powerful swing, E9-6 could no longer contain himself and struck Mao 2-7 across the face. The force of the blow caused Mao 2-7 to spit out blood, his teeth embedded deep into the wooden boards beside Qianqian. With an expressionless demeanor, Qianqian wiped the blood from his face, quietly observing the sudden altercation between the two. "Sloth." Mao 2-7 seethed, retreating while covering his face, casting a resentful glance at E9-6 before storming into the airship and slamming the door behind him. E9-6 stared blankly at his own palm, shaking his head as he closed his eyes. He approached the helm of the airship and activated the vessel from Mediogen. With the propellers whirring, the airship ascended higher into the sky. The mist from the Sea of Despair soon obscured Qianqian's view, rendering the burning buildings below invisible. Standing at the edge of the airship, he felt the wind against his face, inhaling the sulfur scent, while E9-6 whispered in agony behind him. The truth of the Empire has always prided itself on rationality and coldness, boasting of its unfeeling nature, claiming to be objective and impartial. But why? Why are its followers so fanatical, so obsessed? I cannot comprehend. Cannot comprehend. He might have been addressing Qianqian or merely speaking to himself. Unperturbed by E9-6 lamentations, Qianqian felt the bracing sea breeze and thought of the dilapidated Holy Light Cathedral. its tranquility and emptiness akin to the vacuum of the cosmos. He found himself longing for that cathedral. His reverie was abruptly shattered by the quickening of his heartbeat. The airship from Mediogen traveled swiftly, covering over 100 nautical miles in mere hours, reaching the skies above the Sea of Despair. Here, the fog thickened, and dense columns of steam billowed from the sea, the pungent sulfuric odor nearly suffocating. Qianqian's heart raced once more, echoing the turmoil he felt when departing Dada Island aboard the airship. As they traversed a certain area of the Sea of Despair, the vessel began to descend. With the lowering altitude, visibility gradually improved. They were gliding over a once thriving bay, now left with only ruins. The charred towers, collapsed buildings, abandoned airships, and darkened streets spoke of the splendor that had once flourished, now overshadowed by a terrifying reality. At the center of this bay, amidst the tumultuous waters, stood a boiling volcano, its fiery depths consuming surrounding rocks and transforming them into magma. Waves crashed against the volcano, erupting into towering mushroom clouds, the acrid sulfur emanating from within. The volcano perpetually evaporated vast amounts of seawater, creating plumes of mist that spread with the new winds, engulfing much of the Sea of Despair. Yet this was only the beginning. As the airship soared past the volcano's mouth, Qianqian's heart reached a pinnacle of disarray. The sulphurous clouds were swept away by the howling winds, revealing a creature emerging from the molten core. A colossal golden crow, nearly 100 meters long, rose from the magma, letting out a thunderous roar. Its body, devoid of feathers, was covered in countless fleshy protrusions, within which shadows of individuals could be discerned. Trapped deep inside the creature, Qianqian's heart raced uncontrollably, the sound of drums echoing in his ears. Unable to endure any longer, he collapsed at the edge of the airship, trembling as he grasped the railing, fixated on the frenzied golden crow. The wind howled around him, and this scene felt hauntingly familiar. "This is Sanyang Bay," E9-6 remarked beside him. Qianqian bit deeply, clutching his heart, rendered speechless by the horrific sight. The thick mist and vapor momentarily obscured his vision, and the roaring golden crow vanished. Yet it could not erase the shock and dread that gripped his soul. What had transpired here? Was this where he had departed? E9-6 retrieved a leather pouch from his garments, extracting some glimmering gray powder. Biting into his palm, he allowed his blood to mingle with the powder. He then bent down, using the bloodied powder to draw a trunk-like pattern around Qianqian, quickly forming the shape of a tree. Sensing an instinctual understanding, Qianqian raised his head and hoarsely inquired, "What are you doing?" After completing the branches, E9-6's already pale face grew even paler. He seated himself beside Qianqian and whispered, "Do you remember the melting tree?" Qianqian nodded in acknowledgement. With a hint of envy, E9-6 crossed his legs and murmured, "I am a few years older than you and a Mao. I have some memories of the Empire's past. I recall when a Mao and I were dependent on each other in the borderlands. It was Dao who led me into the Golden Crow Legion. But since Dao passed away, the melting tree has not been mentioned again. Over the years, a Mao and I have wandered, leaving a trail of destruction. I am uncertain if I will ever see the melting tree again. Chun, I envy you for still being able to see it." As the golden crow's maddened roars echoed, the gray powder mixed with E9-6 blood ignited. The blood-drawn branches transformed into a blaze, synchronizing with the melting tree he had once witnessed. After a pause, E9-6 said, "If possible, please convey my regards to the melting tree, and if you can, relay a message to Mao 2-7. We are also bound by fate, if possible. I hope the melting tree can still accept us." At that moment, Qianqian's consciousness began to fade into a haze. In this twilight state, he felt as though he were adrift in a dreamlike trance, completely forgetting his identity, even the visage of the Archbishop lost to him, with only red lights swirling around him. 55. Cruel Memories, Part 4. Qianqian's consciousness floated in the void, like a rootless tree, until a moment arrived when a scene gradually materialized before him. Initially blurred, it soon came into focus. He saw himself holding a small silver nameplate, inscribed with characters and the number 309. Before he could ponder the identity associated with the nameplate, it was lowered. "I do not understand," the nameplate's owner, 309, lamented. "I truly do not comprehend. Even if truth seeks dominance over Ifeadu, there is no need for such a large force. 2 apostles would suffice. Ifeadu is not one of those petty city-states." A young man, polishing his sword, replied coldly, "The divine system is complex, filled with deities. If we send too few, we risk backlash, making it a counterproductive endeavor." In an instant, a flood of information surged through, and with the aid of 309's memories, Qianchen recognized the speaker as C08, a comrade and colleague with whom he had executed numerous missions. With a heavy heart, 309 touched the tree behind the nameplate and asked C08, "If we allow the holy blood to spiral out of control again, will we still be able to return to the melting tree after death?" 309 clutched his head. A pained expression etched upon his face. A switch within Qianchen was triggered, and he numbly followed the perspective of 309. Arriving before an individual seated cross-legged in the corner of the airship, a long sword resting upon his knees. Qianchen stared blankly at this person, who was none other than himself. However, within 309's memories, this individual was not recognized as Qianchen, but rather as Chun 1-000, evoking a profound sense of strangeness. His tone lacked reverence. At that moment, Qianchen and 309 shared an unspoken understanding, sensing the scorn emanating from him. 309 shook his head and calmly stated, "I have committed too many transgressions over the years. If I cannot control the sacred blood this time, I fear that tomorrow I shall become a wandering ghost." Chun 1-000 replied with a shake of his head, "Those matters were orchestrated by me. Just focus on your own responsibilities. Any burden of accountability rests solely upon my shoulders, not yours." As 309 spoke, the soldiers within the airship turned their attention towards Chun 1-000. With a sigh of relief, 309 felt a deep resonance with him. "Can we truly succeed?" he asked hesitantly once more. "Speak not of it, nor question it further," Chun 1-000 replied indifferently. A sudden impact was heard from behind, as if someone had been thrust out of the room. Qianchen departed from 309's perspective, continuing to drift aimlessly in the void. Soon, another scene unfurled before him. This time, it was C08 who spoke, standing upon the deck of the airship, engaged in conversation with another soldier. This soldier, with white hair and a short beard, bore the signs of middle age, yet a stream of information surged into Qianchen's mind, revealing that Z3-5, despite his appearance, was only 25 years old. However, among the soldiers of the U Empire, whose average age was merely 20, he was considered elderly. C08, feeling a twinge of anxiety, inquired, 3-5. "I have a premonition that I will once again be unable to control the sacred blood. What should I do? I do not wish to end up as a monster like my predecessors. I still want to enter the melting tree as a normal person." "Why do you ask me?" Z3-5 replied numbly. "If I could control the sacred blood, would I be sharing this airship with you all? But you have lived so long." C08 persisted. "Do you possess no insights into controlling the sacred blood?" Z3-5 burst into laughter, his mirth uncontrollable. C08, perplexed, asked, "Why do you laugh, brother 35? With a cold sneer, Z3-5 replied, "Controlling the sacred blood is actually quite simple. One merely needs to discover their own path. If you cannot find your path, then treat reason as your path. Look at those who have succeeded. Did they not all do the same?" C08's expression shifted, and he covered Z3-5's mouth, whispering in terror, "Do not utter that word, I beg you." But Z3-5's expression darkened abruptly. He retracted his laughter, filled with fury, and forcefully pushed C08 away, declaring loudly, "I have lived for 25 years. I have nearly exhausted my time among soldiers, and I certainly cannot control the sacred blood. Yet, I refuse to believe the nonsense of that woman. I do not accept that reason is the path. Though I may not find the path, I have seen it. It does not resemble reason at all." His wrathful demeanor instilled fear in C08, drawing the attention of several young soldiers who approached Z3-5 on the deck, quietly asking, "Brother 35, what does the path look like, if you have seen it?" In a fit of rage, Z3-5 shoved the soldiers aside and strode up the stairs to the second deck, approaching Chun 1-000. Unlike 309, Z3-5 unsheathed his longsword, resting its edge upon Chun 1-000's neck. Chun 1-000 looked up at Z3-5 without uttering a word. Through C08's eyes, Qianchen observed himself seated silently upon the deck, his expression shrouded as if concealed by a mask of steel. Noticing Chun 1-000's silence, Z3-5 choked back emotion, his hand trembling as he spoke. "As one once favored by the path, have you forgotten its visage? This is the disgrace of the U Empire and our Jinwu battalion." Through C08's perspective, Qianchen saw himself rise, softly declaring, 3-5, "Focus on your own duties. Do not overthink. I am not a mere block of wood." Z3-5 retorted, his eyes bloodshot as he turned to glare at Qianchen. A A flicker of fire ignited in his gaze, a chaotic vortex swirling within, instilling terror among the onlookers. Soldiers positioned themselves before Chun 1-000, attempting to thwart any impending assault. Having spoken, Z3-5 dashed through the crowd, leaping from the airship and plunging into the void below. C08 was overcome with grief, rushing to the railing to witness C3-5's descent. The pale figure transformed into a meteor in the sky, ablaze as he sailed towards the distant shore, where fishing boats and the stone houses of Sanyang Bay awaited. A fleeting glance at C08 was all it took for Qianqin to be thrust from this body once more, drifting aimlessly. This time, the drifting lingered longer, as if certain memories were reluctant to be shared. Ultimately, he leaned over the edge of the airship, peering downwards. Z3-5 continued to fall, engulfed in flames. Qianqin felt sorrow anew, but the sorrow's essence was no longer tied to C08. It belonged to Wei 77, who, upon witnessing the slender figure and the short black hair, felt something within stir softly. Wei 77 leaned on the wooden railing, watching the meteoric descent of Z3-5. Her hands covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face, murmuring, "Why must it be this way? How did it come to this? What have we done wrong?" At that moment, laughter erupted nearby. "Sister 77, do not be so sensitive. This is no demeanor for a soldier of the Yu Empire." Wei 77 turned to see a youth of perhaps 16 or 17 years, shaking his head as he spoke. Z3-5 is aged, and his chances of controlling the sacred blood are gone. It is better to let instinct take over. At least he can contribute to the Empire one last time, fulfilling his final value. Information stirred within Qianqin, recognizing the speaker as High 01, the youngest soldier in their ranks, who had only recently been infused with the sacred blood. Yet, Wei 77 gazed at High 01 in disbelief, chastising, "Are you foolish? He has led us since he was 15, imparting knowledge to us as we journeyed. Now, you expect me to remain indifferent to his passing? And you dare call me sensitive?" High 01 scoffed, spreading his hands proudly. "As soldiers, we must adhere to the commands of reason as the highest principle. Reason is heaven. If one mourns even the dictates of reason, then perhaps they are unfit to be a soldier. Be silent." Wei 77 retorted. "I have no desire to converse with a fool." High 01 smirked, disregarding her as he turned to the soldiers on the deck, calling out, "Everyone, we have arrived at Sanyang Bay. Prepare for battle." The weight of silence bore down on High 01, and he instinctively glanced at Wei 77, hoping this agreeable woman would come to his aid as she had in the past. However, Wei 77 chose not to intervene, her gaze fixed upon the second deck. On the second deck, Chun 1-000 descended with his long sword in hand, addressing the gathered soldiers with an air of indifference. "We have arrived at Sanyang Bay. Let us begin." The soldiers on the deck finally sprang into action, silently shouldering their backpacks and standing at the edge of the deck before leaping in succession, plummeting from the sky towards the city below. High 01 let out a long sigh of relief, preparing to don his pack and jump into Sanyang Bay alongside his comrades. When Chun 1-000 reached out and grasped High 01's arm, Chun 1-000, brandishing a longsword, spoke in a calm tone. High 01, taken aback, immediately inquired, "Why not?" Chun 1-000 repeated his words with tranquility. High 01 shook his head and exclaimed, "I too am a warrior infused with holy blood. Anli has stated that only through battle and slaughter can one truly grow. Only through relentless combat can one master the holy blood. How can you? Have you mastered the holy blood now?" Chun 1-000 directly interrupted High 01's fervent speech. High 01 paused, then lowered his head in shame, shaking it, temporarily. Not yet. He bit his lower lip tightly, fists clenched. After several deep breaths, he conceded and raised his hand in salute. Understood. With that, he turned and made his way to the airship's control center below the deck. Once High 01 departed, only Chun 1-000 and Wei 77 remained on the deck. The two exchanged a silent glance for a moment. "How rare it is, Chin. This is the first time I've seen you exert your authority," Wei 77 spoke softly, her voice gentle. Chun 1-000 remained silent, merely observing Wei 77. Through her eyes, Qianqin glimpsed a trace of indelible sorrow that flickered briefly in his own past. A sorrow that, though fleeting, did not escape Wei 77's notice. It was a tacit understanding forged over years of shared battles. Sensing that sorrow, Wei 77 stepped forward, raising her hand in an attempt to comfort him. Yet, Chun 1-000 turned his gaze towards the turbulent waves of the bay below, stating softly, "We have arrived. Let us descend." Wei 77 lowered her hand, sharing the profound sense of loneliness that resonated between them. However, she discerned nothing further. Simply standing alongside Shin 1-000 as they leaped from the airship. The clouds and mist enveloping them dissipated, revealing the city by the bay. Simultaneously, the metallic wings for gliding emerged from their backpacks. With the aid of these wings, they soared through the sky, observing the ground below. Now filled with rows of soldiers in formation, their gleaming weapons and shields reflecting the sunlight, thousands of armored Aphidu warriors standing ready. Behind the formation loomed colossal catapults and magical crystal cannons, each poised for action. A thunderous roar echoed from the distance, and turning to investigate, they witnessed a sudden explosion of flames erupting within the city, amidst which something was howling madly, its voice reaching the heavens. Even without words, they understood it to be Z3-5, consumed by boiling blood. Soldiers began to charge towards the source of the flames. Meanwhile, the massive catapults roared to life, launching gigantic transparent projectiles, huge blocks of ice, towards the fiery eruption. Atop the catapults, the magical crystal cannons fired pale blue beams, freezing everything in their path. The flames devoured buildings. The ice crushed skyscrapers, and the freezing temperatures immobilized passersby. For a moment, the city was filled with cries of despair, a scene of devastation. Chun. Wei 77 called out as they neared the ground. Chun 1-000 looked at her. Wei 77 continued, "If time were to rewind 500 years, back when things operated normally, we would be gliding over the fields and rivers of our homeland. Do you remember the waters of our hometown?" Chun 1-000 shook his head, responding, "Do not dwell on the past. I have been there. That river has long since dried up." Wei 77 replied softly, "I believe, with your potential. Had you been a mere wooden puppet, you would have mastered the holy blood long ago." Chun 1-000 looked mildly astonished, reflecting on both his present self and his former self. Before long, the scene before Qianxin shifted once more. His companion transformed from Wei 77 back to Ugly 309, who at that moment was wielding a massive hammer, fiercely striking amidst the ranks. Aphidu soldiers brandished their weapons, surrounding Ugly 309 like a pack of wolves. At that instant, Ugly 309 had lost track of time in battle, his body covered in blood and tattered rags. Faced with the simultaneous assault of dozens of Aphidu warriors, he found himself at the brink of exhaustion. Suddenly, a fiery meteor descended from the sky, crashing not far from Ugly 309, sending Aphidu soldiers soaring into the air. Scattering chaotically, waves of scorching heat enveloped the air, igniting the hair of the Aphidu soldiers as they clawed at their nearly melting faces, releasing anguished cries. Ugly 309 halted his hammer, standing at the edge of the flames, gazing into the Inferno. There emerged a colossal four-winged bird, its visage faintly reminiscent of Z3-5. Though now engulfed in flames, its talons curled. From its chest, a claw emerged, resembling a curved blade. Seizing a long spear from an Aphidu warrior and indiscriminately cleaving through foes, blood and molten metal splattering everywhere, the spear rapidly disintegrating. The Aphidu soldiers nearby were paralyzed with fear, desperately whistling to redirect the catapults, while the magical crystal cannons fired icy beams that swiftly encased the burning bird in ice. The catapults followed suit, launching massive ice blocks from above, intending to shatter the frozen creature. With a thunderous heartbeat reminiscent of drums, the flames erupted, consuming the icy form of the four-winged bird, transforming it into clouds of white smoke and steam. Within that steam, the four-winged bird spread its wings to catch the colossal ice block. The block, upon contact, melted away, cascading torrents of water that splashed onto its heated body, producing a hissing sound as steam and smoke billowed upward like a mushroom cloud. The catapults emitted a grating sound before collapsing. The magical crystal cannons, still operational, unleashed beams that struck fleeing soldiers, instantly freezing them into terrified ice sculptures. Qianxun and Ugly 309 bore witness to this horrifying spectacle. This was the true battlefield, and this was merely the beginning. For the soldiers unable to control the boiling blood were not limited to Z3-5 alone. In every corner of this Bay City, numerous soldiers were consumed by their own uncontrollable powers, transforming into towering monsters, their blazing beaks shrieking in unison. The cacophony merged into an invisible wave that permeated the battlefield, resonating in the ears of the remaining conscious soldiers, causing their hearts to race and their blood to boil. Among them was Ugly 309. He pressed his hands against his ears, stumbling backward, though it proved futile. The sound pierced through his eardrums, reaching deep into his heart, urging him to ignite in flames as well. Qian Shun and Ugly 309 shared an unspoken bond, both acutely aware of his current turmoil. Such confusion was familiar to him, having experienced it countless times before. In the midst of that intangible wave, Ugly 309 staggered away, seeking refuge in a spot slightly removed from the chaos. Leaning against a wall as he gasped for breath, muttering to himself, "No, no, I cannot become a monster. If I do, it will be the end, the end." He lifted his gaze, witnessing the devastation wrought by the burning Z3-5 within the city. Was it still Z3-5? Perhaps it could no longer be called such, for it had entirely lost its self-awareness, reduced to an unrelenting blaze. The avian monstrosity relentlessly tumbled and soared, at times ascending to great heights, only to plummet heavily, leaving the city in ruins. Ugly 309, in despair, shut his eyes and muttered in fear, "Kill me. Who will come to kill me?" The howling wind carried his plea far away. Yet, when he opened his eyes once more, the scenery around him had inexplicably transformed. The burning houses remained ablaze. The rolling beast continued its chaotic dance. The anguished screams of the crowd persisted, and the soldiers fought on. However, they appeared to be flattened, morphing into abstract artworks, their lines possessing a chalky texture, constantly swaying and almost seeming cute. Silence enveloped the scene. Ugly 309 could not comprehend the cause of this transformation until he glimpsed shadowy figures dancing through the sky. These silhouettes glided gracefully, akin to ethereal sprites. Confused, 309 watched them. One figure descended to the ground, a middle-aged man with golden hair, clad in pure white, adorned with a floral crown, exuding strength with not an ounce of excess flesh. He was strikingly handsome, yet he too lacked a tangible form, existing only as a body composed of chalk-like lines, quivering gently in the air. Several more figures landed, each possessing an almost perfect physique. Yet all were mere constructs of chalky lines. What was the purpose of the reason of the empire of you? Why dispatch so many soldiers? One voice questioned. Another exclaimed, "Madness. These people have gone insane. The empire of you has lost its mind. What shall we do, tyrant?" Someone inquired of the golden-haired man. So it was the tyrant Amandi. Ugly 309 suddenly realized he had heard of this tyrant before, yet he never imagined this figure would appear so utterly unreal, like a being summoned from a canvas. It seemed necessary to soothe these monsters with cold, clear waters. Amandi declared. Immediately, a longbow was presented, entirely crafted from cascading waters. Upon receiving the bow, Amandi transcended his flat existence, transforming into a tangible being, a frail, wrinkled, and unattractive old man. He stood firm, drawing the bowstring as the flowing waters formed a sharp arrow in his grasp. With a swift whoosh, both bow and arrow vanished, replaced by a piercing water arrow that shot forth with blinding speed, penetrating the monster of sub-3-5. The water arrow lodged itself within the creature, emitting a pronounced hissing sound. Sub-3-5 clutched the arrow embedded in its chest, staggering backward, howling in agony as its form diminished. Ultimately, it shrank to the size of an ordinary human, albeit when entirely drenched in blood, its surface teeming with roiling, boiling vitae. As Sub-3-5 transformed from a burning beast into human form, a glimmer of hope flickered within 309. It appeared that Sub-3-5 had not perished. Could the tyrant of Iphiad possess a means to combat the boiling blood? Yet, this hope was fleeting. A thunderous screech echoed as another flaming monstrosity soared from the distance, gliding and shrieking. Its cries stirred the boiling blood upon Sub-3-5's surface, which, as if alive, danced wildly and elongated toward the skybound creature, ultimately merging into one. The two streams of blood formed a bridge in the heavens, and at the moment of their union, Sub-3-5's remnants were lifted, carried by the blood to land upon the rampaging beast, their essences intertwining to forge a new monstrosity, larger, hotter, and more frenzied than before. This beast, having missed its target, erupted into an even more furious howl. Its roar sent shockwaves through the surroundings, causing even the flat canvas to tremble. With each roar, the heartbeat grew exponentially, penetrating the abstract realm and resonating deep within 309's soul. He felt his own body begin to uncontrollably split apart. Vivid crimson blood gradually transformed to a fiery orange, then to a luminous yellow, the temperature soaring higher and higher. In this moment, 309 could no longer restrain himself. He cried out in terror, "Kill me. Please, kill me." The tyrant Amandi recoiled. "No, no, no. I require a living specimen to study the boiling blood. To kill you would be too merciful. Kill me." "Is this not your city?" 309 pleaded in desperation. "I am merely a tyrant," Amandi replied calmly. "Obidus will compensate Ifeadu." As he retreated, tyrant Amandi vanished without a trace. And the abstract canvas dissipated like a fleeting dream, reality reasserting itself. The earth-shattering roar reverberated through the skies as the beast, now fused with sub-3-5 and other soldiers, approached menacingly. 309, gazing at the searing creature beside him, closed his eyes in despair, bracing for endless torment. Yet, at that moment, a swift whoosh. A dagger pierced through the air, plunging directly into the heart of the soon-to-be monster. 309. He opened his eyes, witnessing the hilt embedded in his body, then glanced at the indistinct figure in the distance, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Captain." With that, his body ceased its transformation and collapsed to the ground. Nevertheless, his blood did not lose its vitality. It gushed forth from within him, splitting into two streams, one racing toward the roaring giant, the other spiraling toward his slayer. 57. Cruel Memories 6. The spirit-evoking powder continued to burn fiercely, a colossal mental force casting him out once more, whether he wished it or not. The canvas unfurled before Qian Chen anew. This time, he found himself reattached to the perspective of C-08. Mid-battle, C-08 was besieged by Ifeada's soldiers, his body riddled with wounds. The blood from his injuries was drawn by an inexplicable force, stretching into slender red threads across his surface. C-08 appeared calm, wielding a long sword, firmly rooted to the ground. Yet Qian Chen, sharing his consciousness, understood that the pressure upon his heart exceeded even that of 309. The monster's birth from the boiling blood did not cease. After 309 seconds, blood flowed into one of the beasts. It grew larger and more deranged. Waves of violent energy surged across the battlefield, lifting debris and stones into the air, some even melting into magma. Such fusion transpired in every corner of Sanyang Bay, where frenzied creatures roared and clashed. The Ifeadu soldiers, once gathered, had either perished or fled, and with the loss of their stronghold, the entire city of Sanyang Bay lay exposed to the onslaught of the fiery monstrosities. It had become a veritable hellscape, engulfed in roaring infernos. Faced with this overwhelming sea of flames, C-08 murmured, "Is this what you desired? What is it that you truly seek?" He shook his head with a rueful smile. "What am I thinking? It is simple, is it not? In the absence of divinity, you become the sole, true deity." After speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out a stream of fresh blood, the omnipresent resonance bringing him to the brink of his limits. He realized that he could not hold on much longer. Yet, before he could fully assess his condition, a blood arrow streaked towards him from a distance, striking a figure beside him with lightning speed. With a sharp gaze, he cried out, "Captain." The person struck by the blood arrow was none other than Chen 1-000, who had been elevated atop a decaying building, now brought down to the ruins below. He stumbled through the debris, rushing to Chen 1-000's side, discarding his sword, intent on offering support. "Captain," he called out anxiously, recalling the moment Chen 1-000 had thrown that knife. The captain had acted decisively, leading him to speculate whether the captain had already resolved to take such an action. Chen 1-000, gripping his sword, slowly rose from the ground, supporting him from behind. He attempted to help him stand, only to discover a gaping wound on his back, a narrow fissure from which blood writhed like boiling magma. Upon seeing the injury, he murmured, "Captain, you should not have done this. By killing 309, his burden will follow you, even if it lightens your load. But you—" "Enough," Chen 1-000 said calmly, placing his hand on his shoulder. "I am sorry for not taking better care of you all." "Captain, that's not true." He shook his head, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at the wound on Chen 1-000's back. "Though you may not speak much, I know you care for us more than anyone else." Chen 1-000 remained expressionless, gazing at him, tightening his grip on the sword. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Don't overthink it. Focus on your own task," he advised. His usual cold demeanor served as a calming balm, gradually bringing him back to his senses. He nodded, straightened his tattered clothing, and said, "Help me mitigate the damage, Captain." As soon as he spoke, Chen 1-000 stepped forward. The sharp sword pierced through him, staining the blade a deep crimson. Blood erupted from his mouth as he clung to the captain's shoulder. The blood split into two streams, one surged towards the distant, monstrous amalgamation, while the other dripped from his chin onto Chun 1-000's back, seeping into the wound inflicted by 309's bloodlight, which continued to expand. The searing heat tearing through his clothes. Chun 1-000 remained impassive. He leaned against Chun 1-000's shoulder, gazing at the remnants of shattered walls and the blazing buildings. Watching the enormous, roaring golden crow, and finally observing the widening wound on the captain's back, an immense weight settled heavily upon his heart. In those fleeting moments, he tightened his fingers and whispered, "You've endured so much, Captain. This parting, when we meet again, who knows how many millennia it will take." The torrent of blood dragged him away like a tether, pulling him from Chun 1-000's embrace towards the colossal golden crow in the distance. And in the blink of an eye, flames consumed his vision. It also engulfed Chun 1-000's sight. The weight bore down upon him, rendering him nearly breathless. Yet, the spiritual connection persisted indifferently. Soon, he beheld another scene. This time, the figure he was attached to stood amidst the ruins. The monstrous beings formed from the boiling blood had completely melded into a towering golden crow, aimlessly prowling through the city. The immense energy and chaotic magnetic field struck the retina of Wei 77, rendering the colors before her vibrant yet perilous. Feeling her heart racing, she heard frantic voices calling out, "Kill me. The soldiers of Ifidu have run out." They never intended to heed Senyang Bei. "Captain, we are losing control. What should we do? Someone, kill me." Amidst the cries, some knelt, weeping, "Captain, I can no longer bear this. The holy blood is burning me alive. Let me fight. But I do not want to fight without understanding. I do not wish to create senseless atrocities." "Captain." These were a few soldiers who had yet to transform into monsters, but it was evident they could not hold out much longer, including Wei 77 herself. Would they ever meet again? Time changes all. They might forget each other entirely upon their next encounter. Not far away, the wandering golden crow halted. Due to the excessive heat, it collapsed the ground beneath it, submerging itself in boiling magma. The endless sea surged into the molten pool, creating massive clouds of steam. The recently liquefied magma instantly solidified into obsidian, binding the golden crow's feet, causing it to howl even more frantically. Chin 1-000 gazed at the frenzied golden crow in the distance and remarked, "The resonance of holy blood possesses a frequency. If we synchronize, none of us will escape." "Captain, how did we end up in this predicament? How many years has it been? Have we ever been this mad? Captain, what is the meaning of this?" After a moment of silence, Chin 1-000 replied, "Rationality without divinity. Eliminate wild sacrifices." The soldiers were taken aback, and then began to curse in despair. "You have betrayed us." They cried, "We gathered around you because you were once the most trusted subordinate of the Tao. Yet now you speak the mantras of rationality. This is blatant betrayal." Swish, swish. 2 swift strikes. The 2 soldiers pointing accusingly at him widened their eyes, slowly kneeling as the blades pierced through their chests, their eyes losing their luster. After listening to his words, the remaining soldiers' expressions fluctuated, but ultimately, the distant crow's roar jolted them back to reality. One soldier knelt before Chun 1-000, saying, "Kill me." "Captain." Chun 1-000 remained silent, his face cold, and with a single strike, he ended the soldier's life. Without pausing, he moved on, dispatching one after another. With each life taken, the golden crow burned even more fiercely, and with each act of violence, the scar on his back expanded further. Wei 77 could no longer bear to witness the unfolding tragedy. She drew her sword and aimed it at her own heart. However, the blade was deflected before it could pierce her, landing far away in the ruins, embedded in the ground. Chin 1-000 stood before Wei 77, wielding a sword nearly drenched in blood. In that moment, both he and Wei 77 shared an unspoken understanding, the profound sorrow rendering him unwilling to witness further. He already foresaw the impending events, yet the spiritual connection continued. Wei 77 coldly stated, "Do not stop me. I will not witness my own transformation into a monster." The melting tree does not favor suicide, nor does the Tao. Chin 1-000 replied gently. Wei 77 could no longer endure. Her agitation reached a peak. "You won't let me end it myself. But these burdens will drag you down. Do you not understand? After I leave, who will share the weight with you?" Chun 1-000 shook his head and asked, 77. Do you have any last wishes? At this moment, no other soldiers remained around them. His tone was no longer indifferent, but rather soft, like a gentle stream, evoking memories of her homeland's fields and rivers. Overwhelmed, her tears flowed like a breached dam. As Chun 1-000 turned away and then back again, his expression had returned to its icy hardness. He spoke. There isn't much time left, Wei 77. I feel. This blood is igniting my thoughts. Wei 77 rubbed her eyes, feeling aggrieved, and said, Can you hold me? I am no longer your comrade. Chun 1-000 appeared momentarily stunned, yet he stepped forward to embrace Wei 77. In the blazing inferno, Wei 77 clung tightly to Chun 1-000, as if wishing to meld him into her being. However, the fleeting spark of emotion was like a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving only a profound silence in its wake. In a moment of daze, Qianqian sensed a thread of tranquility. It was the sentiment once held by Wei 77, a tranquility that reminded him of the dilapidated church on Dada Island. Only you can find the path, Wei 77 murmured in Chun 1-000's embrace. You must find it. Chun 1-000 shook his head, gazing at the fiery sky, closed his eyes, and thrust a sword into Wei 77's chest. The sharp pain in her heart transitioned from clarity to obscurity as Wei 77's consciousness slowly faded, yet the profound sorrow and reluctance of her spirit remained unblurred. She looked up, unwilling to part from the boy's blood-stained, shadowy face, as she gradually slipped away from Qianqian. The torrent of blood surged like a rope, dragging her toward the colossal golden crow. Rising from the tumultuous sea was a monstrous creature formed from the flesh and blood of countless soldiers, towering over 100 meters. Countless limbs connected its body, its surface boiling with flames as intense as the sun, with flares erupting incessantly, turning the ground into lava and the seawater into steam. The suffocating scent of sulfur almost overwhelming. In the final moment, she saw Chun 1-000 alone in this extreme realm of fire and water, slowly kneeling down. Amid the boiling seawater and steam, the chaotic blood within him surged as the memories of the past were gradually consumed by the chaotic flames of countless souls. In the mist, the deranged golden crow howled throughout the night. A tremendous energy stirred a fierce wind that howled past him. The memories of countless individuals surged through his mind, leaving him unable to recall who he was. C. 309-77. He gazed at his palm, momentarily seeing a blinding red. It was the blood of his former comrades. He had personally sent his teammates into the molten tree. Who would send him there in return? Now, aware of his past, could he still see the molten tree? No complaints, no anger, not even an expression. How should the future unfold? He no longer knew. Cracks began to creep into his soul, rising to his body. The blood of his companions, mingling with his own, silently blossomed across his back. He slowly turned his head away, unwilling to gaze at the mist outside the airship or to hear the golden crow's deranged screams. E9-6 crouched beside him and asked, Do you remember now? Qianqian looked into E9-6's eyes, shook his head, and replied, Only a little, not much. Upon hearing this, Qianqian still shook his head, saying, Let it go. I will no longer work for reason. E9-6 was momentarily taken aback, but did not grow angry. He merely opened his mouth slightly and inquired, Do you even understand what you're saying? Qianqian nodded, I understand. I will not work for reason. If you are dissatisfied, you may kill me directly. E9-6 stood up, staring directly at Qianqian, silent and seemingly deep in thought. Just then, the hatch beneath the airship was flung open with a loud bang. A figure with long, white hair, Mao 2-7, emerged with a pale countenance, striding toward Qianqian with a flicker of fierce light in his eyes. He raised his hand, glowing with intense orange flames, aimed straight at Qianqian's heart. No, E9-6 intercepted, grasping his brother's hand. His karma is too heavy. Do not engage with him lightly. Nor should you consider killing him. Such matters should be left to the higher-ups. Hearing E9-6 words, Mao 2-7 scoffed, Huh? What karma, what tree? I have roamed the old continent for years and have never seen what the molten tree looks like. Seeing is believing. Brother, you are too conservative. I only trust logic and reason. E9-6 did not argue with Mao 2-7. He simply looked at Qianqian and earnestly said, 1-000, you still hold value in battle. I have seen you defeat the Flood God High Priest. You still have hope of controlling the Holy Blood. Do not give up your life so easily. Qianqian, expressionless, asked, What if I cannot control the Holy Blood? What if I cannot defeat the flood god high priest? Mao 2-7 scoffed derisively. Do you even need to ask such foolish questions? If that were the case, you would have long since perished in the thorny land or the underground lake district. It would not be your turn to ask such questions now. Enough. E9-6 shouted vehemently, forcing the incessant Mao 2-7 to silence. He admonished, if you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. Mao 2-7 wore a disdainful smile, looking down from a lofty height at Qianshun and E9-6. Objectively speaking, brother, you are truly too indecisive. This is not good, he remarked. E9-6 stepped forward, perhaps to give E9-6 some face, or perhaps recalling those slaps. Mao 2-7 finally fell silent, releasing Qianshun and stepping aside. Yet Qianshun's expression gradually calmed, and he no longer looked at the two brothers. He was momentarily taken aback, recalling the night when the high priest pulled him up by the seaside. That night, he distinctly saw the silhouette of the molten tree. His calm voice caused Mao 2-7's expression to change dramatically. On his pale face, veins bulged, and his white hair ignited into flames, burning fiercely behind Mao 2-7's head. I will kill you, he stated plainly. Subsequently, he pushed past E9-6 and rushed toward Qianshun without hesitation. However, at that moment, the airship suddenly jolted. Accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air, a massive black arrow, nearly 10 meters long, shot toward them, embedding itself into the deck with a thunderous crash, creating a deep pit, which splintered as the impact threw the three standing on the deck into disarray. Once the airship stabilized slightly, they looked up to see the enormous iron arrow embedded halfway into the deck, slowly turning away. In the howling winds of the mist, nothing was visible, yet a sense of crisis pervaded the air. Suddenly, another violent sound pierced through the mist, and a black arrow appeared out of nowhere, plunging straight down onto the deck. With a resounding crash, the airship was breached again, tilting sharply to the other side. Within the mist, a strange airship with a chalky texture gradually materialized, appearing cartoonish and out of place in the brutal scene, resembling a child's drawing. Yet Mao 2-7 no longer cared about Qianshun. He called out loudly to E9-6. Brother, we are under attack. E9-6 sprang to his feet, rushing to the helm of the airship, gripping the wheel and turning it rapidly. Though each of them possessed fervent spirits, the vast and desolate sea lay beneath the airship. Should the vessel sustain damage and plunge into the abyss, their formidable abilities would be of no avail. In the distance, veiled by mist, a chalk-like airship bore witness to a robust middle-aged man, equally constructed of chalk, who lowered his binoculars and inquired of a green-eyed companion. Pray tell, is it true that emissaries of the U Empire have abducted individuals from the Thorn Academy? Indeed, replied Yvette, casting her gaze downwards with a hint of melancholy. Much like the usurper Amandi, Yvette was adorned in lines reminiscent of chalk, devoid of tangible texture. Before Yvette, the scene unfolded in abstract swirling lines, with smoky tendrils and flickering flames below, reminiscent of a child's clumsy artistry. Remarkable, truly remarkable. You have found them, Lord Shao. Once Muse regains her strength, I shall assist you in resurrecting the sacred tree of Nesma, solidifying the boundary's seal, Amandi commended. Yvette smiled faintly. I hope you adhere to your word. Amandi waved dismissively, however. If I were to show mercy to the U Empire's emissaries for the sake of a survivor from the Thorn Lands, I would surely be deemed insane. Yvette paused. Taken aback, Amandi turned to his subordinates, declaring, everyone, launch a full-scale assault. Ensure these individuals are captured amidst the fog. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison as they hastened to the airship's edge, where a blue chalk-like crossbow awaited, accompanied by a diminutive figure wielding a pencil. The figure sketched arrows upon the empty deck with chalk. The soldiers approached the crossbow, attaching the drawn arrows and diligently tightening the bowstring. Several other crossbows accompanied their efforts. While beyond the airship, other vessels pursued the fleeing craft from various angles. Atop the airship, the banner of the usurper fluttered fiercely. Observing the arrows poised on the crossbow, Yvette's expression turned grave as she remarked, I feel somewhat unwell. I shall take a moment to rest. Go ahead, Amandi replied nonchalantly. Yvette approached a sketch artist, bending down to request, excuse me, could you draw me a pair of wind goggles? The artist nodded, clumsily crafting a pair of goggles in the air before handing them to Yvette, inquiring, are you satisfied? Yvette nodded, taking the goggles to the rear of the airship. There. She retrieved a deflated balloon from her pocket and blew into it until it expanded, revealing a small dragonfly-shaped toy within. Subsequently, She drew her short blade and pierced the balloon. With a loud pop, the balloon burst, releasing the dragonfly that swiftly inflated to a towering height. Flapping its wings in the air, the deep blue chalk crossbow bolts were released, and upon reaching a certain distance, they seemed to emerge from an invisible bubble, transforming Yvette's chalk figure into a solid form. The bolts morphed into heavy iron arrows, hurtling towards the airship, now riddled with arrows. As the fierce wind whipped against her, Yvette adjusted her wind goggles and rode the dragonfly balloon towards the battered airship. Amidst the cacophony of piercing sounds from behind, enormous iron arrows rained down upon the airship carrying Qianshun, perforating its structure and destabilizing it, causing it to sway perilously downward. Beneath the steam and mist, the sea roared with tumult. Qianshun clung tightly to the railing, striving to avoid the abyss, but the chaotic resonance from the golden crow left him with little strength, and he was soon thrown off the railing. At that moment, E9-6, stationed at the helm below, saw Qianshun fall and swiftly relinquished his grip to grasp the chain on Qianshun's arm. The airship plummeted rapidly, drawing closer to the relentless sea. Mao 2-7 could no longer contain himself. He tore his garments and stood on the slanted deck, emitting a piercing shriek. This cry melded with the roar of the golden crow, and his form rapidly ascended, transforming into a slender creature with blazing wings. He leaped from the high point of the airship to intercept a descending black arrow, deftly landing upon it and vanishing into the fog. Mao 2-7, E9-6 shouted from below. The airship, unable to bear the weight, fragmented under the onslaught of arrows and the tremendous force of Mao 2-7's leap. Recognizing the futility of remaining aboard, E9-6 promptly thrust his foot against the floor and swung Qianshun around by the chain on his arm. Qianshun felt an overwhelming force emanate from the chain, propelling him into the air as he spun like a ball, shattering countless wooden planks in his wake. Then, with a sudden release, E9-6 flung Qianshun outward. Following closely, he shattered the remnants of the airship, hurtling into the fog. Qianshun soared through the mist. Mere inches above the tumultuous sea, where steam ascended from the boiling waters, allowing him glimpses of the coastline's remnants. A colossal wave surged forth, crashing down upon him and submerging him beneath the water, tossing him like a stone skipping across the surface. Eventually, he sank into the scalding depths, struggling to reach the shore while gritting his teeth against the frantic pounding of his heart. As fragments of his memory returned, he yearned to see Kylia, to reunite with the Archbishop. With a violent roar, he raised his gaze to the sky, where a fiery streak like a meteor blazed, revealing Mao 2-7 and a massive figure. They crashed into the ruins of Sanyang Bay, sending plumes of dust into the air. From within the debris, the towering Mao 2-7 lifted his head, enshrouded in flames, his features obscured, with fierce yellow holes for eyes. Pressed beneath him was a cyclopean giant clad in iron armor, towering nearly 5 meters, its muscular form straining against the weight of a shield attempting to crush Mao 2-7. Such lofty ideals, mere folly, mere servants of filthy desires. Mao 2-7 grunted as he struggled beneath the shield, gradually rising. With muscles taut like heated wire, he extended a hand, scorching claws piercing through the shield to seize the giant's neck. The giant writhed in agony, but Mao 2-7 tightened his grip, his other hand wrapping around the giant's waist, channeling his strength to hoist the colossal figure into the air. Just a pack of filthy, desire-driven slaves. With a resounding clash of metal, the cyclopean giant was torn asunder by Mao 2-7. Freed from oppression, flames shot skyward like a blade, while blood rained down like a tempest, evaporating before it could touch Mao 2-7. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, the entity known as Mao 2-7 bellowed, "Amandi, do not hide within the illusory realms. Face me, coward." If mere illusions could alter reality, who would ever heed the coarse existence of this world? Let the grotesque beasts engage in a savage struggle with creations as hideous as themselves within this mire. Accompanied by the tyrant's booming voice, countless phantasmal figures, reminiscent of chalk, drifted down from the heavens. Yet, beyond a certain threshold, these spectral images transformed into tangible monsters, a white dragon exhaling crystalline frost, a colossal beast spanning 8 meters, 6-winged fiends, and even hundreds of robust centaurs wielding deadly axes. One by one, these abominations descended into the seething waters, disturbing the boiling sea with their thunderous roars, charging en masse toward the ruins where Mao 2-7 stood. Even a flickering candle dares to challenge the brilliance of the sun. Mao 2-7 proclaimed, leaping high and landing upon the sand, boldly confronting the horde of monsters. The ferocious creatures surged past Qianshun, their trampling creating sprays of water that obscured his vision, causing the ground to tremble beneath their weight. In the wake of a shooting star, a horned giant was pierced through the chest, its body wildly thrashing before crashing into the ocean. It was E9-6, ablaze as he descended upon the giant's carcass, raising his fist against a centaur, brandishing a massive axe, obliterating the creature's head with a single blow. Though he lacked the madness of Mao 2-7, no monster could withstand more than 2 strikes from him. Soon, the two would reunite in battle, standing back to back amidst the chaos. Their presence captivated the attention of all monsters, as well as that of the tyrant hovering above. More creatures plummeted from the sky, encircling the two brothers. At that moment, Qianshun assessed the battlefield. The brothers were overwhelmed, their control waning. Even surrounded by a sea of grotesqueries, Mao 2-7 swiftly spotted Qianshun's retreat, exclaiming, "Brother, he is escaping." With that, a conflagration erupted, incinerating the monsters encroaching upon him, reducing them to blackened bones in the searing blaze. With wings that dripped molten lava unfurling behind him, he summoned a scorching gale and sprinted toward Qianshun. However, E9-6 seized him without hesitation, declaring, "You hold them off. I shall pursue." Thunderous roars echoed as 6-winged fiends emerged around them, raising their curved blades high. Mao 2-7 kicked one fiend's arm away and urged E9-6, "Hurry and finish it." E9-6 ceased his words, leaping high to strike the fiend's jaw, crushing its head beneath his knee and propelling himself forward like a cannonball. "Listen to me." Qianshun pressed a hand to his heart, striving to calm the tumultuous blood within. "Listen to me." He gritted through clenched teeth, yearning to control that energy, if only to prevent further chaos. Thumping loudly, his pleas bore no fruit. The maddened golden crow loomed nearby, its resonance nearly immobilizing him. Gritting his teeth, he bowed his head, clutching his heart tightly, enduring the turmoil for a while longer. At last, the erratic beating of his heart began to stabilize. Qianshun resumed his frantic escape, zigzagging toward the massive creatures, hoping they would obstruct the pursuit of his assailants. The strategy appeared to yield results, as the pursuing apostle was momentarily halted by the monsters summoned by the tyrant, allowing Qianshun to ascend the beach, gritting his teeth as he pressed on against the ruins, fleeing from the deranged golden crow. Throughout his flight, the shapes of the ruins continually aligned with the memories of his fallen comrades, inflicting a profound ache within Qianshun's heart. He forced himself to look down, focusing on the ground beneath his feet, striving to suppress the resurfacing memories. This time, he managed to cover over 1,000 meters, gradually navigating through the remnants of destruction. As the shrieks of the deranged golden crow diminished, the erratic rhythm of his heart began to normalize. "Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me," he repeated, as if his words held some weight. With his strength returning, his pace quickened, rendering the escape a more attainable goal. Yet, just as he reached the outskirts of Sanyang Bay, a shadowy figure emerged silently from the ruined walls. It was E9-6, his body half drenched in desiccated blood, his short hair ablaze. His eyes radiated a golden light, and the tattoo of a 3-legged bird glimmered ominously on his shoulder. He held a charred fiend's head, and upon spotting Qianshun, he exhaled a plume of sulphurous steam, discarding the scorched head at Qianshun's feet, where it crumbled to ashes. Qianshun, tense at the presence of E9-6, recognized him as an immensely powerful adversary. He raised his arm, the chains clanking ominously. Yet, in response to Qianshun's caution, E9-6 remained unfazed, stating, "You must leave. I will not impede you." Qianshun faltered, realizing that the directive from Li was merely to restore his memories and reinstate him to serve the Empire, not to eliminate him. Furthermore, they had a mission to thwart rogue rituals and could not afford to expend unnecessary resources on him. With a casual wave, E9-6 tossed a golden object toward Qianshun. Instinctively, Qianshun reached out and caught it. Upon inspection, he found it to be a seed, a golden seed. While familiar, its purpose eluded him. As E9-6 spoke, the ground trembled beneath them. Within the steam and mist, a towering giant, nearly 10 meters tall, emerged, following in E9-6 wake and raising a massive bone club. The giant's shadow obscured Qianshun's vision, prompting him to grasp the seed tightly and flee. In that fleeting moment, he heard E9-6 whispered words. "Remember, no matter the time or place, you are a soldier of the Empire." In the vast expanse above, The explosive aftermath of battle briefly dispersed the fog of a sea of despair. Amandi, the tyrant of Ifidu, stood upon an ethereal airship. Peering through a telescope at the battlefield below, monsters surged into the fray, only to be incinerated by fierce flames, their yellow forms synchronizing with the deranged giant golden crow that lay in the sea. The brilliant flare erupting from the giant's body soared toward Mao 2-7, intensifying the flames surrounding him. He lifted his head, arms outstretched, embracing the scorching air, laughing heartily as he danced through the sky. In his wake, countless monsters were reduced to ash, their speed exceeding even that of Ifidu's artistic creations. Amandi lowered his telescope, his expression growing grave. Finally, he discarded the instrument and strode purposefully toward a nearby artist, seizing him and casting him aside. Then, he grasped the artist's brush and began to paint in the void, wielding the labyrinth as he cast it down toward Senyang Bay. The labyrinth, accompanied by the rising fury of the tempest, ultimately transformed into colossal stones after surpassing a certain critical point, crashing thunderously to the ground and utterly obliterating the ruins of Senyang Bay. Furthermore, these stones, drawn together by some unseen fate, began to accumulate and coalesce, eventually forming towering walls that stretched from the land to the coast, reaching heights of over 100 meters. Imposing and magnificent. At the very heart of the maze lay the deranged golden crow. Surrounding the labyrinth, monstrous creatures and two brothers were engaged in a frenzied battle. Having completed this, the usurper Amandi tossed his pin to the artists and commanded them to maintain the labyrinth, ensuring that the two apostles of the Yu Empire did not escape. The artists nodded in agreement. After leaving an airship hovering over Senyang Bay, Amandi and the other airships flew back towards the inner court of Ifidu. Below, the laughing Mao 2-7 collided head-on with a massive stone wall. As he gazed at the seemingly endless barrier, his laughter gradually faded. The wall severed his connection with the other monsters and obscured his vision. He attempted to scale the top of the stone wall to discern what he had encountered, but was immediately confronted by several giants that blocked his path. Feeling uneasy, Mao 2-7 called out loudly, "Brother, where are you?" E9-6, 2, witnessed the rising labyrinth, finding himself on the middle tier, where the towering walls obstructed his view. He faintly heard his brother's cries, and, standing atop the giant he was grappling with, forced the creature to charge into the high wall. Amidst the shifting walls, Mao 2-7's voice soon vanished into silence. In the more peripheral areas of the labyrinth, the fleeing Qianshen also unexpectedly ran into an unknown high wall, which astonished him. At this moment, he had partially regained his memories, especially those pertaining to Senyang Bay, and he could not recall ever seeing such a towering wall there before. Given the wall's immense height, Qianshen did not consider climbing over it. Instead, he moved along its base and soon spotted an opening. Entering the gap, he hoped to escape, but after only a few steps into the mist, he collided with yet another high wall. This forced him to halt and contemplate the situation. Before he could think for long, heavy footsteps and the sound of a strange, guttural roar echoed from the fog. Looking up, he saw a robust centaur emerging from the maze, wielding a massive axe and aimlessly hacking at the surroundings. Suddenly, upon spotting Qianshen, the centaur disregarded everything else and charged at him, intent on delivering a fatal blow. After distancing himself from the golden crow, Qianshen's heartbeat steadied, and his strength gradually returned. As the centaur approached with its axe raised, he quickly bent down, letting the weapon strike the wall instead. Subsequently, he swung his chain, striking the centaur's knee, causing it to cry out in pain and kneel. Seizing the opportunity, Qianshen leapt up to wrest the axe from the centaur's grasp, hoping to use the weapon against it. However, he soon realized he had overestimated his physical recovery. The axe was firmly held by the centaur, and his attempts to wrest it away only served to agitate the creature further. Once on its feet, the muscular centaur swung its axe, hurling Qianshen through the air for several meters. Fortunately, Qianshen retained some control, curling his knees to his chest and rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact. Upon rising, he heard a cacophony of footsteps in all directions, indicating that more than one centaur was present, and other monsters lurked within the fog-shrouded walls. Not daring to linger, Qianshen darted aimlessly along the towering walls. Yet, despite maneuvering around one high wall after another, he found no means of escape. Occasionally, he glimpsed bizarre, enormous monsters within the walls, creatures engaged in combat with Mao 2-7 and E9-6. Aware that he was not a match for them, Qianshen could only hide and evade. Just as he was taking cover, the sound of wings flapping resonated from above. Looking up, He was startled to see a giant dragonfly slicing through the mist, its transparent wings flapping as it flew toward him. Having encountered numerous monsters, Qianchen instinctively changed direction to escape. However, after just a few steps, he heard a familiar voice emanating from the dragonfly. "Hey, why are you running? Do you think you can escape by just running?" Upon hearing that voice, Qianchen felt a surge of warmth. He turned to see a black and white-haired figure with green eyes riding atop the giant dragonfly, none other than Yvette, who had somehow found him. "It's you," Qianchen exclaimed in surprise. "It's me," Yvette replied with annoyance. "You should be grateful. I personally came to rescue you. No amount of gold could repay me." Qianchen stood there, momentarily dumbfounded by Yvette's words and forgetting to move. "Why are you just standing there?" Yvette pointed to another seat on the dragonfly's back. "Are you addicted to lingering in Sanyang Bay?" Immediately, Qianchen grasped the seat on the dragonfly. Thus, the creature flapped its wings and soared into the sky. As they ascended, Qianchen finally beheld the entirety of Sanyang Bay, now transformed into an immense labyrinth, filled with towering walls that seemed to shift like living entities, changing positions on the ground. However, this fleeting glimpse was short-lived, as mist and vapor soon obscured the view. At high altitude, Yvette retrieved a rope with hooks from beneath the dragonfly's wings and swung it several times before casting it into the distance. The rope tightened abruptly after vanishing into the mist, pulling the dragonfly upward swiftly. As they crossed a certain threshold, Qianchen suddenly noticed that his hands had transformed. Along with his clothing, Yvette in front of him, and even the air around them, all morphing into strange, linear drawings with a chalk-like texture. "What is this?" Qianchen inquired, observing his distorted hands while perched upon the dragonfly's back. Yvette, astonished, gazed at Qianchen and replied, "It's impressive that you asked. This is the most renowned sorcery of Aphidu, the Muse domain. Once you enter this realm, all harm from the real world will be avoided. Legends say even the undead can find manifestation and solace here. However, like in the real world, it cannot prevent self-inflicted harm. If you set fire here, the airship will still burn." After a pause, Yvette chuckled and added, "But I advise against it. The usurper Amandi is quite fearsome." With Yvette's words, the dragonfly balloon vehicle was dragged away from the airspace of Sanyang Bay. At this moment, Qianchen realized that the dragonfly was being towed by a slender rope beneath an equally abstract airship. This was the very airship that had previously shot black arrows at Mao 2-7 and In 9-6, its top adorned with a flag displaying the golden-haired visage of usurper Amandi. Fluttering in the air, looking out from this domain, the entire sky, the boundless sea, and the mainland of the Fagar Islands appeared as a uniform abstract painting. Qianchen observed this spectacle in astonishment. During his last visit to Sanyang Bay, he had not encountered the usurper in person, only 309 had. Now, seeing it again, he realized the formidable power of Aphidu. It seemed that In 9-6 and Mao 2-7 would not find it easy to escape. "I told you. Aphidu is not like other small city-states. Causing trouble here is akin to courting disaster." Yet those two did not believe me. Now they find themselves trapped by the usurper. It seems that my earlier words have come to fruition. Yvette could not help but shake her head with smug satisfaction, remarking, "That long-haired lad was once so arrogant. Now, he surely cannot remain so. If he were to be confined for a year or more, even a deity would be suffocated by the stagnation." Qianchen remained silent. His taciturnity only heightened Yvette's delight as she continued, "You should be grateful to me. Had it not been for my intervention, you might have perished in that labyrinth today. You owe me a favor, so do remember it." After a brief silence, Qianchen inquired, "Why did you come to save me?" Yvette replied, My survival is of little consequence to you, is it not?" What if the contract stipulated my death?" Qianchen pressed further. Yvette was taken aback, evidently surprised that this reticent individual could articulate more than 3 phrases. She turned to face Qianchen, and after a moment's contemplation, she grinned. "If that were the case, you would likely have already met the Tree of Melting." As the dragonfly carriage landed on the bustling streets of Aphidu's inner court, the sky's chalk-like airships vanished into the highest blossoms. Upon disembarking, Qianchen promptly instructed Yvette, "Take me to see the Archbishop." Yvette, displeased by Qianchen's directness, crossed her arms and scoffed, "Is this how you beseech someone for assistance? I am not your subordinate, and you still owe me a significant debt." Taken aback, Qianchen adjusted his tone, "Please, take me to see the Archbishop." Upon witnessing his immediate change in demeanor, Yvette could not be bothered to reciprocate his newfound politeness, merely taunting, "I never noticed you so eager before. Is that craggy stone truly so enticing that you yearn to leave for it?" Qianchen paused. Indeed, he was eager to meet the Archbishop to pose crucial questions, but beyond that, he harbored no personal desires. Yvette continued, "If you ask me, that stone, despite its commendable appearance, is rather dull, cold, and hard, incapable of yielding any true connection. If you seek companionship, Aphidu's inner court boasts numerous wealthy women. I could introduce you to one. Perhaps they would be intrigued by your charm." Yvette's words were as enigmatic to Qianxun as a text in an unknown language, leaving him perplexed, unsure of her intended meaning. "Very well, Archbishop it is. Let us proceed to find your esteemed." Before she could finish, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers. "Look, it's Kylia. She has released a new song." Both Qianxun and Yvette jolted at the exclamations, their gazes drawn to the source of the commotion. Regrettably, they did not behold Kylia herself, but rather a magical crystal projection standing in the square. The projection showcased Kylia on a stage, surrounded by dazzling lights, flanked by a dozen alluring Aphidu maidens clad in short, slit dresses, moving rhythmically. Kylia's movements were not overtly exaggerated but subtly enticing, while the other maidens engaged in more overt displays, sometimes reclining on the ground, spreading their legs, or pressing against Kylia in alluring poses. Kylia, with her eyes narrowed, sang as she danced. Entwined in love, hearts aflame, spinning and swirling, visions blur, chasing light. Glowing in a sultry realm, passionate songs ignite the inner fire. Take my hand, leap through time. Yo hey yo ha, do not be timid, with your beloved girl. Steps accompanied by the Qin's melody, a fiery song, sweeping away sorrow, confusion, and solitude, slowly approach. Forget all worries, following the Rosemary's dance. Yo hey yo ha. The fire within burns bright, chasing the notes, stirring up waves. Shooting stars glide above the city. Whose dream is that? Among the crowd, who shines the brightest? Who is the protagonist? Countering every move, leading the way. Qianxun's eyes widened, his expression somewhat dazed as he watched the Archbishop in a short skirt, her transparent hair shimmering, moving gracefully on stage. The crowd's cheers crescendoed, initially filled with chatter, but gradually devolving into mere screams. Kylia! 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 The calls echoed, overwhelming the very essence of her song, leaving only the ecstatic roars of the crowd. Goodness, she has truly let herself go. Yvette stood beside Qianxun, equally transfixed, her mouth agape at the magical crystal projection. Yet soon, her expression brightened, crossing her arms as she declared, "It was about time. Such a talent wasted on Dada Island. What need is there for a holy light Archbishop? This is a born star, wouldn't you agree, Qianxun?" Yvette's exuberance was genuine as she engaged Qianxun, repeatedly nudging his arm, eager for his response. However, Qianxun remained speechless, enveloped in silence. Having concluded her remarks, Yvette began to walk in a certain direction. Artists painted, musicians played, singers sang, clowns performed tricks, and wandering minstrels recounted tales, all vying for the attention of Aphidu's tourists or some influential figure, hoping for an unexpected rise to fame. Yet, the likelihood of such occurrence was exceedingly slim. Most visitors were captivated by the enchanting, animated statue that could sing and dance, their eyes glued to the projection. So beautiful, she is truly breathtaking, even if merely a statue. Oh dear, muses above, if she were real, she would undoubtedly win the Best Performer award this year. If a stone statue were to claim the title, the actors of Aphidu would have no place left to stand. It would be a disgrace to Aphidu. Best? Has anyone consulted Cork regarding the Best Performer? He has been at the pinnacle of his career for years. Why should a stone be awarded just for being a stone? Naturally, these dissenting opinions incited considerable ire among supporters. Despite her recent debut, Kylia appeared to have garnered a substantial following, with supporters arguing passionately in the streets against detractors, hurling accusations of envy at those who criticized. Opponents retorted that even a stone could have fans, branding them as ignorant and unambitious. Regardless of the side taken, the focus of the crowd remained on Kylia, leaving other performers on the streets feeling quite desolate. Similarly, Qianxun felt a sense of gloom. At this moment, a long line of reporters wielding magical crystal cameras formed outside the Nazcadon Theater. Unlike his previous visit where no one paid attention to his Thorns Academy attire and mask, nor did anyone approach him for an interview, those with magical cameras were fixated on the theater, seemingly awaiting something. Meanwhile, a row of muscular guards stood at the entrance of Nazcadon's Shell Theater, arms crossed, their expressions cold as they stared down the reporters, both sides resembling soldiers poised for battle, silent, yet radiating tension. Yvette pushed through the reporters, leading Qianxun to the theater's entrance. The burly men immediately stepped forward to block the entrance and declared, You cannot enter at this moment. Yvette, with a fierce glare, retorted. Are you blind? Do you not recognize me? I am the one who earned the funds for Nascadon's activities. I pay the rent for this theater. And I am the one who issues your salaries. How can I not enter? The muscular man offered a pained smile and replied, Lord Shao, please do not put me in a difficult position. Lord Nascadon has specifically instructed us that no one is allowed in, not even you. What? Is this true? Yvette fumed. Bring him out at once. I wish to hear the reasoning behind this. The bodyguard did not refuse the request and hurried into the theater. Shortly after, he emerged with Nascadon. As soon as Nascadon stepped out, the journalists across the street descended upon him like sharks sensing blood. They clamored excitedly, Director Nas, will Miss Kylia be starring in your new play? Director Nas, Miss Kylia has made it to the finals of the Muse Voice competition. Are you satisfied with her performance? Director Nas, there are rumors that Miss Kylia is trapped in her stone form due to dark sorcery. Is there any truth to this? Director Nas, the renowned playwright Cork has criticized Miss Kylia's art as outdated. What is your opinion? Director Nas, there are whispers of an affair between Miss Kylia and your actress Lala. Is this true? The journalists surged forward, their words flying like raindrops, reminiscent of a pack of dogs fighting over scraps. Yvette stood before Nascadon, saying, Well, you truly have a talent, Nas. I was away for only a few days, and you have already made her this famous. If she were to appear herself, wouldn't those paparazzi go wild? Nascadon shook his head calmly, stating, True artistry invariably touches the heart. It is an inevitability. I merely guided her charm to the forefront. Nothing more. The credit belongs primarily to you for successfully bringing her from that isolated island. That's good to know. Yvette growled, Now tell me. Why won't you let me in? Nascadon raised an eyebrow, pointing at Qianqian. You may enter if you truly wish, but he cannot. I fear you might bring him along, which is why I instructed the guards accordingly, just in case. Qianqian furrowed his brow beneath his mask, puzzled by Nascadon's reasoning. Yvette was equally astonished, exclaiming, Nas, did I hear you right? Why won't you let him in? That stone seems quite concerned about him. Without him, she might never have left Dada Island. Precisely. Nascadon replied, slightly annoyed, I tell you, I have staked all my resources on Kylia. I cannot allow her to associate with dubious individuals at this critical moment. Who knows how she truly feels about this slave from the U Empire? If word gets out or an unexpected photo surfaces, her career could be over before it even begins. Qianqian's expression behind the mask froze. Of course. I have seen such things happen far too often. Nascadon continued irritably. These paparazzi are eager to dig up scandals. If they can't find any, they will fabricate them, jeopardizing our hard work. This is a crucial period for building momentum. We cannot afford any slip-ups, especially with so many eyes on the best play. Pausing for a moment, Nascadon added with a smile, moreover, it's better if he does not appear. Kylia is working diligently every day. Though I do not know if his presence would cause her to slacken, it remains an uncertainty. It is imperative to maintain this momentum and secure victory first. All other matters can be addressed afterward. That makes sense. Yvette nodded, fully convinced. He turned to Qianqian and said, You heard Nascadon. Let us go. I will find you a place to stay. It is a crucial time, and I cannot allow you to see her. Upon hearing Yvette's words, Qianqian's expression turned pale beneath the mask. If he could not meet the Archbishop, who would resolve his confusion? Nascadon, preoccupied as he was with his impending victory, showed little concern for the thoughts of a slave from the U Empire. After addressing Yvette's doubts, he wasted no time and turned back toward the theater. Qianqian had no choice but to entrust his uncertainties to Yvette. You are not allowing me to see her? He inquired. Qianqian paused for a moment, staring at Yvette in silence. Yvette felt uneasy under Qianqian's gaze. After all, he was a soldier of the U Empire. What are you doing? Do you intend to confront me? It asked warily. Dissatisfied, Qianqian shook his head, unable to articulate a reason. He simply expressed, I wish to see her soon. I wish for that too. Yvette retorted, hands on hips and frowning. But the development of events follows an objective order, which cannot be altered simply because you are dissatisfied. Qianqian could not comprehend how his desire to meet the Archbishop was tied to any objective order. Just let me ask a question, he insisted. What do you wish to inquire about? Yvette asked curiously. If you have a question, feel free to ask me. My knowledge far surpasses that of that stone. Qianqian scrutinized Yvette, raising an eyebrow and averting his gaze. Yvette had never witnessed such an expression on Qianqian's face before, though silent. His eyes clearly conveyed a sense of disdain, which infuriated Yvette. Hey, what kind of look is that? Do you look down on me, Yvette? I have read more books than you could stack up. I have already asked, Qianxin replied calmly. Yvette was taken aback, then retorted dismissively, all right, all right. Can you stop lingering around her like a leech? Don't you have your own affairs to attend to? Qianxin pondered for a long time, but could not recall any other matters he needed to address. Fine. Exhausted to death while idling around, Yvette became even more irked. Crossing its arms and tapping its foot on the ground incessantly, you were quite the burden. You've spoken so much to me, but I tell you, if it's not the right time, it's just not the right time. If you have an issue with that, we can step outside and settle it with a fight. If you win, we can discuss the matter of entry. Qianxin contemplated seriously for a moment, however. Considering that Yvette had helped him and had led him away from the labyrinth of Sanyang Bay, he reluctantly yielded. How long will this take? A month. Qianxin thought. Though he did not mind waiting a month or even a year, he was uncertain if his body could endure for that long. The frenzy of Sanyang Bay had left his blood unusually vibrant, as if it could ignite at any moment. Unless he could control this terrifying power. Qianxin recalled the empty church. Nodding, he agreed with Yvette's assertion. Yvette indeed kept its promise. In the following days, it rented a small house on the mountainside outside the Bichel Theater in Ifeadu, where it resided with Qianxin. This fellow seemed to have earned quite a lot during his missions over the years, as the rented house was exceptionally well decorated, complete with a spacious outdoor park and even a small swimming pool. Each day, Yvette arranged for various exquisite meals to be delivered from different restaurants, indulging in a feast. Even every afternoon, it was unaware of where to find a group of captivating young aphid women to frolic in its garden. Those young women were quite adept at this task. As soon as they neared the pool, they would disrobe, retrieving their already prepared swimsuits and sunscreen, as if they were born solely for bathing and sunbathing. Naturally, Yvette frequently encouraged Qianxin to join the women in the pool's playful embrace, even issuing a command for him to apply sunscreen. However, Yvette was not a bishop, and Qianxin did not heed its directives. Each day, he would quietly sit in a chair, either waiting for the passage of time or watching Yvette revel with the aphid women. Yet, despite all the merriment, Yvette never shed a single garment, though the aphid women longed for it to do so, their efforts proving futile. It would merely frolic around the pool, a bottle of wine in hand, weaving through the flower beds without ever plucking a single blossom. This behavior shrouded Yvette in an air of mystery, rendering its true self inscrutable. If there were anything commendable about this lifestyle, it would be the leisurely strolls Yvette and Qianxin took each evening, wandering aimlessly through the various corners of Aphid. Along the way, Yvette would invariably procure an assortment of peculiar snacks from the bustling shops, indulging in them incessantly. As Yvette savored these delights, Qianxin often stood on the street, observing the performances of solitary artists, listening to voices from around the globe, tales from wandering minstrels, the forced laughter of clowns in the square, and the forlorn solitude of a painter by the riverside. Occasionally, Yvette would accompany Qianxin, eating while watching. If pleased, it would reward the performers with a few guilder coins. If displeased or impatient, it would unleash a torrent of scorn upon the inept entertainers. Qianxin, however, remained a silent observer, indifferent to the quality of the performances, unaffected by them. As time passed, the fame of Kylia grew within Aphid, with people becoming aware of the talking stone beauty who could sing, dance, and possessed a voice that enchanted, complemented by a figure and visage that were equally alluring. Typically, Qianxin would retire to bed, awaiting the next day's meeting. Yet tonight, he sensed an unusual sensation, a peculiar disturbance emanating from his heart. It had been quite some time since he last accessed the cool water, and having ventured to Sanyang Bay, he had felt the resonance of the colossal golden crow. In recent days, he had been plagued by a severe burning sensation in his back, which could only be momentarily subdued by the songs of the minstrels. Yet now, Aphid was filled with a cacophony of sounds, a disarray that rivaled even the madness of the golden crow. At the stroke of midnight, amidst the chaos of thoughts, Qianxin found himself struggling to remember his own identity. In a daze, he felt he was both 309 and C08, and at times even weigh 77. The memories of Sanyang Bay swirling in his mind. Suddenly, flickering flames caught his eye, startling him into an upright position. To his horror, he discovered that the sheets beneath him had ignited. Straining to gather his wits, he realized the gravity of the situation and hastily leapt from his bed, rushing toward Yvette's room. As he ran, he sensed something was amiss. Lifting his arm revealed veins pulsating with blood, writhing uncontrollably, resembling a mass of worms. Qianxin's heart skipped a beat before he reached Yvette's door. In an instant, the boiling blood erupted, an expanding cross-shaped scar igniting from his back to his chest. As a monumental eye swirled and spread across his back, he collapsed onto the floor, engulfed in flames. The searing heat threatened to drive Qianshun into madness as he pressed his ear to the ground, faintly hearing Yvette's murmured prayers within the room. Holy tree, O holy tree, when will you regain your vitality? When will your parched roots receive nourishment? Holy tree, O holy tree, can you endure this frenzied ritual? Await my return. The mysterious whispers momentarily entranced Qianshun, but the overwhelming heat surged back into his consciousness. He felt a chaotic sensation reminiscent of Sanyang Bay, causing him to shudder. He knew that if the flames continued to burn unchecked, he would soon forget everything. The bishop, the church, Dada Island, Yvette, and even himself, consumed by the fire until he became an endlessly burning monstrosity. Stumbling to his feet, Qianshun crashed through Yvette's door. Standing within its chamber, Yvette let out a shriek, rising in shock, never expecting an intrusion during its routine prayers. Upon seeing the figure that had burst in, it was struck with terror, for it was a silhouette engulfed in flames, vaguely resembling Qianshun. Yet, his once handsome face was now charred, features reduced to hollow, glowing orbs, veins bulging and writhing across his face and neck. He swayed at the doorway, the doorknob melting away as molten iron dripped to the ground. The intense heat distorted the air, while outside, Aphid lit up with joyous fireworks, the flames dancing in tandem with the bright spectacle. The light illuminated Yvette's face, filling it with sheer horror. It quickly glanced at the dagger on the bedside, lunging towards it. In his fiery state, Qianshun could see nothing clearly. To him, Yvette had become nothing more than a white shadow. He rushed forward, tackling Yvette before it could grasp the hilt of the blade. The scorching heat forced Yvette to writhe and scream, a faint green armadillo apparition manifesting on its skin, barely insulating it from the terrifying temperature. Nevertheless, the residual heat was unbearable, and it struggled, shouting, "What are you doing? Let me go? Let me go?" Qianshun pressed against the ground, fingers digging in, rasping, "Water." Yvette cursed, "There's water everywhere in the underground lake. The sea of despair is filled with water. Don't ask me for water. I have none. Water." The blood within him boiled frantically, urgency driving Qianshun to insist, "Give me water." Yvette understood perfectly what he meant, but could not bear to part with the cool water's essence. Seeing Yvette's in action, Qianshun seized Yvette's back, hoisting it up. His voice a distorted shriek in Yvette's ear, "Give me the water." In that moment, Yvette could think of nothing else. It felt as though it had plunged into an endless furnace of flames, the searing heat nearly rendering it breathless. "Let me go. Let me go. I'll get you the cool water right now." Qianshun abruptly released his grip, and Yvette dashed towards the dagger, while Qianshun seized its slender ankle, preventing any reckless movement. Yvette screamed in pain, the imprint of his grip searing into its ankle. "Have you lost your mind?" it cried in agony. "Water." Qianshun clung to the ground, grasping its foot like a hellish specter risen from the abyss. "You wait for me." Yvette cursed fiercely. After uttering a curse, it spun its hand, and a small crystal vial descended from the void into its palm. It uncorked the vial and, with a bitter resolve, forced it into Qianshun's mouth. As the vial slipped into his throat, a refreshing essence surged forth. Before Qianshun could fully comprehend the situation, the vial was snatched away. At that moment, a profound chill coursed through his body, causing him to shudder as he clasped his neck. He knelt upon the floor, and the flames that had engulfed him extinguished at a visibly rapid pace. Hissing white smoke seeped from his pores and facial features, reminiscent of ice water dousing a searing iron block. The coolness persisted for several seconds, during which the engorged veins on Qianshun's body gradually subsided. His pale skin began to regenerate at an astonishing rate from the remnants of his charred flesh, even restoring his burned eyes amidst the pulsating flow of blood. Yvette stood before Qianshun, observing the monstrous spectacle, and tucked away the nearly empty vial. With a wince from its burnt ankle, it hopped on one foot to the bedside, retrieving a shirt to drape over itself. Subsequently, it grasped a long knife from the bed, drawing it forth with a metallic clink. However, due to the exceptional soundproofing of the house, the jubilant cheers from outside did not penetrate the hushed room. Inside, Qianshun leaned against the wall of Yvette's chamber, his garments completely incinerated in the recent explosion of boiling blood. His chaotic thoughts gradually faded, akin to the flames that once enveloped him. He wiggled his fingers, and his consciousness began to crystallize. He recalled his name, Qianshun, and that he had matters to discuss with Kylia. Outside the glass window, the brilliance of fireworks momentarily illuminated the room. allowing Qianshun to catch sight of a slender leg before him. The leg was thin yet robust, standing on one foot, with the other slightly raised due to a burn. At the edge of the burn, a faint glimmer of bluish scales flickered, reminiscent of some creature's hide. Thus, Qianshun lifted his gaze along the leg. However, just as he attempted to look up, a sudden chill gripped his neck. A sharp, cold blade rested against it. A whirlwind inexplicably swept through the quiet room, the gust strong enough to cause the curtains to flutter, slicing through them with a mere touch. A slight lift of your head, and you shall perish, Yvette warned, its tone frigid. Qianshun caught a glimpse of the blade that had pierced his skin, a trickle of blood creeping along its edge. He slowly lowered his head and murmured, "Injuring my neck would be futile." "Is that so? Can you still mend a severed head?" Yvette pressed, applying more pressure. Blood oozed from the wound but did not drip. Instead, it seemed to envelop the blade as if it possessed its own consciousness. As the fireworks outside momentarily extinguished, Qianshun caught a glimpse of his reflection in the glass window, the only white shirt fluttering gently around Yvette's upper body. Then, the light vanished, and the reflection dissipated. "What did you see?" Yvette leaned closer, whispering ominously in Qianshun's ear. "What did I see?" He retorted. "What did you see when you looked at me?" It pressed on. Qianshun hesitated before replying. "A white shadow." "A white shadow? What white shadow?" Yvette pursued relentlessly. "A vague white shadow," Qianshun honestly responded. "Very vague? I cannot control that blood. It ruined my eyes," he added softly. After a brief silence, Yvette sheathed the long knife, dragging its edge across the floor, leaving deep gashes as if slicing through tofu. Once the knife was put away, the wound on Qianshun's neck swiftly sealed itself, leaving no scar. Yvette hopped to the bedside, stowed the knife, and soon, the fierce wind subsided. Then, it began to fasten the buttons of its shirt, and after completing this task, it rummaged through the wardrobe, retrieving several outfits, one for itself, and tossing another to Qianshun. Understanding the unspoken cue, Qianshun donned the clothing. Yvette settled on the bed, hugging its knees, and remarked, "The refreshing water was initially intended for other purposes, yet now it has been squandered, leaving little behind. Speak, how shall we settle this account?" Qianshun remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon the burn mark on Yvette's ankle, and said, "I am sorry." "Does an apology hold any weight?" Yvette scoffed. "If apologies sufficed, why would soldiers exist? Why would laws or contracts be needed?" Left with no choice, Qianshun countered, "What do you propose?" "I believe you should take your own life as atonement," Yvette suggested. Qianshun was taken aback, looking up at Yvette's face. Its expression was rigid, with suppressed fury evident in its green-slit pupils. "I will not take my own life," Qianshun declared. "The molten tree does not favor suicide. Molten tree, molten tree, molten tree, wretched people of the U Empire." Yvette's lips twitched in anger. "Since you refuse to end your life, at the very least, you owe me a life. Were it not for my keeping the refreshing water close, the last piece of pure stone would have been fed to you, and you would have been doomed." After a moment of contemplation, Qianshun nodded. "That makes sense." "That makes sense? Excellent, you have finally realized," Yvette exclaimed. Leaping off the bed, "Let us draft a contract. I saved you. You must repay me. The extent of your repayment will be determined by me." With that, it spread its arms, and a multitude of scrolls cascaded from the void. The scrolls tumbled to the ground, nearly burying Qianshun beneath them. This was not the first time he had witnessed Yvette wield such power. Each instance left him in awe. Yvette waded through the half-human deep pile of scrolls for a time before finally retrieving one and placing it before Qianshun, signing its name with a flourish before passing it to him. Qianshun gazed at the document, shaking his head. "No need." "No need?" Yvette nearly choked on its outrage. "How can I trust you to uphold your word? Without a divine guarantee, who knows what might happen if you renege? I could change my mind after signing." "And it would mean nothing," Qianshun replied. Yvette gritted its teeth, tossing the scroll into the void, followed by the rest of the scrolls. It crossed its arms, sulking in place. Outside, the Ifeida people resumed their fireworks, the light illuminating Qianshun's face as he remained as stoic and silent as ever. After observing him for a moment, Yvette sighed. "Forget it. Speaking with you is futile. There is no point in sleeping at this hour. Let us go witness the performance." "Watch a performance?" Qianshun inquired. "Indeed, to see Kylia's show." Qianshun's eyes brightened instantly. "Wonderful!" he exclaimed. Perplexed, Qianshun tilted his head. Yvette, uninterested in explaining to someone so dense, equipped its knife, donned its shoes, and hopped to the door, beckoning Qianshun to follow. As the two ventured into the night, illuminated by the fireworks, Yvette chastised Qianchun for burning down the house it had rented and depleting much of its savings. It asserted that these losses would be repaid doubly in the future. Qianchun felt Yvette's accusations were unfounded, while he had indeed burnt the house. It was Yvette who had been wreaking havoc in the yard with a group of Ifeida women every afternoon, causing the mess that explained its extravagant spending. Of course, these thoughts only flickered through Qianchun's mind before vanishing without a trace, never spoken aloud. The two individuals traversed the bustling streets. Yet what should have been a brief journey extended from dawn until noon without completion. The throngs of reveling tourists were overwhelming. Jostling against one another as they splashed water and hurled fruits, or congregated in groups, fervently chanting the names of their idols. Qianchun and Yvette found themselves squeezed through the crowd. When the fervor of excitement erupted, Qianchun's mask and attire were consumed by flames at this moment. He donned only a simple waist-length robe typical of an Ifeida man, rather than his Thorn Academy garb. As dusk fell, Qianchun and Yvette arrived beneath the grand flower bud, where Qianchun finally grasped the magnificence of this structure. Towering over 100 meters, its construction was a marvel beyond comprehension. The bud gleamed in golden hues, encircled by spiraling blue light bands that shimmered in the dawn's faint glow. Yvette pointed excitedly to the bud, exclaiming in Qianchun's ear. This was sculpted by the followers of the Muses thousands of years ago from the summit of a mountain, and it took several tons of gold for gilding. The entwined light bands are composed of magical crystals, which only activate during the grandest of ceremonial events. Gazing at the colossal structure, Qianchun, usually unperturbed by external influences, could not suppress a nod of admiration. Beneath the flower bud, the crowd surged, forming long lines beneath its apex. Observing the lengthy queue, Yvette remarked, at this pace, it will be ages before we reach the front. I doubt many here will secure tickets. Most seem destined to watch the magical crystal projections from the periphery. As they spoke, a brilliant light emitted from the blue magical crystals atop the bud, casting beams into the void and conjuring a massive projection in the air. Within this projection, a man adorned in colorful garments with golden hair appeared, towering several meters high, standing under radiant lights upon an expansive stage crafted from mahogany. He spread his arms and proclaimed, "Friends, welcome to Ifeida, to the Temple of the Muses, the pinnacle of the Oderia city-state, the most extraordinary sanctuary of art in the old world." Qianchun, captivated by the figure in the projection, momentarily lost himself in thought. It was Amandi, the usurper of Ifeida, whom he had encountered in the memories of 309. Amandi retained the abstract chalk-like appearance, now clad in an even more resplendent and opulent outfit. Upon seeing the projection, the other visitors erupted into ecstatic cheers. "Amandi! Amandi! Amandi!" The fervor crescendoed, with some shouting, "Amandi! Take me into the divine realm of the Muses. Bestow upon me the gift of eternal life." The deafening clamor prompted Qianchun to cover his ears. Beside him, Yvette scoffed, "What fools! An animated abstract representation can send them into rapture. Do they not realize Amandi is already 90 years old? His true form is grotesque." Her voice was drowned out by the fervent cheers, yet only Qianchun could hear her words. Time flew swiftly. Beneath the immense flower bud, the crowd erupted in jubilant cries, their cheers even overshadowing Amandi's voice. Visitors and residents of Ifeida tossed their hats into the air, generating a cacophony of sounds. Some embraced and began to kiss. Observing their antics, Yvette pulled Qianchun back several paces to distance themselves from the throng. She had no desire to be approached by any random man or woman. Standing in the square beneath the flower bud, Qianchun looked down to see the citizens of Ifeida seated in various balloon vehicles, ascending towards the sky. In the streets below, an array of signs were hoisted, with groups of people rallying beneath different banners, beating drums and playing instruments as they advanced towards the grand flower bud. A sight to behold. Among the myriad of signs, the face of Kylia was clearly visible. Just then, an enthusiastic individual approached Qianchun and Yvette. "Sir, please take tonight's token. There will be delightful games to partake in." Qianchun, puzzled by the small coin, curiously lifted it to inspect in the sunset glow. The coin depicted two women, one in white attire, smiling like an angel, and the other in dark clothing, with horns upon her head, clad provocatively, exuding a beguiling smile. Yvette also received two coins, and as Qianchun glanced around, he noticed many similarly dressed young women distributing coins throughout the crowd. "What is this about?" he inquired of Yvette. Yvette shrugged. "Perhaps it's a souvenir or some form of giveaway. Who can say?" Qianchun scratched his head, dismissing it, and pocketed the coin. At that moment, the procession of drummers and musicians approached, and noticing the impressive spectacle, Yvette remarked, "This year's event is particularly grand. It seems Amandi has invested significantly in promotion. We must hurry to enter, or we risk being left outside due to the swell of people." Qianshun glanced at the long line forming at the entrance, stating, "It seems we cannot enter anymore." Yvette shot him a look, saying, "Do you think I am just anyone? I am a partner of Nazgadon. I contributed a substantial portion of his funds. He is certainly preparing for a performance within this theater. Do you think I need to queue like the common folk?" Qianshun was taken aback. "No need to queue? Of course not," Yvette replied, crossing her arms with a smile. "However, while I can enter, you, with your mask destroyed and attire lost, have no means of entry." She pointed towards the grand doors beneath the flower bud. Bathed in the light of the sunset and fireworks, several gilded doors remained closed beneath the flower bud, with guards stationed before them, each wielding a golden axe, scrutinizing every audience member entering the bud. Seeing the guards, Qianshun asked, "What then shall we do? What shall we do?" Yvette laughed gleefully, crossing her arms triumphantly. "I told you in the Thornlands that I would treat you as a slave. Have you forgotten? Unless you become my possession, you cannot gain entry to such a prestigious venue." Qianshun stared in astonishment, having not expected Yvette to recall this detail. He had nearly forgotten, yet she was indeed persistent. Yvette chuckled. "Look, that stone is no longer by your side. No one will speak on your behalf. Here, your only ally is me." Observing Yvette's delighted demeanor, Qianshun felt an uneasy premonition and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Standing beside him, Yvette gestured, noting their height difference. Qianshun stood at about 1.8 meters, while Yvette was only 1.73 meters, considerably shorter than him. She shook her head, saying, "With your demeanor, it's difficult to change, but as a slave, you cannot appear taller than your master." Qianshun's eyes widened. "Bend down." Confused, he complied, lowering himself to Yvette's height, aligning his gaze with hers. "Bend a little more." Yvette commanded coolly, still too high. Reluctantly, Qianshun bent further until he was level with Yvette's chest. He looked up at her and said, "This is cumbersome. Who said you had to walk like this?" Yvette smiled, and in a surprising leap, she landed gracefully on Qianshun's shoulder. "You have injured my leg, and I can no longer move," Yvette said with a cheerful smile. Qianshun was taken aback, instinctively grasping Yvette's thigh, ready to execute a skilled shoulder throw to slam her to the ground. Yvette reacted swiftly, saying, "If you dare to throw me, I won't take you to the show." Immediately, Qianshun froze, maintaining his backward posture, his heart racing as he gazed at the leg dangling from his shoulder. This was a precarious position. If an adversary sought to strangle him, this stance would momentarily render him immobile. The crowd of people queuing nearby was drawn to their peculiar stance, turning to look at Yvette and Qianshun, pointing and murmuring in confusion. Rather than feeling embarrassed, Yvette proudly reached for Qianshun's chin, lifting it so he faced the tourists from various regions of Odiris, arrogantly proclaiming, "What do you think? Have you ever seen a slave of the U Empire?" Upon seeing Qianshun's appearance, the tourists in line instinctively took a step back, as if a tiger had suddenly appeared in the plaza. Perched atop Qianshun, Yvette laughed heartily, unabashedly declaring, "This cannot be purchased with money. It relies on connections and power." Consequently, the crowd regarded Yvette with admiration. Although Qianshun felt little shame, the attention of so many onlookers was discomforting. He gradually tightened his grip on Yvette's leg. Sensing Qianshun's wariness, Yvette leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "If you expose yourself, it will be the most dangerous. Do you understand?" Qianshun's eyes sharpened, his body tense. This was Ifeadu. Could he truly contend with so many? Even if those two brothers came personally, it would be futile. Had they not seen them confined at Sanyang Bay? It had been a month without news of them. Did he not comprehend what that meant? Qianshun remained tense. Yvette continued to murmur, "Act as my slave, and you will see Julius sooner. Otherwise, if she truly catches the eye of the usurper and becomes the star performer, the distance between you two will widen infinitely. At that time, it will not be Nazgadon obstructing you, but the usurper Amandi." Qianshun felt a sense of helplessness, his body gradually relaxing as he loosened his grip on Yvette's leg. Noticing Qianshun's gradual relaxation, Yvette coaxed, "Exactly. This is the way. Now stand up slowly." As Qianshun rose, Yvette smiled, perched triumphantly on his shoulder, surveying the surroundings with pride. However, at that moment, Qianshun's heart jolted violently. An intense resonance emanated from the void, causing his blood to whirl chaotically. His heart racing wildly. A chaotic vortex writhed behind him, his eyes suddenly bloodshot. In a daze, his consciousness was yanked far away, dragged from this corporeal shell to a turbulent sea shrouded in mist. In the sea, a scorching golden crow struggled desperately, emitting terrifying cries. At the mouth of a boiling obsidian mountain, a short-haired youth and a long-haired boy stood amidst the flames, rhythmically striking their chests in unison. The resonance transmitted through the void to the monstrous beast thrashing in the sea, provoking a fierce rebellion as the creature raised its scorching wings, poised to strike down. Back in reality, Qianshun, who had relaxed, instinctively seized Yvette's legs, swinging her toward the ground amidst her startled exclamation. That subtle yet precise resonance lasted but a moment before swiftly unraveling in the chaotic flames. As if preparing to execute some horrifying act in public, the surrounding citizens of Ifida gasped in shock, retreating in panic. Yvette, pale, found herself pinned beneath Qianshun, her hands firmly restrained, while her other hand struggled to reach her waist. Unfortunately, the long sword was too cumbersome to draw, and the short dagger lay on the other side, just out of reach. After several futile attempts, she incredulously whispered beneath Qianshun's grip, "You fool, what is wrong with you?" Daring to launch a sneak attack, Qianshun was startled, not only by the unexpected lapse in control but also by the realization that he had lost control for an instant. He hastily released her and stood, repositioning Yvette back on his shoulder. Debris cascaded down as cracks formed in the azure stone ground. Yvette, gasping for breath, paid no mind to her exhaustion. Fiercely grasping Qianshun's hair, her legs entwined around his neck, roaring at the terrified citizens of Ifida, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a slave being trained?" The onlookers swallowed hard, casting dubious glances at her. Clearly, Yvette's words lacked persuasive power. With no time to engage with the citizens, Yvette clutched her chest, panting heavily, then, filled with resentment, yanked on Qianshun's hair, pointing towards a distant metallic gate, commanding, "Move." Though her hair was pulled and her neck squeezed, Qianshun remained unfazed, pondering the possibility of a monstrous beast or perhaps the blood and remains of his former companions. That fleeting glimpse had unveiled a terrifying connection between him and that creature, foreseeing the dreadful consequences of their actions. What were the brothers truly intending to do? Before long, Qianshun and Yvette arrived before a massive golden door, towering 10 meters high and firmly sealed. Unlike the former Thorn Academy, there were no brass automata within. Instead, several imposing golden-armored warriors stood at attention. Upon noticing the two stacked upon each other, the warriors initially paused, but as they approached, their vigilance heightened upon seeing Qianshun's jet-black hair and dark eyes. They raised their axes, pointing them at Qianshun and Yvette, demanding loudly, "Halt." "Who are you?" Yvette tugged on Qianshun's hair. He halted, his expression grave, still grappling with the terrifying vision he had just witnessed. This demeanor only unsettled the armored guards further, prompting them to advance a few steps, axes raised. Seeing this, Yvette inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing her anger, casting a dark glance at the axe-wielding guards, and inquired, "What are you so nervous about? Don't you see this is my slave?" At that moment, one of the golden-armored guards recognized Yvette, exclaiming, "Lord Shao?" Evidently, some were not entirely dull. Yvette flicked a gold coin that landed in the hand of the guard who called her Lord Shao. The guard quickly pocketed the coin and lowered his axe. Though the other guards hesitated, they too eventually sheathed their weapons, still eyeing Qianshun warily. "Lord Shao, is this riding a slave to watch a show?" One guard questioned, pointing at Qianshun. "Why not?" Yvette lifted her pant leg, revealing her burn, stating, "I cannot walk due to an injury, so I must ride on my slave shoulders." The golden guards exchanged glances, realizing the reasoning was indeed plausible. "Why didn't you take a balloon carriage instead?" One guard pointed to the adjacent area where a group arrived in lavish dragon-shaped balloon carriages, prompting the golden guards to eagerly welcome them into the temple. A sharp sound echoed as a sword sheath struck the guard's helmet, knocking it askew. Irritated, Yvette coldly remarked, "Fool, have you not heard of Nascadon's new play?" Yvette continued, "If I do not ride a slave of the Yu Empire, how can I showcase the victory over the Yu Empire?" Yvette audaciously struck a golden-armored guard in public. Yet none dared to voice a word of protest. The guard, in a hurried manner, rushed to the gilded entrance and opened the door for Yvette. Other golden-armored guards bowed and formed two lines. Yvette grasped a handful of hair, clamped her legs around Qianshun's neck, and delivered a gentle kick to his chest. Qianshun furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Although Yvette appeared rather frivolous, it seemed the people of Ifida held her in high regard. What could possibly account for this? However, This momentary perplexity quickly faded. Silently enduring Yvette's antics, he stepped through the vast opening into a magnificent flower bud. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a lengthy corridor, resplendent in gold and adorned with verdant paintings. Each artwork depicted various men and women, showcasing a multitude of styles, some imbued with a profound sense of antiquity. As Qianxin traversed the flower-strewn carpet, his gaze involuntarily flitted over the paintings flanking him, each accompanied by the names of different individuals. Strangely, as he first beheld these images, the figures within radiated warmth and innocence, but as he continued to look, their smiles gradually vanished. In their stead emerged expressions of solemnity, and if he ventured further, he encountered bizarre and grotesque visages, fear, maniacal laughter, rolling eyes, and faces contorted into peculiar shapes. The backgrounds transformed from lush greenery and blooming flowers to cold metallic frameworks and mechanical components. Progressing further, even the frameworks dissolved into twisted, tentacle-like lines, paired with the strange human faces, rendering the entire tableau surreal. After perusing hundreds of paintings, Qianxin finally encountered the artwork of the usurper Amandi. His portrayal, akin to his essence, was composed of chalk-like strokes, but around Amandi were countless tendrils, nearly engulfing the background entirely. Halting before Amandi's painting, the duo entered a grand hall, replete with golden elevators ceaselessly transporting throngs of people. Men and women of various statures, some tall, some short, some standing, others seated, entered from different corridors, all adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of haughtiness. Alongside the elevators were myriad shops, offering an array of exquisite snacks and souvenirs. Of course, promotional posters adorned the space. Qianxin gazed intently at a picture of Kylia, mentally calculating the time until he would see her. Yvette, releasing her grip, leaped down from his back, forcefully pushing Qianxin against the wall, aligning him with Amandi's oil painting, her expression frosty as she queried, "What was that madness just now? Why did you throw me?" Yvette's expression shifted slightly. "What do you mean? Did you not just drink the cool water?" Qianxin met her green eyes, a hint of resignation evident in his gaze. He understood that the water merely offered a temporary reprieve for his wounds. Once time passed or unforeseen events transpired, only death awaited him, unless he could tame that dreadful blood beforehand. Noticing the change in Qianxin's demeanor, Yvette recoiled in alarm, abandoning further inquiries into his madness. "Wait here for me. I will contact Nazgadon. He has a private box. I will acquire the box number, and we will await Kylia there." Silently, Qianxin scrutinized Kylia's promotional image. He glanced at Yvette, who, lacking the authority of a high priest, could not compel him to act. He dismissed her directive from his mind. "Did you hear me?" Yvette pressed firmly. Qianxin non-committally nodded, offering a tacit affirmation. With a slight huff, Yvette departed. Standing in the dim corridor, Qianxin surveyed his surroundings. This was likely a safety passage within the temple, possibly designated for the use of slaves, with cleaning tools visible every few meters. He remained stationary, casting glances outside, where he observed Yvette conversing with several staff members. Fixated on her silhouette, he awaited her return. Suddenly, a faint whiff of fishy odor wafted into his nostrils. He sniffed, detecting the scent of decaying seaweed, reminiscent of the aroma he encountered at the Iron Gate Bridge and the underground lake. The scent was not overpowering, yet it immediately captured Qianxin's attention. He pricked his ears and cautiously advanced a few steps toward the source of the odor. Faint footsteps echoed from the depths of the dark corridor, prompting Qianxin to swiftly conceal himself in the shadows. Taking a deep breath, he stilled his breathing, blending almost seamlessly with the wall. The owner of the footsteps remained oblivious, slowly passing through the corridor's intersection, a magic crystal lamp in hand, engaged in hushed conversation. "Is Amandi truly intent on awakening the muse?" Someone remarked, their voice somewhat familiar yet childish. "The muse has languished for centuries. After the god of drowning has nearly risen to glory, can he really orchestrate another cultural renaissance? Absolutely not." "Really?" Another voice hesitated. "That Amandi possesses considerable strength. I heard he confined 2 apostles from the Yu Empire at Sanyang Bay for a month without their escape." "Umph. You are overly concerned. The muse has long since decayed. If it were not for the power of the god of drowning mingling with the muse's essence, it would hardly pay attention to those 2 madmen. As long as Amandi can no longer procure sufficient sacrifices for his rites, the future Ifidu will belong to the boundless sea. But what if he does find them?" questioned the other. "Then let his schemes crumble sooner." The familiar voice retorted fiercely. "Or, let that sacrifice also become a follower of the god of drowning." Although the 2 spoke in hushed tones, Their conversation resonated clearly in the still corridor, and Qianxin not only heard their dialogue, but also glimpsed the diminutive, slender figure beneath the magic crystal lamp. Instantly, he recognized him. It was Wei Lu, the childlike priest of the god of drowning. The others beside him, though unfamiliar to Qianxin, were similarly clad, likely other priests from different regions. Wei Lu continued with a mocking tone. Amandi thinks that statue from Dada Island can awaken the muse. Such delusions. Even the holy light has been forgotten by the old continent. Does he truly believe he can rouse the muse? But what can we do, Wei Lu? The masses believe in us, yet among the flower bud, there are few who genuinely share our faith. There will always be self-important fools. Wei Lu chuckled ominously. There will always be those who seek to exploit the divine. I have sensed it, that unparalleled yearning. As their voices faded, a few figures retreated into the distance, their words dissipating at the corridor's end. Qianxin slowly emerged from the shadows, contemplating the path they had vanished down. A stone statue from Dada Island? Undoubtedly, the content of these conversations pertains to Kylia, yet the exact correlation remains unknown to Qianxin. Regardless of what Wei Lu is plotting, it is surely not favorable news for Kylia, nor for him. Without much hesitation, he followed closely behind the group, gliding like a specter in the shadows of the corridor. Brother Shun, Shun Changqing, while traversing the path, would exchange greetings or nods with acquaintances he encountered. Yet, regardless of who they were, each face bore no excess expression, as if they were indifferent to all that transpired. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and other malevolent entities, though it also engaged in various auxiliary affairs. It could be said that every individual within the Demon Suppression Division was stained with a considerable amount of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters tend to evoke little emotion. Upon his initial arrival in this world, Shun Changqing experienced some discomfort, but over time, he adapted. The Demon Suppression Division was vast. Those who remained within its ranks were either formidable masters or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The division was divided into two main professions, the Guardian Envoy and the Exterminator. Every individual who entered the division began as a low-ranking exterminator, gradually ascending through the ranks with the ultimate goal of becoming a Guardian Envoy. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee exterminator, the most junior level among them. Possessing memories of his former self, he was quite familiar with the environment of the division. In no time at all, Shun Changqing halted before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other somber locales within the division, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting a tranquil contrast amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The entrance to the pavilion was wide open, with occasional patrons coming and going. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shun Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere transformed abruptly. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood assailed his senses, causing his brow to furrow instinctively, though it soon relaxed. The blood-soaked aroma that clung to each member of the Demon Suppression Division was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. In the grand hall of the temple, Yvette stood on one leg at the bar, purchasing beverages. 2 cups rested before him as he patiently awaited. At that moment, a white-haired elder, guided by a temple staff member, hurriedly approached Yvette. It was Nazgadon. Upon seeing him, Yvette revealed a relaxed smile. However, Nazgadon's expression was grave. He approached Yvette and exclaimed, "I was just about to send someone to find you. Your arrival is fortuitous, truly fortuitous." Yvette's expression turned serious as he queried, "You sent someone to look for me? Why would you do that? Quickly, give me the box number. I wish to see your progress over the past few days." "You still wish to see?" Nazgadon replied in a state of distress. "I can't even perform in this chaos. What good is it to watch?" Yvette's previously relaxed demeanor shifted dramatically as he pressed. "What do you mean, you can't perform? What has happened?" "The actors have vanished," Nazgadon proclaimed. Yvette's face paled. "Kylia has fled?" "Not Kylia," Nazgadon quickly clarified. With a sigh of relief, Yvette solemnly inquired, "Then who has escaped? Isn't this play about the heroes of war?" Nazgadon, agitated, explained a week prior. "Our troupe took residence in the Muse Temple for rehearsals. Yet, this morning, several slaves from the Yu Empire mysteriously disappeared, and we cannot locate them." Yvette opened his mouth in shock. Those slaves were to portray the antagonists. Without them, how can we continue the performance? Nazgadon clutched his hair in despair. "The show is about to commence. The audience is almost seated. Other playwrights have already opened their shows. and I am beset by this calamity. Silence. Yvette barked in irritation. Close your mouth this instant. Nascadon complied, his anxiety palpable as he regarded Yvette. Go, reassure the audience. Proceed with the performance as planned. The antagonists do not appear immediately, do they? Yvette instructed. Nascadon's expression eased slightly. Leave this search to me. The theater doors are guarded. And the area is swarmed with visitors from Odisha and citizens of Ifeadu. Those you Empire slaves must still be within the temple. Yvette narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin. It must be so, it must be so. Nascadon nervously echoed, seemingly attempting to reassure himself. It must be so, it must be so. Nascadon repeated, still in a state of disarray. Go, do as I say, perform as necessary, do not let the audience down, Yvette urged. Finally composed, Nascadon wiped his face, re-entered the lift, and looked earnestly at Yvette. I entrust this to you, Shao. The fate of this play rests with you. I shall await you at the top tier of the theater. Before he could finish, the lift whisked him away. Once Nascadon departed, Yvette bit his lip fiercely, slamming his fist onto the table, causing the drink bottles to topple to the floor. A nearby snack vendor stared at him in surprise, frozen in place. Yvette retrieved a roll of bandage from thin air, tightly wrapping it around his injured ankle, then inhaled deeply as he limped toward the hidden door where Qianqian was situated. Yet, upon opening the concealed door, he discovered that Qianqian had already vanished without a trace. On the other side, within the theater, Qianqian had followed the group for a while, the sounds gradually becoming chaotic. His expression hardened slightly as he quickened his pace. However, upon reaching the source of the commotion, he found no trace of Valio. Instead, he encountered a stage bustling with countless figures, amidst a sea of dark-clad spectators. The stage was illuminated by dim, blue magical crystal lamps, with several actors performing. They donned a variety of costumes, some masquerading as beasts, others as knights. While some sported branches in their hair, and others stood bare-chested, covered in an array of peculiar paints. The performers clashed and recited bizarre incantations, flames erupting from their mouths, creating a lively spectacle. Qianqian scanned the crowd for Valio's silhouette. At that moment, a door behind the stage swung open, and a throng of individuals clad in yellow headscarves and long yellow robes burst forth. Qianqian glanced at the praying man, then at the stage's banner, which read "The evil god descends upon Ifeadu." Having seen enough, Qianqian departed. He was indifferent to the performance. His sole concern was to ascertain Valio's whereabouts. Thus, he maneuvered through the dense crowd, making his way toward the theater's periphery. Before long, he arrived at another stage. At this moment, the Muse Temple had commenced its operations, with throngs of spectators entering the venue, clutching beverages and snacks, merrily gathering around the stage. The stage was cluttered with an array of odd props, cages suspended from the ceiling, chairs adorned with spikes, bizarre symbols etched into the stones, various whips and candles, and organs such as the hearts of cattle and sheep. Among these peculiarities were actors donned in outlandish costumes, a ragged woman, a rotund shepherd, a horned creature, and a detective clad in black. A throng of spectators crowded around, blocking the exit, leaving Qianqian stranded as he observed the performance. The audience encircled a young girl bound to a pillar, singing incomprehensible songs and dancing in a rhythmic manner. After a while, another performer emerged to sing, O world, have mercy on this solitary island in the deep sea, the love and beauty within the fjords. How can one succumb amidst the chaos of torment? If you desire flesh, take the flesh. If you seek souls, take the souls. Only, return reason to us, return logic to us. O extraordinary sovereign, grant us a deeper understanding, so that we may perceive the true essence of this world. The girl struggled against her bindings while the detective, brandishing a sharp knife, drew closer. Qianqian scratched his head. He was indifferent to the play's content, yet even without comprehension, he found the spectacle rather unappealing. Others surrounding the stage wore furrowed brows, displaying dissatisfaction. It has been 10 years, yet the performances in Ifeadu remain so cliché. One whispered. Indeed, it's either about the evil gods or the unspeakable. A century ago, it was the same. Perhaps the muses thrive on this. Really? Weren't we told everyone is a muse? I'm not particularly fond of this. Why not check out another show? I've heard about a famous talking stone. The performance continued. Yet the audience began to thin. The actors, noticing the departing spectators, grew anxious. A goat-headed figure abruptly tore the clothing from the girl, revealing 2 lively rabbits, which halted a wave of viewers in their tracks. However, Qianqian did not pause. He merely cast a glance before hastily exiting the room, disappearing from the stage's vicinity. Outside the stage, a spiraling golden staircase ascended, branching off into various theaters. In a rush, Qianchen grasped the handrail, bounding up the steps with great agility. Sometimes leaping over multiple steps in a single stride, whirling past other patrons. Gasps of astonishment followed his swift movements. This young man. Hey, watch out. Don't fall. Soon, he reached the second floor of the budding flower theater. He glanced around, but failed to spot Kylia amidst the crowd gathered at each theater entrance, making it impossible to discern one person from another. Feeling a twinge of unease, he was drawn to the sound of screams and cheers emanating from a nearby room. Compelled by the clamor, he leaped high, soaring over the heads of the pedestrians and landing inside the room from which the cries originated. Yufei! 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 The crowd chanted a name. Upon focusing, Qianchen recognized one of the dancing women. She bore a slight resemblance to someone he had seen before. Who is that? He inquired. That is Yufei Liusi, one of the top 10 stars in Ifeadu. Don't you know her? A fervent man shouted, his voice drowned by the music and rhythm. Yufei Liusi. Qianchen recalled having seen her when he first arrived in Ifeadu to meet Nazgadon, at which time she had been the lead actress in Nazgadon's new play, a role later taken over by Kylia. It was no surprise for her to perform here. As he observed, Yufei danced with a captivating smile, surrounded by a soft blue glow that flowed into the eyes of those nearby, causing them to become bloodshot and swell, as if parched wanderers yearning for water. A breeze swept across the stage, casting enchanting lights and scattered costumes, while the air was thick with the scent of cosmetics, provoking a tickle in Qianchen's nose. Cautiously, he stepped back, wary of these unfamiliar surroundings. Just as he retreated, a hard object pressed against his waist. He turned to find a furious face. The black and white hair framing green eyes narrowed into slits. It was Yvette, who had evidently found him through some means, now pressing the hilt of a long knife against his lower back. Brother Shun, Shun Changqing acknowledged as he walked, greeting familiar faces with nods or brief hellos. Yet, no one wore any superfluous expressions, as if indifferent to everything around them. Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for he was in the Demon Suppression Division, an organization dedicated to maintaining order in the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and other aberrations, alongside various auxiliary responsibilities. In truth, every individual within the division bore the stains of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters lose their significance. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shen Changqing felt out of place. However, over time, he adapted. The Demon Suppression Division was vast, and those who remained were either exceptionally skilled or possessed the potential to become formidable. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The division was divided into two roles, the Guardian and the Exorcist. Anyone entering the division began as the lowest tier Exorcist, gradually ascending to the esteemed position of Guardian. In his previous life, Shen Changqing had been a probationary Exorcist, the most junior among them. With the memories of his past life, he was very familiar with the division's environment. Without taking much time, he found himself halting before a particular loft. Unlike the other grim spaces within the Demon Suppression Division, this loft stood out, presenting an unusual tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The doors of the loft swung open, with occasional patrons entering and exiting. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shen Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A blend of ink's fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood enveloped him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow before relaxing once more. The blood-soaked essence that clung to every member of the division was nearly impossible to cleanse completely. Yvette's eyes widened, fury boiling within as it realized Qianchen had disregarded its instructions to remain in place, opting instead to watch Yufei Liusi dance. Although it doubted Qianchen's ability to appreciate such an alluring performance, his nonchalant demeanor irritated Yvette immensely. Just as it prepared to reprimand him, Yufei Liusi tossed her golden hair and, extending her fingers forward, spoke in a seductive tone. Friends, wave your flowers in the air. If the stone claims the title of the best of the year, you shall never witness such a performance again. Yvette narrowed its eyes, frowning. In the center of the stage, a pale blue illusion began to unfurl, intertwining with Yufei Liusi's movements, making her and her fellow dancers' gestures appear extraordinarily exaggerated and enchanting. The audience in the front row was nearly leaning over the stage, their mouths agape, saliva dripping continuously from their open mouths. This left Yvette feeling uneasy. She dragged Qianchen away from the cacophony of the stage. Nearby, many spectators were gathered around the flower pillar, chattering excitedly. It's truly astounding. I thought Cork would stick to his usual tentacle plays this year, but unexpectedly, he has brought forth an adult-themed dance drama. It's absolutely magnificent. No wonder he is the most beloved playwright. The choreography is so resplendent. Coupled with the performance of Euphilius, I could hardly withstand it after just a few minutes. It appears that the main competition this year is between Cork and Nazgadon. Nazgadon hasn't even made a move yet. I wonder how it will all unfold. Surely, it cannot surpass the beauty of the god of love and the witch, as many prominent figures have spent vast sums to support Euphilius. Even if that newcomer, Kylia, is remarkable, she cannot contend with such momentum. The crowd buzzed with speculation as Yvette stared at the flower pillar for a moment before turning to Qianqian. Stating bluntly, something has gone awry. Qianqian perked up at her words, immediately looking at Yvette. He had just seen Valio, and now Yvette was saying something was amiss, which filled him with foreboding. Is it the Archbishop? He inquired. The stone is fine, Yvette waved her hand impatiently. But several slaves from the U Empire and Nazgadon's crew have encountered trouble. They were supposed to portray the soldiers. Qianqian paused slightly. Yvette then produced a small crystal ball from her pocket, within which a tiny whirlwind was blowing towards a specific direction. My crystal ball indicates that those U Empire slaves are in this vicinity, but I didn't expect to find you here. What are you doing? I'm looking for someone, Qianqian replied. I saw Valio. Valio? Yvette exclaimed in surprise. Didn't that fellow survive last time? What is a drowned deity doing at the Muse Festival? Qianqian remained silent, glancing around as he began to sense an undercurrent surging beneath the splendid flower buds. Yvette spun around, observing the increasing number of people diving into Euphilius's stage. This is unacceptable. There must be something sinister at play. Although Euphilius has some renown, she has always regarded herself as an actress and has never danced like this. Let us go take a look. With that, she grasped the crystal ball and pulled Qianqian's arm, rushing toward the stage. Without needing further encouragement, Qianqian swiftly followed her lead. Outside, beneath the deep blue sky, even the towering flower buds emitted a rumbling sound, cracking open in several places. This spectacle made Euphilius beam with delight, dancing tirelessly. Her demeanor and movements reminded Qianqian of the dancing sea nymph he had encountered at the break of the Iron Gate Bridge on Dada Island. Their motions were strikingly similar. Harlot, Yvette scoffed. She then glanced at the entranced audience around her, sneering, degenerates. Qianqian's gaze drifted along the ceiling, observing the flowing blue lights above, which wrapped around the entire stage like invisible tendrils. This sight evoked memories of a previous encounter in the underground lake district, where omnipresent blue ribbons had transformed into a river, enveloping the worshippers and ultimately morphing into a colossal seahorse. Though he had defeated that seahorse after a fierce battle, the controlling blue ribbons had never been vanquished. Now, those blue ribbons reappeared, but this time they were far more concealed. Yvette also noticed the blue ribbons. She pulled her clothing up to obscure half her face and, with a hand resting on her dagger, vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she had instantaneously transported herself to the side of the stage and gestured discreetly to Qianqian. Unable to move as swiftly as Yvette, he leaped from the crowd, grasping a metallic fixture on the wall and scaling it like a gecko until he reached Yvette's side. Despite the bizarre nature of his movements, the frenzied dancing ensured that no one paid him any mind. Once close, Yvette vanished again, repeatedly appearing and disappearing. After several flickers, Yvette halted, clutching the crystal ball. Qianqian swung to her side, and at that moment, the whirlwind inside the crystal ball was directing them toward a bustling kitchen, illuminated by magic crystal lights. Apprentices donned grimy white jackets as they pushed silver carts through a grid-like metallic corridor, dumping refuse into an unfathomable passage. Yvette scrutinized the scene, her brow furrowed. Many in the Muse Temple required sustenance, not only the pretenders and other high-ranking officials, but also travelers from the old continent. Why, then, would the U Empire's slaves be here? Were they sneaking food? Pushing through a door, they entered the kitchen. Inside, numerous individuals were fervently preparing food, flames leaping from the stoves, the temperature soaring. Sweating apprentices continuously splashed salt water into the ovens, where piglets and lambs hung on iron hooks, being lowered into the flames. The chefs were ceaselessly crafting dishes, wielding long knives to chop vegetables, which piled high on metallic tables. As Yvette passed by each chef and apprentice, she scrutinized their faces. But those chefs either brusquely shooed them away or impatiently inquired about their purpose. Yvette remained silent, observing each one closely. Unfortunately, she found no trace of the U Empire's slaves. However, upon reaching the end of the kitchen, They spotted a heap of red barnacles slowly emerging from the marble walls of a basin filled with stacks of dishes. They grew at a languid pace, but in overwhelming numbers, creating an unsettling sight. Qianqian stopped by the barnacles, pointing at them and looking at Yvette without uttering a word. Yvette's eyelids twitched as she murmured, the scent of decaying seaweed and dense barnacles. There are traces of a ritual nearby. Is it value? Qianqian asked. I don't know. Yvette replied irritably. She was less concerned about value and more focused on the missing Empire slaves. Time was slipping away, and without finding them, Nazcadon's new production would likely face a dismal failure. Suppressing her unease, Yvette vigorously shook the crystal ball in her hand, disrupting the whirlwind within. She then leaned close to the crystal ball, whispering, gentle breeze, traverse all things, no information can evade your touch. As she spoke, a soft breeze wafted past Qianqian, scattering the whirlwind in the crystal ball. It aimlessly whirled about for a moment before reconvening and blowing in a new direction. Without hesitation, Yvette dashed toward the path indicated by the whirlwind. Shortly thereafter, they exited the kitchen and re-entered a dimly lit corridor. Iron water pipes and tanks lined both sides, suggesting that this was the water room of the temple. Serving as the central hub of a city-state, the Muse Temple possessed an extensive and sophisticated water circulation system. With the intermittent blue glow, he beheld colossal silver metal tanks scattered all around, interspersed with a labyrinth of metallic pipes. Some of these pipes were adorned with droplets of dew, while others hissed and released steam. Water flowed noisily through the pipes, and a faint blue luminescence enveloped the air, weaving through Qianqian's vicinity, with droplets of water floating in the atmosphere. One such droplet brushed against Qianqian's palm, causing his heart to race. He instinctively withdrew his hand, a grave expression crossing his face. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of water echoing in the stillness. Yvette held aloft a crystal ball, allowing it to guide him as he navigated the dense maze of metal pipes. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated in the distance, accompanied by the chaotic sound of footsteps reverberating through the pitch-black metallic corridor. Yvette's eyes lit up instantly. He grasped his long blade and leapt down from the pipe, unhesitatingly darting towards the source of the noise, with Qianqian following closely behind. The distance of a mere dozen meters was traversed in an instant, and they soon arrived at the origin of the sound. Before them stood a man, unsteadily positioned on a grid metal catwalk, desperately clutching his head. A thick fish tank was inverted on his head, filled to the brim with water. He was frantically shaking his head, stumbling through the passage in an attempt to dislodge the tank, but his hands slipped incessantly over its surface. The dim light distorted his visage within the tank, rendering it grotesquely enlarged. However, his hair, like Qianqian's, was undeniably black. Without hesitation, Qianqian rushed to the man's side, grasped his head, and forcefully slammed him against a nearby metal tank. The impact resonated with a loud crash, shattering the heavy glass tank atop the man's head. Shards scattering across the ground as water poured down like a cascading waterfall from his forehead. Gasping for breath, the man collapsed, clutching his throat and retching clear water, which was interspersed with lively little fish. Qianqian bent down, cradling the man, and inquired, "Are you all right?" The man's face became swollen, a viscous cold liquid oozing from his features, yet his hair and eyes still betrayed his identity as a citizen of the Empire. At that moment, engulfed in extreme terror, he rolled his eyes back and thrashed about in Qianqian's grasp, gasping, "Water, all water, extinguished molten trees, everywhere water. Wake up." Qianqian shook him vigorously, slapping his face. The man, startled by the slap, expelled more water, which contained bizarrely shaped shells. Finally, he caught sight of Qianqian, recognizing the familiar dark hair. Gripping Qianqian's arm as though it were a lifeline, he exclaimed in a panic, "Leave here. Quickly leave. Summon the soldiers to burn this place. Burn this wicked location." Qianqian was taken aback, wanting to ask more. But Yvette could no longer contain himself. He rushed to Qianqian's side, pulling him up and demanding, "Hey, what on earth is happening? Where are the others? Weren't you all supposed to be performing in the Nazcadon troupe? How did you end up here?" A cold hand seized Yvette by the collar. He intended to question further, but the youth citizen, with a voice hoarse and dripping with disdain, spat, "Burn you. Burn you." Yvette was momentarily stunned. "Burn you all. Not a single one spared." He cursed with frenzied venom, pressing close to Yvette. "Burn you all. Not a single one left. Ha ha." On the path, Shinchaching encountered familiar faces, exchanging nods or greetings. Yet, regardless of who it was, their expressions remained devoid of warmth, as if they were indifferent to everything around them. Shin Changqing had grown accustomed to this somber demeanor. For this was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin by eliminating demons and monsters, alongside a few other auxiliary tasks. It could be said that every individual within the division bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many things begin to feel insignificant. Upon first arriving in this world, Shin Chongqing felt out of place, but over time, he adapted. The Demon Suppression Division was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become one. Shin Chongqing belonged to the latter category. The division was divided into two roles, the Wardens and the Exorcists. Anyone entering the division began as a low-ranking exorcist, gradually rising through the ranks with the aim of ultimately becoming a warden. Shin Chongqing's past self was merely an apprentice exorcist, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his former life, he was well acquainted with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. It did not take long for Shin Chongqing to pause before a certain loft. Unlike the other grim locales within the division, this loft stood out, exuding an unusual tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The doors were ajar, with occasional figures coming and going. After a brief hesitation, Shin Chongqing stepped inside. Upon entering the loft, the ambience shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mixed with a faint metallic scent engulfed him, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow, though it soon relaxed. The pervasive scent of blood on everyone in the Demon Suppression Division was nearly impossible to wash away. Yvette, feeling the icy, clammy hand against him, could not suppress the urge to shove the citizen away, his chest heaving. The man stumbled back onto the grid catwalk, vacillating between frantic laughter and sorrowful wails as he crawled away, seemingly driven mad, incessantly muttering, "Burn you all! Burn you all! Burn you all!" At that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Qianqian stood up, facing the dark passageway. Shadows were rapidly approaching from the opposite end, conversing among themselves. One of the sacrifices has escaped. By the way, did Nazgadon buy several Empire slaves? Now it's a total loss. The slaves are gone, and the show can't go on, while the rankings of the Goddess of Beauty and the Demoness are rising. It seems this is a secure bet. Although our performance is a dance drama, as long as we can garner the most audience favor, even the usurper Amandi 1T be able to. Their conversation abruptly ceased as they spotted Qianqian and Yvette standing within the metallic passage. "Isn't there still a Empire slave here?" One of the cloaked figures pointed at Qianqian in confusion. "I've never seen this person." "Wait, isn't that Lord Shao? What are you doing here?" As the exclamations erupted, several armed men emerged from the dark corridor, gathering to scrutinize Qianqian and Yvette. Qianqian recognized them as well. Aside from the armed men, there were several other cloaked individuals. The leader, tall and slender, bore a hooked nose and deeply sunken eyes. Qianqian regarded him, attempting to recall any information about him. But he did not recognize the individual nor understand why he had placed a fish tank on the head of a citizen. Evidently, Yvette recognized them. Upon seeing the figures in black robes, it first paused in surprise, then seemed to ponder, and finally, with a flash of realization, it laughed in anger, saying, "Ah, I wondered who dared to conduct sacrificial rites here. It turns out to be you, the Horror Society. Coke, your cleverness knows no bounds, devising such a scheme." "Sir Shao?" The leading figure in black was taken aback. "What brings you here?" "This is a misunderstanding, Sir Shao." The black-robed man raised his hand, speaking with an anxious and aggrieved tone. "We are merely passing through, intending to watch a play at the theater ahead. How can you accuse us of being unscrupulous? Such slander, even from your lips, I cannot accept." "Indeed, Sir Shao." Other black-robed figures echoed in agreement. "The new play by Nazgadon has already begun. Why are you not watching from the upper tiers? The usurper Amandit has arranged the best seats for Nazgadon. You should hurry and enjoy the performance." Such declarations incensed Yvette, which glared wide-eyed and shouted, "Do you take me for a fool, feigning ignorance? Where are those slaves of the Empire? What have you done with them?" The black-robed figures retreated, exchanging glances, while the armed men beside them stepped forward, weapons raised, eyeing Yvette warily. Qianqian, expressionless, moved his arms, the chains clattering to the ground like snakes coiling about. "Eliminate them," Coke commanded loudly. Qianqian advanced, swiftly snatching a falling steel dagger from the air. Meanwhile, Yvette vanished. The passage was not overly long, and when Yvette reappeared, it stood at the exit, holding a short blade, gently locking the door behind. "President, we are blocked." Coke and his followers halted abruptly. From the shadows, Yvette turned, drawing a long knife with a flash. A fierce wind swept through the crowd, sending them staggering. Some even crashing into the water pipes, losing consciousness. In the blink of an eye, only Coke remained standing. And the reason for his stance was simple: Yvette had a hand on his shoulder. The others, even if uninjured, lay on the ground, feigning death. Too frightened to provoke Yvette's wrath. Yvette, gripping Coke's shoulder, spoke coldly. The Muse Temple has few venues for mundane matters. After all, usurper among it never requires a tangible dwelling. It's a pity this location is so advantageous. It makes me reluctant to let you leave. The veins on the back of Yvette's hand bulged as its sharp nails pierced through clothing, embedding into Coke's shoulder muscle. You need not take this step for the usurper, Sir Shao. Coke, pale, replied. I know you. You are no follower of the Muse. On the contrary, you and I. Shoo. Yvette placed a finger on Coke's lips, stating, I am indeed not a devotee of the Muse. However, I have invested significantly in the Nazgadon production. Your actions would lead to my substantial losses. Coke immediately offered, I am willing to compensate for your losses. We will return every penny of the kind, even double, if necessary. This has nothing to do with kind, Yvette whispered. Coke's eyes widened, then slowly closed. When he reopened them, a glimmer of resentment shone within. He spat angrily. You were the ones who struck first. Yet here you are, relying on force to intimidate us. You should not descend to our level. We struck first? What a reversal of truth. Yvette exclaimed in disbelief. Did you not abduct the actors from the Nazgadon troupe first? Do you think I wanted to do such a thing? Coke's face was ashen, sweat beading as he raged. Who does not know what the Epitome people desire most? Those suppressed passions, those unfulfilled longings, as playwrights. It is our duty to fulfill them. It is Nazgadon who has betrayed us. What homage to the war heroes of the Sandong Bay? Spare me the farce. What kind of playwright is he? I would rather pen adult stories than pay tribute to a usurper. Yvette was taken aback, stepping back with a cold chuckle as it scrutinized Coke as if seeing him for the first time. So, you possess some spirit. But if that is the case, why not defeat him with your own play? Coke bit his lips sharply, falling silent. Yvette, seemingly oblivious to the anguished cries, leaned toward Coke's ear, whispering, Ah, I understand. You no longer know what to write, do you? After over 30 years of horror plays and more than 20 years of scripting tentacle dramas, you are at a loss. Aren't you? Besides endlessly repeating those tentacles that have been repeated countless times, you find it increasingly difficult to continue, do you not? Coke leaped up as if stepped on by a cat, screaming, Shut up! Shut up! What do you understand? This is faith. Whom do you truly worship? The drowning god? Or? Yvette's hand shot out like lightning, tearing open the man's shirt, pulling forth a pendant from his chest, which depicted a faceless woman holding a scepter. Coke's sweat poured down like a waterfall, his pupils spinning, his body trembling. Yvette chuckled softly. Even the top playwrights have inevitably fallen. Is this the legendary Epitome? Huh, truly absurd. Anyone can claim such, but you cannot. Coke hoarsely retorted. The Muse is the greatest enemy of the goddess of fortune. Who would expect to spend a lifetime in an unstable occupation? Who can guarantee they will always be favored by inspiration? Praise the drowning god. Without those delightful tentacles, I would not even know how to live. Hearing this, Yvette found itself momentarily at a loss for words. From the dark corridor, the screams grew fainter, indicating that matters on the other side had settled. Heavy footsteps echoed through the pitch-black corridor. Coke glanced over Yvette's shoulder, eagerly hoping to see one of his subordinates come to his rescue. However, the figure emerging was not one of his men, but a man from the Yu Empire, dark-haired and dark-eyed. He dragged 3 towering men from the darkness. One bloodied and slumped over his back, shaking off as he walked. One was dragged like a sack in his grip, discarded carelessly like refuse. At his feet, another man clung desperately to the Yu Empire man's leg, attempting to halt his progress. Yet his steps were relentless, and the man's face collided against the grating, blood splattering from his chin. After discarding one, the dark-haired Yu Empire man swung a chain, striking the head of the man who clutched his leg, knocking him unconscious. He strode forward, stopping just a step away from Yvette, silently observing Coke. The air thickened with tension, and under the gaze of those dark eyes, Coke's cold sweat fell like a torrential downpour. Brother Shun. Shin Changqing acknowledged a familiar face as he walked, exchanging greetings or nods. Yet, no matter who it was, every expression remained devoid of excess, as if indifferent to all. Shin Changqing had grown accustomed to the grim realities of his surroundings. This was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and malevolent creatures, though it also engaged in various ancillary endeavors. It could be said that every individual within the demon suppression division bore the stain of blood upon their hands. When one becomes familiar with life and death, many matters begin to fade into insignificance. Upon his initial arrival in this world, Shen Chongqing felt a sense of disorientation, yet over time, he adapted to the environment. The demon suppression division was vast, and those who remained were formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shen Chongqing belonged to the latter category. The organization was divided into two distinct roles, the guardian and the exorcist. Every newcomer began as an exorcist at the lowest tier, gradually ascending through the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a guardian. Shen Chongqing's former self had been a trainee exorcist, the most junior of his kind. With the memories of his past life, he was well acquainted with the atmosphere of the demon suppression division. It did not take long before Shen Chongqing found himself pausing before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other somber areas of the demon suppression division, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding an unusual tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The doors of the pavilion were ajar, with the occasional individual entering or exiting. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Chongqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood assailed his senses, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow, though it soon relaxed. The pervasive odor of blood that clung to everyone in the demon suppression division was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. Yvette sensed a familiar scent behind him, revealing a cold smile as he ominously inquired, "It seems no one has come to your rescue, Coke. Tell me, where exactly have you sent those slaves from the U Empire?" Yvette gripped Coke's face, silencing him. "I demand the location of the U Empire's slaves. Where are they now?" He pressed. Coke's face contorted under Yvette's grip, and he gasped for breath. Yet he squeezed his eyes shut, seemingly resolved to ignore Yvette's queries. "What a pitiful creature." Yvette murmured disdainfully, "Speaking with someone like you is a disgrace. It's best to leave such matters to the professionals. I assume you, Qianchen, as a soldier of the U Empire trained for over a decade, are well versed in the art of interrogation." Coke, feigning death by keeping his eyes shut, couldn't help but open them in shock at Yvette's words. "What did you say? What U Empire soldier?" Yvette released his hold and stepped back, turning his back on Coke. Qianchen advanced, seizing Coke by the throat. Coke froze. "What are you doing?" With a swift motion, Qianchen's arm was ensnared by chains that rapidly coiled around it. Once fully bound, he lifted Coke with one hand and swung him toward a nearby water tank. A resounding crash echoed as the metallic tank was struck, creating a gaping crack from which water gushed forth. Qianchen's hand plunged into the breach, tearing at the metal, and he ripped open a massive hole. A torrent of water cascaded from the tank, flowing through the grid corridor and splashing onto the pipes below. A flicker of fear crossed Coke's mind. But before he could voice a protest, Qianchen forcefully thrust his head into the tank's opening. The deluge enveloped Coke's face, rendering him breathless as he sputtered and thrashed in panic. The tumultuous water surged for what felt like an eternity before Qianchen finally withdrew Coke's head, only to plunge him back into the torrent before he could catch his breath. Meanwhile, Yvette extended his arms, stepping onto the back of a black-robed playwright who had been toppled by the wind. "No one here can save you, whether it be the goddess of wealth or the god of drowning. Feigning death will not aid you. If you wish to leave here unscathed, confess your deeds, and perhaps I will grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, I have no qualms about allowing the visitors of Odilus to taste your remains." The water continued to flow unabated, and Coke struggled desperately, emitting a series of desperate gurgles. The man beneath Yvette's foot cautiously stirred, lifting his gaze. What do you intend to do?" Yvette coldly replied. "Shouldn't that question come from me?" The man trembled. We bribed those close to Nazgadon to smuggle the U Empire's slaves out, to offer them as sacrifices to the god of drowning. Thus, Euphiliusi would receive the god's blessing and perform the most enchanting dance." Yvette's forehead twitched with fury. Euphiliusi, that wretched woman. The man, trembling beneath Yvette's foot, hastily affirmed, Yes. We advised her against this course of action, as we are all part of the same industry. We shouldn't sever ties too brutally. Yet, Euphiliusi could not bear the presence of the newcomer, Kylia. She believed Kylia had usurped her role and was determined to have us curse her, turning Kylia into a monster, to make her appear grotesque before the public eye. Nearby, Qianchen, who had been tormenting Coke, paused and turned his head. Yvette inquired, "What sort of monster?" "I know not what kind of monster," the man stammered, "but the sacrifices are limited, to ensure Euphiliusi could perform the most captivating dance. I have exhausted 5 sacrifices. The last you Empire slave was meant to be my offering to the god of drowning, but he was freed by you. Lord Shao. Coke and Euphiliusi are the masterminds behind this. We were merely coerced into their service. They offered far too much, did they not? Ivet interrupted him coldly. The man faltered, and Ivet delivered a heavy kick to his jaw, sending him spinning into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Coke clung desperately to Qianqian's clothing, repeatedly striking his chest. With a splash, Qianqian yanked the nearly drowned Coke from the tank. Coke gasped, "You dare treat me this way? You dare bring you Empire soldiers to Aphidu? You dare to treat the most beloved playwright of Aphidu in such a manner? You are mad, utterly mad." As he coughed and threatened, "My audience will find you. They will kill you. They will curse you. You shall await your fate." With a swift motion, Ivet struck Coke, shattering several of his teeth. At last, he was silenced. "Do you think I fear you?" he asked, brandishing his blade at Coke's throat. "Where are the you Empire slaves now?" Coke glanced at his fallen companion, the expressionless you Empire soldier, and the furious green-eyed figure beside him, finally comprehending his predicament. With trembling hands, he adjusted his clothing and wiped the wet strands of hair from his face. Qianqian, understanding, released his grip, allowing Coke to stand. "If you wish to know, then follow me," Coke said. "I hope you are prepared for what you will witness." With that, he coughed and stepped across the metallic corridor, making his way downward. Before long, they traversed through a labyrinth of dense water pipes and filtration devices, arriving at a transparent water tank. As part of the water circulation system, wastewater flowed through it, undergoing filtration before being channeled elsewhere. Illuminated by the intermittent blue glow surrounding them, Qianqian discerned two dark-haired men entwined amidst the murky whirlpool of water. Stripped of their garments, they donned flowing women's dresses, immersed in the liquid, swirling like jellyfish, as if performing a dance. The filthy water obscured the view. Yet when they turned to face Qianqian, he caught a glimpse of their ashen, vacant eyes. He had arrived too late. The two subjects from the Yu Empire had already succumbed to drowning. In the dimly lit chamber, Qianqian turned his gaze away, unwilling to witness further. Yvette looked at the two figures in the tank and murmured, "I never anticipated your audacity to openly sacrifice to the drowning god within the Muse temple." Muse? What muse could exist when the drowning god reigns supreme? At this moment, Cork appeared unfazed, boldly proclaiming, "Is it strange that I sacrificed to the drowning god in the very temple dedicated to him?"